Hey guys, how's everybody doing this evening? So we got Robert here, we got Craig here, Professor. Don't know where you are. Anyway, Simon should be here. Anyway, guys, I've dropped the link, and for whatever reason, I can't drop the pin. I do not know why. So I have actually dropped the pin or dropped a link to the stream in the private. If you check the private, maybe you see it there. So Robert, you're usually here first. Can you tell me if you see the link? It's in private as well. Oh no, sure you can't see private because you're not on. But I've dropped the link here. Don't know why it's not going. Oh,
Hey,
is it? Hey Kiko. Hey Robert.
hello, Kiko.
Hello.
We need a new subject. History puts my mind into a sieve, and I can't stand it. Oh my God. Good Lord. Hey,
Kiko. Hey Robert.
hello, Kiko.
Pin dropped.
All right, good deal.
Don't know why. Maybe there was slow up on the internet on my phone. That's why it wouldn't come up on my phone. But a bunch of messages came up fast.
Yeah.
It was sitting in the background. But I did try to pin it earlier, but for whatever reason I couldn't. Anyway, it's working now. That's the main thing. So, what was Ronald doing? Did he have to go off somewhere or what?
Who?
Ronald, Professor.
I don't know. I think maybe he got tired of the tangent. I hate getting into these historical debates on different things in the U.S. because people won't read a book. And if they would, it's actually pretty simple.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were using books before they were using computers. Things are easier
Yeah.
now. You can
Well,
have
at
these
one time,
tablets that are books. You know what I mean? You can
yeah.
download it on these special book tablets.
Well, people used to be very careful what they wrote into a book because they were afraid they would be proven wrong down the road. So they were very articulate, And it's like sometimes I get to the point, it's like, hey, let's get on some European history debates because I really want to listen.
So, Gareth, what was for dinner?
Just pizza. Nothing major. Nothing major. Pizza, pizza, pizza. Stick it in the oven and munch it up. That's about it.
Uh,
Here's
Homemade
Ronald.
pizza?
Hello, Maria.
No, I didn't make it homemade. No, it's one of those freezer ones.
So, what kind do you like? What brand do you like? Frozen pizza?
Well, you know, Goodfellas.
No, I'm not familiar with those.
It's American brand, as far as I know. Anyway, it's Tesco's, one of our supermarkets over here, and then they're also in the UK. They sell the same brand.
What do you like? Strictly
So
meat, or do you like vegetables also, or what?
no, it's called a meat feast. So there's pepperoni on it. There's a bit of hamburger meat and just mozzarella. So it's nothing. It's factory made. It's not done by hand. Put it that way. I have made the homemade ones many years ago in high school did home economics, and we had to do things from scratch there. So we made homemade pizzas, things like that. But that was years ago.
Back
I haven't made a pizza.
in normal times, do they have some good Italian pizza places in Ireland, in Dublin?
Well, I mean, there's been Italian restaurants here for donkey's years. I mean, there's how many Italian restaurants here in my town? I think there's about two. I never actually ate pizza in the places. I had something else, probably a carbonara pasta dish. But that's about it. I'm kind of a like if I go into the pub, have a few beers, then just get something bar food, hamburger, chips, something like that. French fries, as you call them, but the homemade ones.
You have fish and chips?
No, hamburger, chips. But I mean, we have hamburger chips. What do you call it? What do you call it? Chippers. We call them chippers. So I've had, like the fresh cod in batter, and then the chips itself. That is
Now,
pretty good.
when you spent time in the States, what was your favorite burger in the States?
Oh, fast food was Wendy's because when I was living in Florida, I went to Wendy's a lot. Been to McDonald's previous when I was a kid, growing up over there, going over on holidays and that. But when I was living there, Wendy's was one of my favorite places because they
Yeah, they
just
used
give
to
you
be
the
really
burger
good.
patties.
Yeah,
Sorry.
nowadays Wendy's isn't as good as they were when they first began. I
Well,
don't
I haven't
believe.
had Wendy's in over 20 years, so I don't know. I haven't been back in the States in exactly 20 years, so I'd say things have changed a lot there. And it's over 20 years since I've been in Gainesville. Robert knows Gainesville because he doesn't live too far from there, and I lived there for almost 2 years.
Hey Garrett, do you know the name of Gainesville before it was called Gainesville?
No, I wouldn't know that. No.
It was called Hog Pen.
Huh?
Do not. It was called Hog Pen. It was where you used to bring all the swine.
Yeah. Didn't
Yeah,
know
really.
that.
It was just a place where everybody met to sell their pork. It's called Hog Pen.
Well, I mean, I was in Gainesville when I was quite young. Do you remember I told you I did driver's ed when I was 15?
Yeah, but it was called Hog Pen back in like 1864 or 1865. Kind of crazy.
So you originally learned to drive on our side of the road, huh?
Yeah. Legally. I I think it was a 2-week course my uncle put me into. So it was class, a car simulator, and then the actual car on the school grounds.
Right. But you
And
were
then
actually in Newberry. Or was it Newberry or
no,
Junction?
this is before my uncle bought in Newbury. Lived near the airport, Gainesville. You know
Yeah.
where the airport is? I lived
Yeah,
out
that's on 30,
near
that's
near.
39th Street.
I'm going back to the 80s.
Garrett, did you have
Um,
difficulty adjusting once you got back to Ireland, driving on your side of the road?
well, I was 15. I was only over for 3 months vacation.
So you did not actually drive on American streets, or what?
I did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
When I got my restricted license.
But
Yeah,
that's
he
what I
was
mean.
driving on the right side of the street.
Like my uncle had to be in the car. I was driving his car.
Now, my question was, when you returned to Ireland, did you find it difficult
We
to
weren't
switch?
allowed to drive here at that age.
Oh, I see.
You can get a provisional license when you're 16.
Yeah,
and
it was
then
called
you're not
a learner's permit.
yeah, provisional license. No, that was 17. I think it was 17. And then I got my full license when I was 18.
Oh, here we go. Let the fun begin.
But for me, driving in the States takes me about 5 minutes, just driving on the other side of the road. I've rented cars over there. I did a lot of mileage. I was over there, actually stayed in Gainesville, but I didn't stay on the ranch. I stayed in a hotel downtown because I wanted to be downtown. On Then I drove down to Key West. So I think I was there for a month. So I had a car for a month. I got it from Orlando Airport. Hertz.
Yeah, I spent 4 years living in Japan, driving on the opposite side.
You mean
It
my
wasn't
side of the road?
right. It wasn't that much of a challenge because traffic was so congested there that you just really went from red light to red light. There was no real open highway driving.
Well,
It was
that's,
so
I
congested.
suppose, kind of like New York City.
Yeah, probably similar to that.
Yeah. I lived in Long Island. I was based in Montauk first, and then I moved up to East Hampton. And I was in Long Island for, God, how long? Maybe 3 years, something like that.
I
But
can honestly,
we had to
I,
do a job up in New York City, so we had to drive from East Hampton all the way up to Harlem, and we
yeah, but
did two trips.
I can honestly say I don't believe I ever drove above 60 kilometers an hour for 4 years living in Japan because there's
Is
no
that the
open
speed
road.
limit?
Well, no, there was just no open road to go that fast. It was
There's
all
no
city.
highways at all
Well,
through the
there was
country. There must be.
there was there was one. Well, that was the southern island of Okinawa, so it was very limited. You know, but I never
Hmm.
got on the one highway to go above 60 clicks. So I actually had a three-cylinder Mitsubishi mini car, three
Hmm.
cylinders and 10-inch wheels.
Right. I don't know that vehicle model type, so I don't. I know what Mitsubishi is. I know the brand, but the brand that you mentioned,
Yeah,
I don't know offhand.
it's so small. I don't believe they exported it anywhere else in the world.
Right.
They have they have some tiny cars in Japan and
Right.
tiny parking places.
I mean, I've sold Japanese cars over here because we imported them from Japan directly secondhand. So I'm aware of them, but I'm out of the car game a long time ago. Uh, what do you call it? Mitsubishi. I sold a lot of SUVs, sports cars, MX-5s, uh, loads of different types of models. In the 90s, when I had a business selling cars, but never actually went to Japan. There was about five of us, and we'd get our money together, and then a couple of guys would go over with the money, and we'd purchase cars over there in the auctions, and you had to hire somebody to do the bidding on your behalf. So that's the way we did it, keep the costs down, because we used to buy Jap import cars that came directly from Japan directly into Ireland. Um, and then car dealers would sell them to car dealers in the UK and Ireland. And we wanted to cut out the car dealers in Ireland, the guys that went over it themselves to do. So we did it ourselves. So to cut out the middleman, so we make a few bucks extra. But by the time you purchase the car through the auctions and by the time you see it landed in Ireland, you're talking 6 to 8 weeks. So that's a lot of money tied up for nearly 2 months before you can get it landed on in Ireland. Then you got about 10 days grace on the docks because you have to clear the cars. You have to got to pay the 10% EU tax and all the bibs and bobs, and then they release the cars, and then you can take them off the docks.
What's the
Then
price? What's the price per liter right now of petrol? Last time you got it,
oh Jesus!
132 or something.
Well,
I know
to fill up the car,
Steinchen said that.
it costs €100. So I don't know how many liters is that. That's diesel.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Um,
I guess in Simon's video, I think he said it was 132 when he stopped for
yeah, but
gas.
we're in euro. They've always been in sterling, so they're like 10%.
Right.
Their money is about 10% stronger than ours. Even when we had Irish pounds here, sterling was always stronger. But it's always been stronger than the American dollar and whatever. But I don't even know what the rate is today. But you know what? I don't even look at the pump. I just pump the gas in, and I normally, if there's a quarter of a tank in it, it costs about 75, 78 euro in diesel to fill it up from a quarter of a tank up to full. So I spent €100 to fill the tank.
I think the calculation here for diesel is about 86 cents per liter. So whatever that would equate to.
That's cheaper than here.
Oh yeah, probably.
Oh, is that a liter or a gallon?
86 cents per liter.
Oh, it's 146 or something like that here. Euro a liter.
Right.
It's running $3.12 a gallon on diesel. Where I'm at.
Now up north here, I think I saw a sign for 335.
330. How many liters in a gallon? Is it 3 liters?
3.8.
3.87.
Right, so it's just under.
Yeah.
Right. Well, your fuel is cheaper than ours anyway.
Yeah, that's only because of taxes. But it's still crazy. There's no reason for it. There's no excuse. They're selling this money. Oh, it goes to repair the roads. But yet you're driving down streets full of potholes. They're not taking care of the roads. But yet you're paying all this taxes to repair and maintain roads. So where the hell is the money going?
We do pay a road tax over here, and it's quite expensive. And they do not use the money for the roads. They patch them. But I mean, once they clean up a road, then they're digging it up again for some other reason to lay something else down.
Gareth, do you pay a yearly vehicle registration fee, like for your?
We pay a road tax. It's a tax disc that's with your that's on the window. It's kind of a circular piece of paper, same as the UK.
Now,
for the car that
I
no, there's no registration. There's nothing going on the place. Not like in the States. No.
What
it's
about
a road tax.
MOT?
Yes, MOTs. Yeah, MOTs are done here. Yeah. If you buy your car brand new, you got four years of no MOT. Then after that, it's once every 2 years for a few years till the car gets to a certain age, and then it's every year.
Is that quite expensive, or does it depend on the value of the vehicle?
No. It's the same price for any car. Trucks and vans, different. Commercial vehicles, that's a different scenario. I should know that because I used to be in the transport business because my vehicles had to be.
How many
they're
euros?
Called I wouldn't know. Jesus, I'm out of the transport business the same year I got out of the car business.
No, but you had to get your car MOT, right? The car you drive now.
Yeah, that's done every year. Yeah. That's I think it's like €65. I do it online.
Wow.
I get an email reminder. Boom. Do. Pay it online. Then when I go to the center, show the logbook and my driver's license and the payment. I've already done the payment. It was done online.
So they don't actually put it up on a rack, check the brakes.
Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. They check the exhaust, check the lights. I mean, they stick a thing into the exhaust pipe. So they do everything. They go through it with a fine tooth comb. Put it that way.
Emissions inspection, they call it here.
Yeah. It's yeah, I remember that. Jesus, that's going back a long time. I haven't heard that saying in a long time. Emissions. Yeah, the MO in the commercial vehicles, it's called a DOE here in Ireland. I don't know what they call it in the UK. Can't remember what they call it in the UK. But all my commercial vehicles for my transport company had to be DOE'd every 2 years because they were new vehicles. They weren't old vehicles. They were brand new. I suppose when the vehicles got older, yeah, we'd have to do it every year. But I'm out of the transport game since the 90s, 98, same year as I got out of the car business.
Do you see many old motors on the roadways? Like classics?
Yeah, there's
more than 30
classics.
Or 40 years old?
Yeah, well, yeah, you see some old stuff on the road, but that's usually people that belong to clubs or something like that.
Right.
Especially from the olden days, say like the old-fashioned cars, the Model T. I've seen a few of those going around.
Must be rough for them to go over all those speed bumps.
Well, I haven't been in one, so I wouldn't know. Yeah, I saw that, Robert. I just seen it now. Anyway, bum, 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 bum. Do. Trade by the fruits. Thus, we're getting into the Bible stuff.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, but you egged him on.
Door.
Yeah, but
I didn't egg him on. His screen name. Come on now, you come up with a screen name that says "Cum Drops."
Right. That's why I smacked the shit out of him.
You're antagonizing by showing up with something as
Right.
prolific as that.
And then when the spelling, right, he's going to spell it like that and say it's not sexual. We don't spell cum like that. It's COME.
Well,
so that's why he got smacked.
Yeah.
Well, Ronald, you're a moderator, so.
Right, and I don't like the word, period.
So you know what to do.
Yeah, I know what it is.
If I miss it, just.
Oh, I'm on it. Robert's right.
I only inquired in the beginning is what's up with such a prolific screen name. And then it
I hadn't caught up. I hadn't really caught up with him. Whoever
and how else are you supposed to take it? You know.
I mean, you got cum drops. Why don't you just say facial? I mean,
yeah, but you know, you can change that. You can change the name to whatever you want on your thing anyway. So it's not actual.
Yeah, well.
Thing. You know, like professor or
Contrary, it's just an invite for trouble.
For me to knock him in his face. Don't come in here with that. What? He could have came in with pussy face, dick head, all of that. Eat it. Yeah, but it's not spelled.
Yeah, but we know it. Yeah, well, we know it's you.
It's just a bit prolific.
It's all in the family, right, Ronald?
Right. You just can't come in here and say come drops. I mean, come on. That ain't natural. I mean,
What are you trying
come
to say?
on.
You got issues with a swollen prostate? Now, you know what? I could take this down a certain road, but I'm not going to go there.
Right. And he
The
just
answer,
can't talk. He can't. I mean, it's an open chat. It's not private.
Yeah, I
Everybody
mean,
come in here.
you can use your real name. I always use my real name. That's my real name. I got nothing to hide. You can come up with a title that's socially acceptable.
Right.
Professor, Irish traveler. Those
yeah, well,
things
that's
are socially acceptable. But when you come up with something that comes out of a porn movie or pedophile magazine, I mean, you got to draw the line. It's like,
You're gonna get
shit.
smacked.
going back to Craig's question there that I have up on the screen. Antique car tags. No, the license would be kind of like old fashioned, but it will say the year the vehicle was manufactured. Um, since the last year and a bit, yeah, I haven't seen much cars on the road because we weren't allowed to go very far up until about a month ago. Since last year, we were only allowed 5 kilometers from the house, so it wasn't on the road that much. It wasn't far to. We weren't allowed to go anywhere basically, and there was police checkpoints, and I ran into one that was setting up. I took a chance just going to my sister's place, which is in Bray, and it's only like a 20-minute car drive, but it's outside of my area. It's outside the 5 kilometers, and I was shitting a brick when I seen the checkpoint
Hmm.
because they put a 3-lane highway into a 2-lane, and then there was road traffic, and I was saying, "What the hell's with all this road traffic?" Until I got close to it, seeing 5 police cars at an angle sticking out, an office, floodlights, whatever. And I'm saying, oh shit, I'm going to get pulled, I'm going to get done, I'm going to get a fine. But they were actually setting up for the weekend. So that's how close I got. Now, I don't know what the fine is for being out of the 5 kilometers, but
Well, you know, when I first came up here, my whole name was up there. Ronald Jefferson, the whole nine.
Yeah, I remember Ronald. Hell yeah.
And my face.
What do I got to hide? I got nothing to hide.
Sounds like an
Someone's
It
doorbell.
must have been Ronald. But I shit you not, I got nothing to hide. Dude, I'll give you my fucking address. Come on down. Bring a lot of friends because I got a lot of ammo.
boom, 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 boom.
Anybody hear from Tony lately? How he's doing?
When did I hear from him last? Yesterday. Seemed to be
Yeah, I
all
got
right.
an Uber, fellas. I'll be bouncing out here for a sec.
Now, Bobby, I suppose you'll put the phone on, yeah?
Of course.
So we'll see you in a few minutes, I suppose. We'll see.
Roger that.
Hey, mute your home one too.
Mm-hmm.
You know when a
Oh
cat
yeah, I can mute him from here anyway. I can mute him from here. Anyway, he did it himself. But I could have done it from here anyway.
All the mice come out and say, "Ronald's gone. Time to party."
That person has just been blocked. I gave him a timeout. He mounted off, so he's kicked.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I was about to say, this one's on you, Gatter. Get his ass.
Oh, I did. Oh, I did. He was down the list. Messages his voice. What?
Sicky, get him, sicky.
He's been kicked for life.
Hey,
It's
Robert,
like, what
where's the
the hell's
dog at?
up to people, you know? It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, I gave him a timeout. I gave him a timeout, so he was listening to what we were saying after he got the timeout. He came back on, started again, boom, gone.
Yep, my hands are clean. I didn't say a word.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, by the time I saw the thing and I seen him coming up, and then there was a big message, and I read some of it, and boom, out you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess we couldn't see that, huh, Gareth? I couldn't see what he put up.
Well, he was down the list on my thing because I'm going through every message here, and I'm putting it up on the screen. And by the time I'd gone down the list a bit, then I seen his message coming up again. So I kicked him.
Yeah, that's good.
Craig, out in, where the hell was it? Florida? Texas, Oklahoma? I forgot. Some states are only good for 5 years on the antique tag, and some states are indefinite. You just pay one fee if it's over 30 or 35 years old, and you don't have to renew anymore after that. Changes from state to state. Sorry, Gareth.
No, far away. You're answering that question because I don't actually know it, because it's your side of the water, as they say.
Okay, so Gareth,
Yeah,
what's your favorite motor in your life that
it
you've
goes
owned?
state by state, so every state regulates their own tag registration. So,
Yeah, well, it's different laws, different states. I know that
yeah.
from living over there. And to go back to your answer, Kiko, what was my favorite car? Well, I've always liked the Mercedes. I've driven so many types, being it small cars, medium cars, saloon cars, SUVs. Being in the business, I had an opportunity to drive cars for a week or two. I could pick a car for a week or two, and I drive that until I sold it. So I've driven all different types.
My
Now,
favorite
I don't mean
Mercedes.
I don't mean in the high range like Range
Right.
Rovers or Ferraris or Porsches. I didn't
No, I
deal in
mean
that. That was out of my league. But
one that you actually owned,
Yeah.
your favorite that you actually owned.
I like the BMW and works.
My favorite Mercedes
every
was
car,
the
every
1984, 84, 85
That's what I
Mercedes
had.
SL 280.
No,
I love that car.
I
The
had an
white 280 SL with a convertible.
SD 300, the largest body style, W126, I think they called the body style. It was the longest, and it was a 5-cylinder turbo diesel, and I think I got rid of it at 333,000 miles. I got it with about 207 on it, so I put about 120,000 on it. But
the only thing I didn't like about the SD 300, I mean, it was great once you were on the highway, but if you're merging on the highway and you stuck your foot to the floor,
yeah, it was kind of a dog.
It was like a dog. It just kind of like, I'll think about it.
Yeah, but once it found its way, it was a good cruising machine.
Yeah, no, once you were driving, say, 90 to 120 kilometers an hour, because the engine had a very long stroke, and you hit it, it would take off. But from a dead stop, the highway speed, it actually lagged pretty bad. That's the only thing I didn't like about it. And the door locks were vacuum operated, and the vacuum system also tied into the inability to turn off the ignition. So with the 300 SD or the 300D, when you turned off the key and the car kept running, it usually got back to a vacuum leak at the door lock in the driver's door. It was totally crazy.
Yeah, but I love that car. It was a great one. Yeah, I think the vacuum, from what I remember, the vacuum pump was in the trunk, right by the spare tire.
Right.
'Cause I
The
had to work on.
vacuum pump also tied into the fuel system. And every time somebody came in complaining they couldn't turn their car off, you got to pop the hood and hit the manual kill.
But I know I had a.
We popped the driver's door panel and do a vacuum test to the door lock.
Yeah.
And we always find it where it was leaking.
The only thing I had to work on was the vacuum and the door regulators for the power windows. They would go out.
Right.
But I used to get 30 miles per gallon. It had a 20-gallon tank, so I'd get 600 miles on a full tank. That's a lot of
Right.
driving.
I mean, it was a beautiful car. Don't get me wrong. It's just those one, two little quirks that used to drive me insane. But I mean, the 280 SL or sports car and convertible, to me that would have been my dream car. Wish I would have bought one.
It looks like Ronald's on the road.
The two-door 280 SL, 83, 84.
Those were gasoline powered, right?
No, they were like, to me it was the car was sexy. I mean, a white 280 SL convertible, two-seater.
Yeah,
that was like
silver.
That was the chick magnet.
Silver with a light gray interior. That's the kind I had.
The one I loved was a pearl white, but it had this buckskin tan leather upholstery.
So, Gareth, you think your BMW was your favorite, huh? Was that a manual?
I've had manual and automatics. I've had both. I got my HGV license, which is a heavy goods license, when I was 18. Never knowing that I'd ever be in the transport business, and I owned a truck and vans. Never knowing that I'd ever use the license, and I actually ended up using it. But I did work for a few companies that had heavy goods vehicles, so I had some experience driving their trucks. So when I actually owned my own truck, it was just like getting into a car.
What we call pickup trucks. Do you have many of those in Ireland?
Yeah, they're selling the Ford Raptor here and the Ford Ranger here.
They sell a Ford Raptor in a diesel?
Yeah.
I don't know if we have that in diesel in the States.
Yeah, it's diesel here. I wouldn't say they'd sell them in petrol here because petrol is a lot more expensive. But they could do. But I know I've seen them on the street here, and they're right-hand drives. I don't know where they must be manufactured in the States or somewhere, and then they're brought to Europe and the steering is changed or something. But where they do it, I don't know. But I've seen the pickup trucks here. There's the Isuzus and a few other bits and pieces over here, pickup trucks.
Are you saying the petrol models cost more than the?
Yeah, because petrol costs more than diesel.
Oh.
Even though there's more oil in diesel than there is in petrol, petrol is much more expensive here than the diesel is here.
See, that's the opposite here, Gareth. They charge you more for diesel than they do for unleaded gas.
Right. Well, it's always been the same here. I think there's about 10 cents or 15 cents in the difference per liter. Don't quote me on that. I've forgotten because I don't usually look at the pumps on the pump. I mean, I might glance at it, but I don't take much notice of it. I just fill the gas tank and that's it.
Hey, how's the Uber driver doing?
Well, he seems to be doing okay. He's hitting that road. He's going.
What speed you at, Ronald?
Ronald? Mr. Professor, what speed are you going at? I suppose that's about 45 miles an hour coming off the highway anyway. Wouldn't that be correct? About 45 when you come off the highway?
Yeah, probably. Most of the time in town, it's about 35.
Coming off the highway, but he just came off the highway.
Right. But I mean, once you get to city streets, it's usually about 30.
Yeah, thereabouts. Here's another troll. What are we doing tonight? That's the second one now. He's gone. I kicked him. He was rude to Robert. Some idiots. Very early the trolls are out tonight. Very early. That's the first. Usually they don't come out till 10, 11. They're out early tonight. 8:41 here. What time is it where you are, Kiko?
3:41.
Yeah, so you're 5 hours behind me.
Correct. I just can't imagine people, that's what they need to do with the time, you know?
No, to clear things up, Gareth, he wasn't rude to me. He just couldn't best me with his little stupid mentality wit that he thought he came up with. I don't know. Freaking punk.
Well, anyway, his name at the top wasn't so nice. Syphilis, all sorts. Jesus.
Craig had a Norton 850 Commando. What did you do with it, Craig? Did you sell it or blow it up?
What is that? Is that a bike?
Norton was a bike, yeah.
I've never done two-wheel stuff.
Norton was very popular back in the 70s. We used to call them Snorton Nortons.
How about you, Gareth? You ever drive a motorcycle?
Oh, yeah, I had a provisional license. I used to own a 400 RD, but that was years ago. I should have done my test, but I didn't.
How about in Cyprus? Did you drive in Cyprus?
Yeah, I used my provisional license over there. I rented some bikes over there, but they didn't know the difference between a provisional license and a full license, so I got away with it. I wouldn't get away with it now, but years ago when say like 2000, 2001, I got away with
Craig,
it.
sorry, I'm sorry, Gareth. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying when I was in Cyprus, I used to rent bikes over there, and I did a lot of bikes. I rented a bike for 2 weeks. I did 1,000 kilometers in 2 weeks, and then I had an Enduro. It was I think it was a 700, 750 or something like that. I can't remember the CC, but it was a big bike. But I did 1,000 kilometers in 2 weeks. Yeah, Simon, I saw that. I don't know why he's doing it live now.
No,
sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Robert.
Back in 78, 79, we had what we called stump jumpers. It was just a single cylinder jumper. And these guys were like climbing incomprehensible hills. I mean, these things were like 90 degrees with a single cylinder. I thought they were made by BSA. But it was really big back in 78, 79. Oversized tires, single cylinder.
Simon, when you mentioned a Bonneville, Simon, do you mean a Pontiac Bonneville in the States? That was a big old car.
I had one total car. I had a head-on crash. What did I was driving? An Audi A4. I was bringing it back from the UK. When was this? In late 90s. And I just purchased it the day before. A guy lost control coming the opposite direction, and he hit me head on. Both cars were doing 60 miles an hour. That's what the police told me after the report came out. And then the cops had told me in the hospital that they had arrested the other driver. The other driver was under the influence. And they had to breathalyze me as well when I was being released. So
was this in the days before airbags?
No, there was airbag in the car.
Oh, good. So probably
it was an Audi A4. It was a saloon car. It was an executive car. It was only 3 years old, the car. Anyway, the airbag knocked me out anyway, but the car was a total write-off. It hit an old G-Reg Mercedes. Simon would understand what a G-Reg Mercedes is, but he hit me with a G-Reg.
What kind of injury did you have?
I put a link in the private chat for the Norton 850 Commando. Came out in 1973, 1974.
Who's that for? Craig?
Whoever wants to check it out. It's just a link to some photographs.
Craig can't see it. It's only us on the panel can see it in the private.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll put it in.
You need to put it.
YouTube.
You need to put it in YouTube. I was thinking, who are you putting it up for? No, you don't have to apologize to me.
You can copy it
and paste it. Yeah. Because I was wondering who you said that
Gareth,
to.
Can you describe what a Triumph Bonneville is? That's what Simon said he was talking about.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, the BSA 440. It was a one-cylinder. It would just sit there and just go thump, 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 thump. But the gear ratio, my God, I forgot the gear ratio on it. That thing would kill you. Mainly they use them for hill climbing. But the hills were like this, and the guys are going over like tree stumps like this, just bouncing over and just straight up. Shit was insane. Used to see a lot of those articles in Easy Rider magazine.
Well, when you're talking about bikes, you're kind of going over my head. But carry on, Robert, since you know about the Triumphs and whatever. He's saying 73
Craig had
is...
one in 84, but to go back to 1973, 74. But it's what we used to call a thumper. Just a single piston, high torque, and a seriously screwed up reverse gear ratio because of the low RPMs. I mean, if you could put one of those engines on a chainsaw, cigarettes.
I'll be back.
Yep. If you could put that engine on a chainsaw, you could cut down the entire redwood forest in one day. I mean, my God, they were something else. Shit, Craig, you're bringing back old memories. I can't even remember the guys' names back then. Shit was something else. Do you ever remember the Savage, Craig? But back in, what was it, 87, I bought the Intruder 700. That was an awesome bike. The Savage was a single cylinder. We used to call it a sissy bike. But now I got a Kawasaki 1500 Classic, 1999. But right now I got to redo the entire fuel system because I think it's either the solenoid or the pump, probably the contacts in the fuel pump. So I'm just going to have to buy the $400 and replace the fuel pump, solenoid, a couple other things to get fuel to the carburetor. Just ain't working.
Back. So, what are you up to, Professor? You said you're on a Uber.
I had to take LeBron over here to the weed shop.
Can you repeat that again?
I had to take LeBron over here to the weed shop.
Oh, okay.
Got to get his daily dose of Mary Jane.
Mary Jane?
Oh, yes. Got to have his weed. And
Really?
Yeah, the boy can't live without weed. It's better than smoking that meth.
I wouldn't touch any of it.
At least the weed is legal.
Is it in your state?
Oh yeah, all day.
Okay, not
We
legal
can
here
have
anyway.
15 plants.
Oh, okay. I know it's legal in California,
All right.
and
Washington.
is it legal in Colorado as well?
Oh yeah, legal in Alaska, New Jersey, New York.
It's legal in New York as well. I did not know that.
Yeah, that, bro. Hold on. What that? Go over here. Don't like nobody. Yeah. Wait till Brewski. Yeah, bro. Don't let you fall out. Because I ain't gonna get you when I had to slam on the brake. You going through the windshield, bro.
I got my water out of the freezer. It's been sitting in there for an hour. One thing about the live streams and the talking, you need a bit of water. What do you drink? Is it Robert?
What? Huh?
The drink you drink, the alcohol. What brand do you drink?
Evan Williams and Coke.
What is that? A whiskey?
Yeah, it's Kentucky Straight.
Okay.
Instead of rye whiskey, like it's not a rye, it's corn
okay.
bourbon.
Okay. It's not.
Basically, it's JD,
Right.
Jim Beam, but it's not as sweet as Jim Beam.
Yeah, I know what JD is. They have that here.
I never cared for JD, but Jim Beam is too sweet. But I find Old Crow, Evan Williams to be kind of somewhere in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Do you not drink beer? Do you drink beer at all?
I'm sorry, drink what?
Do you drink beer?
Yeah, I drink imports. I'll drink Leffe, Hoegaarden. Both are Belgian wheat beers.
Okay.
I can't get the good German Weiss beer because of where I'm at. But the one I like the best is the Leffe Brun. It's the darker version of Leffe.
Is that a lager or is it an ale? Would it be considered an ale or a lager? It's an ale. Gotcha. That's why when you said it was darker.
Yeah.
That's why it was.
No, it's not. It's not a lager.
Yeah,
Belgian ale, I think, is actually pretty good. It's got a tint of orange mixed in with it, so it gives it a really nice flavor. And if you're making homemade bread, it's the best thing in the world to make barn or homemade yeast. You get an authentic old flavor. Oh, shit's great. Love it.
I'm a lager drinker. I used to drink ale, and we had an ale over here. Well, we still got it. It's called Smittix. And then when I was moved to the States and I was there for a while, I was drinking Budweiser, Miller, and a few other beers over there.
Yeah.
When I came back here, I got a pint of Smittix because I hadn't had it in so long. I couldn't stand the taste of it. I drank, I suppose, one swig out of it, about that much. And I seen they had brought Budweiser over here. And I said to the bartender, can I get one of those instead of what I'm drinking? I can't drink this. And I've been on Budweiser ever since. But they brew it here. Switches. So. That's what I've been drinking ever since. In Ireland,
No, I
anyway.
used to drink Budweiser,
In Cyprus, I
Old
drink.
Milwaukee, and all that other shit. I
Mhm.
grew up drinking Budweiser, Milwaukee, all that shit. And then I went to Germany and discovered real beer. I couldn't stand that shit out.
Yeah, my brother's the same. He likes the German beers. He buys the bottles of these German beers. I don't know where he gets it from, but he must know some off license that sells it. But it's like 5%, 6% proof, something like that. It's stronger, but it's not my cup of tea.
That's what I always heard from military mates. Once they've been to Germany, no other beer was like that.
Grolsch, yeah, I've heard of Grolsch. I've had Grolsch. That was okay. Duvel, you need to try, Robert. Simon saying. You know what that is? On the screen there?
Yeah, we thought it was a Duvel before, but I haven't been able to find it.
Is that a German beer as well?
Duvel's not German. It must be Belgian or something. Because most of the German beer I tasted was either Weizen, a wheat beer, a rice beer, or it was Pilsner. I could not stand the Pilsner. It was just too damn bitter. And then, like your Irish beer, they had the Bock and Doppelbock, which is a really dark beer that had a lot of, I want to say, molasses. I mean, the shit was like almost black, looked like prune juice.
Kind of like a Guinness? Would it be kind of like a Guinness? Made something
very dark, yeah, the same darkness as a Guinness. But I couldn't stand it. To me, it was like drinking prune juice. It was like, ugh. And you could always tell when somebody had too many double box because they'd be in the latrine the next morning and you could smell them down the hallway. Oh my God.
I hear
Simon Duvel's Belgian.
If you drink a lot of Guinness, I hear I don't know if it's true or not because I'm not a Guinness drinker, but if you drink a lot of Guinness, your number 2 changes color. I'm just saying. I don't know if it's true or not.
It doesn't turn color. It looks like sewer water. It could be because there's too much. Shut up with your knacks. We're talking beer.
No, you're talking bowel movements.
But no, the Guinness is actually very rich in iron.
Yeah. They say a pint
so technically,
for a woman that's pregnant.
Yeah.
They say a pint of, a doctor says if you're pregnant, a lady, a pint of Guinness is good because of the iron.
Hey, we don't have the expert on bowel movements here. Tony's not with us right now.
Now, if you want some serious beer, go to Germany and find this town called Andechs. It's a
where's
monastery.
That?
It's in Bavaria. It's not too far between Augsburg and Munich. The name of the town is Andechs. And there's a monastery there. Now, what you have to do is get your friends to go with you. And you go to the very back of the beer stubel. Somebody takes a hat and you put it in the middle of the table. And everybody throws money into the hat. The challenge is you have to be able to drink 2 beers and walk out the front door to get the money. You won't make it because the beer is opium based. You'll take about 5 steps and you'll fall flat on your face.
It's opium based and it's sold to the public.
Only in non-dex and only consumable inside the monastery. So you can't buy it outside the monastery. You can only buy it and drink there. But it's an on-dex.
And is there a limit? Is there a limit what they can sell to an individual public person?
I don't know, but all I can tell you, when I was there in 82 and 83, I never saw anybody that could drink two and make it out the front door. You just fell over and passed the hell out.
On 2 pints of this or 2 glasses?
2 pints or 2 liter, the big Massengas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you actually ever do that?
No. Dude,
So
I'm
you've
a
never
straight up
tasted?
alcoholic, and I couldn't make it out the front door.
So did you ever taste it?
Yeah. It's dark. I mean, I'm sorry, you're going to kiss the floor.
No.
You will kiss the floor, literally.
Isn't Amstel a German beer?
Amstel. They sell it here.
Look up Ondex Germany. ANNDEX. Ondex Deutschland.
Do me a favor, Rob. That beer that you were talking about, can you text that to my messenger? And then I ask my brother, because he knows a lot about German beers, because he visits the country a lot. Just send it to my phone. You know what I mean?
Let me see what I can find.
Because I want to ask him, has he ever heard of it? Not that he lives here, but he'll be here tomorrow. But I've never heard of anything like that. And I know he goes over to, well, he used to anyway. He's been to Germany a bunch of times. I only spent 3 months there with a company that my father did business with, learning about wine. So that's basically my only experience. And Frankfurt Airport. That's the twice I've been there, and that's the only times I've been there. Once for 3 months and once flying through.
Good. How's the
connecting flight?
How's the public transportation? Public transportation in Dublin, pretty good or no?
Well, have you seen my drone videos along the coast where you see a railroad?
Yes.
Right. There's 2 trains that run on that. One that brings you down to a place called Rosslare where you can catch the boat directly that goes to France every couple of days. Then there's electric train that covers, which is, say, from Howth, which you see when I had the drone up over the house and it was facing out, kind of and you see land way off in the distance. That's Howth. So the electric train goes from there all the way along the east coast to as far as Greystones. So Bray, you would have seen in one of my drone videos where I bring it up along the coast going south. And I bring it down to the edge where Killiney Bay finishes, and then it kind of goes into the Wicklow, County Wicklow. You're coming out of Dublin. And you see off the distance Bray. This electric train runs along that track as well.
Yeah.
And that's every 10 minutes.
The boat that goes to France, how long is that trip?
18 and a half hours. I've done it twice. So it's an overnight. It's an overnight.
That's good.
Yeah, I've done it twice because I've driven to Spain twice. So I've driven. I drove from here down to Rosslare, got the boat. 18 and a half hours on the boat, got off in Cherbourg, and then I drove down to Barcelona. But I had to stay. I didn't make it all the way to Barcelona in that day. I drove until about midnight.
Is that considered ferry?
Pardon?
Is that considered a ferry?
Yeah, it's a ferry. Yeah.
Did they put vehicles on that or no?
Yes, commercial and cars. Because I was bringing a car down to Barcelona for a doctor that worked in a hospital not too far from here, and he paid me to do it.
But Spain
And
and
then,
France, they have left-hand drive vehicles, correct? Like the States.
yes, in fact, the vehicle that I was bringing over was an American vehicle that came from the States, but it was Irish reg, and he had bought a property in Spain, and he needed somebody to bring the vehicle. He was an American doctor that worked in the hospital quite near to me, and he asked me to bring it down. So that took me, what, 3-4 days it took me. It was years ago I did it. I think it was 3-4 days. That's including the boat.
Garrett, there's 2 links in your Facebook. The first one is the Abbey and Undex.
Yeah.
And the second one shows you on Google Maps where Undex is. It's actually southwest of Munich, going toward where I was stationed at in Landsberg.
Right.
And they got different types of brews that they make. They got the wheat beer, they got the Bock, the Doppelbock.
But the beer you were talking about, that's...
You've got to go to the actual Abbey.
Do they advertise it? No,
it is not. It's not advertised. You've got to go to the Abbey.
Can you send me the name of that beer so I can mention it to my brother? If he knows the Abbey, then he would have known.
For it, but it doesn't show up in my web searches. And we used to get it in 1982 and 83 when I was stationed in Germany. And I kid you not, man, you sit there drinking it and you feel fine. As soon as you get up and start walking, dude, you're just going to fall flat on your face, man.
Because if you text me the name of that beer, then I can mention it to him tomorrow when he's here. Because
when I was there in Germany, there were no... You couldn't buy it outside the Abbey. They didn't sell it in the market. But if you went to the Abbey, they just served it. And it was very dark, like a Doppelbock.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes what they call a triple bock. It was very dark.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that shit would mess you up, man.
I'd say it was opium based. I mean, where do they get the opium from? Are they growing it themselves? Puppies?
Couldn't tell you, but I tell you what, in Holland, there's no problem taking a wool blanket and going out and get all the hash you want on a poppy field.
I don't know.
It grows all over the place. I mean, even that part of Germany, it grows. It's a wild plant.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I've seen puppies on TV, but not in real life anyway. I've never been in any country that grows them anyway, so. Afghanistan and I don't know about Iraq, but Afghanistan is well known as growing there.
Well, the plant grows in mountainous regions, not the high altitude, but like the foothills. Mm-hmm. You can't miss it. You got big purple blooms on the top of it.
Yeah. I've seen it on the news, especially during the Iraqi war. You see the news people driving past the poppy fields, and they're actually saying it.
Right.
And the military is driving past, and they can't do nothing about it because they know it's going to be sold.
No, we did in the beginning. We used to spray frickin' Roundup over their shit. We fumigated it, and their poppy fields were dying. It starved them out. Then all of a sudden they complained to the UN, and you can't do that. You got to stop doing that. Take away their drugs, you take away their money. Then they starve out. But that was inhumane. Spray the whole goddamn country with Agent Orange and just leave and say, deal with it.
Well, they didn't use Agent Orange during the Iraqi thing.
No, but Roundup is just a toned down version of Agent Orange. It's the same shit.
Is it? And is
Yeah,
that kind of like
it's
a,
the same
a
stuff.
commercial strength or a household strength, would you say?
It's like the difference between pure ammonia and the sudsy ammonia you buy in a grocery store. It's ammonia.
Hmm.
Agent Orange and the commercial version they call today Roundup is just a diluted version.
Yeah, I remember Roundup
It's,
in the
a,
States.
it's
My uncle
shit.
used it.
Yeah, it's Agent Orange. Same shit, different name. You know.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think Mr. Professor
Oh,
is back
Craig's
home.
talking about the bubblegum black. That was the good stuff. You had to hold a lighter to it.
Ronald is home.
Bud back up.
Yeah, he's
Bud's
back
hanging out
home.
on the shadows.
Yep, he's backstage. Well, he's not backstage. He's in the background, I should say. I saw what he wrote there as well. I didn't want to. I didn't want to say anything out loud anyway.
Well, the Bud is on his other place, wrapped up in a blanket and rolling across the grass in the open
Yeah.
fields. You know what he's up to.
Mm-hmm. Well, the professor's back in his room as he clicked on there for a second.
Welcome
There he
back,
is.
Ronald.
Woohoo!
He didn't go very far anyway. We saw where he went and we saw when he came back.
It's just
Classic
across the bridge and back.
Did I? Oh, I meant to send you that picture. I got that stuff during the week. My
What's up,
American
bud?
stuff. The American
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. I've had 2 boxes of mac and cheese already.
You greedy hog.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, that was nice.
Jesus,
But I didn't
Eric,
have.
you're
I
going to be
didn't.
bound up like
Yeah, but they're only
you're going to be
small.
bound
They're
up
not
like a guy
big.
that's been on a 2-week carriage ride.
They're not big. They're only small. They're not big boxes. They're only small boxes.
The thin ones?
Yeah. I don't know how many grams. It's the
You
real
weren't counting
small box.
grams.
I don't know. I'll have to have a look. But I used up the minced meat. Remember I said I kept it out of the freezer? It came straight from the shop. I had to make them into burgers on Saturday.
Yep.
Because once I
Let me
knew it
guess,
wasn't coming
Eric,
Saturday.
206 grams minus the ground meat.
Well, I didn't have any ground meat for the hamburger helper, but I've got 12 boxes of hamburger helper anyway. And
Well,
I
you
got
got to throw
12
in a pound
cans
of
of
ground meat.
A&W. Yeah, I know. I don't have any meat yet. I used it up last Saturday because it didn't. The box was supposed to arrive on Saturday. Didn't come Saturday because I got an email while I was doing the live stream saying, "Oh, sorry for the delay." Da 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 da. Anyway, it
Yeah, they're
arrived on
about
Wednesday.
200 gram box.
Oh, I
You
can't.
getting a piss test, Craig? For what? Oh, is it not legal where you are? I'm talking about the Mary Jane.
I never
Mary
get
Jane.
tested by the VA because they don't know where the hell I'm at.
Well, they gotta find out at some point.
What are they going to find?
I mean, you gotta go
Urine?
in and get your regular checkup.
Probably dust.
I've got no notice of a checkup anytime lately.
You gotta make an appointment every 6 months.
Hey, Maria, how are you?
Oh, well, gee, I guess they have to open up their damn admin office, but they're all hiding for COVID, so the admin office ain't open. Therefore, I can't go in for a test. Not my
Yeah, you
problem.
can't. I got to go in for blood work on Monday.
Yeah, do you know what? When I was at my GP there, what was it? Early part of the week or late last week, I got a thing for blood test. So I went online. I can't get a blood test till the 15th of July.
Yep.
15th of July, I have to wait. Jesus.
You ain't
So
allowed in.
you have nationalized healthcare in Ireland?
Exactly the same as the UK. Exactly the same way. UK, it's called the NHS. Here, it's called HSE. But I also have private anyway, so
We got
my
Christian going
my
on
GP
live.
is different. Like I have, there's the order thing for the blood test, whatever he's doing. Blood for this, he ticks boxes. They're all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have to test for 6 different things, and I'm fasting the day before, so from midnight the night before. Anyway, it's set for the 15th anyway, so. Two days, you get an appointment, maybe one day, and wait a month and a half. Crazy. You beer nights are just Malankana. What? Okay. You want to translate that, Robert? Because
What's that?
I give up.
Talking about pain management?
It's 35 tomorrow, if I remember right.
They sent me to pain management several times. And I told them none of their shit worked, so I wasn't taking it. And they left me alone. You know?
That reminds me.
Why should I take medication
You
to
just
cover the
reminded me
pain?
to take my meds.
Well, no, I told them, I said, look, the problem's still there. If I take your pain pills, that hides the pain, and then I forget the problem is there, and then it gets worse. So pain is telling me, stop doing what the hell you're doing. And they've never bothered me about it. I've never once. I think when was the last time I took a urinalysis? 6 years ago? They never bothered me about it. Because I told the VA, I said, fix the problem. Don't treat my symptoms. Fix the goddamn problem. Because I ain't taking your fucking pills. And nothing's changed. I didn't lose compensation. If anything, compensation has gone up. But I hate taking pain pills. I mean, I won't take one. Maybe I'll take Advil if it gets too bad. But other than that, I won't touch it because that's my body telling me, stop doing what you're doing.
Well, how's the Uber driver doing?
I'm fine back at the lab. I'm just where I'm supposed to be.
Back from a stressful trip.
Yeah, it was stressful. I mean, that car was hot. My water is hot in the car. Wasn't pleasant. But I'm not complaining.
Well, I mean, make the most of the nice weather that you have now because it'll only last a few months and then you're back to your bad weather.
Mm-hmm.
Back to
Not
England
unless,
weather.
So,
Rain.
Irish
not
weather.
unless they let us in.
We've only had two good days, today and yesterday. When Simon
Mm-mm-mm.
and Maria were having the nice weather, it was shit over here.
Mm-mm-mm.
And he's only like 90 miles away as the crow flies. Overcast. I was Simon was sending me pictures of over there, and I'm sending him pictures from over here. Fog in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
Raining. Cold. And he's laughing at me with his sunshine pictures. Oh, God. We've only had two good days, today and yesterday. Today you could actually go out in a t-shirt. Yesterday morning when I made that drone drone video, I had to wear a jumper outside because it was cold. Even though I didn't, but I should have because it was that cold. Later on in the afternoon, about 4 or 5 o'clock, it started to warm up, and it's been warm all day today. But that's the Irish weather for you. Typical shit. As one person said something on Chris's live earlier, but Chris didn't cop it. I think Chris was shit at what the actual guy was saying, shite, which is Irish saying, even though it means shit, we say shite. So I knew it was an Irish person who actually texted it in. But I knew exactly, once I saw it, I knew exactly what he was saying, but Chris didn't cop it.
So how do you spell shite?
Shite. You know, like I've heard it say Americans saying, "Ah, shit." We'd say, "Ah, shite, shite." That's the way we'd say it.
How does Simon say it?
Shit. They're very posh over there. The English are posh. I wonder what Simon would say about that. I probably get something now. He'll leave some text saying something. What I'm saying, that the English are posh. Even though I know he's half Irish because his father is Irish, so born and bred. So, but still, Simon was born in the UK, but he's still kind of half Irish. He can get an Irish passport if he wanted one. Surprised he hasn't even applied for one because he's entitled to one. Because
Did you
then
say he's in the
he
Liverpool area?
no, he's in the Manchester area.
Oh, okay.
He's in the Manchester area. Sometimes when he's coming home, he's passing Trafford Park, where the Manchester United is based. You know the soccer team, Man U.
Old Trafford.
Yes, Old Trafford. Yeah. So he's gone past the park. He says, "Oh, Garrett, you'd know this place, Trafford Park." Yeah, I've been in there. Not in the stadium. I was there on other business in the industrial estate, but it's in the same confines as the football team, Man United. We're tougher than a toad's back. Tougher than a toad's back. Okay. Rougher, not tougher. Never heard of that.
And tighter with your
Rougher
money
than a
than a
tough.
frog's sphincter.
Rougher and tougher. The English. I don't know. Never even heard that sign. Maybe it's a Manchester saying that, but I've never actually heard that. I've never stayed in Manchester. I've driven past it, driven into it
Simon,
for work.
You're tougher than pigeon lips.
Whatever more water than I have fries else. Jesus. Do-do-do-do-do-do. So we got 10 people in the background. So Maria's there, Simon's there, Bud is there.
So you got 10 workers?
Yeah, there's 10 people in the background. I know 3. Because I've just said their
Craig's
names.
back there.
Oh, I haven't seen Craig. He hasn't typed something in a while. So I wasn't sure if he was still there or not.
Where's the star of the show, Gary?
Oh, he'll turn up. But then again, he could be on Christians. I noticed Christian's gone live.
Could still be cleaning his room.
Who knows, man? Who knows? In fact, I'm going to have a gander. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Hey, Ronald.
In fact, Tony's over there. And Creative Monk's over there as well. And Ronald. Do-do-do-do-do-do. No, Gary. I haven't seen Gary anyway. He could. Well, he's 5 hours behind me, so it would be 4, 5, 4:30 over there now. 4:23.
East Coast time
That's
is
about right, isn't it,
4:33.
Kiko? Yeah,
Roger that.
4:33. So he'd be correct. Well, I don't know if he's.
Where'd you say Gary is? Maryland?
Where did Gary say he was? Darn it.
I thought I heard that one time.
He has said it to me a few times. Robert, where's Gary from? Do you recall? Robert?
Busy typing. Hey, Ronald, you awake?
No, he's over on Christians. Sarge, are you there?
I'm right here. I was looking something up for Craig.
Okay. Do you recall where Gary's from?
Gary? As in uniquely Gary?
Yeah. Isn't it Maryland?
Correct.
Uniquely Gary was laid by a buzzard and hatched in the sun.
No, we mean where is he at now? We know where he came from. We're just asking where he's broadcasting from.
Gary is up in Illinois? I don't remember.
Simon says Maryland.
I second that.
No, he did time in Maryland, according to his claims in the Air Force. But he actually, I believe he said he lived up in Illinois someplace.
Well, I mean, Tony's up
But
in
either way,
Wisconsin.
Gary's somewhere not too far from the Great Lakes.
In what galaxy?
Your guess is as good
Simon,
as
you're on the ball there. You ought to come on up. You know he's in Maryland.
For the life of me, Kiko, I don't recall.
That's okay.
I know
Charles.
he's
I guess we got more important
I
things.
just don't recall. Yeah,
No, Simon, Boswell.
Yeah, he should be awake by now.
Herb. I was going to say, Simon, Boswella is a herb. I got my mother taking it and did really good with her osteoporosis. But then she started having side effects because she was taking too much of it. So I told her to cut it back to like 400 milligrams once a day. And she hasn't complained since. So it's a very strong, natural anti-inflammatory. And does really good with arthritis, inflammation, and just a general overall feel good, get over yourself type herb. We don't know, Craig, because Jerry's stories keep changing all the time. So when he shows up, you'll have to ask him.
Ginger.
Ginger.
Ginger is very good for anti-inflammatory.
I liked her on Gilligan's Island.
I used to mix ginger with hot water, but I got bored after a few days doing it.
Ronald, Ginger or Marianne?
Now, I was making a form of gummy candy. It was called ginger candy, little chewables made from ginger. And you mix in the, what the hell was it? Glutenized rice flour.
I'll be back, guys.
And it actually came out pretty good. A lot of people liked it. Really good for the stomach. Was it Emmy made in Japan? Souped up recipes. Chinese girl that lives in Guatemala because of her arthritis. She did a recipe making ginger candy. And it was really simple if you have a good steamer. Pretty easy to make.
Hey, Ronald.
I think so, Simon. I think he was the butt end of Jack Nicholson's movie, One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. It's a good guy, but I don't know. Some of Gary's stories just don't add up. But he has some good stories.
Simon says just don't fly over the pigeon's nest.
Well, some of the time frames he brings up just don't match up. So, hard to say. But Gary's a good guy. He really is. Gary's a nice guy.
Ronald, you muted?
Wait, Maria's talking about chicken satay. I think Maria's talking about pigeon satay.
So, Simon, you're going to get a nice birthday present for Maria for tomorrow? Robert, where's the dog at? You keep shaking it, you're gonna break it.
Back. Say. Oh, okay, just catching up with some of these.
Well, what's that weird audio we got going on?
There's some weird audio. Dead air, as they say. Was there some dead air while I was gone?
No, it sounds like an underwater washing machine going on. Maybe someone
That
got a
must
YouTube
be.
channel.
Well, there's only the four of us, so there's no washing machine where I am. So it's got to be in Robert's.
No, it's not me.
Not me.
But it sounds like everybody's talking to a tin can.
Yeah, I kind of hear a washing machine in the background.
That might be my aircon.
Definitely not me, anyway.
Okay, I'm going to mute and let me know if you still hear it.
Okay. Yeah, it's from Robert's side. Yeah, it's your side, Robert.
Okay, yeah. It's my air conditioner. It will stop here in a second. So
no worries. No worries. No, it's okay. It's not bad enough to interfere with us talking anyway. Yeah, I remember Simon says he was going to do a video for tomorrow. He mentioned something to me about that. Because it's Maria's birthday. Well, you look like you need oh, funny, Craig. Jumping pigeons taste better. No, it's not you, Craig. We know it's not, because you're not up on the panel. That's why we know it's not you.
Sounds good now.
Yeah, it's because it's coming from Robert's end. Thought Jane would be around. She's usually around. Stops by. Haven't seen her tonight at all. If you're in the background, Jane, say hello. What time? Oh yeah, it's 9:45. So I know Gear is watching the game till about 10 o'clock. That's when he said the football was over. Let me check.
Not yet. 87th minute right now.
Well, if it goes into injury time. I'm just checking the TV now.
Spain and Poland, correct?
UEFA, Spain and Poland. Yeah, it's still on. 87 minutes. So we haven't got to the 90. Doesn't say anything about injury time. So that should be, if there's no injury time, they usually post if there's going to be injury time. It's not posted anyway, so I don't know if there's actually Spain and Poland. But I don't even know where they're playing. It doesn't say. They got TikTok. They're advertising TikTok all over the place anyway.
My
Basically
grandfather's home.
nobody. But nobody in the stands. Basically nobody in the stands. It's weird, isn't it? Jesus. Oh, there's a few people there. There must be a group of people. Poles anyway. Supporters for their own team. No, it wasn't, Robert. It wasn't that loud. I knew it was something, but was it your aircon? Oh, he's on Christians.
My air conditioner is like above my head and 2 feet away from the laptop.
Mm-hmm.
But because I smoke indoors, I keep the back window in the sitting area open.
Mm-hmm.
And then a vent in the front of the trailer open, so you get this steady
breeze
flow
coming
of fresh
through.
air. Yeah. So that means the air conditioner is going to kick in more often. But I don't pay an electric bill, so I really don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's true. If you were paying the electric bill, you wouldn't have it on as much. Do they have any solar? Do they have any solar panels?
Here, well, I could get it, but I got so many oak trees over me, solar panels would be useless. And before I started working here, I just paid $5.50 a month, and that included water, electric, and sewer. So didn't care then either. Pay my money, run my AC.
Gareth, I don't suppose you need to use AC at all, huh?
No.
I'm in South Central Florida.
Even though it's standard.
Your air conditioner is going to run full time.
Even the cars
like the
have
Philippines.
aircon. Yeah, but even though cars are come standard with AC over here, I don't use it. No way. Even when I lived in Hot Cyprus, I didn't use the aircon. I just put the windows down.
It's like Robert needing a heater in his vehicle in Florida. Not too often.
No. My air conditioner stays set on 72 degrees Fahrenheit and works when it works. But in the wintertime, I use a space heater because for you guys in Europe, we'll call it a caravan. It uses too much propane. I mean, it will burn up 40 pounds of propane and nothing flat. So I turn everything off, and I use a electric floor heater just to keep things warm here inside a trailer because I don't have to pay for the electric. So I only burn both propane for the water heater, and I only turn that on 15, 20 minutes before I take a shower or if I'm going to cook. And then the refrigerator is automatic. So with an automatic refrigerator, if there's electric, it'll run electric. But if there's no electric, it will automatically switch to propane, so I don't worry about that either.
Hey, Robert, Kiko, Garrett, Ronald.
Hey, Simon.
Simon, you going to bed?
No.
So you're going to talk and come upstairs, or are you going to just hide in the shadows?
I'm upstairs.
No, he's upstairs. He's actually talking. Can you not hear him?
In
No, all we
Dublin's
see is
fair
the front
city.
seat of an Audi, and sometimes we hear this drunk Irishman trying to sing folk songs, and then he shows up and sends a message on YouTube. What's up, Robert?
In fact, just looking at the TV now, 5 minutes injury time. So there's 2
Injury
minutes
time.
23 seconds left.
Who's playing, Garrett?
Poland and Spain and Poland.
What's the score?
1-1. 1-1. And that game yesterday, that was 0-0.
That load of
Wasn't
rubbish yesterday. England want fucking sacking, a lot of them.
Scotland and the UK, or England, I should
Useless.
say. 0-0.
Useless.
Yeah.
Useless.
What does the score of that one end up? 0-0?
0-0.
Yeah.
Simon's
0-0. Nice.
No, I'm still here. You didn't want to see the leather seat, so I shown you my pigeon.
Well, we don't actually see a pigeon. We see a blank. Well, I see a blank screen.
Oh, right. I see a blank screen. There you go, then.
Okay,
That
that's
was
the
his
car.
pigeon.
We'd rather see
pigeon.
the Audi. We'd rather see the Audi
The Audi.
than the pigeon.
Yeah, but that's the V6 Audi, 3 litre petrol, Garrett.
Yeah, that's the Audi A6.
Send it back to the
There's
factory.
21 miles to the gallon.
And the steering wheel on the wrong side.
You got that right, Kiko.
Sorry, Kiko, what did you say?
I said you need to take it back to the factory. They put the steering wheel on the wrong side.
That's only you Yanks driving on the wrong side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you
No,
know,
whatever, Simon. 90% of the world, 90% of the world drives on the same side we do. It's only England, China, and Japan that drives on the wrong side of the world.
Well, all I'll say now, hear me out. Don't take offence. The UK has been around a lot longer than the USA. So, just because you drive on the wrong side.
Well, we've only been around 300 years. Right?
You've only been going 300
Well,
years. My great-grandfather's older than all of you.
Well, say what you want, but if you're on the right side of the road, that leaves your sword hand free. Unlike in England, where your sword hand is restricted.
Well, we all say the Americans always use the wanking hand.
Yeah, well,
Hey, Garrett,
Islam says we are unclean because we use pork. But at least we use toilet paper and don't wipe our ass with our hands. So you're calling me unclean? Come on, whatever.
Yeah, well, hey, that's correct as well. They use a bit of water on the left hand or the right hand, and then they eat with the other hand.
Oh, well, I use toilet paper.
Not me, Craig. Simon, do you play any instruments?
Them guys in the deep south, Craig, delivering banjo.
Craig, I can pick a 5-string.
Ding, 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 ding.
That would be dueling banjos.
Hey, one of my favorite movies.
Foggy Mountain Breakdown, Cripple Creek.
One of my favorite movies.
But it's been a many years since I picked a banjo, but I can still play it.
Hey, that's one of my favorite movies, Robert. Squeal like a pig.
No, your part of the movie, Simon, was when he told Norman Betty, "You got a bird mouth, boy."
Yeah, I love that movie. I could watch that over and over again. You seen it, Garrett?
Nope.
Not seen Deliverance? Deliverance,
Nope.
never?
Nope.
John Goit?
Nope.
Oh, brilliant movie.
Do you recall the movie with the guy, what's his name? They made it here in Dalkey and Killiney a number of years ago. He played the president of the United States in a series. Oh, what was that famous series? West Wing?
West Wing.
Do you recall that series?
I do, yeah.
The actor, what's his name? Not Charlie Sheen. His father, or is it Charlie Sheen? That's the father,
Charlie Sheen.
isn't it?
Charlie Sheen, yeah.
He made a movie over here a number of years ago where he played an old Irish farmer or whatever and the movie was called Da. So 2 letters, Da. And I saw that movie being made over here. They turned basically our town into going back into 1800s or something like that. They put stones on the road and they had horse and carriages and all this kind of stuff. I never actually saw the movie, but I actually saw it being. I went to 2 places where they were making up in Street and Talkie and up in Killiney Hill, and but that was many years ago. But Charlie Sheen made no. It's not Charlie. Charlie's the son. What's his father's name?
Martin Sheen.
Martin Sheen.
Martin.
Correct. Martin Sheen. I saw him not face to face. He was about a couple of 100 yards away.
You know who his half brother is?
No.
Emilio Estevez.
Oh yeah. I know Charlie's half brother. Yeah.
Hey Garrett, the only race
Emilio Estevez didn't take his.
I watched the Isle of Man race.
Sorry.
You know, the motorcycle race on the Isle of Man.
Yeah, TT.
I did there, and I've driven the course. Yeah, the TT. Many years ago, I've been over there. We were there for 3 or 4 days, and we rented a car, and we actually drove the course. Even though
Gareth,
done on public.
Remember that film, Gareth? Do you remember the film Fight Club?
Yes.
Over there, that was filmed over there.
And also with Tom Hanks, Private Ryan, Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
I went down to the beach where they were filming, and I could see. I think we had to be a mile away from it, but it was amazing to see them coming off those boats. But when I actually saw the movie, I said none of that stuff was there. So they
none of that's real.
I don't know. They had
what's
boats,
that there? What's Ronald showing on?
Landing craft, some sort of juice.
What's that, Ronald? Ginger punch. Ginger punch. Salarat.
Do you remember the movie Private Ryan? Saving Private Ryan?
Of course they do. It's an American movie.
But to actually see it being made, I actually went down there and I saw them when they were coming up on the beaches. Okay, they had to do it a few times, whatever, but it was actually amazing to see. But you hear the guns going off in the movie, and when you actually hear them in real life, they sound like pop guns. They don't sound like the real guns that you hear in the movie.
That's all sound effects.
My father was there for the real thing.
Yeah. Fair play to him, Kiko.
Yeah, jumped into France the night before.
Yeah.
But I've seen that movie a few times. I always learn something new. But then there's another good movie with Liam Neeson where he played Michael Collins. Have you seen that one, Simon?
I've seen all the movies.
Hey, I got a question about Liam Neeson. If Liam Neeson is such an anti-gun advocate, why does he make action movies involving guns?
It's all about the dollars, Robert. All about the dollars.
I didn't even know he was anti-gun.
No, he's a major anti-gun advocate. But he makes all these spy movies where he's all using guns and all this other shit. And yet, he comes out and says, ooh, I hate guns.
Well, if you're being paid if you hated guns, just saying if you hated guns and somebody offered you $6 million for 3 months' work, what would you do?
Financially or me?
If you were offered $5 or $6 million to do a job where it entailed you carrying a weapon that just wouldn't hurt anybody, and use it on your job,
Garrett.
And you hate
Garrett,
guns.
I'm the kind of man.
Do the job.
I'm the kind of man that if I hated guns, you could offer me $20 million. I won't do it.
I'll do it.
I will. No, serious. I'm the kind of person I will not go against my convictions. I'm just not going to do it because that makes me a hypocrite. And you can put whatever money or price tag you want on it. A hypocrite is a hypocrite.
Hey, Robert.
Yeah, but a rich hypocrite.
I don't give a shit. I'm richer than most of the billionaires right now. How many people? Hold on, Kiko. How many of these rich-ass bastards can claim that, like me, they subside on less than 17% of their net? How many can say that?
Not many.
Bingo. And next year, it will be even less than 17% of my net. So, I mean, not to be arrogant, but I really don't give a shit. I can't understand why a person, for a price tag, would go against their actual beliefs or their nature. I mean, you're divided. You're confused. You're like saying, I don't know if I like men or women. I'm bi. No, you're not. You're fucking confused. Okay. Pick a side of the fence and stand on it, and I can respect that. But if you're constantly flip-flopping, man, I ain't got no use for you. I don't care if you're piss-ass dead broke or the richest guy in the country. Pick a side to stand on, and I can respect it.
So, where have you actually heard him saying he's against guns? Because I haven't heard it.
It came out here in the U.S. about 3-4 years ago, when they were really pushing anti-gun narratives out in California, and he signed on it with who was the other jackass? Hang on, I almost had his name. He played in Three Kings, where they're trying to steal gold out of Iraq. Ice Cube.
What's his name? He was in he was in that ER program as well. Oh God! And he married that lawyer lady who's French, and she fights for human rights. What's his name? It's on the tip of my tongue. Simon, do you recall who he's talking about? He was on the show ER, and then he's done a bunch of films.
He did a bunch of action movies. Actually, he even played a special forces officer in Three Kings.
He was a captain rank.
George Clooney.
He was a captain. George Clooney.
Yeah.
George Clooney. George Clooney is the biggest piece of shit I ever seen on Broadway. He's a bigger piece of shit than the cocaine whore Errol Flynn. Okay?
Errol Flynn?
Errol Flynn was a big coke addict, but at least he was real.
Yeah.
And I can respect that. But George Clooney is this LBGT flip-flop. I'll take it up the ass today. Tomorrow I'll be a rope sucker and a pita puffer. But today I'm anti-gun. Tomorrow I want to be Mr. Special Forces, and I'm going to put up a thing in a movie with Ice Cube, and we're going to steal a bunch of fucking gold out of Iraq because we're just going to get fucking rich, and it's okay.
But it was fiction.
But tomorrow I'm going to be back on the anti-gun crap.
Yeah, but
it's only fiction.
It's only fiction. The movies is only fiction. It's only entertainment. It's like YouTube.
No, but if you saw George Clooney's political platform and the amount of money that he spent, even into contributions to the Clinton campaign back in 2016, it's like, dude, you're more confused than a bipolar schizophrenic individual from 1963 at an insane asylum being treated with shock therapy. But yet, because you're an actor, you have special privileges. And people are supposed to listen to you? Dude, you're an entertainer. Shut the fuck up and go entertain. I know that's a bit dramatic, but
it's going to cost another 10 quid for violating the speech, huh?
Right, but without theatrics, how do you convey the insanity of what these idiots are doing? When I wake up and tune in to see what's going on in the world and watch my news feeds, do you think I really give a rat's ass what Kate Middleton had for fucking breakfast? Really?
Hello, Dusty.
Dusty.
Hey, Dusty.
Dusty Passport.
Welcome to Alice in Wonderland. We're going down a rabbit hole. But seriously, does anybody really care what the royal family had for breakfast? How does that affect their life?
I don't care what they have for breakfast.
As long as it's not pigeons.
As long as they don't eat my pigeons, Kiko.
There you go. There you go, Simon.
So says Maria when she has a pigeon feather hanging out her neck going, what pigeon? I don't know what they're talking about. I haven't seen no pigeon.
Maybe they can eat some of Gear's falcons, huh?
I told you the story about the 5 gamecocks that I had, didn't I?
Remind me.
But serious, Kiko, is the world so bored that they have to entertain themselves with the antics of entertainers? Don't you have something more important to do in life than keep up with the Kardashians? It's like, really? Don't waste my fucking time.
See that Kardashians have finished their filming. They've bowed out of the limelight now.
So Simon, what was that story you're going to tell us, Simon?
Can't hear you,
Simon.
Kiko.
He's asking Simon a question, Robert.
Who's asking?
No, Simon said he could tell us a story.
Sorry, Kiko, say again.
You said you were going to tell us a story.
I think I might have already told it about the 5 gamecocks that I read here. I don't know if you've heard it, or Gareth or Robert. Before I started back in pigeons, I used to rear gamecocks. and I had a rare black one of a certain breed. And I used to, every morning before I went to work, I used to open the pen and I used to go in the field all day. And then when I come home from work, I used to shout them and they'd come back home. I'd feed them and lock them up for the night so the foxes won't get them. Anyway, this particular night I come home from work. I was late. It was going dark. I shouted them cocks out of the field. And only 4 of them returned, so there was one missing. Anyway, I had a shower and I ate my dinner. I said to Maria, that black gamecock's not come back. I think the foxes had him. She said, which one? I said, the black one. He said, I thought you was rearing them for food. You just ate the fucker. Hey, that was the fucking dearest chicken I've ever ate, Kiko. I could have got £500 for it.
But how did it taste?
Hey, I ate it all with bread and butter.
Oh, jeez.
With the little Chianti, it was probably pretty good. And a little butter.
Yeah.
That's like Gear's story. Do you recall the story with that 7,000-pound bottle of wine that he's made spaghetti bolognese? 7,000-pound bottle of wine for spaghetti bolognese. And I said to him, what was it? How many people were having dinner that night? And he said, I think it was 7 people. So that's 1,000 pounds of. Yeah, there were 7 people eating the spaghetti bolognese at the table. That's 1,000 pounds a plate. Jesus. Oh, we had a good laugh at that. Jesus. That was very funny when he told us that story.
Should have saved the little, sent it to Gary to put it on his tuna.
Oh, yeah.
The amount of tuna he eats, and he knows that it's not good for him, but he still eats it.
We're going to call him
Gary. Anything out of a can, I don't eat.
Call him Gary Mercury.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus, that gets in your body. It's there for life. You can't get rid of it. And he knows it. And it's supposed to wreck your head up here, brain-wise. And he knows it. And he's still doing it. Unless he's addicted to he could be addicted to tuna, maybe. I don't know, but...
Well, maybe because it's cheap.
Yeah, it's cheap, yeah, but then how can he afford sending money to people? I heard he sent somebody else some money as well. He said he was stopping sending the $300 he was sending to one person every month. Then he stopped doing that, and now he's sending somebody else money?
That's about people.
But who's he sending the money to now?
They said there's one born every minute.
Yeah.
Here's Gare.
Well, that's what.
But that's crazy, man. That's crazy. And he says he wants to save money to go away next year. How is he going to save money if he's giving it away?
Hey.
Hey, Gare.
Hey, guys. Football finished.
Yeah, I saw the end of your game there. Poland, Spain. 1-0.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the whole game, so who? They both teams not so good.
Yeah, Spain was very lethargic, so a bit like England yesterday. Sideways. But no, the Poland fight did well, but it was probably a fair result.
Well, it's not my cup of tea anyway. But
yesterday.
Hey, Simon, is it Maria's birthday tomorrow?
Yep.
Tomorrow.
Have you you been to Anne Summers and Victoria's Secrets and everything?
Hey, gear. I've spent all my spends on Maria's present.
I'll be back, guys. I'll be back.
Have you spent what? Have you spent 2 bags of rice on her?
About 10 quid.
More than 2 bags. More than 2 bags.
I bet she deserves it.
All will be revealed when because I'm going to video her opening up a present.
Is it that big?
Oh yeah, it's pretty big.
You probably bought her a couple of new pigeons.
I'm working on that.
So how did the race go today?
Well, it's been, I was saying earlier on Chris's live stream, because when Chris was live, I was in the back waiting for the pigeons. And they liberated them late, about midday, from Yeovil in Somerset.
Yeah.
And when we have a late liberation, it always makes me think that something's not quite right, because they should get them up early from that sort of distance.
Okay.
But anyway, the whole country, no matter what club you're in, they've all had a disaster today. They've all had pigeons missing, pigeons taking hours and hours to get home, and people not even getting pigeons from the race. Still not gone.
Is that why all my hawks is so full and content today?
Well, it's either the Hawks, but what I think, Gear, is I think they've been messing with 5G today, so that fucks up the pigeons' homing ability because of the radio waves.
Oh, they lost. So the pigeon ended up in Barcelona rather than in Manchester.
Yeah, Manchester. Yeah. So that's what I think. What's happened?
What's up, brother? Yeah.
Hey, bro, Ronaldo. ¿Qué pasa, Ronaldo?
Ronald's awake.
Oh no, I'm not asleep. I'm over here talking with Tony and Christian and Mom.
I saw Christian come on earlier during the football as well. So all of a sudden it was like Tony and Dennis and a few others on that side, and then you guys on this side, and then Ronaldo on both sides.
I thought we was all on the same side.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I thought we was all on the same side.
Well, the good thing about the headphones, you can't hear them.
Anyway, good. How's your day been?
Sorry?
How's your day been today?
Yesterday.
A good day?
The day before yesterday, it was 27 degrees. Fantastic. Yesterday, it was pissing down with rain all day. Today, it has been a bit overcast.
Well, it's nice to you've picked up on the English language very well, but when you say pissing down.
Yeah, exactly. And now I'm actually eating. I'm eating some Uncle Ben's basmati rice with.
No, that's from China, gear. It's made of plastic.
Yeah, it's not. It's proper. Uncle Ben's was on sale. Was instead of 180 for one of those microwave portions, it was two for £2. So I bought shitloads of them, different flavors and stuff. It was great, like Mexican and basmati and whole grain and like chicken savory and bunch of different flavors. I'm tight ass, you see, so I saved the £1.60 or 80p per dinner.
Hey, Gary, you can send a few to Gary. Get a little variety.
Yeah. Hey, mate, how are you doing over there in America?
Great. That's great.
You good? Not shuffling any kids around this evening?
Not this evening. And
Oh,
Gareth is good. He got his hamburger helper, but he has no meat.
Next week I'll be going to the supermarket. I need a few things.
Not that I missed anybody because this week has been full of football, but I kept an eye on YouTube. It's been very quiet all week when it comes to the gang on lives.
Yeah, we didn't. I started a live last night, but the 4 people were in the background, and then it went down to 0, and then I just called it after 15 minutes.
Okay, because I didn't see any notification for some reason.
10 o'clock, I started it.
10.
Mm-hmm.
I was just after my footy, so after the England game.
Well, Simon texted me afterwards saying, "Where did I go?" And I said, "Well, there was nobody there. He wasn't even there." So I called it.
Okay.
So it was from 10 to about 10:15. Nobody was there, so I just called it.
Oh, I was probably just listening to. It was just the match had finished, so I was listening to the commentators, the sort of after pre-match shit.
Yeah. Post-match, you mean?
Oh, I got that video you sent on WhatsApp. That film yesterday or whatever.
I was messing around, and I sent it to Maria, and Maria said, "Why don't you put it up?" And I said, "I'm not putting it up. I'm just messing around." She says, "Oh, put it up. You'll get some watch hours. You never know. It could go viral." I knew it wasn't going to go viral. I don't know how many people have watched it, to be honest. So I posted it.
I didn't realize that the house was just a stone throw from the sea, and only next door neighbor to that new contemporary house, and also next to you. I was meant to ask you. You know the property almost next to you when you're flying the drone up from your parents' house. You had this big lawn with a football goal and then a big long swimming pool at the end of the thing. Is that a private garden or is that some communal stuff?
No, it's not communal. All these houses are private along here. Before he put that pool in.
There's that 25-meter lap pool.
I don't know how long it is. It's all brand spanking new. New. 2 years. The construction people were there. 2 years. They were there for a year, taking out the granite rock. The 2 heavy.
Yeah. That's how the other half live.
I know.
He paid $6.5 million. He paid $6.5 million for the property, and he put another $6 million. I heard from my dad. He put another $6.5 million.
Well, I can understand. I mean, you know the play field there. It almost looked like a park. The play field there with the football goal on, and there were so many kids and whatever also at the pool and back garden. So it didn't look like a private property. The house didn't look that. The house didn't look like awesome.
It's old Georgian style. It's an old Georgian style.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't knock it down. You can't knock it down.
Okay. No, it's probably a grade 2 listed or grade 1 listed.
Historical.
Listed building.
I saw one house there, Gareth, looked like a castle.
That's much further up the road.
Yeah.
One on the drone, on one of the drone videos.
Yeah, the one you just, it was like a gray
Okay,
building,
Robert.
then it had another house on the side, a White House. It looked
Is it
like a little small mansion.
on the seaside? On the seaside.
Yeah, I that's where I flew the drone. Is that one of the early drone videos?
No,
No, the
no.
one you showed the other day. No, Gary,
Yesterday.
this one was on the neighborhood street.
Mm.
This big house. I mean, it was huge, big gray house, and then there was another small white house, well, not small, but a white house next to it.
Yeah, that's next door, the one with the swimming pool. That's there's over 12
No,
million
that
invested in
the
that
one
property.
next door with the swimming pool is white. It's like in a wooden white house.
You might
Not
want to bring
wooden.
that video back up. I want to see that house.
Yeah, put
Okay.
it back up, Gareth.
Okay. If you guys could talk there, I'll bring up. Okay.
All right. How did the matches go today, Gary?
Hey,
So
Ronald,
that-
that's how the other half live.
Say what?
That's how the other half live.
I know, the rich folk.
Hey, we're privileged. We've got a rich friend in Garrett.
Yeah, I
know,
saw that
yeah.
house. I was like Buckingham Palace. Big house in the neighborhood too.
Buckingham Palace, but wrong country.
Yeah.
Yeah, non country. But still,
Hey,
when he
Ronald,
says
we
12,
don't have to
12
worry about
million
that,
euro
right?
for the house with the pill,
Yeah,
12
but I
million
can-
euro.
I can well, yeah, I can realize that in that neighborhood why they paid 6.5 million just for the property because it must have been an acre or something on that side. I mean, you could have probably divert that into two other properties and build on it or section them out. So I can understand why that was that expensive because it was large garden, so to speak.
And
Yeah, but, hey,
anything
but you
near
know what?
water, you're gonna pay extra.
Yeah, but you know when you think back, if you look back at 20 years, 25 years, you wouldn't have paid nowhere near that amount for that.
Okay, guys, will I play this or? Do you
Yeah.
want to-
No, just play it.
But yeah,
Okay, I've got the volume on, so there's volume. Okay,
Hmm.
so there's music in the background, as they say. Here we go.
I like the way you landed it when you ended the video. That was perfect.
Stop the video there. Stop the video.
Now, while you were panning this way, that's why I saw that big house.
Yeah.
That's your place.
Well, it's down below me now
Hmm.
with the green hedge there.
Now this one.
That
you just
square
went-
one.
No.
That's a
It's
small
further
one. That's
over.
the end of. Okay, well, I'll be going up higher, and then
Right, to the
drone will
right.
turn around. Yeah, well, the drone will go up, and then it'll come back around. I mean, you've seen the other drone videos where I fly them going along the coast. That's a school there in the background. That's an all-girls school called Loreto.
Wow.
And that's my town up there, Dalkey Village.
Yeah, you near anybody's water, it's gonna cost you more money.
So
I
when I
think
get to
what
the
you
top
thought
here
was-
where the drone...
I think what you thought was the castle or castle-like Ronald was the school over there.
Yeah.
That's a school.
That's what that was?
That's a school.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's an all-girls school. I have it set at 392 feet. So whenever it gets okay, so she's at 392. Anyway, 2 years construction workers they ripped the inside.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, that pool is almost like a lap pool.
It is.
It could be.
And it's heated. It's heated. Gas or electric, I don't know. He's got solar panels on his house anyway.
Yeah, there goes the castle.
Yeah, that's the school.
That's a girls' school, yeah.
Now, like I said, that's Dorky in the background, the village. So that's where there was 6 bars. But only 3 of them are open at the moment.
So how many miles?
Small little harbour there, that's called Bullock.
How many miles is it?
I've flown the
Gareth,
plane. See the pier in the background. What I'm saying to you, Gear, in the background where the pier was, way down in the distance, I've flown from my house all the way down there.
Yeah.
And you've seen the island there. I fly that from the house.
Yeah. My question was, how far is it into the park in the centre of Dublin city?
Oh, on the train, it's about 22 minutes on the train. It's about 12 miles. 13.
Okay. But, so this is like the suburb.
Yes,
this is like the suburbs.
Suburbs, yeah.
And what are they building here?
They're going to build apartments there.
Apartments, okay.
Yeah. That used to be a school there for the handicapped or something. And some developer bought it, and he's going to build apartments there.
So like the ones next, like the one to the left of it.
Down the coast, yeah. Down the coast.
Wow. Are you so close to a church and tennis court?
Yeah, well, the tennis court belongs to next door. See, you had an ice cream truck in there?
Yeah.
They had some party yesterday.
Yeah, they had some party, yeah.
There was a bunch of people there. A bunch of kids and parents.
Yeah. So which bank that's your house, yeah? Or is that the neighbor?
No. That's the neighbors.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the driveway.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't be landing in my neighbor's driveway. That would be wrong.
You might have been out on like a cul-de-sac.
It's a private road.
Yeah, okay.
You see at the top, kind of like gates. Those gates are electric.
Okay.
We call them cul-de-sacs, Gareth.
Mm.
Well, it is a cul-de-sac, yeah, but it's a private road.
Yeah.
It's not
We
like
call
a
them cul-de-sacs.
But Simon, you must be impressed with my English knowledge, aren't you? Huh?
Oh, I love you. Hey, I love your English knowledge, girl. Norwegian taking up English. Hey, but what I respect about you, girl, you made your money here, based here, and you're still here. Right fucked up to a tax haven. So you're still paying taxes here. That's what I like about you.
But you're basically you still do a bit of business, Gear, don't you?
Yeah.
You're not fully working. You're not fully retired, as they say.
He's always making money.
I will never retire.
You know what they say, Gareth? The more you earn, the more they want.
Well, nothing about that, but you know, just keep your head going and being entrepreneurial. I like to look into new businesses and you know, to be able to create new stuff. You know?
No, but it's just nice to know, Gary, because I've asked you the question before. Are you going to retire back in Norway? And you said no. So I respect that. You know what I mean? You built your life here. Fair play to you.
Well, I mean, put it this way:
know if you're working here and earning here, you're paying taxes here, so you're putting back into our society, like everybody that works. So fair play to you.
Can you take long holidays here if you wanted to?
Yeah,
Of course you can.
yeah, because I can work from anywhere, mate. I mean, you know, we have outsourced most of it. Well, there's something
Robert,
going on. I can't.
Somebody's got a. Somebody's.
that's Robert. Sort it out,
We've
Robert.
got an echo.
Okay, I muted him. Now it's stopped.
Nice
I
and
mean, these
quiet.
days, these days, to answer your question, Gareth, I mean, we use fulfillment centers. We have, you know, for the business I'm involved in now, it's like, you know, they're scattered all over the place because, you know, we use remote workers moreover, and then, you know, in the warehousing and the fulfillment, we use fulfillment houses, you know, so I could literally be sitting in the Philippines doing my job, or be sitting anywhere as long as there's a good internet connection.
Hey, Gear.
I bet
So
you
Yeah.
can't wait to get that.
if I work for you, Gear, could I sit on a beach over in the Bahamas and still do my work?
Well, can you fly pigeons in Bahamas?
Yeah, you can fly pigeons anywhere. They come home. Eventually.
I was set to retire.
Don't think
Something happened. This is live forum, so when it goes live, it's not the place to talk about it. If you see what I mean. But,
Yeah, I know. No, but I think it's good that you've settled in the UK. You're not going to go back to Norway. Whatever you're earning, I know you got to pay taxes unless you've got an offshore account. You're getting paid from
I mean,
one
we
of them
pay,
tax-free havens.
well, obviously, I mean, you know, in the earlier days, we have, you know, we do tax planning, so we obviously had operating companies in the UK and everywhere else, but you know, the holding companies where we had in you know, Gibraltar and other places. Offshore, yeah.
all the
I mean,
tax-free.
And that's the loophole.
but it doesn't really matter because, I mean, end of the day, it's like, you know, where all the staff was in those days here in England. We had 4 offices in England and maybe over 1,000 staff, or actually more than 1,000 staff here in England, over 4 offices. And obviously, I mean, those businesses generated a heck of a lot of turnover and paid the UK taxes and gave employment to a ton of people and so forth. So, you know, people seems to misunderstand. You know, the personal taxation of the individuals is not the importance in many cases. The importance is what those individuals create in form of business and employment, and what those businesses are paying into the government. You know, into the as taxes. You know what I mean?
We all agree we pay too much tax.
But you know, you are stupid if you start a business and you have the opportunity of making an organization tax efficient. They obviously make an organization as tax efficient as possible, because you know that makes free capital that you can invest in to grow the business and create more jobs, or even create different businesses and startups as well. So
when do you plan to retire, Gear?
I can't. Well, I could a few years ago, but then some shit happened and a lot of whatever, and so I'm still plugging away, trying to make a bag or two of rice.
But you got to try and make a bag or two of pigeon corn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seriously thinking of starting to rear chicken and chicken pigeons and sell them in Belgium.
Yeah.
When I can buy a horse, or I had a couple of race horses before, but I never trained them or did anything with them. You just bought them and then you put them away to a trainer and stables and so forth. So I thought if I buy a couple of pigeons, can I hire you to be the trainer and be the flight controller?
Yes, you can get. Even now this year, I put 6 of my pigeons into what they call a one-lot race. So you pay, the entry fee is about 150 quid per pigeon to enter it into the race. You send the pigeon to the one loft. And the one loft I've sent to holds 1,000 pigeons from many different lofts. And the first prize is for 40 or 50,000 pounds, the winner. So I've sent 6. It's cost me £150 a pigeon to enter them. So
yeah, I was more thinking of if I bought a couple of pigeons just for the heck of it, could you could they be on a bed and breakfast and training up at yours?
Yeah. No, but that's what I'm saying here. There's one loft races now. You don't have to have them yourself and raise them. You could buy the pigeon, pay for its entry into a one loft, and fly for that money, £50,000.
What I'm talking about is that if I buy a couple of pigeons, I just want to come up and see them once in a while in your fucking loft. You need to train them to get yours and everything, and just pay you for the service.
Yeah, you can. You can do that, and you can go to the loft what's racing the pigeons, and you can have the weekend there, watch the race, and watch the pigeons come in. And if you've entered a couple of pigeons on the final race, they have 5 hotspot races. And I think the first prizes for the 5 hotspot races are £5,000. So if you've got a good pigeon in there and it's winning the hotspot races, and then if it makes it to the final race is worth 40 or 50k, and you can go there and watch it come on the day.
Serious return. But what does it cost you a year to keep these pigeons fed and inoculated with whatever veterinary stuff or whatever?
Well, average price for a 20 kilo bag of corn is around £15 for 20 kilos.
Yeah, okay. You've got how many birds you've got there at the moment? 20, something like that?
20? Are you kidding me? Yeah, a couple of hundred.
I'm just throwing.
I've got around about 100.
Okay, you've got 100 there. So what would that cost you a year in feed and veterinary services and whatever?
Well, yeah. I don't look at the cost per year.
You don't want to say that because Maria might be listening.
Well, Maria's listening, so I'm not going to say.
Okay, silly question. Sorry.
I'll do it in a hole. We'll just call it pigeons in a hole.
I'll do it on a private chat.
But what I will say, it's more than a bag of rice, Gear.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I think you don't want to reveal those numbers while Maria is around.
No, but what I will say, and Maria knows, the pigeons have to pay for themselves. So when I sell around a young bird, that pays for themselves. That pays for the seed.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. They don't cost me a penny in the long run.
No, I understand. It's as long as you can sell some of the younger pigeons and recoup and put that money back into the loft and the shed and the garret shed.
And the feeding and the training. So when I sell around the young birds, it covers the cost of my season for that year.
Remember to set aside a little bit. There's something wrong with somebody's connection here because it's terrible.
It's Robert's. It's coming from Robert.
Okay.
No, it's my air conditioner just kicked up again. Sorry.
It's not the air conditioning. We can hear feedback.
It's feedback. There's something with your. I don't think it's your air conditioner, Robert. I think it's your
I'm on mute. I'm mute. It's not me.
It's probably an open YouTube channel.
It was definitely feedback.
How about now?
Yeah,
much better.
Better now.
Okay. I was going to say, Simon, before the next race, why don't you just open up what's called the Headless Pigeon Inn and Pub, Racers Headquarters. Yeah, you can put the sign out front. You got your pigeon with no head. Headless Pigeon Inn and Pub. And you'll be good, man. And after they get done with the races, everybody gets over there and they start drinking their ale and their beer and what have you.
You know, Robert, that the headless the Headless Inn would be a good name for a pub.
Yes,
it's
it would
perfect. Be. The Headless Pigeon.
Yeah, or the Headless Inn. Yeah, or the Headless Inn or something, yeah.
Yes, I would agree with that.
There you go. And I'm going to claim copyright, so you'll be 10% of any proceeds if you should proceed to go forward with that idea.
I didn't hear anything.
Hey, Robert, you're not a capitalist anyway. I mean, you hardly use anything of your income, and you go out and fish and hunt and shoot shit and don't like any money anyway. So don't need to pay
I'm
you.
not worried about it. You know, if I have an idea and I throw it out there and somebody can capitalize on it, it's like, dude, more power to you.
Robert, we'll give you credit. You know, we'll give you. You know, when a movie are finished, it gives credit to the creators and everybody. So we'll put your name down at the bottom of the credits of the
video.
Hey, I tell you what, Gary, I love throwing out ideas. You know, you kind of psychoanalyze things. What is kind of obscure? What is accepted? Hey, why don't you try this? And if it works, hey, fucking more power to you, bro. I'm glad I could help. I'll get my reward someplace else. But in the meantime, run with it.
Back in the day, Robert and Gareth, Kiko, Ronald, before all these computers and internet, our pastime, we had to make our own pastime. So racing pigeons and hunting with dogs, that was my pastime when I was growing up. That's all we knew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Back in the day, in the 70s, that's what we did. And it stuck with me. You know what I mean? I've got photographs when I was 6 years old of the pigeons.
Hey Simon, all kudos to you. I mean, all kudos to you that you can, you know, you have a quite, you know, in the scale of things, a pretty sort of niche hobby, which, you know, frankly, most people don't even think about that somebody is doing pigeon races.
Kiko has tried to say something twice, so.
Oh, sorry, Kiko.
Go, Kiko.
Go, Kiko.
No, that's okay. I forgot what I was going to say, anyways. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I was trying to get. I was trying to get in the middle of those two.
I can only dream
No,
of
we can
what
barely hear you,
what I did
Kiko.
in the 70s.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, Kiko, I don't know what it is, but I find it hard to hear you.
I can hardly.
Can you put your mic closer, Kiko?
I can hardly hear Kiko as well. That's why I didn't stop going off.
Yeah.
Okay,
well, I just saw that.
Please. Hold on.
I see that the L pulsating. That's how I knew he was talking.
I mean, and it's not just here on Gareth's. Every time I've seen Kiko on live stream and on other people's channels, it's always very hard to hear him.
If he's got a headset, it might be handy. I don't know what type of computer he's got.
Simon, it's as hard to hear Kiko as it is to understand you.
Oh, Gear. Hey, Gear. But I'm proper English.
I don't care
you're not
who
Irish
you are.
anymore?
I don't hear you. I don't care who you are, Gear. That's about as messed up as fingering your sister and finding your dad's wedding ring.
Oh, Robert.
Hey, I toned it down.
Oh, but you know what I was saying before about the old pastimes? That's all we had then. You know what I mean? I was from a family of 11, so we made our own hobbies.
Yeah.
And that
No,
was
but
before
it's
internet.
easy. It's easy to miss Kiko because his sound. I mean,
Very
Eric
low.
caught it, but even with everything cranked up, I got my mic at 100%. Kiko will try to say something, and it's like, wait a minute.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Perfect.
I got
We got you now, Kiko.
Hey, Kiko, now you sound like a proper American. Loud
There
and
you
proud.
go. Now I sound like a bloody Yank.
You sound like a Yank.
No, what I was trying to say when you were telling your story, Simon, I can only dream now of the things I did in the 70s.
Yeah, I know that, Kiko, but back then, even you know, you're a bit older than me. You're all a bit older than me. I'm one of the youngest here, but...
I'm the youngest.
No, you're not. How old are you?
54.
Well, how can you be youngest? I'm 50.
Oh, yes, you're right. So, okay. So you have to respect us.
I always respect my elders. We're
all elders here, so you have to respect us, Simon.
I've never disrespected my elders, ever, because that's the way we've been brought up. But back in the day, I was one of 11. We had nothing, but we always worked. And our pastime then was either racing pigeons, we had a horse and cart, we used to go rag mold, we used to work the working dogs to bring food to the table. So that pastime has stuck with me. I know I don't have to raise pigeons, I don't have to have them, but I like doing it. I love it. Because that's what I've been brought up with. I can go out if I wanted to every night of the week and have a fancy meal in an a la carte restaurant.
Yeah, but that's not your hobby. I mean, you are not...
my hobby is my pastime. I love it. Yeah, you know what I mean? I do, honestly do. I've earned good money. I earn good money. But I keep it simple. I love racing pigeons. I love rearing them. I love looking after them. It keeps me out of trouble.
That's what I'm saying. I said that...
It is a dying sport.
Somebody should keep it alive.
Yeah. It is a dying sport.
Well,
I don't do it for the money. I don't race pigeons for the money. I race the pigeons. Yeah.
But Simon, yeah, I understand that. You have a passion for it. I mean, you know, like people have show dogs. You know, they travel around the whole country to show their dogs. You know, people do that with cats and pigeons or horses or donkeys or bloody sheep in Wales. You know what I mean? So So hey, good on everybody. Everybody should have a hobby, and if it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg, and it's self-funded as well, and you enjoy it, I mean, you just stick with it. And anybody should have a hobby, you know.
Well, that's what I always think.
I got a hobby, but my hobby would cost jail time, so I just don't pursue it.
No, but I do. I think everybody should have a hobby. Do something that you like doing for that release from the everyday pressures of life. And I do, honestly, the pigeons give me stress relief.
Yeah.
I mean, you've not seen me, maybe not seen me before I go to work, but you've seen me when I come home from work. I come home from work, I put the pigeons in a basket, and I drive 18 miles and I take them up the motorway. Now,
I can imagine you go into the loft when you have like if Maria has temple and you girls are fighting, you can go into the shed and you can have a real conversation with 34 pigeons in the loft.
There you go.
Okay.
Hey, good.
Here's an idea.
13 years married with Maria. If we have any wrong words, then I don't argue. I just walk to the pigeons.
Speaking of dog, hello, Gary.
Hey, Gary.
Hey, Gary.
The dead has arisen.
There you go.
Don't hide. Uniquely extra. Don't hide. Get up. Get up on the
upstairs. Gary.
Get upstairs.
Take your punishment like the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Gary. Drop your pants and come up and bend over.
Okay, I tell you what. There you go. Here's some food for thought for my 3 limey/Tory friends on the panel. Why not open up an inner pub between you, Simon, Gareth, and Gare? You're in the right location. Now, given the economy, what is the one business that always makes money regardless of traffic?
Food.
Funeral director.
Bars. A bar. Good times,
food.
people go to the bar and celebrate. When times are bad, what do? They go to the bar and drink away their sorrows.
Not in the COVID.
So with Gear's got good experience at running a bar. You got the pigeon racing. You've got Gear's economic sense, which I do give great sense to on tax evasion, understanding tax law.
Tax plan.
But if you could get together and open up a joint venture, one of the things that always succeeds, regardless of the economy, is a good bar and pub.
Yeah.
But Robert,
do you know to drown their sorrows?
Do you know one of the toughest businesses you can ever enter into is the pub and restaurant business? There are more pub and restaurants and bars going bankrupt than probably any other business.
Yeah, but if it was a traditional pub and inn or inn and whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but I mean, even the best
traditional, and you offered a meal of the day, because traditionally a pub served one type of meal, whatever was on the menu, that was the menu of the entire day. And if you had sponsorship with different clubs and hobbies, where did they go to celebrate who won, who lost, settle the debt? It won't make a lot of money, but it always makes a profit. Now, here in the U.S., I would do it and jump on it in a heartbeat. But in the U.S., things are done by liquor license, and all the liquor licenses that could ever be sold have already been sold. So you wind up having to license under somebody else's liquor license.
Robert, Robert, I was a partner in a chain of 5 pubs and food, exactly like you say. We won a lot of awards. The award-winning one that we had, the best of them, was called The Cock, and in Hemisphere Grey. just down by one of the canals, and we specialized in the bangers and mash, i.e.,
Yeah.
you could choose from 4 different type of sausages, 4 different types of mash, and 4 different types of gravy,
Right.
and then we had some other stuff. So it was pub grab, but like a really high quality. That went extremely well. We opened 3 others in Cambridge and 1 in St. Ives, all under the same umbrella. We had the same infrastructure to run the whole thing. We got economy of scale. We got everything. And, you know, the one we thought was going to be like the best one, the one in St. Ives, because of the location, the historic part of the place, and the one in Ely. You know, after 2 years, we had to shut them down because they ended up losing money, and
Well,
you know what I mean.
Bar and pubs like a restaurant. Your money is based on resale, and so this is where the catch is, because your investment is not about being profitable, but presenting the illusion of profit. In other words, you have high clientele, you're in the black, you have high customers coming in, you have high sales, blah, blah, blah. So you're breaking even. And so you wind up selling it as a franchise.
Yeah,
you
know
sell
what?
it as a franchise based on potential. Then it's up to the next person to figure out to either raise the price or reduce the quantity of food. And unfortunately, that's the downside of a restaurant.
Yeah, but you see, there are restaurant, pubs, nightclubs, and whatever in London or whatever you have. There are so many other things that comes into play. You know, it's your if you don't own the freehold, then it's if it's a leasehold, if it's if you are a tenant in the place. I mean, it's so much which comes into play. I mean, you know, it sounds well and good what you are saying. That's what everybody is trying to achieve. But, you know, even some of the most popular bars and bars/restaurants in London, they have a life cycle of 5-6 years before they go out of fashion. Either you have to revamp the whole damn place, or
it's a fad.
You know, you go out of business, and you know.
I agree. It is a faddish, but if it was something in, say, a remote location that is sustainable, I mean, just food for thought, just an idea.
A remote location.
But then you don't, you know,
and you don't have any customers.
You don't get customers because people
areas where something doesn't exist, but everybody doesn't. Everybody wants to go.
Yeah, but you won't find any of those places. Take an example in St. Neots, around the corner from me. There was the place in the back in the 1800s and whatever. It had the most pubs per population in the whole of England. Yeah. And if you see today, there's like 80% of them are shut down and turned into residential because it was not sustainable, even if the population has grown, because the whole pattern of movement and everything has changed. So I'm not saying that there are certain very well good eateries and pubs which have survived 20, 30, 40 years because of a unique location and so forth. But it's a very, very tough business. I mean, hey, Gareth, you've been into the business, you know, even if you have one in Cyprus, you know.
It's like here in the U.S. The interstate system, once they established the truck stops and all the other crap, they sucked the life out of the small towns and the highways. But now the interstates are so overwhelmed, it's actually imploding on itself. And now newer avenues of travel are getting back to the older highways. And so now we're starting to see expansion on the old highways, like where I live, Highway 19, Highway 87, is going from 2-lane to 4-lane. And so it's been overwhelmed with the interstate system, It's like a nuclear explosion. It blows out. And it reaches its apex, and then it comes back in.
But
The same thing is getting away with interstate travel here in the U.S. And I don't know about Europe because I've been gone for so many years, actually 40 years. But things are starting to go back to the smaller towns, and you're starting to see this boom in tourism because people got fed up with the other shit, and now they're going backwards back to the smaller towns.
Or you have to have a super chef which is well known, and you can have it in a remote location. Maybe if it's on some sort of a route to go somewhere, or you have some sort of accommodation, and it's almost like, and you make it so exclusive and small that people have to wait 6, 7, 8 months for a reservation. That actually makes it all very hyper, and everybody wants to go there, and you can charge silly money for it. And you can get a place like that to go, but you need to have the right USPs and then the right ingredients of the concept to get that to be sustainable.
Yeah, that's why it's getting where it is where I live. I live in a swamp. Okay, there's nothing out here. I mean, the closest convenience is 12 miles away. But we're seeing weekend after weekend after weekend, mass people coming in here to an RV park just to get away from the other bullshit. And so I was curious to know, is the European mentality getting close to that same norm where it's like, you know what? We're turning this BS. Let's just go find some little shit town someplace that nobody goes to anymore.
Sure, but then, Robert, you need to have to look at this also. I mean, can you sustain that business on trading on a Friday and a Saturday and a Sunday, and not trading anything on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday? Some places can. But most people can't.
Yes,
they can't.
If you're not in debt, yes, you can.
Yeah,
in
debt. But most people have to be in debt. They don't have the cash available to open.
No, if you could do it cash, where you build slow, and you own the thing in entirety.
Sure, Robert, but that's a fantasy.
Then I think yes.
It ain't gonna happen.
Yes, it could work.
It ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, no, it will work. If you own the place, you don't have any debt. But I mean, how many people who start a business are in that predicament or in that situation? You know, very.
You have to create a gimmick. You gotta create a gimmick that gets people's attention.
Okay.
No,
Robert, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. Robert, it ain't gonna work.
How do we call it?
In this day and age, Robert, in this day and age, people like fast food. That's why McDonald's, KFC, all these fast food joints, that's why they're doing the money. That's why they're making
Witherspoons.
It. Because that's the way the society is today. Not back in our day. Yeah. And
Witherspoons. You know Witherspoons, Simon?
It's all fast food.
Simon, you know Witherspoons? You have them in the UK.
Yeah, I know you Witherspoons well.
They're here as well. That bar is busy. You know why? Because the beer is cheaper, the food is cheaper.
Cheap. Everything's cheap. It's fast. It's cheap.
In and out.
The reason why is because that's because you know they are so big, so they buy things better. They get a low sponsorship, as you know, Garrett, from the different beer brands and whatever. You want to get in there. There are so many things that it's easier for people who hasn't been in the business. Why don't you just do this, or why don't you just do that, and so forth. I mean,
do it.
It's another thing. If you are in the business and know the nitty-gritty.
Fast food has had its heyday. People are actually getting tired of it. Now, I'm not sure about Europe,
but they're not.
But I can tell you here in the U.S., fast food has now become a dinosaur. It really has. It far exceeded its life
Not here.
expectancy. It's just
Not
catching
here.
on. And it's kind of like,
Not
you
here.
know, when I was in Germany in 83, 82 and 83, I noticed the clothing fashion and shopping was actually 20 to 30 years behind what was taking place in the U.S.
Yeah.
And that includes the music. I mean, disco was just catching in when it was actually already dead in the U.S. Beatnik was actually becoming very popular, so it was like 10 to 20 years
Guys, I'm going
behind
for a cigarette.
Robert,
Okay,
we got in Oslo.
what was
We got
taking
studio.
place, and it's kind of weird.
We got Studio 54 in Norway, in Oslo, 1 year after it closed down in New York. So, exactly, you know.
I mean, it was just a business idea. I mean, it's just one of those things because I don't know what takes place in Europe because I haven't been there in 30, almost 40 years. But I've noticed everything that what I've seen in Asia and Europe tends to be 20 to 30 years behind, excluding
Look at it.
clothing. We're not going to talk about clothing. You
Look
know,
at it this way. Look at it this way. When you start a business, yeah, if you start 10 different business ventures, or you know, you have 5, you will lose your shirt on. You will have 3, maybe 4, which will go break even, and you have 1 which will make up for all other mistakes. And the point is that you can't just open the one which you know going to be a success, because you're only
right,
going to find that if you haven't gone through all 10 of them. If you see, it's like a rule of thumb, you know.
right. It's the 10% module. You know, if you put
Yeah.
something out to 100 people, 10% will respond.
It's like when when you run a big mail order catalog that I used to do when I was young. You know, and if you have a 48-page or a 96-page catalog with, let's say, 400-500 products in the catalog,
Yeah,
20% of the products make 80% of the revenue. 80% of the 80% of the products makes 20% of the revenue. Is the 80-20 rule. So people say then,
yeah,
oh, so why don't you then just take out the 20% of the best-selling products who makes you 80% of the revenue and put them into a smaller catalog and distribute that? And then again, the same shit happens. I mean, it's logical to think, but in reality, what happens is then you take the 20% of the products, you take 96-page catalog down to a 16-page with all your bestsellers, and again you will find out that of the bestsellers who was the 20% in the larger catalog, in the smaller catalog with only bestsellers, you again get the 80-20-20-80 rule.
yeah.
Don't ask me
I'm
why.
aware of that.
It
But I
always
was just
happens.
thinking along. I was thinking along the lines of what would be stable long term, regardless of what an economy does. Because we all know people are in love with fads, whatever is faddish. What do they call it in the 1700s? You know, the macaronis. People in Europe would go to whatever the fashion hub was at the time, and they'd come back wearing all these fancy weird ass clothes, these stupid weird ass fucking hairdos, and they're strutting around like they're the cat of the walk. But get away from the elite and focus on the commoner. What does the commoner need? Because that in turn would give you more profit long term and things that are more steady and more reliable than that which is faddish. Does that make sense? Yes, no,
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. Sorry, I just had to respond to something here.
Go for it. I guess you could call it sustainability. what is sustainable, which is fast profit. I mean, fast food made their money based on real estate, not necessarily the product. So the person that bought in got took, and now they can't pay the real estate charges because they're having to sell a product at a national based price while leasing the property, which basically is how McDonald's got to be as rich as it was. It wasn't on the food, it was on real estate because they bought the real estate. And so
And the
whoever wanted a franchise had to buy into their mentality, which was based on a national average price.
Listen, if you're gonna sell a product, the ultimate product you can sell is if it's not a niche product anything. If it's something people want, if it's a consumable product which appeals to men, women, and all age groups, i.e., McDonald's. I mean, that's the ultimate product you can find. And then also, if that in one way, shape, or form is a patented product, so you are the only one who can sell it in your area or district or country or whatever it is, that's like the most sustainable business model you can ever have. When you go, or you have to find a patentable product that people, a consumable product going into a specific niche as well, where the niche is big enough or have so many consumers or customers in that niche which needs to buy from you because they can't
That's
get
what I
hold
said
of it.
earlier. That's what I said earlier.
Let's take
Today's
St. Augustine,
generation.
Florida.
Robert,
Let's take St. Augustine, Florida.
hold
Go
it,
ahead.
Robert. Simon wants to say something. Go ahead, Simon.
That's what I said earlier. Today's generation is the way of the generation now. It's the fast food chains like McDonald's, KFC. They're the ones that are making the money because that's the way of the people today. Not in our day, because even now, I'll stop at McDonald's, but I won't buy any food. I'll buy a coffee. But this generation, they have the lunch, dinner, tea. Spend all the money there. And that's the people who are making the money. These fast food jobs.
Do you consider Jollibee a treat, kind of like Simon? Because I know when you go there, you send me a picture. Maria is a bit jealous or whatever.
Well,
I remember you were there during the week.
I only went there, Gary, because I'm working right next door to it.
Jollibee is a bloody crap place, but the Filipinos love it. It's like they love Jollibee better than KFC and Big Mac and McDonald's and Burger King because it's a specific fast food brand which is developed in the Philippines. So you put up a Jollibee anywhere else, and you will be bankrupt the first week.
It's a
fact, and that's what I said earlier. Because people, that's what they want. That's what they want. So they're going to make money. So it's a good business.
Is Jollibee a good business in the UK? Is their sales?
Well, no, because there's only in the UK. There's only two or three. There's only 2 or 3 branches that are open in the UK. So it's a new thing here. But
there's 2 in London.
I can see why they do it because of the Filipinos.
They cater to it's like me going to Cebu and opening a Norwegian restaurant if there was enough Norwegian expats there. I mean, it's not that's why it will never grow to anything big. I mean,
I know in the UK, I know of 2 Jollibees that have opened in the UK. One's in London, one's in Liverpool. And I know they've opened it because of the OFWs, the Filipinos.
Yeah, the expat community, and they will be solid.
That's why that's opened it. I know lots of Filipinos that have gone there with a few of their friends, and they're spending £150 a time.
It's a
That's
niche.
fast food.
It's a niche.
Yeah. It's a niche, and that's why they're cashing in. That's why I said earlier, McDonald's will always make money because that's today's generation. That's all they know. Fast food.
There's 60 odd thousand Filipinos over here. There's no Jollibees, and I was thinking
There will be, Gareth. You mark my words. There'll be a Jollibee in Ireland soon.
Well, I mean, how long have they been in the UK?
They're going to cater for it. They're going to cater for them.
How long have they been in the UK?
Only just, I think, last year when that Liverpool one I went to. They only opened last year.
Okay, they've been open in London longer than that because there's a couple
August last year.
Yeah, maybe up where you are, but down in London they've been open for a number of years.
Because only a couple of years, not long, Gareth. Not long.
There's a couple English couple that I follow. What are they called? The Juicy Vlog. They're both from London, but they're based in Manila now, and they've been nearly 2 years in Manila. Next August, their lease is up, and they've bought 2 properties in Manila. And
that Jollibee
they did a video of the Jollibee in London.
Yeah, but I mean, Gareth, you have to also remember that if Jollibee is not a worldwide trademark, anybody, let's say I'm a Filipino, I come to London and I say, oh, what is like really popular name for a restaurant so I copy the menu and I open a Jollibee in London. It might not even be a part of the franchise or the Filipino company, if you see what I mean.
I presume they are because they're using their logo, they're using their wrapping. I've forgotten what was on it. I saw their video.
Yeah, no, it probably is now. I mean, but you see what I'm saying.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said,
do you know what though, Gareth? I had a chicken burger from Jollibee.
Yeah.
And I've had a chicken burger from KFC.
Yeah.
Jollibee chicken burger was 100 times better.
Really?
Honestly. I'm not just saying it because I don't really eat. I don't really eat from them places, but I tried it.
Right.
I tried them all. You know what I mean? But I can honestly say that Jollibee chicken burger was a lot better than KFC.
And Jollibee,
KFC is a mighty brand.
If you send 100 expats if you send 100, or if you ask 1,000 expats who has been or live in the Philippines, if they go to Jollibee, the only time they go to a Jollibee is because to please their wife or girlfriend or whatever, because they love it. But almost no expats love it because it's shit food.
It is. It's a freaking chemical shitstorm.
It is. It is, Robert. But in the Philippines, Jollibee is like a delicacy because they can't afford it every day.
It is. That's what I'm saying. But Jollibee is never going to be a huge brand outside. And it's the same as in the States. I mean, how many of the big American franchises in fast food has become big worldwide? You have got KFC. You have... but you have Jack in the Box, which is very popular in certain areas. You don't find a Jack in the Box in the UK or Ireland or Germany or Norway or whatever. You hardly find a Wendy's. I mean, for the pizza chains, you have Pizza Hut, you have Domino's, but there are tons of other chains in America.
You also got Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, but you got Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah,
that's another gimmick, Robert.
But then again. How many different chains similar to Dunkin' Donuts are there in the US, which have never made it overseas? You have to look into.
Yeah, that's what we're saying earlier.
It's a real estate game. It's a real estate game with the fast
today's generation. That's all they know. So that's what they're going to buy. So that's why. I'll be honest with you.
the owners of these franchises, the owner of the franchises that pay into the corporation, they're cutting each other's throats to try to make a profit. They really don't make that much of a profit.
No.
But if you were on the inside, you would see it. And I used to manage a Church's Chicken years ago in Gainesville, and to see the numbers, but then realize how much they have to pay for the real estate and the properties. It's like the oldest town in America, St. Augustine, oldest city in the entire United States. Okay, you got a lot of restaurants, a lot of outlet shops, a lot of gimmick shops. Yeah, they make their money during the tourist season, but in the all season, they're sucking ass. Who makes the money? The SOB that owns the real estate that they have to lease from. So until you can break the back,
says Donald.
Until you can break the back or break the spine.
Well, it's not going to happen, Robert. It's not going to happen.
You're never going to succeed.
Anyway,
Robert.
Anyway, I mean, look at it this way. If you have a great business, and you would know what I'm talking about, Gareth. I mean, on Costa del Sol, as an example, or Costa Brava, in Malta, in Cyprus, whatever, where you have a season, yeah. So, an example, I have a friend of mine. He owns a Shiragito on the beach in outside Porta Banús. He's open. They can open They open mid-May and they close 1st of October. So they are open May, June, July, August, September, for 5 months, and they make a bloody killing because they have the rights to run that Chiriguito, the beach restaurant bar on that particular beach, and he only works five months a year, but then he works they work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day more or less, and then he has 7 months off and lives like a king.
Yeah, but that's the way we did it.
Yeah,
because we were open 7 months and closed 5.
Yeah, exactly. But so if you have the right Chiriguito in Spain, that's why it's so hard to get hold of any of those Chiriguitos on Costa del Sol, as an example, because they are a license to print money, as long as there is no COVID, obviously.
Yeah, well, I mean, put it this way, if I was still in the bar business now, thank God I'm not, I'd be so fucked now, because I wouldn't be able to be there, and I'm paying rent for what? Nothing. For nothing. Because you're not even allowed, you have to, well, they've opened up the bars, but there's not a lot of tourists there. There's a lot of expats there.
Yeah.
But I mean, how much money have they got?
You can't live on expats alone.
No, I know. Tourists,
I know, tourists
were the ones to spending the money.
Sure.
They come for a week, they come for 2 weeks, and they blow a shitload of money.
Sure.
And then they go.
And
then hopefully we get a new bunch.
But
I can tell you, there were certain days when Irish flights came out, because it was direct flights from Ireland. Sunday and Wednesdays. So you'd have a crew that would come in on a Sunday, a crew go out on a Sunday, a crew come in on a Wednesday, a crew going out on a Wednesday. There were so many bars where I was. Pubs, clubs, restaurants, so much competition. Some days
it's like for Daryl.
It takes we put staff down on the beach, Nissy Beach, to give out flyers just to get customers in. When we were open at nighttime, we had 2 or 3 people on the street trying to get people in. We had to do it. We had no choice. Sometimes we were busy, we were black, but we weren't black 7 days a week.
No, I mean, you go to any of these stories, even Ibiza, Mallorca, Gran Canaries, whatever. There are so many of them as well, so that's why they have all the people running around on the beaches, giving out cards, trying to get happy
Flyers.
hours left, right, and centers, trying to get people in because it's saturated as well.
And especially with new tourists coming in that don't even know the town, they don't even know where the bar is. So you got to explain to them where the bar is.
But you see, that's the beauty with the Shiriguito, because the Shiriguito, nobody can just come and open a beach bar, like they put up in Spain, because you have to have the license to have it, and you have your specific area for it. If you are like 3 blocks into town in Puerto Banús, you need to have them, because anybody can take an old shop and turn it into a bar, and then you get too many of them, or turn it into a restaurant. But that's why the uniqueness is to own a Shiriguito.
And what does Shiriguito mean? If you don't
Shiriguito, it's a beach bar and restaurant.
Okay.
On the beach, they take it down and they set it up in a tent type scenario or some of them are
permanent the boys as well. Get on the conversation. Let me see. I'm gonna fuck with them now. Whatever they talking about. Hey, y'all heard about this?
What?
Some crazy 34-year-old student, American student studying in Russia.
Okay, we had some internet interruptions. Sorry, guys, if I missed something.
Okay.
She went to Russia to study law. She went to Russia to study law, U.S. citizen, 34 years old. She's trying to get back to the clinic. She jumps in the car, and now she's dead. She was waiting on an Uber in Russia.
What
happened?
She
went missing on Tuesday. They found her on Thursday.
She went to a clinic.
Yeah, she was trying to get back to, I guess, where she worked at or whatever. At a clinic.
A medical clinic.
Yeah, I guess so. And she was coming from school. So she wanted to get back to a clinic. So a car pulls up. She thinks it's the Uber. She gets in. She gets killed. In Russia.
Yeah.
Now, would you hire her as an attorney? I ain't trying to bash the dead woman.
Maybe she was excited about where she was going, or she had a date that night, or
she was rushing, trying to get back. Well, she was in Russia, rushing to get back to her clinic. 34 years old, I can understand an 18, 19, 20 something, just running and jumping in the car. But a 34-year-old woman, and don't check off, and who are you and what are you here for? You just gonna open the door and get in a car.
Was she drunk?
No, she's a student.
Yeah, but students get pissed out of their heads.
Hey, little girl. Hey, little girl, would you like some
never
candy?
gear.
Come and get in my car.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll take you for a ride.
Robert, somebody died, so you don't have to.
What if she get into the car of somebody she doesn't know?
Right. You're 34 years old.
But can't these Ubers be kind of like?
That's why I made it. That's why I made a joke.
Impersonators.
Hey, little girl, would you like some candy?
Yeah, they could be impersonators.
Like
say, I'm the.
They got the communications. They got onto the communications of Uber in Russia and whatever. I don't know. And the girl just asked questions.
You just say, "Yeah, I'm your Uber," and you get in. But they caught the dude.
Yeah. You never know the full story about the whole thing.
Something's missing from the story.
I mean, you look in China. I mean, they had 20 for 5 years. 5 years, there were in major cities. There were 22 Apple stores open, which looked like it was a pure copy of any Apple store around the world.
Yeah,
all products was fake Apple products. The logo, everything was stolen from Apple, and it lasted 5 years before somebody from Apple was in a city and reported back that, hey, have we opened a store in this city? And that started the whole investigation that had been going on for 5 years. 5 mega stores around, 20 something 32 mega stores around China.
Jesus.
I guarantee you,
Same in
Apple
London.
headquarters made some money, because if they had not made money off of this, it would not have gone on as long as it did. There's been a lot of payoffs, a lot of insider trading. Hey, we're going to do this, turn a blind eye, and we'll put this much money into your product.
Obviously, there has been something
These
going on there.
corporate people are not stupid. They might play stupid. Okay, you hear all these controversies, or what do they call them? Conspiracy theories. These dudes are not stupid. They're world bankers. So they're making some bank, whether it's publicized to be good or it's publicized like, oh my God, we didn't know this was taking place. They're still making money. Don't let them bullshit you.
Apple got them shut down very, very quickly when they found them. But they had gone on for 5 years. And they were like main locations in some larger cities. Not in Beijing or Shanghai or whatever, but other, like in Shenzhen, other major cities around in the provinces of China.
And you wonder how they got the tech, because those Chinese workers stealing it and giving it to everybody, and they manufacturing it.
I mean, 99% of all the hardware, which is on, or 95% of all the hardware that Apple makes, is all made in China and assembled in China. So.
Okay, what is that damn expensive tennis shoe? Air Jordans.
Nike.
What does a pair of Air Jordans cost here in the U.S.?
About $1.60, depending on what you get.
Yeah,
200.
right. Where are they made?
At the $1.50 factory.
Yeah, the $1.50 an hour factory in flipping daggone Uyghur Institute of Higher Technology. But yet you pay $200 for a pair of shoes here in the U.S., just made for pennies on slave labor in China, and some sports gurus getting all the profit.
Yeah, but Robert, you have to go away from all this thing about you can't knock everybody which is making a buck in the world, because that sounds like you go back to North Korea. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean here, but see, a lot of these corporations are making billions off of Chinese slave labor, because the crap's imported from China. Whether it's your $200, $600 cell phone, oh no, we don't use their technology. No, you don't use their technology, but all the parts that go into that cell phone were made where? And so
we all know.
Are they going to cut their own throat out of humanity? No, they're too caught up in greed.
Yeah, but listen.
And it's insanity.
That's life. It's life. You have to relax and realize that a business run by the workers where everybody makes the same doesn't work. It's been tried in Venezuela, been tried in North Korea, it's been tried in the Soviet Union. Socialism and communism has failed every single place it has been out. So, we also know the only person in North Korea that's gaining weight is Kim Jong-il. Okay. He's actually lost. He's the only person gaining weight. Have you seen his lost weight? I've just read it in the paper today. That is new pictures of him, and he has lost. They guess he has lost between 10 and 15 kilos. He looks much, much slimmer. So they thought that he was now running with some sort of disease or whatever. There is a big news story about it today, Robert. If you go online and check it out.
I also know the millions of tons of grain and corn and other subsidies that were shipped to North Korea, even during the Reagan and Bush administration. Okay, all that food that was supposed to go to the people only went to feed the military. The people didn't get nothing.
Yeah, but you also know that the communism are the biggest capitalists in the world because it's just a few on the top who pillage the whole country. Same shit, different day.
Okay, do you remember Hurricane Yolanda that devastated the Philippines, especially Tacloban in eastern Leyte? You remember that one? 2014?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how many billions in aid went to the Philippines?
Shitloads. But how much money do England and Norway send to Africa every year?
What happened to the money? What happened to the money? The construction supplies, the 2x4s, the wood, the food, everything. It all went to the elected first, because I went to the Philippines in 2015, early 2015, 1 year after Yolanda.
Norway sends in.
All the people were still living under tarps. Well, the governors, the senators, the barangays, whatever you want to call it, they got their shit built first.
Robert, what's the point?
Anything that was left went to the people.
What's the point? What's your point? Because the same shit happens in Norway. Norway sends hundreds of millions in aid around the world every year. Shitloads to Eritrea, to all fucking places in Africa. And when you trace the money, 85%, 90% is squandered away and never ends up in the pockets of those it's intended for. It happens everywhere.
Here, that's called a two-headed snake. You got two heads, one eats, the other doesn't, but yet it feeds the same body.
Yeah, but it's,
and that's what pisses me the hell off.
It's not fair, but life isn't fair. Some people die of cancer when they're 3 years old. Other people are, the biggest asshole in the world, alcoholics and whatever, and they live and die when they're like
what was that mayor of Puerto Vallarta, Puerto Rico, making all her big stink and shit and claiming Trump wasn't doing this, Trump wasn't doing that? And then they found all the containers, metric tons of relief supplies in Puerto Rico. They never opened. They just shoved it off into the woods someplace, pretended it didn't exist, and they got busted. And all
my dear friend Robert, it doesn't matter if it's communism, socialism, if it's liberalism, or if it's capitalism. If you go back to before Christ, if you go back to 100 years after Christ, if you go back to every society on the planet since this that I know of, there has always been the few who have the most, and most people have nothing. In the Vikings, in the Romans, in Genghis Khan, I mean, whatever you go back thousands of years, it has been the same. There is nothing new today versus what happened back in the 1500s or in the 1300s or in 1800s or whenever. I mean, it has been the same, always been the same.
I just wonder when people are going to wake up and see this shit.
Well,
I mean, there's only one person, there's been one person in recorded history that did not do that, and that was Melchizedek. But that's a story for a different day. But yeah, I mean, you'll find this documented throughout history, how the elected and the appointed started out as a group of thugs, claimed right to rule ruled over people claiming they were
But it wasn't
divine,
always. It
ascension.
wasn't always. There wasn't always the elected or whatever you call it. It was also the strongest tribes, the strongest leader of the tribe. They didn't need to be elected, but they gained the control from
Well, they
them.
gained it by
look
bullying
at the
people
communism.
and instilling a false
Look at
sense
the
of fear.
Look at the communism. They turned around, from Lenin and Stalin. What did they do? It was the workers' revolution because they didn't like the capitalistic whatever and the
Oh,
monarchies.
I know. I'm fully educated. I'm fully educated on what the Bolsheviks did
And then
in World
those
War II.
guys become the biggest capitalists themselves. I mean, Stalin and Lenin and whatever, they had more
Yeah,
power, they had more
was
money than anybody else.
Stalin was a bigger bastard than Hitler was.
Exactly.
Stalin said, "Okay, come to fight for me, and you'll have your freedom." And as soon as World War II ended, he took them all back and put them back into prison. I mean, what kind of stupid shit was that?
Point. This is my point. What's going on and what you are so pissed off about in today's society has actually roots back to Adam and Eve.
It goes back
It goes back to
actually
Adam
goes
and
back to the time of Abraham.
Exactly.
And
if we haven't been smart enough to find a system that works through all these generations and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds or thousands of years, I can't really see that going to happen in the next 1,000 years either. It will always be an elite. There will always be workers. There will always be a middle class one way or another.
They have the knowledge. Okay, it's like the old adage. What is it? How does it go? You have eyes and can't see. You have ears and you can't fucking hear. The people won't crack a book. They won't look into things. They are naturally lazy, and they want somebody else to do everything for them.
You can't.
And when it all goes bad, they want sympathy, but yet I'm the asshole because I said, "Wait a minute, I told you. I tried to tell you years ago, and you wouldn't listen to me. Now I'm the asshole. Fuck you. Figure it out yourself." I mean.
No bombs.
No.
Next. Ronald.
How the hell do we get on these tangents?
I do not know. And we ain't getting a nickel from there. One of these footwear makers.
Yeah, well, I got my supply. Cheers.
Next.
Where's Gary at when
what
you
is
need
that?
him?
Gary's hiding out in the shadows talking about Fort McCoy.
Goddamn Americans.
Simon, no need for violence.
I'm joking.
Good night, Maria.
Oh, good night, Maria.
Where's Maria? She's not
See,
saying
we
that
got
to me.
caught up and we forgot about Simon and Maria. So
I tell you what, Simon.
Can't shut these, hey, gotta kick these fucking Yanks off. I can't get a word in.
Hey, shut up, Simon.
Maria.
Yeah, me and Ronald.
Hey, Simon, why don't you take your little Tory ass back over to where the hell you came from and suck up on your pigeons?
For fuck's sake.
Damn, that's getting personal.
Hey, them Americans like that saying, Gareth, for fuck's sake.
After all of Simon, after all of this, and Maria has been listening to it, she's still so polite, your wife, that she said, "I'm off to bed," and she used the word gentleman. I mean, so if she can look at all of us as gentlemen, that is like kudos.
That's because it's all
No,
about
no,
respect, Gear. It's all about
Gear,
respect.
she's watching the wrong stream, Gear.
Yeah, she
all
must
about
be
respect.
in the wrong stream. Yeah.
It's all about respect. All about
There you
respect.
go. There you go,
or-
Kiko. Watching the wrong stream.
Or Kiko, I can tell you, there can be another thing as well. You know, anything is better than Simon. Anything, so we are gentlemen.
Hey, yeah.
Oh,
Disappointed.
yeah. No need for violence, yeah.
Can I kick that Norwegian fucker off here?
Yeah. Hey, Gary,
I'm a moderator.
he did set the standard pretty low for us, didn't he? Huh?
Yeah, exactly. Because that was the whole point. You know, he set the standard so low that any other human being is gentleman.
Yeah, we all look like gentlemen compared to him.
Yeah.
Oh, no way. I'm disappointed in you now.
Hey, Simon.
Hey, and I stick
Hey,
up for
Simon.
all these motherfuckers.
Maybe she won't get that birthday present, huh, Simon?
Hey, no, I might send it back and get my money back now.
Now, Simon says Maria's going to get her birthday present whether she likes it or not. She's going to get it.
Yeah, you wait. Hey, you wait till you see it. You're all going to be surprised. You know, you're going to watch a nice video.
I'm sure.
I told
What
Maria,
time-
Maria-
I've got a video of opening these presents.
What time are
We
you
know
gonna
you got
premiere-
to keep up, Simon.
What time are you
What?
going to premiere it at?
Depends. You know, them Filipinos, they like to sleep, right? So
Yeah.
whenever she gets up, I'm going to video it, but I ain't going to wake her up because, like Ronald knows, Kiko knows, never mess about with a Filipino.
No,
Got to let them do what they want to do.
that's right.
So after all these years, you bought Maria a wind-up alarm clock for her birthday. And bling!
You know what, Robert? Every morning I get up before my alarm. Before my alarm goes off, I'm awake. But when I come down and make a coffee, I can hear Maria's alarm an hour later going off, and I have to turn it off. She can't wake up.
Hey, Simon, how many years has she been putting up with you now? How many years?
I've been putting up with her for 16 years.
Wow, you should get a medal.
Yeah, well, however you want to say it, Simon, you've been putting up with it, huh?
We want to know what Maria's been putting
Kiko
up
said,
with.
how long have she been putting up with it? I corrected it. How long have I been putting up with it?
Us damn Yankees can't get it straight.
Well, I'm
You
glad
ain't
you
got
said
Yankees around.
Kiko and not me.
I don't
Hey,
want to break
Simon,
the
you
news,
know-
but Simon, I think you probably bought her a Hoover or something.
Uber.
No,
Like a
gear.
Hoover or an ironing board or something.
No gear. The last present I bought her was the cordless Hoover. That was for Christmas.
Something to do with YouTube, some gadget.
Oh, it's definitely to do with YouTube.
I told you.
Definitely. Because that's what
Like
we
a
want.
Balaka. It's
To
a
make
Balaka
videos.
box or something.
Camera.
Anyway, but hey,
Some
don't
sort of
try
camera.
and force me on because I know she's still listening. So I ain't gonna
Okay.
say anymore.
Well, you could text it to me. You know, like on Messenger, you can text it to me.
No, I ain't texting it to you, Irish, because I know the Irish. Know you.
No, I won't. I swear. I
Hey,
won't.
Simon, he'll
Hey,
keep
if
an
you
Irish
tell me-
secret.
Between
I know
Irish.
Gareth Mack lives in Dublin, but I'm more
Hey.
Irish than.
You know
Hey,
that
Simon.
she wants something from Love Honey. We established that the other day, Simon. So you probably went on to the Love Honey website and bought some interesting stuff for her.
Yes, Dusty.
Well,
I'm
hey, Gay, you know what? You mentioned the website on one of the live streams. I've never seen it, so I went on it,
You ain't got to take the wife nowhere else, do you?
and it wasn't for some fleshlights.
I tell you what, though, that your wife knew what it was, and that was disturbing to me because she actually even when I put flashlight, she corrected me to flashlight. I realized she already knew what it was.
Well, hey, Gay, that was disturbing to you. It was fucked up to me. I have no idea.
She's gonna give
Hey,
you
Simon.
one of those for Christmas. Simon,
Hey, Simon, do you know? Hey, Simon, do you know what the difference? Do you know what the difference between a Tory and a Limey is?
Tory and a Limey?
What's the difference?
Between a Tory and a Limey?
Yeah.
Well, I think on this panel tonight there is 1, 2, 3 Tories and 2 Limeys.
There's still hope for a Tory that they can come around to the right side of things, but for the Limey, you're just lost.
Oh, the Limey. Hey, but the Limeys, I think the Limeys have a better life.
I'll be back, guys. I'll be back.
Okay, Garrett.
Hey,
that's the third
hey,
time.
Robert,
Yeah.
it's better to be lost than to be a sheep.
Yeah. So Simon, how old is Maria tomorrow?
Maria is, she's getting a bit old for me. I'm looking at trading her in gear for a younger model.
So
Now,
how old
Maria
is
is,
Maria tomorrow?
Maria is 34 tomorrow.
34.
Oh, you're still good.
34.
Watch
Yes,
out when she
still.
turns 40, because you're going to go to bed, she'll be 39, and when you wake up and she's 40, you're going to go, ah!
Well, even hey Robert, for the last 7 or 8 years, she's always said,
Ooh.
"No, I'm feeling too old." I said, "Yeah, keep feeling me. You're feeling old."
Simon, did you meet her? Did you catch her when she was 18?
I married Maria when she was 21. I made her wait 3 years, dear.
Yeah, but you said 16 years you've been with her, so that means you met her when she was 18.
Yeah, but I made her wait for 3 years before I married her at 21.
Yeah, but still she was 18 when you met her.
Yes.
Ooh.
Simon is
Well, I was only 33.
So you know that when she gets to 36, you can take her to the bank and change her into 2 new 18-year-olds.
No, don't. Hey, yeah,
Oh,
I never mentioned banks in front of Maria.
You see, that's the only part of Simon that shows he's Irish. Is when he met Maria when she was 18. They call it the luck of the Irish.
Yeah. No, but do you know what, Robert? Even back then, I knew Maria was 18. I was 33 at the time, and at the beginning, it was just a bit of fun. But it went on for a couple of years, and I waited, and I said, "Is this what you want?" And it was 21 when I married her, when she was 21. So, and at 3 years, I never committed myself. I never give her anything. Honestly, I never give her a penny. I never promised her anything. It was just general conversations, seeing if we bonded. I know people might think, well, we know what people think when you see you married to a younger wife.
No,
I know
yeah,
what people
it's just petty. It's just petty jealousy.
Of course it is, and even like now today, all these years on, we're still here, we're still strong, and that's what counts.
No, but
And
Simon, I mean, your age gap is not that big. I mean, you see guys in the Philippines, expats, 65, 70, going out with 19-year-old girls. I mean, I don't know what they talk about because one live in a TikTok world and the other one is just sitting and memorizing the good old days. So I have no idea how relationship
Simon,
like that.
Well,
Simon,
go
did you meet online?
Go back in our history, 200-300 years. What did a woman look for in a husband? If he didn't have land, property, and a house, or some kind of future to offer the other woman, even though she was actually 14, 15 years old. Now, I'm not promoting to the trolls and they go, "Oh, you fucking pedophile." No, but at the time, 300 years ago in European history, a, a, a daughter was betrothed to a man who actually had something to offer the family. They really did. And it's fact. Y'all can look it up. No, I did not agree with it because I don't think a woman is fully matured until she gets into late teens, early 20s to have a clue what's going on so she can actually make a conscious decision. But why all of a sudden are you getting beat up for having a wife 20 years younger than her when she's actually only looking out for her future? You know,
Hey,
what
Simon,
woman would not
did
want to marry a man that didn't have property, business, money, because she's concerned about her children that she may in the future have? So, you know,
Kiko,
Go ahead,
what it is.
Kiko wanted to ask something, Rob.
no, Simon? I just wanted to ask: did you guys meet online on the internet?
Yeah.
Yes, I met Maria online.
Yeah, I
Met
met
on
mine. I did too with mine.
Chris's channel. We all met on
Maria
Chris's
online.
channel.
But like I said earlier, Kiko, I ain't stupid, and Maria's not stupid. She's not, honestly, far from it. I mean, but I waited and I made her wait. I asked her certain things, gave me the right answers. I didn't spend any money. I didn't, even though I could have done, I didn't do because I know there's a lot of people out there that are only after you for money. And I put my hand on my heart and say, Maria ain't after my money. I mean, I haven't got any money. I'm an hard-working guy. You've seen my videos. I go out to work every day. Yeah, I could have retired when I was 34. I could have lived in the Philippines then. I could have moved there. And that was the choice. That was the option that I gave Maria at the time. I had enough money to set up a business in the Philippines, retire there. That was back in 2007. I was only early 30s, but I made a lot of money then. But I know Maria wasn't interested in it. Well, that was only 3 years.
Simon, when you met Maria 16 years ago online, that was quite early in the online dating scenario. Was she in the Philippines and you in England at the time when you guys met online, and then you went to the Philippines and met her and the family, or?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I say,
Gear
back
when
in
I started.
back in that time. Sorry, Kiko.
That's
back
all right.
in that time, Gear, I was in a position where I had enough money to retire and set up a good business in the Philippines, and I was ready to do that. But I gave Maria the choice. Does she want to come and see where I live or where I come from and experience life in the West? And deep down, I wanted her to say yes. That's what she wanted to do because I wanted her to experience it.
Yeah.
And
What about you?
She said, yeah.
What about you, Kiko? When you met online, was she already in America, or was it an LDR, long distance relationship first, and then you met?
No, it was on a dating site. I think it was called cherryblossoms.com.
Cherry Blossom.
Yeah, that was in the back of the old Farmer's Almanac.
And that
Wait,
was back
guys.
with like AOL Messenger email.
Okay, so in the late 90s.
Well, 2000 actually.
Kiko,
Yeah.
that's what that was my email address, AOL.com.
Well, yeah,
But anyway,
and she had to go to an internet cafe to receive the email and to send email.
Yeah,
so there would be days, and when there's brownouts, I might not get an email for 3 or 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
And one time it was a week. I thought she just gave up on me, but I didn't realize how bad it was in the Philippines for internet and, going to internet cafes and, did she have the money to even do that? So
I mean, that was basically back in the days when it was still a dial-up, 26K connection. There was no live streaming, there was no WhatsApp or anything like that. So you had to communicate.
I was going to say, Cherry Blossoms goes back way before that. You used to find ads for cherry blossoms in the back of the old Farmer's Almanac long before the internet ever even existed. It's something that started to take place after the end of World War II.
Yeah, we didn't see each other's face until we met in person. Well, I saw her picture. That was it, of just her face.
Yeah.
So
cool.
You used to,
we met in
you
person
responded
in Manila.
to an ad, and you would actually get a photograph in a letter, and it was actually sponsored by the Jesuits. Jesuits actually started the cherry blossom thing.
This is dating history, which is like way back when. We are just interested in knowing how Kiko. So
Kiko knows he's the same as me. It was AOL.com. It was a dial-up tone.
You send an email.
So you wait the dialing tone before you
right. You connected. Correspond. Yeah, the dial-up tone. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kiko knows.
Because I remember seeing ads back in the late 70s in the back of the Farmer's Almanac for cherry blossoms. There was no internet in 1978 and 1979.
Well, back then you had to send a letter and wait a month, and then
yes, you would actually write,
and then it took another month to get one back. Yeah.
Yeah, it was all pen pal.
Even when I was in Germany.
Pen pal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pen pal.
Robert.
That's where they got
the in fact, my ex's, my son's mother, her sisters, they're both Irish. Well, they all are now. She told me her sister, how she met her Irish husband was through pen pal. That's how they did it.
I mean, he went over.
Wait.
Yes, he does it.
He went over to the Philippines, met her, and then brought her to Ireland, and that's how it started. Pen pal.
Pen pal. You had the classified sections in all the newspapers and the local newspapers and so forth. It goes back to the 60s, 50s. It was letters by Royal Mail.
I guess now you can do like Gary, and you can chat with several different ladies, from different countries every day.
When
that's
Maria was.
I was going to say that's where the term mail order bride came from, back before the internet. I mean, even when I was in Germany in 82 and 83, it would take 2 to 3 weeks to get a letter from home. And whatever drama was going on, you responded. The letter went back because you'd have to sit and think about it for a week. Now another month has gone by, and then you wrote back, and it's like 2 months before you got an answer, but there was never any problem to begin with. And so that's just when that crap got started. And now you got this instant communication where everybody freaks out if you didn't answer within 5 minutes to a text message. It's like, come on, give me a damn break.
Yeah, we don't really know now that we look back if we could have FaceTimed if we actually would have liked each other or got together. So
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it took time.
That's right, Kiko.
You wrote letters. It took time to actually put pen to paper. You had feelings. You had emotions. And you actually built a relationship over the course of 1 to 2 years.
That's right.
And now when they're like, oh, I love you. I can't live without you. What are you saying? I've only talked to you on Messenger for 2 weeks. Come on, give me a break.
That's wrong, yeah. I remember, I'm only saying from my experience and my background, is I remember it well, Robert. You know what I mean? I was chatting with Maria for two years, and because I am self-employed,
I am contracted to my jobs. I couldn't have any time off. I would work. But Marie, I knew deep down Marie didn't understand that. You know what I mean, Gareth? She didn't understand it.
Yeah, I think one of the best days of my life, other than the birth of all my children, was the day I received from the INS, they called it then, Immigration and Natural Service, that she had been accepted and that she could come to America.
Oh,
that was the
brilliant.
best day.
Best feeling.
Well, you went to the Philippines first, Kiko, before, or did she come to the U.S. before you went to the Philippines?
No, Gear, in the U.S., you have to prove that you met in person. You have to have pictures, and then you can file for a K-1 visa, which is a fiancé visa. So I went to meet her. I spent 10 days. We took pictures to prove that we actually met in person, so I could file the paperwork. And it took 6 months.
No, really, it's the same in Norway. It's the same everywhere, more or less. So
same everywhere. That's the same everywhere.
How many years ago now, Kiko? There was in 1999?
2001.
2001.
She arrived. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so Kiko's the daddy of the house.
Okay, that K1,
I
K1
know where
visa.
Kiko's coming from because it was the same for me. Exactly the same.
That K1 visa, what they call the 90-day wonder, is actually harder to get than what people realize. Not only do you have to prove that you've met in person, you've got to show financial support for at least 1 year.
Correct.
You also have to submit a full and complete dossier of every time you farted in public and somebody noticed. Now, she will have to take all that information. She has to know all this because they're going to ask her. Do you know that he passed flagellants on January 13th, 1984 in London in Buckingham Palace? Because that's what they're going to ask her at the consulate. They want to make sure that she knows every detail of your life. Every marriage, every divorce, every hiccup, everything. And she's probably going to have to go back 5 times before they finally sign off because they're trying to prove or disapprove that you're lying. Because currently in the United States, the last time I looked was 2017 at the U.S. consulate. They had over 500,000 missing Filipinas within the United States. And so they shut the whole program down. So you're going to have an infallible dossier that she knows inside and out to try to get the K1.
1 second. Sorry, Robert. 1 second. 1 second. Gareth and the guys, I have to call Manila. So I'll be staying on, but I will mute myself, okay? And then I'll be back a little bit later after I finish the phone call, okay?
Hey, Gear's a dark horse.
Well, what I was going to say, to avoid the atrocities and the constant and rampant humiliation of your Filipina through the K1 visa, a lot of guys started just going to the Philippines, getting married, and then started filing spousal visas, which took about 2 years because they couldn't deny it because you were actually married, and it forced the U.S. consulate to acknowledge the marriage, and then she could come over. So one would cost more and required more paperwork, whereas the K1 visa, they would play mind games. I don't know about England, Ireland, Scotland, Sweden, France, or the other countries. I just know what they do in the U.S.
Same here.
They are going to play freaking games on the spouse visa or the fiance visa. Excuse me. Sorry about that. But whereas the spouse visa, they only had a limited time that they could play their games. So the spouse visa, once she got here, would take about 2-3 years, play the game. But once she's here, it's done. With the fiance visa, if you got money, you can get it pushed through 90 to 120 days, and then she gets here. But then you got so many days to get married. She
90
has
days.
to keep going back and back to the consulate here in the U.S., signing all these damn paperwork, filing all these damn forms. You got to do the checkups. So she gets harassed for 5 years after getting to the U.S. when he could have just went to the Philippines, got married, did 2 years of bullshit, and then once she got here, game over, it's done. They can't mess with her.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't get married in the Philippines. No way.
No.
Nope.
Those were the only two options.
I don't care. I wouldn't get married in the Philippines.
You know my story, Gareth,
What?
with Maria, and you already know it was 3 years before
Yeah.
And anyway, Maria came here after 3 years, and I knew that because of the fiance visa that she was on, if I didn't marry her in 6 months, that was it. She'd have to go back.
Yeah.
So even then, after 3 years, and then the 5 months that she was here, I wanted her to be. I left it all up to Maria. Is this what you want? And it was only 5.5 months after her being here. She came in the August in 2009. But bear in mind now, we've been corresponding for 3 years.
But you went over there, didn't you? Didn't you go over there a few times during the 3 years?
Oh yeah, I went to the Philippines, yeah, but I wanted it to experience and
Yeah.
with me.
So basically, you didn't live. You lived together for. You knew each other for 3 years, but you lived together for 5 months. Then you got married.
Well, I said to her, "Listen, you've got a month now to make your mind up. Is this what you want?" Either way. Anyway, it was 5.5 months, and I remember it was the day after New Year, the 2nd of January. That's when we got married here in the UK. But I left it all up to her.
So why can't they loosen the restrictions on the tourist visa? Because you can go to the Philippines, excluding this stupid COVID bullshit. You can go visit the Philippines free. Just show up. You got 30 days.
Yeah.
Do your time. Have your little flipping honeymoon, whatever you want to call it. Why is it so difficult for her to turn around the following year without spending thousands of dollars or thousands of quid to let her visit your country, meet your family, and then the two of you decide, what should we do? I mean, do you want me to come here? Do you want me to come there? Is that not fair to allow her to come visit where you live? Because it's a conundrum. She has to make a choice, or you have to make a choice, life-changing, when neither side knows what the other side comes from without spending thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah, but I knew.
You know what it costs to get a Filipino, a tourist visa to come to the U.S.?
Robert, I knew at the time when I went to the Philippines, I knew in my own mind, because of the 3 years, I knew in my own mind what I wanted. I didn't want to make that decision. I wanted her to make the decision at the time. And I'd have took that decision either way.
But what did she want?
I had to prove
did Maria have the opportunity to educate her family
Yeah, she
Or did
did.
they just take a gamble? Did she
No,
get
no.
to visit England before you took her there?
No. But what I did is I respected her family because I knew the Filipino way. So I
Yeah.
respected her family, and that's why I went there. And if their family didn't accept me, then that was it. I was prepared
Yeah.
for that. You know what I mean? I didn't. Don't get me wrong. I could have done, but I didn't flash cash. I didn't show any money, even though I could have done. I didn't do it for that reason. I wanted it to be for real. No bullshit. Nothing about money. And
Yeah, I mean,
Maria never knew
I
how
was
much money I
49
had.
the first time I went. The first time I went, I was 49. I did the same thing.
Yeah.
Her family fully accepted me. Everything was great. I mean, my heart was fully 100% into it. I don't know who influenced her. I don't know who messed with her head, but I'm guessing, bad friends. And then year 3, it completely went totally to bullshit. And that was actually pretty sad
Anyway,
because I still
like
miss
you
her
said,
family.
yeah, like you said earlier, Robert, I had to have so much money in the bank to be able to support her. And at the time, I think it was about 40,000 UK. At the time, I'm going back 2007.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that money, but that didn't interest me. I wasn't interested in that, you know what I mean? So I knew I had enough money to support Maria, but that's what I couldn't get my head round. Why do I have to prove that I can support her? Even if I had a job paying £300 or £400 a week, I could still support her. But that's what, at the time, that's what the UK government sites, that's what they wanted to see in the bank.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I've never been driven by money. I've earned money. Even to this day, I ain't driven by money because I know money isn't the be all and end all. It isn't. Really isn't. In my opinion, it might be for other people. It's not for me.
Yeah.
Because I know how to survive.
Simon,
Without
there are many wealthy men that couldn't buy what we have.
Correct. Do you know what, Kiko? You hit the nail right on the head. If I had a choice of what I've got today and £1 million, I'll choose all day long what I've got today because I know money don't buy you that happiness. 100%. Hey, I'm not naive. I ain't fucking stupid. I know we all need money to live, right? That's why I go up to work every day. And I could have retired when I was 34. Could have retired. I had the money to retire in the Philippines when I was 34 years old. That's what I earned that money. But I didn't know. I don't know. I didn't at that time, Robert. I didn't know the value of the money I earned because I've never had that money. But I worked hard and I earned it. So you know what I mean. That's why money doesn't interest me. It doesn't bother me because I know. Because I've been there before. I've got 2 kids from a previous. Never been married. I never got married before Marie. Marie was my first marriage. But I had 2 kids, but I always stuck by them and I brought them up right. You know what I mean? Because I did what I had to do from the age of 17. I worked hard. I made sure my kids, even though I wasn't in a marriage, they had what they wanted. And like today, now my son, he's 28, 29 years old. He's an electrician. He's got his own house, his own family. And I have enjoyment from that. And you know what? I've never had anything given to me on a plate ever. I've always had to work for it.
Yeah.
Always had to work for it.
But I don't mind that because that's the way I was brought up. You have what you earn. I don't take anything for free. And you guys are the same. You've worked for what you've got. So that's why we don't value money. Well, I can only say what, from my perspective and my opinion, I don't value money like I value family life. I don't, Robert. 100%. I've had it. I could go out to a restaurant every night, eat a la carte food, pay over the odds and drive a fucking brand new Mercedes or a BMW. I can have that tomorrow if I want to. But I don't do it because
What's the point?
I know that's not the point in life, in my opinion. The first brand new car I bought it for Maria. I've never bought a brand new car for myself, even though I could have done any. I could have walked into any showroom in the country and bought a fucking brand new Mercedes, BMW, but I never did it. Because I like to drive a van because that's what makes me money. But when Maria started having driving lessons and she had the kids to take to school, I wasn't going to buy no second-hand car for her. I went out to the showroom and I bought her a brand new car because it was safe. You know what I mean, Gareth? I didn't, you know what I mean? I've never bought a brand new car for myself, ever. I've always bought second-hand. That's the way it is. That's the way.
Well,
that's the way I've
put it
been
this
brought
way.
up.
Before I had,
But I wanted Maria to have the
car,
best of everything. I want Maria to have the best of everything. And if I can supply that and support it, that's what I'll do.
Well, before I had a car, I was driving my van. That was my car.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. You know.
It was a company vehicle. It was a company vehicle. Because I didn't.
I've drove brand new vehicles. I've driven a brand new van now.
Yeah, so was I.
Yeah,
but it was I use my van as my car, personal vehicle, also my work vehicle. So I basically lived in it. So it got me from A to B. If I was going out socializing, I use the van. If I'm working Monday to Saturday, I use the van. So I paid myself very little money in the first. Yeah, what did I do? I had a 3-year business loan.
Can I go to Madagascar and buy a brand new BMW? Yes, I can. Will I do it?
Well,
No, I won't.
No, either would I. I'd buy a second hand.
Because I know. I don't want to do it.
I'd buy a second hand. Sure.
Because I know the value
Simon,
of things. I know.
Yeah, but Simon, if you were to buy a new car, the minute you drive it off the lot, as they say in the States,
straight away.
You lose $3,000. You've lost $3,000. Yeah.
Correct.
So you're better off buying a second-hand one. Second-hand one. A 3-year-old. 2-year-old.
Yeah.
2-3-year-old. You got
you let somebody else pay the depreciation,
and you can negotiate on the price.
That's right, Kiko.
I wouldn't buy a brand new one. I wouldn't buy a brand new one.
No, well, I bought the brand new car for Marie. It cost me,
but that's different. That's different. That's different. That's different.
Yeah.
Totally different.
Yeah, it's only a little city, you know.
You're like me. Your van is your car. Your van is your car.
She just passed the test.
Simon, your van is your car.
To school. Yeah, she just passed the test. I wasn't going to buy her a fucking second-hand car. I paid 11 grand. 11 or 12 grand for the car.
I'm talking about for yourself and myself. I would look. Put it this way: I had a BMW. I bought it in the UK. I got it for next to nothing. I brought it over here. I re-registered it. I did it all by myself. I've done it with so many other cars. It was a piece of piss. I located a car off a car dealer friend that I had. Went over. He picked me up. Went over. Paid him the money. Drove. Stayed overnight. didn't go on the piss because I never drink the night before because it's a 300-mile drive up to Holyhead, and got on the boat, brought the car in, drove around on English plates for a week or so, and then I paid the VRT. Then I got my Irish plates, and that was it. And I changed the insurance from the English reg plate to the Irish reg plate, and easy peasy.
But you can understand where I'm coming from, can't you?
Yeah.
I didn't want Maria to drive a second-hand car, taking my kids to school and doing what she does.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're okay. The vehicle that Maria's driving now, it's got too small, so you're going to get her a new one now,
It's only
bigger.
A little car, but now, Gareth,
the girls are getting bigger.
The
girls, because the girls are getting bigger.
Girls are getting bigger. I want a bigger car because if we go away on holiday, when we went away on holiday to Cornwall the other year, I hired a bigger car because I didn't want to drive down in a small car. So I hired a bigger car.
Yeah, but you can't bring all the luggage in the boot. There's not enough room.
That's right. So,
and women's luggage
around town, picking the girls up,
taking them,
dropping them off, taking them here, there, shopping, and that little car's a belting car.
Oh, I totally agree.
It's a belting car. I mean, I couldn't knock it. But I said to Maria, listen, I want a bigger car. Will you be comfortable driving this? Because so when we go away, we go on holiday in the UK, I don't want to be driving down to Cornwall in a fucking 1 litre. I want a fucking 2 litre or 3 litre.
Do you know what I did? I was living with this French girl from La Reunion, and my van. I had 2 vans and a truck, but the 2 vans were working, so I had to use the truck to go out and collect her mum at the airport. So I drove out in the truck to the airport. I dropped the girlfriend off, and she went in to get her mother, and then she gave me a bell when she was ready to be picked up, and I went to her departures. I picked her up in the truck. Because I didn't have a car. I didn't own a car. If I had the van, but the vans were working, so all I had was a truck. So I used the truck, which cost a lot of fuel.
So was that an Irish pickup line? Get in the truck.
No, that was her mother coming in from.
I've always had a van, Gareth. Always had a van.
Yeah, but I had 2 vans, but they were working. I couldn't use the vans because they were actually working.
Yeah, but vans make.
So I had no choice. The truck was available. That's what I picked her up in.
See, that's what we call here in the U.S.
the van to bring her back when she went. Well, it's all I had. The vans were
here
working.
In the,
the
US,
guys get.
What
can I do? What can I do? There's nothing I could do.
Here in the U.S., we call that a cowboy pickup line.
Well, put it this way, I had no choice, Roberts. It was that or nothing.
Truck. If she gets in a truck, you're good.
But I was embarrassed. I can tell you, I was embarrassed. But I did tell her to tell her mom. I told her, look, Robert, I did tell her, Clara, to tell her mother that if I could have picked her up in the van, I would have, but I had no choice. I had to pick her up in the truck. So fair play to her. She climbed up into the cab and we motored on home.
You know, if you want to test a woman's fortitude, it's okay. It's nice to show up in a nice vehicle, pick her up, have the perfect date, go to an expensive restaurant, blah, blah, blah.
I couldn't afford any of that. I was a new business.
But if you want to know where the woman's heart really lies, pick her up in the biggest piece of shit that you can find that drives. And if she actually cares about you, if she truly cares about you, she don't care what you drive.
Anyway, look, Put it this way, Robert. If the vans were being used, I had to use the truck. I didn't have a choice. If we had to go to the supermarket in the truck, we went to the supermarket in the truck to get the shopping. It was whatever vehicle was available. All the vehicles were parked where I lived. Whatever vehicle was available, I took it. That's what I used.
That's all that counts. If she can't see past that,
no,
then
she
she's
did.
not
Of course, she
worth
said
your time.
we lived together for 2 years. I paid all our bills. I paid the rent. I paid the electricity. I paid the water. I paid the food. The only thing she paid for was her college fees. That was it.
So what happened to her?
She went back to her country.
Damn.
We're still friends. We communicate on Facebook. She even saw my drone video from yesterday. But the husband or the partner is there with her, so she has to keep a low profile when he's around. He does a lot of traveling, so she communicates with me video call when he's not there. But because of this, situation, we haven't talked in about a year or so.
The best thing.
But I know she's there. But I know she's there because she saw my video yesterday.
Well, hey, another thing, guys. That's the best thing I did was to get Maria driving. Get her a car, get her driving, give her independence, because I believe in that. You know what I mean? And it saved me from taking her shopping every week. And that was a big thing, you know what I mean? Because when you've worked all week, the last thing I want to do is go back walking around fucking supermarket. So the best thing I did is encourage Maria to drive, give her a car. So she has her independence. She could go shop. She can go shopping. She can go where she wants.
Well, that
saves me taking her.
Craig, going back to your thing that's on the screen there, it was in the early 90s. I didn't own a car. I was, independent. Maybe I could have borrowed one of my parents' car to go out, but I couldn't afford to own one. I was paying her bills, paying my bills, and it was the only option I had was to use the truck because the vans were being used, and that was the reason. I was embarrassed about it, but there was nothing I could do about it. But at least when she was here for the month, I brought her around in Ireland. But okay, it was in a van, but it was a brand new van, Transit, maybe a year old or something like that. But she enjoyed Ireland. She was here for a month, and we brought her somewhere different every weekend, the month that she was here. So she got to spend a month with our daughter, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Friday, we take off. We go somewhere, Galway, Cork, different places around Ireland, spend the weekend. So she saw the country. I drove. Boom, boom. Everybody was happy. Anyway, I've said my piece.
She's lucky I didn't show up in the bicycle.
No, it wasn't my mom. It was her mom. My mom.
Brother Ronald, listening in the background, he knows the score.
No, it was.
I said, sit on the handlebars. That's right.
No, my mother wouldn't get into a truck. No way.
Oh yeah, the girls like being on the handlebar. That way, my hands is close to that ass.
Like some handlebars.
My old man nearly would have a canary if I parked the truck along the road up the top there. I had to park it where it couldn't be really seen. I had to park it way up the road or way down the road.
Hey Gareth, what's that Mercedes you're driving?
270 CDI.
Oh, 270.
Yeah, Avantgarde. That's the next car from London. A Dublin guy used to own it, but he lived in London.
I'd be in a Mercedes too, and I have a Mercedes emblem at the top of my handlebars.
Yeah, but cars are a piece of piss now.
Yeah,
that's why I bought a motorcycle. I turn around and take the bitch seat. I unstitch it, and I strategically place a golf ball underneath the cover and stow it back. She'll always have the right of her life.
Cigarette
telling
guys.
you, especially when
I'll
you
be
hit one
back.
of them speed bumps.
The cars today, whether it be Mercedes, BMW, Audi, they ain't the same as they used to be. I mean, you're paying for, you're not paying, you're getting ripped off, in my opinion.
You know, if she's worth her weight in gold, she don't care what you drive.
Yeah.
She's there to be with you because of who you are.
Right?
And if your ride, your car, your truck, your van is an issue, you know what? Cast her off and don't waste your time. She ain't worth it
Simon,
because sooner or later,
Yes.
if you have
what's
to
that
live in a
song Maria
cardboard
sang?
box,
What song?
Remember that song Maria sang? I don't care how you get here.
just get here.
She used to always sing that to me, Ronald.
Get here if you can. Don't matter how you get here.
No, don't matter how many hills or mountains.
Nope.
And that's what she used to always sing that to me. Always.
I've always told a woman, can you be happy with me living in a cardboard box?
Yeah.
If she ever said, no, I can't do that, and I say, okay, goodbye, have a nice day, see you later, don't waste my fucking time.
Right.
And they
'Cause I
want
was
to
going to
know,
add
what
room
are you
on.
talking about? Yeah, exactly. And it's like, what's going to happen if we lose everything? What's going to be if life goes topsy-turvy? You know, you guys a cardboard box. You going to hate me? It ain't my fault. So if you're okay with a cardboard box, we can get along.
Right.
That's right.
You know I was going to add in a
I should live in a cardboard box and so should they.
Yeah, I would tell her, look, you can live with me in this cardboard box. I was going down to Maytag and getting one of those washing machine boxes to add a room on.
I guarantee you I can make a cardboard box just as dry and just as warm as a big ass mansion.
Me and you both. Because we have to.
Well,
That's what I
Ronald,
do.
I've seen your post on Facebook and I've seen Jonah and I think he's the real deal. So
Yeah, she is.
fair play to you.
Thank you, brother. She waiting on me. I ain't getting no shot.
I know she's waiting.
I ain't getting no shot.
Well, Craig knows the truth.
Well, I said to
Craig
Maria,
said they hobbled around and the hell was it? I guess Craig
I said
means
to Maria,
jalopy.
if they have to have the shot to go to the Philippines, I won't be going.
Nope.
I know.
I'm in the same boat. They say you got to have a shot. You ain't going. Well, I'll just say, well, I guess I ain't going.
I ain't going. Simple as that. I mean,
That's
my
it.
wife's here. I know it's hard for other people, but my wife's here. My kids are here. If they say to me, "You want to go to the Philippines, have the shot," I ain't going.
This ain't happening.
Well, my girlfriend already had her shot just so she'd get her contract in Qatar. That was her choice.
That
So
was a bit.
I can't go there. She can come here.
It was a bit. Made me think a bit earlier on when you told us about your steps to only 40 having the two shots and he passed away. That says it all for me.
Yeah.
That said it all for me, and my heart goes out to the family.
Antoine. You see I posted it on Facebook.
Yeah, I've seen it. And when you told me earlier that happened after he had the two shots, that says it all.
And his sister died in 2019 from the same thing. But they said she had COVID. She had asthma. They put her on a respirator. She went into a coma.
Don't they
So,
say if you're on a
You want to be
respirator?
cigarette, Garrett?
Yeah, I've had it. Don't they say if you're on a respirator for over 2 days, you're likely
Yeah.
not to come out of it.
Yep. Because now your body don't know how to function on its own.
Mm.
Oh,
Garrett, your
I've
picture's
always,
frozen.
yeah, your
You're-
picture's frozen there, Gareth. But I've
You're
always
in-
said, Ronald, this COVID shite, that wasn't, the injection wasn't invented to prevent it. COVID was invented for this vaccination.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. And I know people have had it, and I respect people who've had it. If that's their choice, that's what they want. That's fair enough. But I ain't no judge. That's what people want. That's what they believe in. Fair play to them.
I know the one.
I believe this injection, it wasn't to cure the vaccine.
It's not a cure.
The virus was there for the vaccine to make it happen.
It's not a cure. It just makes it's supposed to make the symptoms less strong.
Yeah, but it's supposed to, Gareth. I'm not gonna. I ain't gonna dwell on it.
But I get the flu shot. I get the flu shot.
I know people. I know different people. We have different opinions. And I ain't no judge or juror.
No, I'm not saying about the COVID. I get the flu shot because it makes the flu symptoms less damaging to my heart
Right.
than if I didn't get the flu shot.
Yeah, and I understand.
And that's what these other shots for the COVID thing is to make.
I understand that, Gareth, but from a person who's in good health, they have no underlying health issues. They have no. I don't need it. I don't need it. If I'm gonna die tomorrow, I'll die happy. That's how I look on life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, even if there was no COVID, we wouldn't know if he lasts till tomorrow.
Correct.
So,
but at least if I'm gonna go tomorrow, then I'm gonna go.
Well, I'd rather not know.
Yeah, I'd rather not. But if I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go. I ain't gonna put anything in my body. I don't even take headache tablets.
Do you not? I take
Never.
paracetamol for my shoulder because I've only got 30% use of this arm. Like I can lift it up to here, but then I have to use this arm to lift it up higher. I've got a letter there stating that the fact that I've only got 30% use of my right arm.
I understand that, you know what I mean?
But all I did was throw a dart at the dartboard. That's all I did.
That's all it takes. Repetition.
Yeah, I can understand that, Gareth. You know what I mean? I'm not disrespecting anything or saying they're different. But each to their own. Everybody's different.
I take 2 of those only in the morning. I'm supposed to take more during the day.
If I've got a banging headache and I've woke up with headaches in the past, I don't take any pain relief. Never.
See, this pain in my shoulder wakes me up at nighttime.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm sitting on the side of the bed like I am now in agony.
Yeah, so I can understand. Yeah, you got a bit of pain relief.
It doesn't cure it, but it tames it down. That's all.
Yeah.
But I only take 2. I only take 2 in the morning. That's it. I don't take any more during the day. I'm supposed to take, what is it? 2 to be taken 4 times daily.
That's how I think, Craig. When my time's up, the time's up. I ain't gonna fucking prolong it with medication or any man-made drug. I ain't gonna do it, Gareth. You know what I mean? That's
but can I tell you this? I went off my medication for 3 months. I ended up back in hospital for 10 days because I stopped taking it.
Yeah. And I understand that.
And I was in a bad way. I was in my sister's house because I was babysitting
Yeah,
the
I
night
understand
before,
that, Gareth. I
and
understand.
I felt a bit
Perfect.
rough. But on the Sunday morning, I felt like shit. So my sister brought me into the hospital. They put me on an ECG machine. They asked me, "Have you been taking your medication?" No. How long? 3 months. Admitted straight away. They could tell off
Yeah.
the ECG machine that was my heart had gone back to shit. But now I've no choice. I have to take it, or I end
Yeah.
up back in
Hey,
hospital again.
I understand that.
No
I
choice.
understand it perfectly.
No choice whatsoever, Simon. No choice.
I know that.
The tablets keep me alive, and this box in my chest keeps me alive. So
Yeah.
if I didn't have those two things, I would be 6 foot under. But that's medication. I can honestly say, when I went off it for those 3 months, first month, second month, third month, just that Saturday night, I didn't feel right. And by Sunday morning, I was shit. No energy. I was lying on the couch. I was like dozing. My sister said something wrong, and I said, "Yeah, you need to go to the hospital." Yeah, that's the way I was like. And then I dragged myself up, got in the car, went straight to the hospital, and I was admitted. And I was in the cardiac
Well,
ward for 10 days.
Garrett, were you ever able to get a chance to go find that Fenugreek time that I told you about?
No, do you know what? I forgot all about it. Forgot
You
all
got
about
to
it.
give that a try. At least give it a try. I think you will
Well,
be impressed.
to be honest with you, that when I was sick that time, I'm sticking with these tablets anyway. I'm not I'm not changing out of those. I'd like to change out of them. I'd like to
Yeah.
be off the medication. I'm not a medication person. Never have been.
All I can tell you was the girl I was in tech school with, her husband was diagnosed with severe COPD. And I told her
Stop.
about the fenugreek time. Give it a shot. Don't get off your medication, but just give it a try.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot he had 3 different inhalers he would have to use 3 times a day and all this other medication. And within less than 2 months, yeah, exactly. Albuterol, and I forgot what the other one was. But in less than 3 months, he wasn't taking anything but the fenugreek time. And she was completely amazed. I mean, I just share with her, give it a try. Try the time.
Mm-hmm.
See how
Text
it
me
works.
the name of it again.
And within,
Robert, text me the name. Text me the name
yeah, I'll
again to
send
my
it. You
phone
want
like you did
private
the other
chat
stuff.
or you want it on,
No,
you
no,
want it
no. Send it to
Facebook
my
or,
phone. Yeah, my messenger. The same way you texted
okay,
the other stuff.
I'll send it Facebook.
Thanks. I'm gonna do this,
I'm
so I
not
just gotta.
playing, said Craig. When the time comes, Craig, the time will come. That's what I believe in.
Okay, it's sent, Gareth.
I ain't taking no man-made shite, ever. Never have done, never will.
No, I was just doing these, and my other Ventolin ran out, so I had a spare one, so I had to open that box up. Yeah, I got that text on my phone.
Okay,
Thanks.
Anyway, Irish, I'm gonna go.
Are you?
Yeah.
This is early for you.
What time is it?
It's only 12:55.
Yeah, Maria's
cool.
birthday
Yeah, it's
tomorrow.
midnight. It's midnight there in England.
It's 1
Yeah,
o'clock,
but
mate.
I've got to be fresh for Maria's birthday.
Yeah, but you said you're not waking her up in the morning.
I always wake her up well, I don't, but someone else does.
You said that you weren't waking her up in the morning. That's what you said earlier.
Hey, I
No,
like it in the morning.
She just lays there and tolerates it.
I like it in the morning, Robert.
Best time when you're over 50.
It's the best
Don't
time
waste
of
it.
the day. The best time of the day, 5 a.m. You know when you've got that
Hey, do you know what?
a natural erection.
Baby, number 3, Simon. Hopefully it's a boy.
No more now, Gareth. I keep telling
Hopefully
Maria,
it's a boy.
no more. I've got to retire.
No, Maria, she wants one more.
Now she wants a baby boy.
Yeah, and so would you. You would love a
So
boy as
I've
well.
already told her she has to divorce me if she wants a boy.
What do you mean she'd have to divorce you? That's not going to
I
happen.
ain't having no more.
One more. One is enough. One more is enough.
Well, good night,
One's
Simon.
enough.
Enjoy
Hey,
the
Kiko.
birthday tomorrow.
Thank you, Kiko.
Have a good day.
And you.
Simon, enjoy your morning.
I'll enjoy it. Don't forget, tomorrow when Maria wakes up, I'm going to make a video. I've told her she ain't here opening these presents. So I've got that camera
Hey, you
rolling.
know that morning video violates YouTube community standards, right?
Fuck YouTube.
We don't want to see your man boobs overriding Maria's.
No. Hey, mine are bigger than Maria's.
That's sad. Better start
Well,
doing
that's
some
good.
push-ups.
Maria likes it that way.
See what Craig wrote there, Simon?
What you say, Craig?
It's on the
I'm
screen.
a beast. Why am I a beast, Craig?
No, that's a good thing. Lots of energy. Woo.
No, you got to keep it real.
I bet you do.
Hey, Simon, happy birthday to Maria from everybody when she wakes up.
Well, I did say to Maria tomorrow, I'm going to go live because it's her birthday. So
You're going live?
Stream.
You're
Yes,
going live?
Yes, I'm going to do a live stream. It's a birthday.
Okay, well then I'll keep the volume up on the thing. Text me before, or ring my phone to wake me up just in case.
We'll let you sleep, Irish. You can watch
Yeah,
the
but
replay.
you're not going to do you're not going to be doing a live at 5 o'clock in the morning.
No.
And she was working all day today, so she's not going to be getting up early tomorrow.
Wait till you get out of bed to film the pigeons, says Craig.
Hey, Simon, you know the difference between 40 and 50 years of age?
Oh, yeah.
At 40, you get up and go to the bathroom, go back to bed and take care of business. At 50, you wake up, you take care of business while it's still there, then you go to the bathroom.
Hey, well, I must be a different generation, Robert.
I don't know, but like they say, 3 rules of old age. Number 1.
Maria can't keep up with me.
Hey, after 50, rule number 1, never twist a fart. Rule number 2, never pass a bathroom. Rule number 3, don't waste an erection.
That's right. Hey, I always stick to them rules.
Well, we'll see tomorrow anyway.
Maria will be 21 tomorrow. She wishes. I always
Oh,
tell her.
35 tomorrow. 35 tomorrow.
Wow.
I always tell her she's not in the calendar anymore.
What does that mean?
She's not in the calendar.
Oh, you
So
can't
the
say
calendar,
that to a Filipina.
The Irish date is 31 in the calendar.
The
So
what?
she's not in that calendar anymore.
The what? I missed what you said, Simon. I didn't understand.
I always tell Maria she's not in the calendar anymore.
Yeah, I got that part. Yeah, I got that part. But what was the other part?
If you look, how many days are in the calendar month?
28 mostly.
No, that's
30
only in
28,
February.
30, 31, whatever.
31. So she's older than 31. So
She's
she's not in the
35.
calendar anymore.
35.
Ah,
Hey,
30.
men Filipinos don't like that.
I don't know.
no.
Never heard
When
of
they
it
get over
before.
30, yeah.
So Maria tomorrow will be 34 years old.
Yeah, not 35.
She'd be
So I always
35.
say to her,
Hey,
hey,
hold
Ronald,
on, hold
I
on,
always
hold on.
say to her, I always say, see them boots that I'm wearing for work? They're older than you.
Hey, put up with a Filipina that's 31 and never had children, never been touched. And talk about dealing with someone that's on the I'm an old maid.
I always make you feel like 21, Craig.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they think they done missed out if they that old and no kids by then.
Yeah, no kidding. I told her, I said, don't worry about it. Shit, there's women all over the world having babies the first time at 40. What the fuck you sweating about? And it's just like, I'm going to be 32 next year, and I don't have any children. I never had a husband. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh my God. Quack!
Hey, we had been married 3 months, and my wife was upset that she wasn't pregnant yet.
Right?
Yep.
Holy shit.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, but what you guys know, especially you guys that have been with married or with Filipinos, they like to breed.
I do too.
They like to breed.
Hell, after 3 months,
they love to breed.
After 3 months, and she's complaining, I said, don't tell me. You talk to your ovaries. Don't be talking to me.
Take her back. Take her to the pawn shop, Robert, and get her ovaries out. Because they ain't working.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to get into that rhythm.
Got to go to the fertility specialist and take a sample. Then they're going to say, I ain't the problem.
I'm keep at it, though.
My son's mother was 15 when she had her first child. And when I met her, she had 4 kids already.
Ooh.
Jeez.
Men work.
And she's had 2 here. So she's had 6, but 3 died.
Oh.
No, dear.
Oh, that
Yeah,
hurts.
one. The last one that died, I seen pictures of him, and I've seen him on video calls. But I never knew the kid. He couldn't even talk. He couldn't even go to proper school. He couldn't even walk. He had some sort of disease in his leg. It was a terrible thing the poor child had to go through.
Yeah.
But I heard after we had broken up years later, I just heard through the grapevine. She didn't actually tell me, but I heard through the grapevine, the Filipino people that I know told me that her kid died. But our breakup wasn't the best. Our breakup wasn't the best, so I didn't say anything.
Nope.
Yeah.
No need.
What are you saying, Craig?
I mean, I never had children to my second wife. And it was almost a year before she got pregnant. But after she got pregnant the first time, it was like boom, boom, boom. I mean, every time we bumped uglies, she was freaking pregnant.
That's
So all the kids were stair-stepped.
Right.
And so that's just how it is. I mean, it's timing.
Mm-hmm. I had no kids since my first wife either. All 4 of my kids come from the first wife, and none
Yeah,
since.
all mine were with my second wife, and all the ones,
Mm-hmm.
whatever encounters I had after that, nothing ever happened. So
Was your
I
first
don't
wife
know.
Filipino or Irish?
No, she's
No, my
black.
first who? Me
That's
or
all.
Ronald?
Ronald.
Ronald.
Oh, she black. Second one Filipino. Third one Filipino. Fourth one Filipino.
Jesus.
Now you go to the fifth one, glutton for punishment.
No, I'm going for the fourth one.
Glutton for
Oh,
punishment.
sorry, Joe.
Yeah.
So you've been actually married 3 times.
Yep.
You
So
only
you're
live
working
once.
on number 4. He's working on number
Going
4.
on number. Jonah will be number 4.
You only live once, so enjoy it.
Yes, she looks nice.
Hey,
You
I
only live
once worked. I worked with a guy who was 32. He was on marriage number 6
6.
Whoa.
Damn, he's got me
at
beat.
32 years old.
32.
6 at
Wow.
32.
And I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Looking for number 7."
Oh no.
Christ.
So when he goes to the company Christmas party, he doesn't introduce her as so and so. He says, "Oh, this is my future ex-wife, so and so."
Oh
And
no,
out
this
of
is
all
number
that,
8.
he only had one son, and he had custody of that son.
Hey,
So he-
Craig.
Yeah.
It's all about Maria tomorrow. I don't care about Barbara.
No, it's all about her day.
All her day tomorrow.
Yeah,
all
but
I
you were
had,
saying
man.
something
When
else.
when she wakes up, I'm going to roll the camera. I want her to, because she don't know what I bought her. But
Yeah.
what I bought her, I know she'll like.
Mm.
So that's a million thing. You know what I mean? I can't wait for it to see her face when she opens the presents.
I can imagine what it is. You know what I was thinking? You know those Rode mics that you can attach to your camera, but you can also attach them to your phone. They're like €400, I think it was.
Yeah.
I was looking today, but Amazon is having a sale on Monday and Tuesday, so I think, or no, it's 300. They're 300 quid, euro, plus 5 sterling shipping or something like that. So I want to see what price they are now on Monday, and if they go down from 300, if you know what I mean, I'm going to get them.
Time to attack.
I think if Maria's going to wake up tomorrow and open up a box that's got a big old giant iceberg in the middle of it.
Because I've seen some YouTubers, and I saw another guy today. He released a video today, and I was watching him doing his video, but he was in a mirror, and I saw that he was wearing the Rode mic on his chest, but I knew he was doing his video with a phone, so I thought he just got a camera. He was actually using his phone, so he can attach the Rode mics to the phone. So when I saw that, I checked the price on Amazon because I've got it, in the background on my account. If the price comes down or goes up, it lets me know. But I know there's a sale Monday, Tuesday, and if it goes from 300 down to 200, I am 100% getting them.
I was hoping they had the GoPro 10, but they still just have GoPro 9.
Hey, Gareth, I like Dave's last message.
Well, that's GoPro 12.
12? I go on Amazon, look for GoPro 10, and all they're showing is GoPro 9.
That's a 12, mate. That's a €1,300 phone. Oh, sorry, GoPro. Sorry, Jesus, what am I saying? iPhone. GoPro. Yeah. The new, the GoPro 10 is coming out in September. €400. That's what I'm waiting for. wait till September. It's definitely coming out. It's coming out the middle of September. I've checked
Okay,
it
I'll
and I've
wait till
double checked
September.
Hey, Gareth,
What?
I like Craig's last message.
I'm picking Simon.
I can't read
No,
it
I'm
that small.
picking.
You have to highlight.
You know, I'm picking Simon. I know she will have a wonderful day. You
Not
know,
that
I'm
long, innit?
picking on you. So,
Yeah.
Simon, she'll have a wonderful day tomorrow.
She always does. Every day's a blessing from Maria.
I think Maria's going to get a big giant rock tomorrow morning.
No, you wait and see. I'm going to make sure it's on the video to upload it.
We'll be watching.
And I know she's going to be. I know she's going to be surprised.
Anyway, hopefully Monday, Tuesday, they have a good price. Good sale on Monday, Tuesday.
Good what sale?
Yeah, Amazon is having a sale on Monday and Tuesday.
Amazon,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you ever buy stuff off Amazon? Did you not get the email?
I'm Amazon Prime.
Amazon, the store.
I'm Amazon Prime.
So am I. So am I. So
I'm
am
a
I.
Prime member.
So am I. So am I.
I used to be Prime. Now I'm crying.
Crying.
I'm crying.
But,
giving them $14 for those movies are like nothing there to watch.
So, hey, listen, Amazon Prime, it's all bullshit. It's all about money making for them.
Yeah.
Are we talking about the TV channel or are we talking about buying stuff off Amazon?
Online shopping. It's both. Prime is they give you free movies. Well, supposed to be.
Amazon is Amazon.
Anyway.
Yep.
Anyway, these mic things, you get two mics and the whatever, the receiver, transceiver, whatever you call. They're very small, but the sound off them is incredible.
I'll give her a brand new Mac, Craig. I think one of the last presents I bought Maria was a dishwasher or a dryer or a washing machine.
I wouldn't be surprised it's a car. Have you bought a bloody car?
Yeah.
It better not be no cookware.
She always likes cooking.
Yeah, but it better not be no cookware.
Well, all our cupboards are full of cookware. I can't get anything else in.
He bought Maria an 8-quart cast iron Dutch oven.
Oh, don't do it. Don't do it.
Now, Prime Cowboy Steaks.
I'm pretty sure you got something nice.
Hey, wait till you see it.
I'm not even going to try to guess.
She's spoiled. Well, that's what you got to do, isn't it? You got to do it. I know she don't like it.
What'd you get, like 8-carat diamond?
No, I don't do
diamonds. Car.
I don't
Did you get
do
a car?
diamonds.
Did you get a
No,
car?
not yet. Got it.
Yeah, an 8-carat diamond, but it wasn't 8-carat diamond yet. It was still a big chunk. It was a big chunk of coal.
Yeah, I know it's something that she's been asking for and she wanted. So,
is it to do with YouTube? Is it to do with YouTube?
Everything should do with YouTube.
So it's a device.
You'll see. You'll see tomorrow.
Simon's just teasing us.
I had to go out. I had to go without my lunch. My lunch for a few weeks. Pay for it.
Yeah, right.
No,
were
you
trying to
lying.
Yeah, he
You
lied
know I'm
about this.
kidding.
He lied about that because I know he was in Jollibee during the week because he sent me pictures.
That was a bad move, Gareth. I made a bad
No.
move there. I made a bad move by showing Maria what was having for lunch. She
Uh-huh.
married
Yeah,
the
but you told
fucking
me.
life out of me to bring her a bucket full.
Yeah, but
What?
you
Okay.
told me
What is?
you told me you were getting her something anyway.
Yeah, I did. I fetched her something.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
that.
1 dozen chicken McNuggets.
No.
Maria's always eyeballing the chicken McNuggets when she goes to McDonald's, so I'm thinking Simon must have busted up with some cash and got her a dozen chicken McNuggets.
Now,
Wait a minute.
well, I was working in, I was in Liverpool, Robert, working, and where I was working, they had the Jollibee, so I went over and I got a chicken burger, and I sent the picture to Maria, and that was the end of it. She didn't leave me alone. She said, "You got to bring me some of that back."
You dumbass.
So
I would have never
it
chopped it.
cost me another 30 quid on my way home.
Fuck.
Mm-mm.
That's
Mm-mm.
how much the chicken cost?
Well, he bought more
30
than one.
quid?
I bought more than one, obviously, but
What did you
you
get?
know them Filipinos like to eat, right? And they'll eat
Yeah, but
the
what do you get?
leftovers of that with the breakfast.
Yeah, but what did you get for 30 quid in Jollibee? What?
Enough for
got-
everybody.
I got a bucket of chicken. I got the spaghetti bolognese. I got
All right? You ain't coming out of there with the work.
Okay, bucket of chicken, spaghetti bolognese, and what else?
I got the beefsteak, the Jollibee hot dogs.
Yeah.
Dinner.
Yeah.
And is
So
it a big
that was
bucket or a small bucket? Big or small?
That was dinner and breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. 18-piece bucket of chicken with some corn on the cob and mashed potatoes with gravy. Boy, you're a big spender.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Hey, Robert,
Somebody had to cook.
next day I had to work overtime to pay for it.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
There was a restaurant back in Tulsa, Oklahoma called Mahogany's. And I took my girlfriend at the time for our 1-year anniversary to dinner. Steak dinner. $215 freaking dollars. And there was a
Jesus.
steak, a Caesar salad, and a bottle of freaking water. I couldn't believe it.
Water.
But yeah, well, she was impressed, so life was good. I got what I wanted.
$15K for Chappie's little car.
Yeah, but you know how good it feels, Robert, when you over there in the joint, your girl ordered this outlandish shit, and then when the bill comes, you just flip it off like it ain't shit and go.
Well,
You know, that's what I did, bro. I just whipped out the card. Ka-ching. Don't worry about it, honey.
You guys know you can't put a value on that time. It doesn't matter what it costs.
No, it's what about the time spent.
Of course it is. You're gonna do
And
it.
if the money
I
spent,
never-
it's time spent.
Never about
I'd never in my life bought myself a $100 steak, and then I bought two. Believe me, that shit never happened again because I made better at home. But it was still nice.
Hey,
I'll be
but you had a good night though, Robert.
I had a good dessert.
$200 on steak.
So it was well worth the money.
$200 on steak. Holy shit! For
It
two
was
steaks.
some high-end restaurant where all the doctors and attorneys in Tulsa go to. But I just want to do something nice. I expected maybe $60, $70 for dinner. I did not know that the bottle of water was 27 freaking damn dollars.
$27 for what?
And it didn't matter if you poured one glass; you had to buy the whole stinking damn bottle. Now the steak was
$20 for a
seared.
bottle of fucking water.
Yeah, the
Hey,
steak
and
was
that's one.
seared.
Must have been Irish water.
It wasn't.
The steak,
Irish
the
water
steak
ain't
was
that much.
seared. The steak was seared at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So even the
So was
very
the
last
water.
bite,
I don't care
the
what it
very
was
last
seared at.
bite was still smoking ass hot. Just a
Well,
couple
the
of
thing
seconds
is,
on both sides.
I
I mean, it was
don't
good.
care how it's.
I don't know about in Ireland, Gareth, but here in the UK, water is dearer than beer.
Water is
I mean,
what?
it was good.
Water is dearer than beer here in the UK. You can buy beer cheaper than you can buy a bottle of water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how
I
much a
mean,
bottle
it
of
was a
water
good
costs.
supper. It was probably some Fuji mountain crap or Swiss frickin' mountain tapered. Who the hell knows? But there's chop houses here in the U.S. where you can go to. Dude, they're gonna rape you because there's no price in the menu. That's when you get up and walk the hell out. But I mean, it was still a good dinner. It was still a good steak dinner, and she enjoyed it. So,
All right, ladies, I'm going in.
going into what? We don't want to hear about
Kill
your
some Russians.
porn.
I'm going to kill some Russians. It's about that time. Kuya Paul is on the other line. We fit to kill 500,000 Russians. I'll still be here. Just y'all don't ask me no questions because you ain't gonna get no answer.
Uh-huh.
Okay, fellas, I'm going to
You know
bug
what
out
time it
too.
is. It's that time again, ladies.
And Kiko.
All right, good night, Ronald.
Take it
Simon,
easy, Kiko.
Take care,
have a
Ronald.
lovely
Good
evening.
night. Good night, Kiko.
Thank you, Gareth, for having the live stream.
Yep.
Robert and Gear. I think Gear's going off to dinner or something. So
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm not sure
I
if he's
think he's on the honey website.
oh, that's right. Okay, Simon.
Nice, yeah,
Good
nice
night.
speaking again. Take
All right.
care. Good night.
Take care.
You too.
Okay. Garrett went for a smoke. Who's left?
Yeah.
Garrett, you still
Gotta
there?
have some for a cigarette.
No, Garrett.
Yeah.
Been awful quiet. I see your badge down here in the corner, but you ain't saying nothing.
I think there's on lovehoney.com.
Simon, what the hell are you doing on here? You're supposed to be going to bed, making love to your newlywed.
No, that's in the morning when I wake up, Robert.
It's after midnight there, so therefore technically it's her birthday.
After midnight, it's 1:25 a.m. I think. Yeah.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? Put your pecker in some hot chocolate and sprinkle on some crushed peanuts?
No, I'm going to get a bit of shut eye when I wake up at 5 a.m. I'm going to be standing proud.
You know what Viagra is, right?
No, I know what it is, but I've never used it.
Yeah, it's called Fix a Flat and Miracle Grow.
Medical Girl. Does it make the plant bigger?
No, but serious. Happy birthday to Maria. I hope you do something really nice and get the girls involved.
Well, I'm going to spoil her, Robert. I always spoil her.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
But I'm going to, when she wakes up, I'm going to make sure I'm going to video it and then she can upload it onto her channel. We'll open up the gifts that we've got her, me and the girls.
Okay, cool.
I know it's only material things, but that's what makes people happy, isn't it?
spoil her.
Make people
She
happy.
earned, she,
It's nice nice to receive a gift, especially when you think where they come from. You don't get that.
hey, she put up with your stupid ass for how many years?
Well, that's it. So if she puts up with me, she deserves what she gets.
There you go. Brand new Land Rover.
And hey, and I know even in the current situation, I've spent a few quid. Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot for some, but it is a lot of money for others. But I know Maria, I know what Maria will say when she opens the present. She'll say to me, "Why have you spent that much on that?" Because that's the way she is. But I know that's what she'll say.
Well, for your sake, Simon, I hope she gets keys to a brand new Land Rover when she wakes up in the morning. Because if not, you're going to be in the world of dirt.
No, I've only bought her what I've bought her, so she makes me a nice Sunday roast dinner tomorrow. So that's worth what I
What happened to
paid.
Kiko?
Yeah, Kiko's gone now, Gareth. He's
Yeah, he's signed off for the night.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm gonna go also now because it's 1:30.
All right, Simon.
And yeah, and I come upon Gareth's, and I always stay here. I'm not going.
Cheers, mate.
I told Gareth earlier, even though somebody else was live, I wasn't going to visit there live. Stayed
Don't worry
here
about it.
because Gareth was here first, so I support.
Thanks, mate.
I ain't sharing the support. I stay where I came, so that's the bottom line.
No worries. No worries.
All right,
I
Simon,
appreciate
peace
the
out.
support, Simon.
Yes,
Enjoy
Robert.
today.
You stay safe, Robert, until we meet one day, and I'll show you how to drink that. You and Williams, I'll show you how to drink that stuff.
Don't worry, Simon. We're going to chase some rabbit one of these days.
Hey, Robert, you're American. You won't be able to stay up with the Irish.
Well, I'm old, so.
Well,
I can't
maybe
do it.
you might, Robert, but a lot of Americans wouldn't.
Mind you, I could drink a good few pints. I'm looking forward to my pints in September.
No, but hey, listen. I go out to work Monday to Friday. I like to have a drink at the weekend. I do. I admit that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's the Irish, isn't it? But I don't. I might have the odd drink, one or two on the weekday, but I wouldn't do what I do at the weekend when I have to go and get up and earn my living. And that's the way we've been brought up. And I don't. I mean, if people want to drink and they want to enjoy themselves.
Guess who's in the house?
Work Monday to Friday. Oh, it's Chris.
Hey, Chris.
What's up?
Hey, bitches in here. But I don't.
Somebody's got their YouTube on.
One or two on the weekday, but I wouldn't do what I do at the weekend.
Chris, you've got YouTube on. Yeah.
Chris has got 2 channels going.
Yeah, put it. No, he's got. He was in the background because I heard your voice. He's been doing this for years. He's doing live streams for a long time.
Yeah, but
I've only been doing it 3 months, and I have to tell him to shut down. But I wasn't going to mute him. I shouldn't have had to tell him what to do. He should have known this already.
I have literally just woken up and I've only had a few hours sleep, so that's my excuse.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, everybody.
How's it going,
I told
mate?
you, Chris, give you 3 hours, you would be back.
Yeah.
Well, it's 5 hours. It's 5 hours, 5.5 hours. So.
Has it been 5 hours?
Yeah, 5 hours. It's 8:30. 8:30 where Chris is.
New record.
That's my Siri. Forgot to turn it off. That was my Siri.
Yeah, looks like it might rain.
Yeah, we had a little rainstorm over here. I had to close the window earlier.
Well, the weather's turning. England are getting some beautiful weather.
Now the Philippines are having our weather.
No,
rain.
Yeah, but Simon, you had 3 weeks of great weather. We had shit
Oh,
weather.
honestly, I can't complain if we don't get any more weather, but we've had
It's our
3
turn
weeks
now.
of beautiful
It's
sun.
our turn. We've had 2 good days. 2 good days. So
Yeah, but
we need
you
3
have to
weeks of
keep
that.
growing the potatoes. Potatoes like rain.
Forget about the potatoes. You can grow them during the winter. We want some good weather now. It's our turn.
No, the potato growers over in Ireland.
Fuck the potatoes. I want some good weather for fuck's sake.
If it doesn't rain in Ireland, we don't get any potatoes. So long live the rain in Ireland.
Well, there's a big stockpile somewhere. They've got loads of potatoes. We don't need any more rain for the next 3 weeks.
I think you should give Wales a break because it's always rain there. So give them a bit of a break.
Well, it's not my fault that
Good
Wales
morning,
lives
Craig.
on the coast, Baltic Sea.
Good morning, Chris and Mel, Matthew and Sophia from Craig.
Yeah, good morning, Craig.
You sound a bit hoarse.
Mel could sleep on a clothesline. She could sleep for 14 hours.
Chris, I was saying that earlier before you came on. Them Filipinos, they like to sleep.
Oh, God, yeah.
Well, Maria does.
Wake Mel up and she gets ever so grumpy. She doesn't like it.
Gotta let her wake up herself.
How can you not? Did you go to bed straight away, Chris, when you left your stream?
I was fighting to stay awake until you started. So, you know.
Oh!
And as soon as I hit that pillar, that was it. I was gone.
Fair play to you. I know what it's like. I've fallen asleep on two lives. Daryl was one, and I can't remember. I think maybe it was Christian. I think was the other guy I fell asleep on. I can't remember. But thank God I didn't do a long live Friday night. So
I don't know how I used to do such long lives because just lately I cannot keep my eyes open.
Well, I mean, we're not getting any younger, Chris. Yeah. I'm 6 years behind you, so I need my sleep.
I wish I was 15 years behind me. That'd be nice.
Oh shit, man! If I was 15 years back, Jesus, a lot of things I wouldn't have done.
Isn't hindsight wonderful?
Mm-hmm. Anyway, what can you do?
Yeah, but I think it's all about who's in your channel at the time.
Yeah, but I didn't have a channel then. YouTube wasn't even around 15 years ago.
No, but I know Chris has done marathon.
Hey, I look at once in a while I'll bring up a picture of my first trip to the Philippines in 2014 with my first Filipina ex. And I look at her and I look at me, and then I look at me today and I'm going, holy fucking shit! I'm going downhill fast. Yeah. Dude, I was still freaking stout. That was a good looking SOB.
When I was in the transport,
straight up beach bomb, man, dude, that was buff.
I was looking at an old video, the one in the pizza shop before we come here, and looking at my sisters and my brother. Jesus, in just 6 years, they've aged. My sister's haggard now.
It's like, what the hell happened?
Hey, Chris, that's the same for everyone.
Yeah. It's scary, mate. It's scary.
It's scary, yeah.
How you get to a point and then all of a sudden you just
overnight.
Yeah.
Like, where the fuck did my man boobs come from? Shit, I was not like that like 2 years ago.
I was doing that the other
what the
day.
hell?
Look at that, Mel. I've got bigger boobs than you.
You got more cleavage than Mel does.
Hey, Chris, that's what I always say to Maria. My boobs are bigger than yours.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, but that's life, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
I mean, you live once, you've got to enjoy it.
No, we're
As they say,
supposed
we're
to
all.
age. We're supposed to age gracefully as men. You know, you
I'm
just
just going
kind
to
of
get a drink of
work
water.
into it.
My throat's thingy.
Mhm.
My mustache without the the big sideburns in 2015 was still all black. 6 years later, holy shit! What's with all this fucking goddamn gray hair?
Shave it off, man. Shave it off.
Yeah,
I
but
can't.
can't be real, Robert.
If
Shave
I
it off.
showed
Yeah.
up without my whiskers, you would go, "Who the fuck is that? That ain't Robert.
Oh, I'd
That
recognize
ain't
that
Dirty
voice anywhere.
Sarge."
I'd recognize that. Yeah. I'd
Well,
recognize your voice anywhere.
all you've got to do is look at the profile picture of Robert when he was on Chris's, when Chris first started, and you can see the difference.
It's bad, man. It's like
Not
10
bad.
years overnight.
Yeah, but it's not. Hey, Robert, that comes to everybody, all of us. We're all the same.
You know, it's like what they say. We used to have this big joke in the army. If you marry an Asian woman, she's going to be beautiful for like the first 40, 50 years. She's going to have her beauty, her looks, and everything. And somewhere between 48 to 52, she's going to go to bed looking totally beautiful. And then she's going to wake up in the morning like, bam! Old maid. And you're going to go like, ah!
Yeah,
Where the hell did you come from?
Yeah, but
I must
Robert,
say-
she'll still be the same person.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She will. Just making a joke.
I know.
Well, put it this way. Gear showed two pictures of two people that he was talking to.
Yeah, that's
There
good.
was the younger one, and then there was the older one. Gear was saying. Do you remember? It was a number of weeks ago. He showed us off his phone two girls. One was a younger one, and then he showed us a one that was like 45. She was in a swimming pool. Man, for a 45-year-old, she was gorgeous.
Hey, Chris, do you remember Dez's hangout?
Yeah.
Did you know she turned 50 today?
No, you don't think it, would you?
Yeah, Des had her 50th birthday today.
Unbelievable. You don't think it.
And Des still looks hot as hell. I don't understand what the hell the problem is.
Who's Des?
Dez's hangout. She used to come on your channel a while back. Probably.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
But she's 50.
She said she turned 50 today. Her birthday. And Des is she's still pretty freaking hot.
Yeah, that's who Bud was interested in, isn't it? Is it her that sings and plays a guitar?
Yeah, well, I tell you what, if Des didn't have children, and that's only because I got 3 kids and all my grandchildren, and I really didn't want to get caught up with raising somebody else's kids, because in the Philippines, that is like Pandora's box.
Yeah, you're playing with fire, mate. At our age,
Yeah.
you're playing with fire.
If Des didn't have children, dude, I've been on her like white on rice.
Mm.
Like a rat up a drain pipe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's hot. I mean, she makes Vicky look like Skid Row. Not to offend Vicky,
I won't go that far, Robert.
but I'm just saying, Des is.
I don't know. Vicky's quite attractive.
Yeah.
Look, they're both
Oh,
quite
she
attractive.
is.
I mean, you know.
Well, Vicky is spoken for. And I
Also,
spoke to
guys,
her
you know,
future
beggars can't
husband.
be choosers, as they say in the UK.
Well, I've talked to Vicky's fiance in private chat. Dude, he is a straight up, really nice, great guy. And for a German, she could not have done better for herself. So I know Vicky is going to have a really good future for her and her daughter. So So
Well, she's with a
happy
guy.
for her.
Isn't she? She's still with that guy.
Yeah, the German, der Deutsche.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish her lots of luck. Hope it works
Yeah,
out.
he's very polite. I mean, he's very tolerant. And from my experiences of being in Germany, he's actually quite a gentleman. So I think she'll
That's
do
good.
okay.
That's good.
So I'm happy for her.
Mel still asleep, Chris?
Yeah, in the land of Nod, it's still quite early here, isn't it?
8:40.
It's 20 to 9, so she'll be up in a bit, about 11 o'clock. No,
Question,
as soon as the kids get up, she gets up. They're still asleep.
Gareth,
question for Chris. I saw your video part 2 today. You stated that you had to drive 50 minutes from the main road to the beach place that you ended up in.
Yeah.
How far
The
from
road
your
a bit.
place? How far from your place to the turnoff for the beach did it take you?
About 40 minutes.
Oh, so nearly an hour and
It's
a
only-
half, basically.
Yeah, it's only 50 minutes, mate, because of the road's been so bad. If you could go faster, you could cut that down to at least 25 minutes. Could cut it in half. It's just the roads. That's it.
No, I know. I saw the roads that you were on. I saw the roads.
Yeah, but the video doesn't give the roads, how bad the roads are, justice. The roads are really bad. Really bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, I saw like in the where you were saying, because you stopped in certain places where you said the car wouldn't be able to go over this and the car wouldn't be able to go over that, which I well believe, because I know the type of car, being the small car, it's low to the ground, and with the weight that you had in the car would also bring it down. There is no way. There is no way. I mean, if you don't want to bottom out your car,
I was going to
there's
say,
no way.
you could get over if you
Oh,
want to
yeah.
move your car out, you know,
Mhm.
get over it.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't take a car over that.
No.
I'd love to do it by bike. I would love to do that by bike.
It was a great bike ride. I loved it.
Yeah.
I've attempted over 2 days to do a video in Centro. They've shut Centro down. They've cordoned off Plaza.
The square.
Yeah, Plaza. Another couple of places. They've just cordoned it off. There's police everywhere. Police on every corner.
Why?
Because it's MECQ, whatever the hell that means.
Medium thing has the virus or cases gone up? Is that why they've done it?
It's a face diaper.
It's a stupid question. I just want Robert. Let Chris answer because he's the one on the ground.
I mean, basically, like I said yesterday, anybody 60 and over can't go out. Anybody 18 and younger can't go out.
Yeah,
so
I remember you saying that.
We're going backwards.
Mm.
We're going backwards, basically. I didn't think.
That's what I was saying. I mean, I'm sorry, but if I say face diaper cops, you know, they're just playing games. It's just money for the state. These people can't afford the fines. But how are they supposed to go out and get their food or get their basic living necessities?
Yeah, well, somebody in the household at the age. You have to get the pass.
Who's choking who out?
Yeah, but look, this has been going on for a year, but Chris has done it in these videos where I remember Mel used to have to get a pass just to go to the supermarket in town. Yeah, I remember those videos. And is it coming to that again?
Looks like it. I saw a funny video the other day. Well, it wasn't funny for the girl involved, but it was in the news. And she got fined 300 pesos for not wearing a face shield. But the three cops and the one that gave her the ticket weren't wearing a face shield
either.
It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy.
That's nuts.
So it went to what's his name? Tufo. What's his name? That Rafi.
Rapid Tuflo.
Yeah, it went to him anyway. She wasn't happy on the. You know who would be happy? You're finding me for not having a face shield, but you're not wearing a face shield. It's like if the policeman's stopping you in the car because you've got a light out, and you look at his car and he's got a light out.
Yeah. I mean, what the hell's going to happen when they get fed up and it turns into open revolt? I mean, the Filipinos are only going to put up with so much.
I don't know.
Not just the Filipinos of it, everybody. Even there in the UK, everybody's getting pissed off.
Well, it's already happened in Myanmar. If they don't know where Myanmar is, that used to be called Burma. I mean, it's completely getting stupid and totally out of control.
I thought a while ago that things would have got quite heated long before now. I can't believe this has gone on as long as it has. And it looks like it's going to get worse. It ain't going to get better.
They are pushing the envelope, and we'll just leave it at that. It's like they're daring you to do something.
Yeah, but we're not.
But they don't understand that the envelope they're pushing is their own demise. And when it goes,
what demise? They're in power.
It's going to go, and you can't stop it. I mean, when it goes, there are going to be some people swinging from a cherry tree, and they got nobody to blame but themselves. I'm not advocating it. I'm just saying people are going to swing from a rope.
Do you know what, Robert? I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. I think one of the reasons to have the you-know-what is to dumb people even further down. If it doesn't kill you, it's going to make you pretty much brain dead. And, you know, if you can't think and, you know, you can't operate, then you're not going to fight, are you? I think that's one of the reasons. That's just, you know.
Okay, a lesson from history, Chris. Let's go back to the 1700s. Who was the world power?
China.
UK.
Who? Thank you.
UK.
Now you take the colonists, you take Cornwall, you take Howe, all their power, all their influence. 10% of the colonists are the ones that made Cornwall surrender. And Cornwall was so ashamed that he played sick and wouldn't even show up to surrender his sword. He sent his executive officer. And it's time and fact. 10% of the population always pays the price.
Mm.
And so if you take an entire populace where 90% sit at home watching their freaking soap operas, sitting on a fence, being, excuse the term, a Tory. I don't know. You know, I want to. I support you. But no, I don't want to because I could lose this. Or no, wait, no, maybe I should because I could lose that. And they're indecisive. But there's always going to be that 10% that doesn't give a shit. And when it reaches that point, and it's historical in all nations, 10% of their populace got fed up. Nobody could stop it. And so to those in office, they need to take a discerning ear and recant whatever direction they're going in and just stop it. It's ridiculous.
It is what it is.
Hi,
Money.
Golden. Lucas, how are you?
Money.
Welcome to
Howdy,
the
Golden.
chat.
Olga saying 100.
Thanks for stopping by.
Hello, Olga.
Where's Daryl? Is he messing with them dancers?
Olga Sullivan.
Hey Chris, I don't know what you think, but I don't think Angelique City will ever recover.
Daryl's wife is in the house.
But I think it's all part of the plan. All part of the plan.
I've said that a couple of times, mate. I don't think it's ever going to be the same. And if it is, it's going to take years to get anywhere back to how it was, and it wasn't that good. It was no Pattaya, put it that way.
Yeah.
Don't say I can't go away next year. Jesus, I'll go nuts if I can't go away next year.
It's never going to be the same again, no matter where we are. It's all about.
You take a 2 week.
All about control.
A 2 week lockdown that's turned into a year and a half.
Yeah, flatten the curve. Now the EU's pumping out these vaccine passports. The Philippines are talking about these vaccine passports now. So it doesn't take the brain of Britain to know where all this is going. You know, everybody's going to have that vaccine, whether they want it or not.
If they want to go away.
Impossible. They're going to make it impossible for you.
They say to me, you can't go to the Philippines unless you have the vaccine. I ain't coming to the Philippines. I'm going to stay here.
I need to get out of here next year. I'll go nuts. I've been stuck here 15 months.
I ain't going. I ain't having no vaccine.
Just get yourself a boat, Gareth.
Yeah.
Get a boat.
Too far, mates. It might be 4.5 hours on a plane, but I ain't going by boat.
Nah, get yourself a sailboat. Go where you want to go. And when you get close and they say, "Oh, you can't come in," you declare an emergency because you need fuel and water. And because of NATO and the treaties they signed, they have to let you in to get your fuel and water.
Yeah, well, put it this way: I ain't got a boat but I ain't got a boat, and I ain't doing it. I'm going by plane. I need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, mate. Imagine. I mean, I'm here, and it gets a little bit, too much sometimes. Where you just, now it's changed again. We can't take the kids anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It was great. There's a video coming up where we took the kids out again to this park thing.
Like that.
Don't let them make you go stir crazy. That's what they're trying to do.
Robert,
make you get
he hasn't been.
fever.
Yeah, but Robert, he's been out. You've seen the videos. He has been out.
I know, but I'm saying don't let them push you into a scenario of cabin fever. That's what they want to do. Because as soon as you succumb to cabin fever, they get what the hell they want. Take the vax, and you can get out of your log cabin. You can go here. You can go there. Life goes to normal. Just take your little vax.
Yeah, but Robert, we're in the Philippines, mate. You're a foreigner. You don't obey the rules. The president's already said any foreigners that give you any crap, the authorities, they're out. He said that.
Well, okay. I don't care whether I'm in the Philippines or whatever. I'm talking about where I am at. They can't kick me out anymore. They can kick out Mel and the kid.
Yeah.
I know they can kick you out, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But you've got to be willing to stand your ground. And until people stand their ground, they do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, but when you're in a different country, Robert, it's hard to do.
It doesn't matter, Simon.
By the way,
Chris mentioned he had a visit from the police, I got worried for him because.
Yeah, I remember that a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I got worried for him.
Okay.
Honestly,
seriously.
I feel worried for him because that ain't
I don't
right.
care.
It's strange.
I don't care if I was in Mozambique.
Yeah, but Robert,
what is Mozambique
going to do? Robert, you got to take into account.
Home?
Robert, you got to take into account Chris is in a foreign country. You're not in a foreign country. His
I've been
situation
in a
is
million.
different,
I've been in a million foreign countries.
mate.
The worst
That
thing
was
they
years
could
ago.
ever do.
Not now. Not now. Not now. We're
What
talking
is-
about now.
Talking about the
What?
current situation. Chris has been in the Philippines.
There was
for
no
6 years.
pandemic
He's
when
never
you were
had
out.
the police knock on the door.
Oh, Jesus
So
Christ!
it
What are
has
they
to
going to
make
do?
you-
Are they going to crucify you? Or are they going to make
No.
you go home?
No.
Well, yeah.
What is the
Yeah,
worst?
if they send me
What
home,
is-
that's going to crucify me. Trust me.
No, it's not, Chris, because you're going
Oh,
to
it
find
is.
a way. No, it's not. It's not the end of the world.
Oh, it is.
You will.
It's the end of my world.
Yeah, it's
No,
not
it's
the end
not,
of the
Chris.
world, but
I love it
Because you
here.
don't. Because you're going
Gotta
to
make
find
it
a
big.
way. You're going to still find a way to support Mel and the kids. They're not taking your
yes,
life.
I see you.
If they're not going to kill you, put you in front of a firing squad, what are they going to do? Seriously,
Hey, Robert.
what's going to
Robert.
stop you from earning income back in England to support Mel and the kids? What are they going to do
Hey,
that's
Robert.
going to stop you from bringing them to England if that's what it takes? If it takes 4 or 5 years to get the income, then it takes 4 or 5 years. Nobody
Yeah,
died.
Robert, yeah, we know that, but why should Chris have to leave where he is and leave his family and his kids? He shouldn't have to do that. You know? Hey,
Well, you know what? Why did Jesus Christ get kicked out of every city he went to? Did he give up his faith? Did he give up what he came here to do? Did the apostles?
it's only my
give
opinion,
up what
but
they
when
came
Chris
to do?
mentioned that he got a visit from the police, I thought there's something's not right, something's going on, something's fishy. Because he's not had a visit from the police in 6 years, so.
I
Well,
have not.
thought that
Okay,
until I
I'm here in the.
started. I thought
I'm
that
here.
was
I'm here in the U.S. I have not seen my children, my 3 children, in 10 years. And in those 10 years, they gave me 12 grandchildren. I still have not seen them because, believe it or not, at ticket prices, it's cheaper for me to go to the Philippines and come back than it is for me to drive to Colorado and come back to Florida. But you know what? I still talk to them. My kids still love me. I still get to talk to my grandchildren. Video chat. Nothing changed. They know we're going to meet. And sometimes you just have to persevere. Stop thinking that this freaking storm is the end of the freaking world. It's not.
No, it's not. Hey, Robert, we know it's not the end of the world, but it has to make you think what's happening. Why am I all of a sudden getting a visit from the police? After 6
Well, what
years?
they're trying to do is to weigh out your tenacity. And so they figure, okay, fine, you want to be stupid? We can be stupid. Okay, fine. You want to be stupid? I can be more stupid.
Yeah,
you know,
there's
it's
more
about
to
your
it. There's more to it than that. There's more to it.
No, it's not. It's basic, simple fortitude. What are you willing to
Yeah, but
put
why-
up with before you give up your ghost and sell your soul?
Yeah, but why
That's all
why
you
after
do.
this lot? Yeah, but why after 6 years have they knocked on your door?
Okay, here's a perfect example.
There's got to be
Christ-
something more. There's got to be more to it.
Christ stood on a cliff with Satan, and Satan showed him the entire world and said, you can have all this if you just bow down and worship me. Fact or not? Okay, where are you willing to go? What is it going to
Cash is
take
king.
before you sell your soul? My soul is not for sale, not to a vax, not to any form of government. They can frickin' kill me, they can flail me, they can draw and quarter me. I really don't give a shit.
I know that.
I will not sell out to them. And if more people would take that stance, it might cost me my life. oh well, I made a stand, and nobody can take that away.
No.
Well, what do you fear
No,
more? Do you fear
Yeah.
the one that can
Robert.
take your life, or do you fear the one that can take both your life and your soul? If you don't
I'm
think this
looking at
is
it from I'm looking at it from somebody who's in the Philippines point of view. Hey,
no,
it's all right.
it's not a geographical location.
Hello,
You're
Scott.
locked into a spiritual. You're locked into a spiritual world, spiritual
Yeah.
war. Make your stand. You know how many patriots, regardless of the country you came from, sacrificed their life for a principle so you could have what you have today. What makes you the exception?
Yeah, but we should know.
I mean,
No exception, Robert, but we shouldn't have to do that.
exactly. What about William Wallace?
It's all about
Did
control.
he, did,
It's all about
did he
control.
die in vain? Did William Wallace die in vain?
No.
I mean,
But it's all
Scotland
about
never got their
it's all about
freedom.
control. Robert, it's all about control.
Scotland never got their freedom. But
No.
William Wallace
They fought for
did
it.
not die
They
in
fought for the
vain.
freedom. No.
Scott,
You
just
gotta
general
figure out
chit chat.
Yeah, it's all
I'm
about
just
controlling.
guys.
All about controlling.
I just want to say to Scott here. It's just general chit chat. No agenda.
No, it's all
What's
good.
the agenda, Scott? No agenda here. We're all friends. Say
As
what you
usual.
want. No, but do you know what I mean, Robert? We shouldn't have to be questionable to anybody. We're all fucking free, working, living
Hey,
human
guys.
beings.
I'll be back.
Who are them?
Hey,
Who are
Jack.
they to control us? Who are they to control us?
Well, it's like Craig's saying. Okay, is his kids better off? Well, that depends on how you look at it. What precedent did you set for your kids? Oh, it's okay to sell yourself. Or did you tell your children and teach them when you're right, you're right. You don't give in to a higher authority that's trying to enslave you.
Yeah, but they give you no choice.
I taught
They can give you
my
no
kids.
choice.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I taught my kids the same thing. If I never see you again, you're in my prayers, you're in my thoughts, you're in my heart. Nobody can take that away. You
No.
stand your ground. And you teach
Yeah,
your
but who are
children
they?
to do the same thing.
Yeah, but who are they, Robert, to dictate this bullshit onto us? Who are they? Who are they
No.
to dictate that what we do in everyday life? We should be free to do what we want to do, earn what we want to earn, work where we want to work. Who are they to dictate to us how we live our life? That's what pisses
I
me
am.
off.
Yeah,
care
if I
who
was,
they are.
if I was in the UK, I'd be one of them protesting. Honestly, I swear.
Yeah,
But
and I'm the
we're in
same.
the
Chris,
Philippines,
I'm
and
the
the last
same.
thing you want to do is piss people off here. You piss them off, you piss their own people off. When I was in that meeting, when I was getting my 13A, he couldn't emphasize enough that I'm here at the government's pleasure. And regardless of whether I'm here on a permanent visa, if I get involved with politics or blah, 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 or they just decide they're going to kick us out, we're out.
Yeah, you've got to tread carefully.
Well, you decide on your own strategy or your own strategy.
Well,
okay.
That's my
So
argument.
one of the things I can say is maybe I die for what I stand for. I don't care. I stood for something. And somewhere in history, somebody's going to remember that, and that's going to inspire others.
Yeah, but
and until people do
but
that on
Robert,
the
how
mass
would
scale,
me dying or being kicked out of the country help my kids, my wife and my kids?
It shouldn't have to be like that.
No.
I mean, you have to live and let live. It shouldn't have to be like that. Who are they to dictate to us what we do?
Have you no
we're
faith?
surviving and getting along by our own means. I mean, it's all about control. I don't care what anyone says. I know it's about control. I can see it. I've seen it from the fucking day one
Okay.
when it first
So,
started. I said
so have
what
you
happened.
so have you taught your spouse and your children how to self-suffice if something should happen to
Yes.
you?
Yes.
They,
I mean,
they
you're worried about your kids and your children if you get kicked out of the country. Okay, I get that. Did you teach them what to do if you walk out into the street tomorrow and somebody runs you over?
they've
If
got
somebody ran
instructions.
you over tomorrow, what's going to happen to your wife and kids anyway? Did you prepare for that?
Yeah, but that's a different scenario,
No,
Robert.
that's actually a bigger and more probable chance of happening than what we're talking about now.
Well, I don't. I disagree because what we're talking about now is
No,
about controlling
statistically,
the population.
you have a greater chance of dying from a shark attack than being struck by lightning, and a bigger chance of being killed by a hit and run. But you're worried about pissing somebody off over a vaccine?
I'm not
Look at
bothered
the
about pissing
statistics.
anybody off. I'm not bothered about that, but because of the way people are, they're like lambs to the slaughter, so they're going with everything that they're told. And it's we're the minority because I know I believe in what I believe in. I don't believe in all that shit that's going on. I never have done. I've said it from the start. And I've worked every day through all the pandemic. I've gone out to work. So if anybody was going to catch this so-called virus, it would have been me. Because I've been out there in the thick of it, in the city centres. I've been working in it. So I know, you know, like, even if you get it, 99.5% you'll get over it. So when they're pushing this fucking
I work with it.
foreign body into your body, then for me, they're messing about with your genes. They're messing about with you. So the next virus that comes along, that's going to attack you and that's going to fucking kill you. As long as you've had that vaccination, that's what will see you off. Your body won't be able to put up with it. That's my opinion of it.
Scott,
let me address Scott. It's Gareth's channel. Gareth was taking a smoke break, and if something is directed toward me, I'm going to respond to it. Yeah, we argue, we debate, and we do different things, but it's Gareth's channel. I don't see where you're coming from.
Channel.
I think it's even worse than what you've actually tried to explain, Simon.
What?
I think it's.
I know it's worse than this, but I don't want to say too much because it's Gareth's channel. And I know Gareth's had his vaccination; he believes in it, and I don't disrespect that. That's each to their own. But if I can't come here and say my opinion of it, then kick me off the channel.
Wait. What's happened while I was away?
Nothing. Nothing.
It's all right.
But do you know where I'm coming from? I've had 6 letters from the NHS every week for the last 6 weeks saying, come and have your vaccination. Throw them in the fucking bin. Ain't having no vaccinations.
I'm back, Gareth.
Hey, Gareth, how's it going?
Hey, and I'm not slating or disrespecting anybody who wants to have the vaccination. That's their choice. I've read into it. I've looked it up. I've researched it. I know what's in it, and I know what it does. Hey, might be wrong. Might be wrong. And if I die tomorrow, at least I've died happy because they ain't putting no foreign bodies in my fucking body. Simple.
Mm-hmm.
No chance. Not in a month of Sundays.
All I
letters from King's College Hospital in London.
saying your youngest
Oh,
daughter
good.
has been chosen randomly to take part in some trials. And I replied to him, I said, you fucking test your own daughters, you ain't testing mine.
Jesus.
It's all good, Scott. Just want to address that. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to say,
That's the
Scott,
way I've
don't
been
sweat
brought
it.
up.
Don't sweat it, Scott. Things get misinterpreted when you show up in the middle of things. So all's good with me. Everybody else, it's all good.
Gareth, would you sign a document saying
Yeah.
letting the hospital fucking put needles and testing your kid? Would you let them do that?
Depends on
No,
what
you
it's for, I suppose. Well, not testing.
Well, for this bullshit,
Not testing.
this bullshit that they're saying about.
Not testing. But, I mean, they're not requiring kids to have the vaccine anyway, so.
Of course they are. They're fucking doing
Well,
it
not in
right
Ireland,
now.
they're not.
doing it
They're
on
not in
kids,
here.
on babies.
They're not in Ireland, they're not.
Well, it might not be in Ireland, but they're doing it. They're doing it on babies.
Well, I
6-month-old, 12-month-old. They're testing,
honest with you-
fucking injecting.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I haven't done any research on any of it, any of this
Well,
stuff.
I've done research on it.
Well, I haven't.
And I know. Listen, I don't care who they are. A kid's immune system will fight anything. That's what we've been doing since we were born. We fought over the measles and the pox.
I know here in the U.S.
So
that
why
they,
would you
that
let
they just
why would you let
approved.
doctors or hospitals put foreign bodies into your kids' fucking bloodstream? They ain't doing it to
Well,
my
here in
kids. Not as
here in
long
the
as I've got
U.S.,
fucking
they
hair.
Simon, here in the U.S., they just signed off last week to allow vaccines to be given to children under the age of 12. And
Well,
that
they
goes
should be
against
fucking-
their own, it goes
should be
against
sent to
their own
prison,
guidelines. It goes against their own guidelines that states children under 12 should not be vaccinated. And they turn
Should
around
go
on the
to
other
prison.
hand and say, you can vaccinate them. And everything violates the 1947 Nuremberg Agreement.
Well, they should go to
Everything.
prison because it's
All
illegal. That's
freaking
illegal.
10 articles.
It's illegal. You should go to prison. Would you let them fucking inject your grandchildren and do tests on them? Because that's all it is. It's all a big test. We're all the guinea pigs. All them who've had that injection, they're all the medical trials. You watch in 2 or 3 years' time when they all fucking drop dead or they all get seriously ill. That's what's going to happen.
I said before, I'm going to sit back and wait for the smoke to settle. Oh, and by the way, you're welcome, Scott. Don't even worry about thanking it. It's all good.
That's what's going to happen.
I just sit back and wait for the smoke to settle. Then
Well,
we'll
you
sort
might
it
say
out.
I'm wrong. You might say I'm wrong, Robert, but we, as mankind, we've survived without any vaccination because our natural immune system is built to fight against any viruses. And I know a virus has to run its course. Now, we might get ill, we might get a cough, we might get a sore throat, we might get a fucking bad chest. But we'll get over it.
You see, that's why I'm glad. That's why I'm glad I live where I live.
Or a few millions die of measles or all other bullshit if they didn't get vaccinated when they were young, you know. Jehovah's Witnesses shouldn't have blood transfusion. You know, there is a lot of stuff.
Bullshit. It's all bullshit gear. It's all about the big pharma companies.
So
vaccination
this
thing that's happening right now, in my opinion, it's all a big fucking test. They're using the population as guinea pigs. They ain't fucking got a clue. I know a vaccine takes 7 years to see if it's safe. We did this fucking thing in 7 months.
Have you thought about?
I know people.
Had ever a vaccine been developed before? As you know, technology develops. So if it took 7 years prior, maybe they do things a bit faster. They put more money into it, and there was much more people involved in the research. I'm just saying it. I don't know.
Yeah. I know people who work in the hospital with medical and they ain't taking it. They ain't fucking taking it. They told me straight. They ain't taking it. And that's people who, doctors and nurses who work in
Okay,
hospitals.
Simon, we all have stories. I have an uncle, I have my cousin, my mother's, no, what is it? It's, yeah, my mother's cousin or whatever. It was one of the best brain surgeons in Norway. He has taken it and he's absolutely fine with it. And he says it's all rubbish that you can't take it. So, everybody has their own opinion about it. But every time we get on some of this stuff, is about somebody wants vaccine, somebody doesn't want vaccine. Some people have seen shitloads on internet, other people have not seen shitloads on internet. I mean, you can always find 5 people here or 10 people there who get ill or die of any type of bloody medication. Doesn't matter what it is. But it does matter. You have hundreds of thousands of doctors who say you can take it, and you got 400-500 doctors who can make up that you can't take it. I mean, hey, end of the day, 80% of the UK population have taken 1 shot, 58% have taken 2 shots, and I don't think that they are trying to eradicate the whole population in England on some sort of test where people are going to die in 3 years' time.
Yes.
So why
In Norway they didn't allow people to take AstraZeneca. So why would some government ban some of the vaccines if they are so worried about it, if they want to kill us in the first place? I mean, hello guys, wake up.
Okay, so why is the one country that has the highest infant, the one country in the world that has the highest infant mortality rate, telling the entire world, and that's the U.S., you need to get vaccinated. But now all the vaccines that they had and produced are within 10 days, as of yesterday, from expiring. Now, oh, hey, world, here's a bunch of vaccines you can have.
Okay, but Robert, I would then say that a few of you guys have chosen by your own will not to take it, which nobody can tell you to take it. And for us who have taken it out of our own free will, I mean, end of the day, the few of you hasn't done it, and if you think we're all gonna die in 3 or 4 or 5 years or whatever, and then you're gonna be lucky because you're gonna get rid of about 4.5-5 billion people on the earth, so you're gonna be 1.5 billion left then. So you're gonna live and be great.
I'll be standing on the snow cap saying, "Hey guys, weren't you gonna join me? Sorry you didn't listen."
Simon,
That's not
sorry, Robert. Let Simon talk because he tried to say something, so he stopped talking while you were talking. So let's Simon say something.
Americans got up and loud and proud.
Anyway, what did you want to say, Simon?
Hey, Gary, listen. Anybody who's taking it, that's their choice. But I know, and a lot of people know, they can't develop a vaccine in 7 fucking months.
Okay, so you are lucky then. Why are we discussing it all the time? Because you have a lot of people who'd like to say that the world is going to die. So I say 4.5 billion people, or plus, going to die. So the rest of you, which know everything, because or are allowed to have your own opinion based on whatever you hear in YouTube land or whatever, then you've been a lucky one. You've been a lucky one.
Yeah. Listen, don't take it the wrong way, but that's where you're wrong.
Oh, I don't. It's just that every time
medical experts
about bullshit.
No, medical experts, scientists, vaccine developers always say vaccine takes more than 2 years to develop.
Yeah, but
So why are they getting 4.5 billion people plus or whatever to take the damn thing then?
Because they're all
Every vaccine development says it.
because of the fear factor game.
yeah, but
Because
also,
of the fear factor. The
but
fear
also,
factor
Chris,
is simple.
okay,
Chris.
guys, stop. Now I'm going to talk. Okay, technology has changed. Technology changes every 6 months. It gets better, better, and better. So they have better equipment to make stuff like the vaccine or whatever. To be honest with you, like with the percentage of people that have had the vaccination in the UK, 80% have had taken the one shot, 58% have taken the second shot.
Yeah.
Look, technology has brought things to. I mean, look at the mobile phones. 10 years, 15 years ago, they weren't a computer. Now they're a computer.
Yeah,
You
but
can
Gareth,
book things. Technology.
how many people out of them percentages,
People are going to die.
how many have died?
Yeah, but people.
0.000000001% have had
So-
complications with it. But you will have that with
Right,
any
so-
fucking thing you take. Anything.
Mhm.
Paracetamol kills people. For God's sake, aspirin kills people. Why
But
do you
why
think?
would you take,
Are we-
why would you take a vaccine that you don't need to take?
But who says we don't need to take it?
Who says that?
But who says we do need to
You
take
don't need to take it.
Who says
But who's-
that?
Who did you see dropping dead in the streets? It's supposed to be a
No one.
pandemic.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen
Well,
anybody.
exactly. The only reason you have to take it, and a lot of people are taking it, is because they want to travel. And the only way you're going to travel is to take this vaccine. Doesn't that tell you something?
Well, I was advised last year, and there was no travel on the cards anyway. So I was advised last year that I should take it because of my health
Well, it's
thing.
with the greatest respect, it's irrelevant because they're making a vaccine passport. They're making it impossible for you not to take that vaccine. Does nobody want to know why?
Mate, I'm not going away this year. I knew I wasn't going to go. I knew last year I wasn't going to go away. I said I was hoping. Or sorry,
Well,
this year. Sorry,
just saying,
this year.
But
But next year.
It's crazy. It's
I'll go
crazy. We've
nuts.
always had a choice. At one time of the day, if a doctor tried to put something in my arm and I didn't agree with it, that was assault. He could lose his
I know.
license.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't even go into the office to take the shot in the first place.
Well,
So it wouldn't even happen.
Yeah, but you have to raise your eyebrow when they come out with that story.
Listen,
Any
forget
side
Simon.
effects from that vaccine?
Simon,
Any side effect from the vaccine, you can't sue the hospital or whoever give you the vaccine. You can't sue them.
can
Yeah,
sue
we know
them,
that.
but you just can't sue Big Pharma.
half the
That's a
world
red flag straight away.
half the world think there is a global warming and it's man-made. Yeah, the man-made of global warming is less than 3%. Okay,
I don't
and
believe
then
in
you
global
have
warming.
so you have tons of experts who say that there is climate change and it's man-made, and you have a ton
No,
of
it's not.
experts who says, or a smaller percentage who says it's just bollocks. Same with the vaccine.
No.
Whatever you put out there, you're gonna have polarity. You're gonna have a bunch of people who say do it. You're gonna have a bunch of people who say don't do it. They all have very compiling. They have very compiling stories for why you should and why you shouldn't, depending on the eye you read, depending on what you read, depending on who you trust doing it, and that's
why you have to respect either way and don't make them if they don't want it. You shouldn't have to make them do it.
But I do respect that. I have never said I would respect it.
Global
warming and the melting of the ice caps is a perfect.
That's all about a cycle, Robert.
Wait a
Global
second.
warming
Where is the
cycle?
I've sat here and kept my mouth shut. Now, where is the worldwide oceanic monitoring base located that has been monitoring sea levels since 1905? Where is it located? And who sponsored it?
No,
Where's it
cycle.
located?
Global warming.
And who sponsored it?
Cycle.
What's that got to do
England
with
sponsored it in 1905. It's down just off of Tasmania.
Okay.
Now, their records state, despite the global warming list, okay, and all this bullshit, sea levels are actually 6% within average. Okay, it's a constant up and down variant. Now, they sit there and they claim, oh, the polar caps are melting, blah, blah. Wait a second.
Sorry, Scott.
You freeze water. Water has mass when it freezes. The water has mass also when it's not frozen.
Okay.
So as the ice cap melts, that space is replaced by the water. Every drop of water on this planet that has ever existed is still here today. Tides change, the moon changes, the orbit changes. It's all seasonal.
This proved my point.
It's never changed.
Robert,
If half of Antarctica melted, if half of Antarctica melted,
which is
where does the frickin' water go? It doesn't mean India's going to drown.
Robert, this
the
proves
ice that melted is replaced by liquid, so the same space of occupancy has never changed. They're playing you for idiots.
Okay.
Can I just say this one thing?
Wait, guys, one at a time.
Can I just say this one thing? The
Chris
only problem I have with these, you know what, is they're taking away people's choice. It's never been like that, ever. I've never known a situation like that. That's the only problem I've got. I should be able to choose whether I want to take the or not, and they're taking away that choice, and that is wrong. They shouldn't have the right to do that. That's the only problem I've got. If you want to take, that's fine. That's your choice. Yeah. But when they make it, you know, they say, "Oh no, it's not mandatory." Well, hold on. If I can't get on a plane and travel back home, it's mandatory. If I'm at home and I can't travel on a plane back here, it's mandatory. Any restrictions they put on you, if you don't have this, it's mandatory. That's the only problem I have with all this crap. I should have a choice, and they've took away my choice, and that
Robert,
to me,
Chris is talking.
Okay.
Chris, I'm 100% agree with you, Chris, on that point. It should be it should not be mandatory whatsoever. It should be completely up to each individual. And I do agree with you 1000% that is the major problem with it.
Here's a simple lesson in physics. Okay, here's a bowl, stainless steel. It's full of water. I tilt it, but it's going to get my laptop wet. But here's a bowl of water. Okay, if I freeze it, does that water take up more space? Does that water come up here?
It expands.
No, it doesn't. That water stays in the bowl at the same level as it is when it's liquid, as it does when it freezes.
Okay, can I say this, Robert?
When that ice melts, does the water overflow the bowl and flood my entire trailer? Or does the water stay in the bowl at the same level?
Okay, can I say this? I freeze this bottle. This bottle expands when it's solid ice. It expands.
To a point.
But it does.
No.
So it does get bigger in the bowl. It does get bigger in the bowl.
Only to a point. Once water reaches 28 degrees Fahrenheit, once it reaches a level of 28 degrees Fahrenheit, the ice dries and begins to shrink. So only between 28 degrees Fahrenheit and 32 Fahrenheit does it only expand slightly, but then it begins to retract.
Yes, when it melts.
So at the Antarctic levels, it takes no more space than normal water.
Anyway, why don't we change the subject? Because it's getting a bit heated. Go back to the Philippines.
No, it wasn't my whole point in bringing in
No,
global
no.
warming was very easy. I was just going to say that, I don't believe in it exactly like Simon and Robert, but there is a huge majority of governments and everything who push the agenda of global warming. So I can read on the internet tons of stuff which supports the opinion that it's cycles which has gone through for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, and we know this less than 3% which is man-made. Yeah, I'm just saying that that is the same with the vaccination. You find shitloads of people who can argue that you should take the vaccine, and others who say you shouldn't take it. That's the whole point with global warming. You can always find any subject. You will find people who have compelling stories for why you should do something and why you shouldn't do something. And this is a typical example just between the vaccine and the global warming, if you get my bloody points.
Anyway, Scott's leaving for the evening, so thanks for stopping by, Scott.
See you,
Appreciate it.
Scott. See
Okay,
you, mate.
Scott. Take care, Scott.
Take care.
Okay, Scott.
Now,
Can I
until
just
you
add
get
something?
governments,
Can I just add something, Gareth?
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Now,
It's my channel. He was saying it to me, Robert.
I'm asking Gareth if I can just say something, and it can be the last thing if you want. But I just want to say something about viruses. I've been brought up with livestock all my life, and you may not agree, or you may disagree, you may agree. That's your opinion, but I know. No matter what the virus, it has to run its course. There's no medication, there's no vaccination that you can give yourself, there's no medication that you can take to suppress a virus. It has to run its course. So what's the difference with this one?
Don't you find it strange?
How does the injection save us from this virus when we're being told here? Now, you might disagree, but you've got the internet, you've got Google. A virus has to run its course.
Well, Simon, I can only say that, my friend, that I'm not a virologist and you are neither. So, that you
I'm
can
not.
say
No,
that
I'm not.
I know. I don't get that point, but anyway.
I'm not claiming to be. But what I will say, you've got the internet, you've got Google. Do the research. A virus.
How much misinformation can I find on Google? I mean, I can search on one thing and I can get 10 different answers to the same damn question, depending on who pushes the agenda. So come on, Simon. I mean, don't quote Google don't quote Google as a source of reliable data.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm speaking because I have pigeons, I've had livestock, and I've had viruses in that livestock.
Okay.
And no matter what medication I give them, it didn't work. The virus had to run its course.
So we should never take any medication or against measles or anything like that, and which killed shitloads of people before. Okay. Well, fine. It runs its course. It will just kill a lot of people in the time when it runs its course. The Black Death run its course as well. But it killed how many?
I know exactly what you're saying, but I've never ever, and even when I get a headache, I don't take a headache tablet.
I understand that, but you can let it run its course. I do agree with you. The Black Death run its course. It had nothing to do with it. But at what cost?
At what cost? Does nobody find it strange that they suppress conversation on this? Doctors that have an alternative viewpoint are not allowed to talk about it, and if they actually get information out, they're taking the license to practice off them. In many cases, I've done that. We
Because-
can't talk about certain things, and they just suppress you. They've took loads of channels down.
Chris, the same thing happened in the global warming scenario. All the scientists who are against it and say it's a natural phenomenon get suppressed and get shuffled up aside as well. Same shit, different subject.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but the thing is, good.
Oh, that's my
I don't
point.
think it's a global warming. I think it's a cycle.
Yeah, I agree with you.
A
But
cycle. It's a cycle of years.
listen, Simon, I
It's all a
agree.
cycle.
But what I'm trying to say is that when I took the sample of global warming, Chris say, rightly so, that people speaking up against it gets silenced and done things with. But the same shit happen with things that we believe is a natural phenomenon like global warming. But those scientists who have super compelling
Right.
evidence that it's not man-made, they get shuffled aside because it's not in the agenda. It was like the computer bug which created the Indian IT technology sector. Everybody was running around as a headless chicken, trying to get the fucking computer system sorted out prior to 2000. And what happened? Fuck all. And it cost billions. But it created shitloads of jobs. And same now with it's the same now with global warming. It creates tons of useless jobs. And then 15 years from now, they're gonna say, "Oh, we were wrong, but hey, whatever." Same again, the same example. The 2000 bug, the virus now, the global warming is agendas, and those who are against the majority, they get suppressed. Doesn't matter what, whatever situation it is.
Hey, Garrett.
Okay, why
it's a
don't
good
we-
thing
All
you
I
shave
can
your
say-
head.
all I can say is,
Do you know
how
what?
many
Let's,
people
okay. Do you know what?
who
Do you know
died
what?
from COVID?
This has been going on a little while. Why don't we change the subject to positive things? Because it's just getting negative. Let's talk about
Can I
happy
say?
things.
Can I say something? Can I say
No,
something? Positive?
Robert. I'm cutting that subject out. That's finished. Over.
No, I was going
done.
to say something
Next.
positive, Gareth.
Nothing about virus. No, nothing about. I don't want to hear any shit. I don't want to hear
No, I
about
was going
global
to say.
warming.
I was
Nothing.
going to say, Gareth, it's a good thing you shave your head because if
I know,
you
I
didn't
know
shave
that.
your head, you'd have pulled it out. That's
Hey,
positive.
listen, look. We in a way we've got a thing in common. Philippines, correct? Robert's been to the Philippines. Chris lives in the Philippines. Gear has been in the Philippines. He's lived and worked there. Ronald has been to the Philippines. Simon, I haven't. So educate me things about the Philippines that I haven't seen on YouTube.
Well, you won't be going to the Philippines, Gareth, unless you've had a good job.
Oh, fuck off. Stop getting that in there.
I'll teach you one thing, Garrett. There are less.
Good thing it's not Chris's channel because you said
Robert,
fuck.
look. Also, no over talking. Let everybody say their bit and then go on to the next thing. Whatever.
There are less hairy punanis in the Philippines than in Ireland.
Harry what? Harry what? Bananas.
Punanis.
Bananas. What's that?
Tsunami.
Huh?
Tsunami.
A punani.
Bananas.
No, punani is the nice way of saying the female's private part. So there are less hairy punanis in the Philippines than in Ireland. So now we learned something.
Well, I don't
Well,
know.
I've been to Cuba. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I've spent what? I spent 7 weeks there, and I spent another 3 weeks there. So 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks there. I spent in Cuba. I didn't see any hairy bananas. Everything was very clean.
Hairy bananas, what are they?
And that was in the 90s. So.
And also number two, as you know, there are more flat-chested women in the Philippines than there is in Europe.
Oh, God,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Hey, kid, didn't you know small is terrible?
And we didn't say anything about what was good or bad. I'm just teaching Garrett something about the Philippines.
Yeah, I
Small
was
is
gonna,
terrible.
I was gonna ask you, Gear. The conversation you had with your friend in the Manila, was that the 45-year-old, or was that the other one?
The 34-year-old who works in the Chinese company as
The one that you showed picture in the swimming pool?
no, that was the Indonesian. That was the one in Singapore.
Oh,
Hey, kid,
but a Filipina.
don't forget to share them
Yeah,
pictures.
yeah, Filipina in Singapore. Yeah. I
Hey,
have a
kid,
couple
share
of
the
three.
pictures. Don't be shy.
I have a couple of three on the go. Just a headshot my head.
Ooh. And this is
Hey,
the
the
subject
dark
that he
horse, Robert. Give the
see,
dark horse.
guys. Gear wanted to talk about this. He even texted me about this. So the floor is yours, Gear. Tell
No, I
us.
just
Come on,
said that let's just talk about women, which is a much more interesting and
Yeah.
hopefully common
Yeah.
interest than all
Hey,
these other.
we can't talk about women when we're married.
Say what, Simon?
We can't talk about women if we're already married.
Oh yeah,
Well,
okay,
I'm
I
not
forgot
married,
about that. I'm not married either.
and Robert's not married, and Ronald's not married. So the only
Oh,
two people married here is yourself and Chris,
well, me
Is,
and
is
Chris will
Ronald
have to stay
and
is
maybe
Ronald
three.
asleep? Is
Who?
Ronald asleep or is he out?
He's out for the count.
I don't know.
He's probably asleep.
He
Welcome
shouldn't
to
be
the
because
circus.
he's 8 hours behind us.
He's
couldn't
maybe
be
out doing an Uber run, or he might be on the phone like I was. I had to excuse myself for an hour and a half with Manila. He might be on a call with Kavita.
Jonah.
Jonah, yeah.
So anyway, tell me more stuff about the Philippines. Educate me.
It's warm. It's hot and humid.
Tell me something I don't know.
Okay,
It's
the
more
rainy
fun.
season
It's
just
more
started.
fun. It's more fun in the Philippines.
Okay. Okay, Gareth, you're white. You're from the West. Therefore, you have a money tree growing in your backyard, and because you can afford to travel there and back, you're a millionaire.
Mate,
Yeah.
I've been to Cuba. I've been to Mexico. I've been to Guatemala. I've been to El Salvador. I've been to Costa Rica. I think I have an understanding what Asia is about, meaning
Well,
Philippines.
you
Not
asked.
that I've
You asked
stepped
me to.
foot.
You asked us to tell you something
To,
about the
to
Philippines. I
tell
was
me
just telling
something
you.
I don't know. Tell me something I don't know.
Well, first you got to tell us what you do know.
I've never been there. I arrive in Manila Airport. By the way, I arrive in Manila Airport. I heard that you can get a SIM card there. So is that still the case?
Yeah.
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 Yes,
And it's at arrivals. And what is the best network for somebody who's never been there before?
PLDT,
Sorry,
Chris might tell you.
PLDT,
PLDT.
PLDT, Philippine Long Distance Telecommunication Carrier. But
Yeah,
it depends a little bit also on what part. I mean, as Chris can tell you, it depends a little bit.
Depends what part of the Philippines you're in,
Yeah,
which is
exactly. Yeah.
okay.
So Globe works better certain places. PLDT work better other places.
Okay. Manila. Subic Bay. Where Chris lives. I definitely want to check out Boracay, and I definitely want to go down to Davao, down to Mindanao. So those are the places I'd be checking out. I've got 3 months. I'm going for a 3-month holiday.
I would say in all those places you go to there is, I don't know down in Naga because I've never been there, and Chris could tell you probably what works best there, but I would guess that I mean, in Manila and Cebu and Angeles and Olongapo, Subic Bay, I would guess both Globe and PLDT will work equally good. I mean, we are talking more when you get to Leyte and Boracay and places like that. You have to be much more careful with what carrier you are choosing.
Yeah.
If I can say this, Gareth, when you arrive in Manila or Cebu, wherever you get to mainland in the Philippines, before you leave the airport, text, email everybody while you have the free Wi-Fi that you made it there safe. Okay. Have a phone list of all your contacts that you need. Before you leave the airport, find a cell phone stand. Don't buy a new one, but buy a refurbished cell phone.
Mate,
Kind of like getting
I
what we
have
call a
I have a bunch of
pay to go
iPhones.
phone. Okay.
Robert, I have plenty of iPhones, so I could just bring one of them with me.
Okay. No, I'm just saying get a pay to go phone. It's going to have to be programmed for their system.
No,
Don't
this
buy.
is SIM free. I can put any
Okay.
SIM into it.
You just need a SIM
Take
card, Robert. You don't need the hardware. You
Yeah.
don't need the phone.
Take it with you. Don't buy a program or don't buy a subscription, but just get a
Load.
30-day load or a 2-week load. They do it by load based on date, not by data. Then into that phone, program all the numbers you need to call, and you'll be okay.
Take a copy.
Mate,
Take a few copies
Robert,
of your passport, so you have
Robert,
some copy of the different IDs you have in case, because you should always show it when you are, and you don't really want to have your real passport with you all the time. So just have a couple of copies of ID, different IDs.
Yes.
Your main
Just
options
have a
were
backup of
card.
your phone numbers.
yeah, it'll be on the phone. Put it this way: I have Chris's, I have Daryl's. You know, I'll have those. So that's Daryl when I go up because I arrive in Manila, so I'll head his direction first, and then go down to Naga. I already have Commander's number anyway because we communicate all the time.
Irish Embassy.
Am I fucking
Always handy.
Yeah, you should be okay. Just have contacts that you can get a hold of that are within 50 miles of where you land and let them know where you are. So if something should happen, you got to get an emergency message out. They can validate where you are or at least get a message back home to inform everybody else if there's an issue, there's no issue, blah, blah, blah. What we used to call a contingency communication plan.
Download Grab, just like Uber. Download Grab.
I've already got it. I've already got
okay,
it.
fine. Then if you have Grab and you have linked your credit card to it or debit card to it already,
I'll
then
link it to my PayPal.
Yeah, then you're fine.
It won't work over here, so there's no point of doing anything. But I have the app on my phone already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's three main.
Viber is a really good international plan. Sorry, Chris. Viber actually works worldwide, but I think the program comes out of Indonesia.
What?
But I used to use Viber to talk back and forth between the U.S., Philippines, or the U.S., Indonesia.
Yeah, but he has WhatsApp already.
Well, it was free.
Mate, I have
Yeah.
Viber, I have WhatsApp, I have Skype, and I
Let's
have
see
Facebook. I have other platforms as well. So communications is not a problem.
Yeah. Okay, you're
I
good.
can make a phone call. I can make a video call. I was just saying, what's the best network to get? Because I've heard, in fact, it was Tim Kay. I was watching one of his videos, and he said he was having problems with different
Yeah, but that was when
cell
he.
companies. And he opened his box. He had like 6 or 8 different SIM cards in his
Yeah,
box.
That was.
what you've got to remember,
I
Gareth,
saw
what
that
you've got to
one,
remember,
Garrett. When that was when he was with Harald Boulder and stuff, and they were.
No. This was in the Philippines. This was in
Yeah,
the
no, I'm
yeah,
Philippines.
but
talking about that when he was visiting Tim Kay in the Philippines, and they were riding together on a couple of those islands. They were having a problem with the load and stuff like that. So, but the areas you are going to, beside the Boracay, the major network should work fine, both Globe and PLDT. I don't know.
what you've got to remember, Gareth, is where Tim Kay is out in the province, you're going to have trouble getting signal.
Yeah, but he was going different places.
Yeah, but they were
especially
going to.
if you're in the major cities, then you should be okay. But when you go out in them provinces, you ain't getting signal.
Chris, what are you using in Naga?
Hello.
Greg, I don't need to buy a phone. I have plenty of iPhones to use, so I don't need to buy a
You
phone.
can-
They're all SIM free. I just have to put a SIM card into it. That's it.
Yeah,
You're
but what
using.
you've got to
I was
remember,
going to say
it's
you can buy
not the network,
a
it's where
phone
you
card.
are.
You can buy an international phone card. at
Why do I
any
need an
sorry
international one?
store.
I don't need an. I just
It's a
get
backdoor. I'm just saying.
I just get a SIM card. I was only asking what's the best company
It
to
Depends
get.
where you are, Gareth.
It depends on the area.
Like anyway, depends where you
Manila,
are. In Manila, you'll have no
Naga.
problem with any network.
Put it this way: I'll use a SIM card that Daryl uses. If I have to get a SIM card for Naga, Chris will tell me which one to get. If I need to get a SIM card for Mindanao, Commander will tell me. So
Where you find them?
yeah, well, I have all their numbers anyway, so
Yeah.
Depends
not
where
a
you
problem.
are in the Philippines, Gareth. If you're out in the provinces, out in the states, you ain't getting no signal. Depending on where you are. If you're in Manila, all them networks will work.
Same in Subic, Angeles, and I didn't hear what Chris said about Naga, but I think he said Globe. He's using Globe down there.
Oh,
Don't know. Can't
There's
remember
three,
what.
there's three main suppliers of these SIM cards. You've got Globe, you've got Sun Cellular, and you've got Smart. They're the main ones. So if you go to any of these places for a SIM card, that's what they're going to offer you. Depending on where you are in the Philippines, will depend on which service provider you pick. I mean, if you're in a city, you're cooking with gas. If you're in a province, you're probably not going to have a good signal.
Yeah, well,
that's what I've just said.
I
Not rocket.
I mean,
not rocket science. It's the same as
yeah.
here.
Well, I mean, put it this way: I'll be in Angeles, and I want to go to Subic Bay, so I'm in the city basically. It's only when I go to Naga, and it's only when I go to Mindanao, is a different
Yeah, but
story.
any of them
Boracay is of all the places you spoke about there. Boracay is the one you have to figure out which is the best for.
Right.
Well,
Then
I've been to
I suppose I
Boracay,
can always send a text to one of the people, like Will Dasovich, or who. In fact, Kyle becoming Filipino. He's been to Boracay. He did a week there with his girlfriend.
I've been to Boracay, and I had my Vodafone SIM on roaming, and I had no problems in Boracay with my phone.
You mean your English phone? Well, I'm not going to be using my Irish phone, so no, thank you.
I'm just saying, I stayed in Boracay. I had my phone on roaming. I had no problem.
Yeah. Well, you just pick up the nearest strong tower, so I know that.
It doesn't matter whether you use Smart or Globe here; they're both pretty much the same.
Anyway, I look forward to the trip. Anyway, a nice 3-month trip should go down well. That's what my ex
He
said.
goes
I could get a
piss.
3 month visa anyway, so that's why I'm gonna go for 3 months. And anyway, my insurance only covers me for that anyway. So
My best advice when you get to mainland Philippines is have somebody that you know and trust meet you at the airport. That's the
Why?
best thing you can do.
Why,
So
Robert?
you don't get ripped off by the vans, by the taxis, by the metered taxis.
No, you use Grab. Nobody rips you up with Grab. I mean, you haven't been there.
Nah, you
You
know
use
what?
Grab.
It's
You got.
free and open.
Don't get
Trust
ripped
everybody in
off.
the Philippines. Nobody's gonna rip you off. Everything's good. Just pay your money. Blah blah blah. Drive around the city circle 5 times to go 5 miles. Yeah, it's going to cost you 700 Philippine pesos.
Robert,
But
not with Grab.
if you have somebody that can meet you at the airport, let them talk to the taxi, let them get you to the bus terminal, get you on the right bus, give them a couple hundred pesos. It will save you thousands. Because when you get off the plane in the Philippines, they're going to rip your ass off.
Robert, not with Grab. Not with Grab, Robert. Grab
it's
is like Uber. It's just
there's
fixed
no
price.
cash. There's no cash.
Problem. There's no
The
catch with
best-
Grab.
The best thing you can do is have somebody from the area that you trust and have rapport meet you at the airport. Because if you don't, the probability of getting ripped off is very high. That's experience.
You can't get ripped
You know?
off and Grab.
You can't get
Don't
rid
do
of
the
it
phone.
with Grab.
If
Oh,
you
yeah.
have
Just
a local,
curfew to 4 a.m. to 12 midnight, says guys.
if you have a local, a friend, whether they're an expat or a Filipino, doesn't matter. Make friends, Facebook, YouTube, wherever. You're not couch surfing. You're just being sociable.
Robert,
They're
I've
going
got.
to meet you at the airport, get you on the
I don't-
right bus, get you in the right direction, and when the cabbie starts driving circles around the city, racking up the toll,
Yeah, but Robert, it doesn't happen with Grab. Don't you realize that?
He doesn't seem to understand.
Works like Uber. You forget the taxis, forget the buses. Take a Grab. Oh,
okay. In my 3 trips to the Philippines, all 3 times I have caught the cabbie trying to rack up the goddamn meter.
He
but
doesn't
you know,
understand
Don't
Grab.
tell me,
He doesn't understand Grab.
do not tell me they
He doesn't
don't do it.
understand.
When a
It
white
doesn't-
guy gets off at the airport, jumps into a cab, take me from here to here.
Robert, do you
Robert,
know how
Robert,
Grab
he
works?
doesn't. He doesn't
he
understand
thinks
Grab. He
for
doesn't
one
understand Grab.
Second,
Don't
he
you
thinks for
understand
1
Grab?
second,
Chris, you,
you
are
don't know
sorry,
your ass
Robert.
from a hole in the
Robert,
ground.
you put the address. Oh my God, Robert, you don't
Dude.
understand what we're talking about. When you do it from Grab, you put the address where you're going. You see on the map on your phone where the car goes and which route it takes you. He cannot go left when he's supposed to go straight ahead. It's on the
You know
fucking
what he's
phone.
going to do? You know what that cabbie's going to do in the Philippines? He's going to do whatever the hell he wants. And
It's
you
not a
can't do
cab,
anything about it.
Robert. Please, for God's sake, it's not a cab. It's a Grab. It's not a cab. It's a Grab. Same as Uber. They can't fuck you. Even when you put it on, you will get a fixed price. It tells you exactly what you're gonna have to pay, and the driver has nothing to do with it. Oi,
Thank
we are
you.
living in today's society, not 5 years ago or 20 years
But you know
ago.
what? Okay, well, I'll tell you what. You go with it. God bless you. Salamat. Good luck.
Okay.
Because you're in the Philippines and nobody gives a shit where you came from. Let me know how good it works out for you.
Everything can happen in the Philippines, Robert. Anything. No rules.
Play by the rules that you think are going to work for you. But I'm telling you,
I
get
know.
somebody that can meet you.
Oh
If
my
you don't,
God.
if you
I
don't,
know. I've been there. I've been at the airport. I've had a Mercedes pull up, take me to the hotel, and say $30. I said, "Why are you saying dollars? Peso, eh? I don't work in dollars."
I guarantee you,
Well, that's what they do.
that's the game. But you know what? If you think your little handheld device is going to save you, you might as well call the embassy to come get you. Oh, wait, they're not going to come get you.
If I don't use a Grab, you know what I do? I say I have already
get
booked a
into
hotel, and I tell
here.
the hotel
Get,
when I'm arriving, and then I say to the hotel, you know what?
hey,
Can
here,
you send
hey,
a
here.
car and pick me up?
What I'm on crucifix, ich habe etwas zu sagen.
What?
What?
See, you're not Filipino. I'm being serious. You're in the fucking Philippines. Nobody's going to come save your ass.
I've been there 30 times. I had a company there. I had 400 staff there. Don't tell me about the Philippines, for God's sake. I've been there 30 plus times.
And I never been there either. But I'm telling you, when you get to Cebu or Manila, whatever major airport you fly into, when you walk outside the airport, whatever vehicle you get into, you're at their mercy.
Okay.
And if
Whatever.
you don't have somebody to intercede, you're screwed. Nobody's going to help you.
Fine.
Yep.
Oh,
Anyway.
you can have whatever handheld device you have.
Why are we
You
arguing
can
over
track
something?
whatever you want. You know what that driver's going to say? Same thing they tell you in Mexico. No comprende ese. Lo siento, mi amor. Then what the fuck are you going to do? Call the embassy? Going to call the cops?
God.
You're going to call the police? Because I guarantee you, the police and the cabbie are working together.
Anyway,
you better have somebody meet.
I give up.
Mate, I've been to Costa Rica. I've been to Cuba 3 times. I've been around the block. I'm not stupid. I've never been to Asia, but I can tell you this: my transportation will be sorted, and somebody will meet me there. Because I know you can get these vans. My ex told me about it. You can get these vans. You can organize it through online. The driver meets you at the arrivals. He brings you to the van and he brings you to your destination. You know how much you have to pay because it's done online and it's done through PayPal. Boom, boom. The guy picks me up. I get in the van. He brings me to my destination. There's no money changing hands because it's already changed hands through my PayPal account to the company that's supplying the van and the driver. So there is no problems with taxi drivers.
Okay, what I'm saying, Gareth,
yeah,
does PayPal protect you? Does PayPal protect you once you're in that country?
Hey, Gary.
Does Google protect you once you're in that country?
190 days. 190 days PayPal protects me. For 190
anyway,
days.
Gareth, let's welcome Gary onto the panel.
360 days. Wait.
Hello, Daryl. Good to see you there, mate.
90 days. I have to check that. I have to double check that.
I'm interested to know all this stuff too. I'm also interested to know. Hey, I'm also interested to know all this stuff.
I'm going for cigarettes. I'll be back.
In fact, are you there, Gear?
Here, sir.
Are you, Gear? He's not there, is he?
No, I am. Yeah. What?
Is
Yes, hi, Gary. Hi.
Can you put Is Grab an app you can put on your phone now?
Yeah.
Because I just put on Uber actually today.
Yeah, but you use Grab in the Far East. You don't use Uber.
Okay. Yeah, right. Because I'm going to have to use Uber when I go to the airport in my area.
Yeah, and you use Grab when you Grab works exactly the same way as Uber, Gary. You just use Grab when you are in the Far East, Thailand or Philippines or whatever.
Okay. That's good.
Now,
to
what
know.
I'm saying is, my second trip, not the first, not the third, but my second trip, I used all these apps, secured my reservation, okay, on a beach, Eastern Visayas, to the Eastern Visayan University, just outside of Babayalete, okay? All the guarantees, all the insurance, everything. And I did it 8 months in advance. I had all the guarantees, all the insurance, reservations, communications, confirmations. I lost 800 fucking goddamn dollars because when I got there for my reservation, we don't know who you are. We don't have anything.
I don't
I
think they
called the
had
police. I
when
called the
you.
police. I called the barangay, and I still got fucked. 800 goddamn dollars. So when you
I'm
play this game, claiming use this app, use that app, we got this guarantee, we got that guarantee. I did that, and I still got fucked.
I don't think they had Grab though when you
Well,
went there.
well, that was only 5 years ago. It doesn't matter. I
Maybe.
still got the goddamn emails, Gary.
Hmm. Maybe.
Hotels.com.
Gary, I don't think Robert understands what
What
Grab
I'm
is.
saying is,
Grab
what
works
I'm telling
completely
you,
different.
no, what I'm telling you is when you get to country, the best thing you can do to cover your ass is have a local meet you at the airport and
Hello,
let them
Daryl.
play interpreter. You can do whatever the hell you want. The best thing you can do is have somebody meet you at the airport and be the interpreter because you're going to reduce the chance of getting screwed. But if you think all these apps and all this cell phone shit's going to save your ass, it may not.
Mm-hmm.
Have a nice day. But you better have a local.
Oh, if you don't know any locals though, then you're on your own.
You can find locals on Facebook.
No, I don't go on Facebook.
Just,
That's nothing.
just put it out there. If you're talking to somebody, going to meet them, they got families, they got friends, they got a freaking network. They will find somebody to meet you.
Hmm.
And if they can't, pay their transportation, get them a hotel a day before, meet you at the airport. And if they ain't there, get your happy snappy back on the same plane and go back to where you came from. Because you're going to get jerked. It's just that damn simple. Your apps will not save you in a foreign country. Maybe
Robert,
it did once or
Grab
twice.
will do.
No, maybe
Robert,
it did once
Grab
or
will
twice.
do 150,000%. There is no two about it. You know.
You know what, Garrett? American Airlines still owes me $895.
We are not talking about American Airlines. We're talking about a Grab going out from a Philippine
It doesn't
airport
matter.
to a location.
Where is that app located? Where's the app
Sorry?
located out of? Do they have special diplomatic immunities in another country?
Grab
When you
is
get to that country,
for the Far East. It's like an Uber, Robert. Come on, please.
no, Garrett, you come on.
Okay,
40 years,
okay, Robert,
40 years,
Robert,
40
that's
years,
fine. Robert,
no,
that's
Garrett,
fine.
40 years of international travel, you better have somebody meet you at the airport. Because if you
Yeah.
don't, you're setting yourself up for failure. Nobody's going to come save you.
I'm very surprised I managed to travel around every single country numerous times in the Far East over the past 35 years without getting fucked then. And I never did
Well,
anything. Like, I didn't have to
now
do that,
what?
but maybe I have I know what I'm doing.
Well, I tell you what, Garrett, they had this little saying over here that every once in a while, a blind squirrel can still get a nut.
I got fucked in New York once,
Okay.
though. Never in
Now,
the
you
Far
don't want
East,
to
but I got
no,
fucked
I'm
in
just
New
saying
York.
you're just lucky. But for
Here.
a person
Here.
going to a foreign country for the first time, you need to have somebody meet you at the airport. Don't you play on blind luck. Because if you do, there's 90% chance you're going to be a statistic.
Gear. Maybe you
That's
look
just
like
how it is.
Okay,
What?
let Gary talk now. Let Gary
Gear.
talk.
Gear. Maybe you look like somebody that not to mess with.
No, I mean, there's a million easy ways to organize. I mean, you get to a place, you have booked a hotel. If you're afraid of taking a taxi or using Grab or whatever, you just call you just have the hotel service to come and pick you up. I mean, it's like a million things. I mean, I've been traveling around the Far East, all around the world for 35 years. I used to travel 250 days a year. I've been to every single country in the Far East beside of North Korea, Papua New Guinea, and Brunei. Numerous times on business. I never had a problem anywhere. I don't know where these things come from. It's the simplest thing. I put it this way: if you can't get your ass from an airport to a destination without getting fucked or ripped off, you better stay home.
Well, you're right, especially if you go to goddamn Japan where the damn street signs look like chicken frickin' scratch, and you can't understand the difference between kanji and katakana, and you can't interpret anything because nothing is written in Arabic or English, and you're looking at chicken scratch going up and down. Okay, good frickin' luck. Let me know how it works out for you.
Okay, guys,
Robert.
I'm gonna
'Cause I've been
sign off.
there too.
Okay, Simon's going to head off to bed.
Okay, Simon.
Good
Yeah,
night,
so-
Have a
Simon.
good night, Simon.
Good night, Simon.
3 a.m. It's Maria's birthday tomorrow.
But-
Gareth,
but
so I have
serious-
to get up early.
Oh, Maria's birthday's
Serious
tomorrow.
here. Why
Yes.
would you go into something
Wow.
totally
Happy
blind?
birthday, Maria.
Her birthday's
Okay.
on Father's Day, huh?
Seriously, Garrett,
Yes.
why would you go into a
Birthday's tomorrow.
situation
Well, today.
Wow.
completely blind with blind trust?
He's not
Why would
going
you
into
do
anything.
something like that? You can't even
I am not,
understand
because I do my research. I know what I'm doing. I'm a world traveler. I traveled like a million times before. I've been to 40 states in America, almost every country in South America, and the only continent I haven't traveled extensively in is Africa and the Middle East. But
You must
all
have
the other,
collected-
remember, Robert, I used to travel 240 days a year for almost 20 years. 4 around the world trips, shitloads of other trips. I used to live on airplanes, everywhere. And I don't recognize any of the stuff that you are telling me that I need to do before I travel, because I never had the problem. Never, ever, ever. I had a problem once. I got ripped off in New York.
Yeah, so did I.
I got
First
ripped off
time.
in bloody New York. Never in Vietnam, Saigon, never in Cambodia, never in Burma, never anywhere else, because you just you know what you're doing. I mean,
I got ripped off for the yellow cab. He put a bunch of people in that were going to different places in New York City, and me and another guy, he charges $60 or something like this, and then he was charging other people probably the same for where they were going as well. So he must have cleared easily $200 from an airport ride from JFK into the city.
and most
That was a rip-off.
airports, if you don't just go outside and look like you are fallen off full of a banana boat or whatever and start to flag down and let some people drag your arm and whatever. You go to an official stand which is accredited by the airport and do airport taxi service. You never get fucked. You pay them there and then, and it doesn't matter if that driver want to drive me to Pattaya and go via Chiang Mai. It doesn't fucking matter because I already paid for it at the airport office.
Mhm.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Good to know. Good to know.
I mean, I've lived out of a suitcase for like 20 bloody years.
Anyway, let's change that subject on transportation. I'll sort my own transportation.
You must
Anyway,
here. You must be expert at packing a bag.
oh, he's well.
I just, even if I go on a month's trip, I only travel with carry-on. Because the worst thing I know by traveling is to have to check in luggage and wait for the luggage in the other end. I always travel with carry-on, even if I'm gone for a month or more.
Hmm. It's a good idea. You know,
So,
when I was in Norway, when I went to Norway, there was a contractor there from England, and he when he went to anywhere, wherever he went for his contract, he always bought clothes there. He didn't even carry a suitcase with him.
I agree with you as well. I mean, that's another thing. When I used to travel like on a month and a half trip around in all these places at the time, only with carry-on, it's cheaper to buy, like a T-shirt or a shirt or anything. It's cheaper to buy it at the destination than it is to actually wash the one you have with you.
That's a good idea. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
And then you
Okay.
just chuck it away.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I want to try to. You don't want to travel with like too much suitcase and things because then you can't pull it along and maybe a guy will grab it and say, "Oh, come my way," whatever.
Yeah, never do that. Never go with anybody who start to grab you and say that, oh, I know this and I know that. I mean, use official shit.
Yeah. Right.
anyway, I'm not afraid. So, I'm not worried.
Well, you
What's
must
up, big brother Gary?
gear. You must have You must have collected a lot of points then for flying.
Oh, I used to have, hundreds of thousands of air miles.
What's up, Ronald?
There's a guy that is a
What's
family
up,
member.
Chris?
Hey, Arnold. There's a guy that's a family member of the where I live here, and he travels a lot too, and he collects a lot of points. And one time he had so many points that he took a long flight, that had a bedroom and a shower on the airplane.
Oh, yeah, you can also use your points to upgrade as well. I used to buy a ticket and I used air miles to upgrade. I used to buy like business class upgrade to first, or I used to uh, buy tourist class and upgrade to business, with the points, or even take out trips solely on points.
Yeah, right, right.
Anyway, put it this way, like I said, Gear's been around the block, as they say. I've been a little bit around the block, and I'm not stupid. And I've learned a lot of stuff off YouTube, and I've talked with well, my son's mother, my ex-girlfriends. They've told me certain things about transportation from Manila Airport, so I have an idea already. So put it this way, I'll go into Manila. I'll spend a couple of days in Manila City. Then I'll head up towards Darrell, maybe spend a week in Angeles, and then go up to Subic Bay and a few other different places. Then I'll fly down to probably down to Chris Naga, spend a while there, and then I definitely want to spend a week in Boracay. So I don't have to really worry about transportation because the hotels do it. Because I've seen on other YouTubers how they did it, that the hotels organize it, the transport where you fly into, you get a boat from the airport. Basically, it brings you to your hotel. You walk up the beach and you're in your hotel. So there's no taxi.
You should
When I
visit
go
Tim Kaine while you're there.
when I'm going down to Mindanao, I'll be with Commander anyway. So like I'm sorted there. He can pick me up from the airport, whatever. So, or I'll organize a transport to a hotel. Depends what he's doing at the time. But anyway, it'll be well organized before I go to Mindanao. That will be definitely organized way ahead, and Commander will know my itinerary when I'm coming to Mindanao, and I'm sure he'll have no problem picking me up. So I'm not worried.
Are you on the screen, Gareth? I don't see you on the screen.
Yeah, I'm here.
I see you on that screen, but I don't see you.
Hey, Gareth, I guarantee, and I'll bet $100 bill that Daryl will meet you in Manila.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to. I don't want to
Daryl's that
drag
kind
him.
of guy. No, Daryl will meet you in Manila. I guarantee it.
Well, I put it this way, mate. I want to stay in Manila for a couple of days anyway. I haven't decided BGC or Makati.
Yeah.
I'll stay in one of the hotels there and then go up to Daryl then. So I'm not worried.
Now there is a nice hotel just across from the airport in Manila, but it's a little bit high dollar.
I won't be staying. I'll be going into BGC or Makati straight away.
Makati is very central to stay.
Yeah, I've been following two certain channels. One couple is English, and I've been following them for a number of years, and they're almost 2 years solidly based in Manila, and I've been watching their videos, and I've seen where they lived, and I've seen the cafes and places they go to, so I want to check out a few things. I've seen the other couple that are based in Makati who are friends with the people in BGC, so I'm not worried. I can find my own way to BGC Makati. When I go up to Daryl, I'll organize transport.
Garrett, if you've been to Guatemala or El Salvador and to Cuba,
yeah, I have.
There is no difference traveling around the Far East. It's actually safer in the Far East than it is in El Salvador and places like that.
So there's no problem. But that's put it this way. Whose YouTube is that?
So is Clark another international airport?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
In Manila. There's a Kino
Clark
one.
Air Force Base is completely and totally Filipino controlled. It's not what it used to be.
It's not American.
No.
So we
but
could
all the riffraff still hangs out at the front of Clark Air Force Base as if it was still American controlled. I'd stay away from Clark Air Force Base.
Well, I want to go and visit the hospital there. I've seen a few YouTubers. Philly in the Philippines, he's been up to the hospital.
Yeah, I mean it's
I think
nice
2 or 3
to
times. Yeah.
Yeah, go see it and see what they have on display, but don't hang out.
No, I'm not.
Once you get off Clark Air Force Base, go back to where you came from.
I'm just gonna check it out. I got plenty of time.
They have the K9 graveyard there, don't they?
Yes, I've seen it. On video on YouTube. In fact,
only in the Philippines.
I think it was Brian. Brian did a video. Yeah, I saw it.
Now that hospital there, that's abandoned now too, isn't it? On Clark.
Of course it's. Gary, have you not been watching Brian's videos?
Yeah, I thought I watched it. Yeah.
The hospital has been vacant for donkey's years.
I was going to say.
Since the American military left, the hospital has been vacant since then. Do you not know that?
Well,
Have
what
you
is
seen?
open?
Have you seen Clark? Have you seen Clark at all?
I saw
Ever?
Brian's thing. Yeah. Well, so
Have
what is
you?
just
Is it
the
what's?
airports only?
No, there's offices in there. There's a hotel in there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You not see? I thought you said you watched these videos.
I didn't watch all of his videos, but I just watched some of his videos.
Okay, well he's done on different places in Clark. He's even done to it's a what they call it a casino hotel. It's in Clark.
It's like Subic, Subic has
Hmm.
a whole city inside it, restaurants, office buildings, everything,
Hmm.
and the same is in Clark. In Clark, you got like hotels and casinos. You got everything built in and around Clark.
Hmm. Even some of the military buildings they've turned into offices. They've renovated them and turned
Yeah.
them into offices. And also there's what do you call it? The same business as what Gear used to do in the
Call center,
Philippines. Call
call
centers.
center.
There's call centers in Clark. Even I know that.
The Daryl is on the comments. He
Yeah,
said,
yeah, yeah,
say
yeah,
they have a
yeah.
great VA hospital annex.
I wasn't sure. I haven't seen any videos on the VA at all in Manila. I've heard from you guys that there's a VA in Manila, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it on anybody's YouTube channel.
Because I don't think they can film at the embassy.
No, they. In fact, Tim Kay went to the American embassy to renew his passport and to get his son a passport. So he did outside the building from a distance.
Right.
He didn't go right up to the building with a camera on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
But from a
yeah.
distance, you could see the the eagle that's on the top of the building, in the
Hmm.
middle.
I don't
That's what
think
I've
you can
seen.
film in there.
No, 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 no. I know that.
Oh,
But
I'm thinking you thinking that you know how like you when you go into a bar you can film.
no, 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 no. I know that. I've been in the American embassy here. I did my I did my interviews for my residency for the States. I know you can't go in there with cameras or anything like
Hell
that.
to the no. That's why there's no YouTube videos of anybody in that building.
No, 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 no. I know that. But the VA, I meant somebody doing something. Oh, by the way, there's a VA in Manila, in Clark, whatever. I haven't seen any videos of that. I haven't heard anybody saying about a VA except you guys, ex-military, retired Navy, saying that
The
there's VA in
Filipino,
Manila.
the Philippine info channel. Stephen, he mentioned it. He's
Uh,
in General. He's in Tracy Martez over there in Cavite, right by Jonah. He was showing a couple of apartments over there in General Trias.
Steve, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, from
hey,
Boston.
Remu vlog. Remu subbed my channel yesterday, so she's new. She's
Hello,
one of my new
Ren.
sub. Remu vlog.
Hello.
In fact, I got it off. She's a friend of oh, what's the lady's name in Canada? Um, Madding, Madding Celia, Celia. In fact, it was yesterday morning when she subbed to me yesterday. Yeah, Roycer Casino. I knew it was something, but it was a long time when I seen Brian's video on it. Felix call center. I knew there was a call center there, but I didn't know. I couldn't remember the name, or it was mentioned, or it wasn't. I don't know. I can't remember. Um, well, you've got who's in the Philippines now? You got Chris and Mel. They're in the Philippines. Yeah, he's the only one on the panel that's in the Philippines. He lives in Naga. and he has a channel. Do you want to drop your link there, Chris, so she might want to check out your channel?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Yeah.
Fire away, mate. Remu Vlog. I inherited a friend of hers that she follows in Canada, another Filipino lady by Manding Celia. She came to my channel yesterday morning. So that's how I got her. She subscribed to me, and I think I subscribed to you. I've forgotten. I know I subscribed some people, but this morning, but I can't remember who. But I remember your name.
Well, YouTube's kindly took another 10 subscribers off me since last night.
Wow.
Thank you, YouTube.
Huh?
This is really pissing me off. It really is.
But how could they be taking
It's
10
just going
people away
down
from you?
and down and down.
But how could they be taking 10 people off you?
Well, that's what they do. Just before the pandemic, yeah, sure, thanks. I was watching, and in real time, they took 200. 200 just went like that. 200. Boom, gone. I kid you not.
Chris, do they do that if, let's say that you have, thousands and thousands or tens of thousands of subscribers? Do they do that if they have been inactive to the channel for a certain period?
Oh, yeah, they've been doing. They do that all the time. I mean, that goes without saying. Every now and then they do a purge, and they'll take so many subscribers off. They'll say, the bots, or they'll give you some excuse.
Yeah, like for example, some people have like 800,000-900,000 subscribers, but when they show videos, they never have more than 200,000 or 300,000 views, and then so there's a lot of inactive. And I guess if maybe there is something in YouTube that says if a subscriber has been inactive, not watched or commented or done anything on the channel for a 2 year or whatever the period is, that they at their discretion can cleanse the database, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. But I think they're just taking it a bit too far. It's not just me. I mean, it's most bloggers that's got any amount of subscribers to speak of. But
I lose.
It's really painful.
I can tell you that.
When it's took me how many years to get here, and then I've reached like a plateau, where I'm not moving. I'm literally just doing that. I gain 3, I lose 5. I gain 5, I lose 6. And
so they're not giving you any, and none of the videos are hitting any of the algorithms which catapults like one video up to the stratosphere or anything.
They're not recommending my videos. I looked on the statistics.
Hello, Gear.
Even for example, right, if a member looks at my video, right, it's a view, so it should come up as a view. So when my videos are on the membership and the Patreon, and somebody looks at it, say for example, I've got 11 views, and then I've got 6 comments, I'll go to my comments and look for the 6 who's commented, and I may have 1. They're screwing, man. They're screwing with the channel.
It's very interesting, though, Chris, because I can see quite a lot of different YouTube content where the channels have, I would say, relatively low amount of subscribers, maybe 10, 15,000, and they have videos who shows 800,000-900,000 views.
Yeah.
Because and correct me if I'm wrong, but they say that actually the amount of subscribers is not actually very.
Doesn't make any difference.
I mean that it's the amount of views that AdSense goes for, and not the amount of subscribers.
it gives you a bit of an ego boost, but I guess that's
Yeah,
all.
that's what I meant. It's like more an ego thing than actually beneficial from a monetary point of view.
Oh god, yeah. I mean, that guy, that youngish guy. Oh god, we were talking about him a few streams back.
Doubt,
He
Commander
made,
Doubt.
he made a young girl pregnant or something, and there was a lot of and he built a house right on the beach, on right into the water practically. Do you know what I mean?
What?
You're talking about Rizzuto.
Rizzuto, that's it.
No, okay, I don't know it.
When he started, he only had he may have had what 4,000 subscribers, but the amount of views he were getting was just unreal. And his money he was making at one point, according to Social Blade, I think he was just making under $5,000 a month. But with Social Blade, you can drop that because Social Blade's not accurate. I mean,
maybe 4,000.
He was making just under 5,000. So you can say he was probably making in the region of 3,900 a month, something like that. It's way out of Social Blade, but it's still good money. You know, I've never made that kind of money ever.
And I kind of read, Chris, that obviously depending on the advertisers which choose your channel and depending on where the views come from, let's say if you have a lot of Filipino viewers or a lot of Thai viewers or a lot of Indian viewers, obviously the advertisers pay much less per impression than if they were from Europe or the US. So they say that. So I use like a rule of thumb that other YouTubers have taught me. They say that you can average, say that you make sort of an average. I don't know, you probably know that better than me, but the rule of thumb that people say, depending on the blend of viewers, that you make between $3 or $4 per 1,000 views. Mm-hmm. So I typically, when I don't look at Social Blade because it doesn't really, it gives too big of a span for from the top to the bottom on what one video can make. So if you use the $3-4 rule, so if like 100,000 views, that's typically making $300 to $400.
Well, put it this way, I've never ever, let's get it clear. Give me a second, let it refresh. I've never ever, my views has never ever dropped below 60,000 views a month. They've plummeted to 38,000 views per month.
Wow, nearly half.
Yeah, my revenue's just gone through the floor. Yeah. And again, I'm not crying about it. I'm just simply telling you, it's gone through the floor, and I'm just impotent regards how to pull it all back. You know, we've been trying to do more videos. We're not getting the views on the videos. You know, people saying, why don't you go out more and do this? And no, we can't because of the lockdown. Now we are doing it. People are just not watching the videos. I mean,
but don't you have to? Which Maria told me that you need to make content. You need to put, say, like something out at least minimum 3 times a week. She even suggested that I do 2 lives a week instead of just the one on a Saturday.
And I don't know if it's real.
But that's for the watch hours. But that's for the watch hours because I'm building up the watch hours.
The problem you will encounter is, which is the problem I have. I've got a few videos backed up, right? Which obviously they go on the membership and the patron first.
Yeah.
But like the videos I've just posted, I could keep posting and posting and posting, only get 800 views on a video to 1,000 views. And the more videos I post, them videos get buried. So they ain't going to get the views. So it's a lot of work to do them videos and edit and everything that goes into them just to get 800 views. I mean, when I first came here, before I met Mel, I wouldn't post another video until the views went over 1,000 at least. You know, I'm struggling to get. I mean, what's that one now? The last one. Let's have a look. The last one I've posted, 725 views.
That's today's one that I saw today or yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of people, Chris. A lot of people have started. A lot of people have started to do, because, as you say, doing the editing takes a lot of time, like Filipina P and so forth. But some other YouTubers I spoke to, because of some advertising shit they were doing, they said that, you know, to get a channel growing, I mean, the ideal length is to have the videos sort of between 10, just over 10, between 10 and 15 minutes, completely keep them in one segment, so don't jump all over the place when it comes to content and so forth. And also that some of the videos which are getting a lot of attention these days is uncut, so you save a lot of time on editing just by putting out raw videos instead, and forget about all the fuss, because then it becomes more authentic. And I don't know if that's true or not true, but I can see more and more channels do more raw videos rather than these slick production type videos.
Yeah,
I'll be back.
All right.
But Chris, you made a good point, though. You made a good point. The fact that everybody's getting out and about, nobody's sitting around the house, nobody's getting views. Because everybody is getting out the normal, you know.
Yeah.
So it may not just be you. Maybe a lot of people not sitting in the house because they got to go somewhere now.
I think a lot of people, Ronald's lost heart with, you know, the regular people that used to watch not just my channel, all these videos like a religion, you know, they'd finish work, put their feet up, they'd start watching videos. And because of the situation, they can't get to the Philippines. I think a lot of them's just lost interest. I mean, thousands of people have just lost interest.
But look, Chris, that's interesting. What Ronald just said now, and what you make the point of as well, during lockdown, and even the less production Netflix did. I mean, a lot of the seasons and series wasn't being produced and so forth. So YouTube become like the go-to for content. And I can see on some of the very, very popular big channels with 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million subscribers that I follow because they have business-related content and so forth, like Valuetainment as an example, which is a very good channel. I have seen lately that some of the interviews he's doing with top characters, being from the mob, being from whatever, they have taken a huge dip. I mean, he used to get 400,000, 500,000, 600,000 views on anything he was putting out, and lately they have been dipping to like 100,000, 150,000, and it looks like it coincides with more and more societies being restriction being lifted. So I think it's a general thing which goes across that more and more regular content is starting to come back on Netflix, on Prime, on other things, and I think that has a lot to do with the total traffic across YouTube has gone down.
Yeah. You what, Ronald?
That's what I say. Yeah, I think that's what it is, because people want to get back to normal. They're already bitching and complaining about Zoom. You know, they tired of being on Zoom. You know, meeting family. Now they're getting out in the park. They swimming. They in the bars. Only old people are out there. Most of the social media is now being, you know, even the kids, they don't even think about Twitter anymore.
Take me as an example, Chris. I prior to the lockdown of like March 2020. I only went specifically on YouTube once in a while to watch for certain things, yeah. And it was just after the lockdown and after series started to be cancelled and not manufactured. I mean, it's only the last 13 months I've been spending a lot, and got a lot of my entertainment out of YouTube. And prior to that, so if I am a typical YouTube user, I was one of them who boosted content on content views on YouTube when lockdown hit in, because prior to it, I think, you know, if I'm on a scale to 1 to 10, if I have been using YouTube on a scale of 8 to 9 of my entertainment in the last 13 months, prior to it, I was on a 1.
Right.
Yeah.
And you had the regulars before the COVID, the lockdown and all of that. Every video you put out every week, they was always there. The regulars was always there because they had something to look forward to. But then they had no choice but to come, when they had the free time. But once the lockdown hit, it was just constant on YouTube. And now that they open everything back up, everybody's breaking loose.
Yeah.
They're ready to get out in front of the TV.
Yeah.
And the laptop.
I think if you look at the geographic, the geostats as well, I would guess that from certain areas, when there is dark, winter, cold, whatever, the views goes up, and then the summer hits and people want to be out and the sunshine and all that stuff. That will impact on the views as well. Especially, I can imagine if you live in South or North Dakota, Minnesota, or whatever, and freezing your ass off in the winter, you're staying inside and have much more time to consume content. Then all of a sudden you get beautiful days, just like in England. We know that as soon as the weather is good in England, everybody's out.
Yeah. You noticed it like last week. I kept coming back here like a drug addict. No streams, no nothing, no content, no nobody. Because everybody's gone.
Yeah, it's ironic, isn't it? The US is opening up and the Philippines is shutting down again. It's crazy.
What, Daryl? Since you're in Angolese, what's the situation where you are?
Party Central.
Anyway, he'll answer that question if he's still there anyway.
Daryl's always partying. He's always happy. He's always doing something.
I think he's
always got something to do.
I think he's got a live at the pub or something at the moment. I saw a notification.
Daryl has a
on my
live.
phone. No, meaning stream from the pub.
Yeah, I know. I know what you meant.
Notification.
Chillax.
I got 44 minutes ago. So he's got a stream up now with the pub.
He doesn't take it down, does he?
Yeah, well, he stops it because the pub is closed for a certain amount of hours, and he said the hours.
His video's a lot better, but his audio still needs a bit of work. I keep stopping by every evening for a half an hour or so.
And Gare, viewership is going to go down for Netflix too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For Prime Video and for all the other channels as well, it will naturally go down.
All right.
And listen, when people get back to work again, everybody was furloughed and was sitting at home having nothing to do, twiddling their thumbs. had to go to Netflix and Prime and YouTube and all this stuff, and all of a sudden more and more people get off furlough and get back into the daily routines, and that obviously going to have a massive impact on all the streaming platforms.
And all the channels, yeah.
I mean, even like the communication platforms like Zoom and all of that is, they had a huge boost in their valuations during lockdown, because that was the only way, even if they're going to be higher because more people have figured out they can actually work from home rather than go to the office. But they're going to all see a huge drop now as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Darryl says it's getting better and better where he is. So different.
I saw that video of Philly in the Philippines yesterday, and he was going down Fields Avenue, and the girls are out. The bar girls are out. The freelancers are out. They just doing their same old thing like they always did, but they're doing it different, not like it used to be. But they're out there. Like they said, it wouldn't come back. Now it's got like 20 clubs open down there now.
Yeah, there's not the ratio of foreigners at the moment, is there? So it's not really going to go anywhere until they open up and foreigners start coming back in. I mean, it's great, but even so, I think it'll take a minimum of 3 years to get back to how it was before the pandemic.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's like Darryl said the other day, which I completely agree with him. It doesn't matter how many different theme evenings you put on and all that stuff, which is good, as long as there's only so many expats living there, which goes there, and so many Filipinos you can afford. So before you start to get tourism in and the normal footfall back, it doesn't matter what you really do, because you can put on the best band, you can put on the best themed evening or whatever there is, but you need the customer base. Without the customer base, it doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm. You can have a turtle race.
But Darryl has one thing: he gets the people from the telephone call center, because Darryl has said a couple of months ago, 3 months ago, when he first opened up last year or whatever, or when he opened up, he was busy. There was groups. When a shift came off, a bunch of people would come into his pub. They'd be upstairs.
Yeah, but didn't he say, Gareth, that he treated them? They weren't really benefiting him other than being there, because I'm sure he said he was treating them, because didn't they do some advertising or something for him?
That radio station.
No.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, did you say call center?
Call center, yes. Call center.
I beg your pardon.
They're actual customers.
Yeah, but he's lucky because he caters both to Filipinos for the food, for the 24/7 call centers, and obviously that's going to help a lot when they are back to the 24/7 and have less restrictions, and he can be open 24/7 again. So he's not so, not 100% sort of tourist-driven business, because he has a local audience as well.
Right.
And Olga also said when she came
But the walking street, I mean, how many local Filipinos can afford to go to the places in Walking Street? I mean,
exactly.
Only the expats that's there.
Totally relied on foreign tourists to keep that place going. And as I keep saying, even before the pandemic, it's never been a pattaya ever. I've been there a couple of. I'm not saying I'm an expert on it, but I've been there a couple of times, and it was pretty much dead when I went.
Well, it's slightly a little different than pattaya.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, but compared, I'm not trying to compare the places like buildings and infrastructure. I'm on about the amount of people that get going through there. I mean, it's very, very small compared to what Pattaya would be.
Yeah,
But I could not survive just on the expats. I mean, they could, but then you had to chop off 90% of the entertainment venues.
and the best part of Pattaya is they got the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, on Jomtien, yeah.
Yeah, right there. I mean, come on. Ain't no beach down there. You got to go through piss and shit to get to a club.
Yeah, but you're making my point for me. That's what I'm saying. They'll never have the kind of the amount of foreigners going through there than somewhere like that. It's not going to happen. So when it opens up, not every foreigner that comes to the Philippines wants to sit in a pub every other day. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, that's not why I'm going.
I have a lot of foreigners here again before that place is going to start even getting near how it was before. Just my opinion.
Well,
That's for a younger man. I'm not that guy.
Well, put it this way, I'm going to have a few beers in Daryl's pub. That's for sure.
Oh, I'll make it to Daryl's place, but it's not going to be Walking Street.
I'm gonna take a walk down there. I'm definitely gonna take a walk. I've seen
Hopefully,
Brian,
because that's why it's called Walking Streets, Gareth.
yeah, but there's a bar at the top. There's this bar at the top that Overstay Road does some of his videos from, where he puts the camera up, and then he just does people watching, and you hear him in the background talking. So that's at the sign at the top of the road. I presume it's the top of the road, where Daryl's pub is further down the road.
Oh, is that where he is?
Yeah,
He's two
blocks. He's only two blocks from Walking Street.
He's 2 blocks from Walking Street.
Yeah.
So,
Gareth, at least grow your hair a little bit so you can get your money's worth.
No.
What, my
You gotta
pubes?
get the haircut, bro.
No. Put it this way: when I'm in Cyprus, I get my head shaved by a barber, €5.
No, you missed a point. If you're going down Walking Street and you get a haircut, you gotta at least get your haircut.
Okay.
Gareth,
Well,
Gareth knows what I mean.
I'm not into
It's a joke. It's a joke, Gareth.
prozzies.
Who's
If that's what you're talking about, I misunderstood what you're talking about. Then
Right, because I'm not going there for that.
I'm not going for that either.
Yeah, okay.
I got better things to do.
You're not going for the tsunami?
No. Nope. Me and Gary are going down there for the twirl.
Hey, I was supposed to be in Philippines years ago, but my ex, she wasn't allowed to get a transit visa for Heathrow Airport. So there you go.
When you
I
said
spent
Bali
there
was
years
near
ago.
our place?
She would, yeah. I even went with her for the interview in the British Embassy because we had we have a son. So I was telling the person in the British Embassy that I'm going on a later flight, which I was, but I hadn't even booked it yet. But her flight was booked and Michael's flight was booked. So she was interviewed, and I was saying to the person in the embassy, yes, he's my son because we're not married, that I'm given permission that he can go. And he was traveling on an Irish passport. And she was just getting a transit visa from Heathrow or from Terminal 1 to Terminal 3. And then about the day before she was to fly out, they turned her down with no excuse, no nothing.
You see, lads,
€1,000 down the drain. €1,000
guys,
down the drain.
I am definitely going down the walking street wherever there is a walking street because it's a self-confidence boost. I love it when all these girls say, "Hello, sexy man, where do you come from?" So I just go there for a confidence boost.
Put it this way, I definitely want to check it out. Even though I've been on YouTube videos going up and down the street, I definitely want to take a walk down there anyway.
It's a good confidence boost, yeah.
Well,
You
I'm not
see,
going
then,
for confidence
you're
boost,
talking
I'm
to
just
me?
going
You're talking.
I just want to check it out, see it for myself, even though I've seen it.
I'll tell you a funny story. I had two sort of doormen, young guys, for one of the first times we went to Thailand. And, these were guys who could get like any ladies back home in Oslo. So they come to Pattaya for the first time, in tank tops and, being broiler guys, you know what I mean, tanned and handsome and whatever. They rented like big motorbikes and was driving down the beach road in Pattaya, and all the girls were whistling and "Hello, sexy man" and all this stuff. So the boys thought they were like, "Wow, this is just like home. We are really popular." until they realized there was a 65-year-old on a scooter, and the girls did exactly the same to him. So that then they realized that, oops.
Yeah, we not all that. Poor soul. Well, I'm not going there for that. I got what I came for.
Going to see your missus.
Exactly.
Are you
She'll
going
never-
straight? Are you going straight down to her? Or are you going to stay in Manila for a couple of days to, chill out?
I'm getting the
Get
hell out
over
of
it.
Manila as fast as I can.
Okay. So,
Straight to Alfonso.
That's correct.
and how far? How long is that flight from Manila to?
No, you
Alfonso?
drive. It's an hour. It's an
Hour.
hour and a bit
Some
drive.
change.
Okay.
Hour and a half is about.
Yeah, depend on the time of day and that traffic. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
it's not far from Tagaytay.
Nope, neither one. All that in between in Cavite, all
Yeah,
the way up to Tanza, all the way down to Tagaytay.
yeah, and Batangas and
Yep, all the way through there.
So you're going south of Manila Airport.
south. Yeah,
Gotcha.
Southwest.
southwest. Yeah, southwest.
Gotcha.
So you're passing Tres Martes and Steve, the Philippine Info Channel, and all that stuff, because he's like off. He's only 30 minutes, 35 minutes north of Tagaytay.
Yep, the big city. I like it over there, Alphonse. I heard some guy got jacked up over there, but I don't know what he did. Must have been stupid.
Yeah, but we also heard a lot of people that got jacked up in Chicago as well. Yeah.
Yep. I'm from Philadelphia. I ain't faded.
If you're from Philly, you survive in Cavite.
Yeah, I've survived the 70s.
Exactly.
We had Frank Rizzo, the mayor.
Yeah, I remember in the 80s landing at LaGuardia, and we asked the limo driver to take us to Harlem on the way down to Manhattan. And as soon as we were close there, you heard zip, zip, all the doors were closed and everything. Just heard zip, zip. And then I said, why did you close all the doors automatically? He said, well, we are now coming into Harlem.
If you ain't done anything, don't be afraid. Be very afraid.
And the Bronx, yeah.
Oh, the Bronx. Oh, Brooklyn. Oh, man. The safest place you thought you was downtown Manhattan. No.
Yeah. You gotta check out Oakland, California.
Oh yeah.
I've been down there too.
Oh, downtown LA. LA.
Well, downtown Seattle.
I mean, if you think Manhattan's bad, ride the BART through San Francisco. Dude, that is a carnival sideshow nightmare. Used to hate having to go out to camp parks. And they were always sending us to camp parks in some stupid little class. That was like Thugtown, USA, man.
I mean, I have friends who lived in LA, in Santa Monica area, and Pacific Palisades their entire life, and they have never been to downtown LA. Never, ever in their life.
You got to be careful what time of day you go through. You go through one time of day, the place is completely dead because all the crackheads are passed out.
Yeah.
And then you try to catch the bus to get back to the BART, which is the subway. If you go back at the wrong time of day, holy shit, man, you're looking for a gun store just to arm yourself. It's literally insane. If you don't have a group of like 6 to 10 people, I mean, it's bad. It is really
the problem
really
was
bad.
downtown LA. If you ended up in the wrong area, taking the wrong turn in one of the roads or whatever, ending up down there, and you had all the Bloods and the Cribs, and if you were the wrong color, you could get bloody blown away.
Yeah, Ronald, you remember Monster Stadium in California?
No.
What was it? Not the Raiders. Shit. Forgot the football team, but it was a big football stadium, very popular in the late 70s all the way through the late 80s.
Rose Bowl?
And, dude, even the payphones are cleaned out. There's just a booth with no phone. You'll see the bus come through, and the guy just taps the brake and hauls ass and gets the hell out of there.
I mean,
the
area.
Last time I was there was, let me think back, 2004. I had to go some stupid class out there at Camp Parks, California. And I kid you not, man. We had this one girl from Ethiopia who was assigned to us as an attachment. And she wanted to go see Monster Stadium and all these other sport complexes and all this shit. And so we took her, and there was 6 of us. And by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's like, no, tour's over. We're getting the hell out of here. Get your pictures. Let's freaking go. And all these crackheads are like waking up like zombies from The Walking Dead. It just was not cool.
No, you don't want to be there. That's for sure. Same way in Philadelphia in the Kensington section. Oh, you got guys in there, drug addicts, men, women, teenagers.
Yeah.
Having conversations by the knee. They bent over. We call them dip. They dipping. They bend their torso all the way down toward the ground and trying to stand up there all high, and they having conversations bent over like this. It's a mess.
They'll kill you, and nobody's going to make a phone call. Nobody's going to know anything. You're just a damn statistic.
We were at when there were the riots in, I think it was sometime in the 90s in LA. We were at the Lakers game, and the area around Lakers Stadium is very rough, and we were coming from Santa Monica and Pacific Palisades, and they announced over that there was shit going on, so we left early and we just got out of the area and back to Santa Monica and stuff before it really took off. But that was in the whole area around Lakers Stadium, and we just got out of there just in time.
And normally you'd run out of there early, just to beat the traffic when the parking lot lets out.
Yeah.
You're trying to get the hell. What's going down? Let's go. We don't care about the game. You get out. When you hear the word, you get out.
The safest time is between 8:30 a.m. to around 1:15 p.m. And after 1:15 p.m., everybody seems to wake up, and it's like, oh my God. get the Batmobile and get you the hell out of there.
Yep. What is it? It's the fourth quarter. There's only 5 minutes left. Time to go.
Ronald, Gary's asking, do you know North Norris Square in Philadelphia? I think he
Where?
thinks
What
it's
square?
it's on the screen
Norris.
there.
Norris Square, near Kennington.
Near Kensington?
Kennington.
No, no, I never heard of Kennington.
Okay,
Kensington?
so probably
Near
he means Kensington.
Kensington, yeah, where the L train runs.
So do you know the square?
No, I don't hang out there. I go. The only time I'm in Kensington, there used to be a very popular business district. They had all sorts of stores and stuff, and I used to go down there and buy fabric and come back out of there because it's east of North Philadelphia. You know, it's deep in the east near the Delaware River.
So Gary, what is in Norris Square? Why particularly Norris Square? What is your link to Norris Square, Gary?
And what the hell are you doing over there?
Is it not
Crack.
a good place?
Gary's picking up some crack.
Is it a bad place? Is it?
Oh, type in this kid named he calls himself Tune 215. 215 is the area code of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And he does, you know, the drive rounds in the neighborhood. And you just go to Tune, Toon 215, and type in Kensington in one of his videos, and you'll see it. It's terrible.
Okay,
It is
I believe you.
terrible.
Is it worse than some of the areas in Detroit?
They're about the same.
Similar, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just say it's like the hill in Tacoma on steroids times 10.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Don't go
and it makes downtown Seattle look like, you know, Disney World.
I mean, it's so bad. I mean, I've been watching some documentaries from Detroit, which used to be like one of the most prosperous cities years ago in America. And you see now, it's like 40%. It's just derelict streets. It's terrible to look at. It's terrible.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. It is.
And how many abandoned houses and
One
empty
of the-
lots?
Yeah, exactly.
One of the world's most advanced automotive factories is sitting in downtown Detroit, completely abandoned. I mean, it looks like something from one of these apocalypse movies.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Rob. That was what I was going to say, Robert. That, you know, some of those movies, you look at them, it looks like apocalypses, or it looks like Beirut.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It looks terrible.
Well,
It's
with
bad.
robotics and modernization and them trying to make a profit, they keep raising the prices, but then they go all to these countries, Mexico, Argentina, Venezuela, to get the cheap labor, and yet still bring the robotics down there. They didn't do anything for anybody other than skirt around import and export taxes, no labor, virtually nil, you know, on the cost of manufacturing. And they have to send a ship back here, it gets assembled in the U.S., and the damn vehicle is like $40,000 damn dollars, and it didn't cost them $10,000 to make.
And the shareholders
But yet-
are happy.
They show to Congress and a private jet saying, "Oh, we're bankrupt. We need to get bailed out." What kind of crap is that?
No, I don't know. Is there any other city which has been so prosperous in America, which have taken such a turn for the worse than Detroit? I mean, is there any other city which is as bad as Detroit?
Well,
city,
during
West Virginia,
during
the whole
Trump,
state.
West Virginia.
Yeah, they lost all the coal jobs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at least during the Trump administration, he taxed the shit out of imports. So it took away the profits from the manufacturers that were going to South America for the cheap labor. So they had to stay here in the U.S. to make a profit, and so they did. But then when Biden came into office, he stopped all the shit. And what did they do? Manufacturers turn around and hauled ass back down to South America.
Yeah, but
they
they
have
lost
already.
way more money. The government lost way more money in tax cuts to corporations and private rich people than that tax
Yeah.
on that imports. Way more money. A $1.5 trillion tax cut.
Yeah, but they
Well,
created
it was the
jobs.
same.
They
It was
created
the
jobs
same
in
thing that
America
took
again,
place.
didn't they?
It was the same place that took place here in the U.S. in the 1860s under Lincoln. There was a 30% import tax on anything and everything that came out of Europe to try to get everybody to buy from the manufacturing in the North. But nobody
Right.
wants to talk about it.
But then when
And
COVID hit,
so,
import tax money never came back.
yeah,
Hmm.
but it did go back, or at least 40% of that money went into the back pocket of the politicians.
So no, but
through
just
back doors.
Ronald, just educate me. I mean, during the Trump administration, we heard so much that he was raising the taxes and bringing the manufacturing jobs, especially the car manufacturers and so forth, back into America again. And then, so a lot of the big corporations started to invest in new buildings and everything and so forth. Is that still going on after Biden took over, or is that all been reversed now? So they're all fucking out back out of the US?
No one's come back under Trump. Not one manufacturer, not one. No one's come back. Why are you going to come back when you're getting major corporation tax cuts? Well, come back. They didn't. No one came back. None. The only reason why we had job growth was because of the last administration. It takes time.
Well, fracking and all that stuff created a lot of new jobs.
No, those are the same jobs that were there all along. And then, the Democrats and their idiotic cracking, talking about fracking this and fracking that. Fracking didn't produce enough oil, just like the wind turbines don't make enough electric for the cost it makes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, solar and wind, you can't. You're going to end up with more brownouts in America than you have in the Philippines if you go down that route.
Right, because the natural resources to make the turbines and to make the blades and all of that stuff, you have to use fossil fuel and energies to build those things, and then they generate barely nothing, and you don't make your money off the parts yet.
Yeah.
Well, what I don't understand, how did we go overnight from being the world's largest exporter of oil, within 2 weeks, back to being the world's largest import of oil from all the countries that want to see us dead? Overnight. Killed everything.
I don't know.
Now we're buying oil from countries that want to see us dead. It's like, come on, wait, what the hell?
Well, I'm taking an educated guess because we still have our reserves. We're not touching them. So.
Well, we still got them. You still got the Keystone. You still got the Antarctic. You still got the Arctic. There's a massive oil field that strings from Montana all the way to Michigan.
Oh, the politicians want to scratch the back of the Arabs just to get in good. You see how Trump was fawning all over the prince, of Saudi
You see,
Arabia.
Ronald, you see that Gary was
Wait a minute. What did Gary just say?
he was hitting the pipe. He was a 16-year-old. He was working at Norris Square Church summer program for arts and craft in Philly.
And he was hitting the pipe.
I'm just joking. You said that.
Yeah, it's mostly
Gary,
Puerto Ricans down there.
Okay, never mind. You know what? I'm just going to ignore it.
Well, go ahead.
I have.
Yeah.
There you go. What's up with the white boys, Gary? I mean, what? Come on, really serious, Gary?
Well, that's mostly what was over there in Kensington. That was a white neighborhood mixed with some Latinos.
I know what Kensington was comprised of.
Well, what's the problem?
But what pisses me off is when you come up, white boys.
Well, what are they?
You can call them whatever the hell you want, but you know what?
You can't call them black.
Everything they got. Well, what they're shoving down everybody else's throat these days, you can only go one side or you can go the other, but it's okay to say white boy.
Yes, ain't nothing wrong with saying white boy.
Come on, Gary, why don't you call us white bread or maybe fucking pork chop?
Hey, Robert.
Come on, man.
There's a lady in the background. There's a lady in the background.
That's okay. That's fine. But with the rhetoric that gets shoved down our throats today about you can't say this. Oh, it's okay to say that.
It's a white guy saying it.
You know what? Call it pork chop. Call it white bread.
Anyway.
Call it an Irish potato. Gary's a writer, so he has to, describe, the subject. I mean, you just can't leave it open.
Sorry, but I find the term white boys exceptionally slanderous.
Well, don't be such a soft biscuit. I mean, what else can you call him? If he said the white guys would come down and fight, if he said guys, what would the difference be?
Not guys. Not guys. Not guys.
He said the white boys.
Remember, there's a lady in the background.
Right. There was black and Puerto Rican neighborhood as well. He says
all mixed. It was all mixed.
Black, white, and Puerto
Ricans. Yep. Yeah. It was all mixed, and they all had gangs. Black boys, white boys, and Puerto Rican boys.
Dangs. What's a dang?
A what a who?
Huh?
They were boys. That's what they were. You're going to see a gang of white men out there. I hope not.
I don't know. Oh, gangs.
Gangs of boys.
Right. Okay. Gotcha now. I thought you said dang, like D-A-N-G.
No, gangs. Gary said gangs.
Yeah, but
they would come down and fight.
I was listening to what you were saying. I thought you said dang. And I said, what's he talking about? Dang.
He said
gotcha now.
The white boys from Kensington would come to the park and they would have a gang fight.
Mm-hmm.
I was nervous every day. I went to work. He threw up every day. Huh? Why are you throwing up? You just hated the violence.
What was that? What did you throw up in those days? Was that still tuna?
No, not. I hope not.
I know Philly is a pretty scary place as well, Ronald, isn't it?
Oh yeah, most definitely. When I was there back in 2018 for my mom's funeral, I was out in the daytime and back at the house at night.
Mm-hmm.
didn't go anywhere in a car at night. Maybe rare. We went to the casino, but there's the
Actually, I get thinking about it. Almost every city, more or less of certain size, has seriously bad neighborhoods, don't they? I mean, even like Houston and Dallas and Miami and you know Atlanta and Washington D.C., Seattle, Portland. Maybe I don't know about Portland and maybe Las Vegas in a way probably doesn't have such
not so much.
not so much. Yeah.
No, but when you got depressed areas where you got low income housing, you got minimum wage or below pay, and you got people on top of each other, you're gonna have conflict. Just look in the barrel of crabs.
And substance abuse.
And
the way-
substance abuse.
By the way, Remu vlog is heading off.
Good night, Ramu.
Good night, Remy.
Happy Father's Day to you.
Thank you.
Father's still
Good
alive.
night, Remu.
Good night from all the fathers.
They had gang fights. He threw up soy biscuits,
Night, young boy.
whatever that means.
Soy biscuits. I don't know what that is either. Correct. He said, when I was a kid and my father was driving in Philadelphia, he would always say, lock your doors. Of course. It should be locked anyway. Nowadays,
I remember when I grew up in the 60s at the East End Oslo, even in sort of was that kind of a rough area in Oslo. I mean, I remember, I can't remember that, when I was out that I had keys with me or whatever. We were living in like terraced houses and I can't ever remember that my mom and dad locked the door during the day or anything like that. It was
well, even in our neighborhood, when I lived with my grandmother, we never locked the door because she had what? She had 6 boys of her own, and she had 4 grandchildren. That was us. So it was 10 boys in and out of the house. You ain't gonna lock that door.
My mum used to say that. When you were a kid, we could leave the doors wide open and nothing ever happened. I thought, not sure about that. I think it was just luck.
Yeah.
By the way, Remy, you vlog. Chris put his link to his channel. He lives in the Philippines. You see Chris and Mel, the guy with the glasses on the bottom. He's got a channel. He's got a channel.
Okay.
On the bottom.
Garrett, say that again about the guy with the glasses.
Guy on the bottom has a channel. He's called A Brit in the Philippines. If you want to drop your link again, Chris.
Yeah. Sure.
Just in case Remy, you vlog hasn't picked it up, but he's married to a Filipina and has 2 young kids. So his channel is a family life, expat lifestyle in the Philippines.
Hi guys.
Yeah, we know it's morning because we can see the daylight behind Chris. That's why we know it's morning. You're like 7 hours ahead of us. Well, me and Gear, who's the guy beside Chris and Mel with the eagle or picture, because he hasn't shown his face tonight. He must be in bed.
There's a nice breeze out there, so I think I'll try that video again about how Naga's locked down.
Didn't you say you did some videos, but they didn't turn out right? You said you had to drop them. What was the problem? What was the problem?
Well, basically, the right parts of the video didn't record, even though it was recording, because I always check it's recording before I carry on.
Yeah.
And then I got it back, and 2 pieces of the video were gone. There was nothing there. Then I did it again, and the video was upside down.
Huh?
It
Was
turned
that
up.
the time when you stopped it, said that it get hot or something like that, and you cut it off and start it over, start again?
No.
Not
These
that guy.
No, these GoPros, Ronald, they get really hot. Mine got really hot yesterday again. It might have something to do with it, why it's playing up, I don't know. But I've done a firmware upgrade on it yesterday, so I'm hoping that's sorted any bugs out that might be in it.
Don't you check? Okay, I don't have a GoPro yet, but don't you? When you turn on the GoPro, does it not tell you to update or anything like that? Like
No,
where the drone does or your computer does?
You've got to
Manually do it.
update.
Manually do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. So I know myself.
I like your setup now, Chris, where you're sitting. It's quite nice with the plant there on the side and everything. I saw that yesterday when you were sitting there with Mel as well. It almost looked like a little studio.
Right.
Well, it's a bit weird because when I keep having problems with electronics and crap. We come into StreamYard, and I clicked on the green screen because we got to hang the green screen up, and it says your what did it say? Your CPU does not. What did it say? Your CPU does not support.
Yeah.
Does not support this. Blah 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 blah. And it's like, what the hell about? It didn't support it. So I went through all the settings and I reset everything, which meant I lost all my passwords and everything. And it still didn't work. And I'm saying to myself, what a dickhead. Why didn't you just reboot the damn computer? So I rebooted it and it started working, I do everything the blinking hard way these days. So anyway, I've got
You are not where you're sitting. You don't have a green screen behind you now, no?
No.
Sure, we'd see a green cloth there if it wasn't turned on anyway.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That black thing you see on my left shoulder here, you can see it. Now, there's normally a little shelf there, but I took the shelves down because I kept running into it.
You fucking Aegis.
So is that upstairs? Is that on
there's that you can't see it, but there's that little room here. With that shelf sticking out, I kept running into it with my side, and it's pretty damn sharp. So
is that on the first? Is that on the first floor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't it get super hot up there now? Because I spoke to a girlfriend of mine in Manila earlier today, and it was only about 7:30 in the morning, and she was complaining it was super hot. It was like almost like 33 to 33 degrees already, and it's humid.
Hot, crazy, absolutely crazy. But today there's a nice breeze, so with the big windows open, it's pulling a breeze through, so it's bearable,
Yeah,
but you got
I can see on the plants, on the flowers there that you have. Is that a breeze or a fan who makes the plant? There's a fan. Yeah,
that's a fan.
Hey, 33, 34 Celsius is one thing, But when you add in the humidity, my God, it's just freaking unbearable.
I know.
It's 80 plus now, isn't it?
I've been in a desert where it's 42 to 48 Celsius, and it was quite tolerable because it was dry. Your sweat would evaporate, and it wasn't that bad. But my God, you get into the subtropics, 30 Celsius will kick your ass. I kid you not, man.
That's like Florida as well. I mean, anywhere on the East Coast gets humid.
Yeah.
Like I know New York and Boston and down to Florida and stuff. That's the only reason why I like the West Coast is that it's a dry heat, not the humidity as it is on the East Coast.
Well, I grew up down here in Florida and it never bothered me. I mean, I worked in it all day long, No big
Yeah, but
deal.
you are acclimatized to it because, as you say,
Right.
you grew up there.
But I was gone for 30 frickin' years.
Mm.
And one day I got this bright ass idea. You know what? I'm sick and tired of the Midwest. Oklahoma, 116 degrees. It's like, you know what? I'm going back to Florida. I got back to Florida. Oh my God. I'm like, can I go back to Oklahoma? Shit, still 3 years later is kicking my ass.
Mm.
But it's like Camp Parks over there in California. You say the drier air. The
Dry
summertime, you sweat your ass off because it's 84, 86 during the daytime out there around San Francisco Bay. But right when the sun goes down, the temperature drops to 76. And I don't know what happens, but you actually you can spend 10 minutes outside and then you run back indoors because you're freezing your ass off. Then you go back outside 10 minutes, you're actually freezing. It's insane.
When I walked off, the worst experience I've ever had in my life was when I walked off a U.S. Air Express in Wichita, and I got hit with 117 degrees and 95% humidity. I thought Muhammad Ali had given me about 4 blows in my face.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. The temperature out there in California, you look at the thermometer and you say, it's not cold. And you stand outside at night, you go to hypothermia. It's like, what in the hell?
Up in Pacific Palisades, my U.S. partner had a house there and overlooking Santa Monica, and in the distance we could see LAX. And I used to love it when in the back garden he had a hot tub, and I used to go out in the hot tub at 11 o'clock at night, and it was a nice fresh breeze. And I sit in the hot tub with a Miller Lite and just watch the planes take off and land over at LAX. It was beautiful.
Yeah, but you were in a hot tub.
Yeah.
If you were standing not in the hot tub, you would have hypothermia.
Yeah, I was freezing my butt off when I got out of the hot tub on the way back into the house.
Yeah, next thing you know, you got your freaking high beams on.
Yeah, but a little bit, the same, the enormous temperature difference between nighttime and daytime in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
We were out playing golf one day in Las Vegas. It was like 105, 106 degrees, but dry. And then in the evening in the desert, it's like you could almost freeze to death.
Well, I've been to Las Vegas.
Yeah, I'm talking about Las Vegas. I was talking about Las Vegas now, yeah.
Yeah, in Las Vegas, early August, late July, early August, it was already dark. And it was still 105 degrees. My truck was overheating. I couldn't believe it.
Now we used to be there about the second and third week of January, and it was super hot during the day, and it was like cold in the desert during the night.
Yeah, in January you get these 30-degree temperature variants.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why you freeze at night. It might be 68 degrees at night.
Yeah,
but my
and
God, you could have
105.
blankets.
Yeah, 105, 106 during the day, and down to 60 something during the night. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like at Fort Irwin, California. We go out there in the daytime, you're dying. But as soon as it got dark, I'd say around 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., you're sleeping inside an Arctic sleeping bag because of the temperature variance. Your body.
That's the only thing I really hate with the Far East is that.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Mel.
Hey, Mel.
Hello, Mel.
Hello. What time is it now? My God.
Hey, Mel, give Chris a Dokel for us.
Give me a dongle or something.
And a
Dokel.
big Father Day kiss. There you go.
That's not a Dokel.
Oh, you didn't open this.
Happy Father's Day, Chris.
Yeah,
Sure.
it's happy
Thank you
Father's
very
Day.
much.
Let's-
Thank you very much.
let's
Same
do-
to you all.
Let's do party.
Party, party.
It's always
Hey,
party,
Mel,
party, isn't it?
Mel, it's
Can you
Mel.
not back?
Mel. Can you hear me, Mel?
Yes.
It's 4:39 in the morning here.
Oh my God.
He's been going 8 hours 40 minutes.
Oh my God.
I can't, and I won't do them long streams anymore.
Are you not sleeping, Gareth?
I'll sleep during the day.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
There you go.
That too.
Chris is
That
like,
too.
I'm over 60. I can't do this anymore.
Put it this way, Gira and myself are up late. You boys in the States, it's early for you.
Mhm.
And it's midday for Chris, isn't it?
And it's almost midday for
Yeah,
Chris.
it's 20 to 12.
Yeah.
And Ronald's sitting
No,
over there
there's
going,
no-
what are you talking about? It's prime time in Seattle.
So has the rainy season started yet, or just about starting now, Chris? And so you can't really go to the beach. You can't go to the beach on a Sunday or anything. The weather is too unstable.
The rainy season should be starting now, but all we're getting is really, really hot weather. Again, I'm not complaining. Again, today it's so hot. You go outside, it's really, really hot. But the good thing is there's a bit of a breeze today.
Yeah,
There was
it's windy.
nothing yesterday. My God, I literally have
Send some of it here.
I have
Send
to
some
watch
of it
straight
here.
time today because I'm
Well,
just sweat.
The only thing I hate with the huge humidity in the Far East is that, you were in your air-conditioned hotel room and you sort of had a shower and you put a shirt on and whatever to go out and about in Pattaya or whatever in the evening, and you just like stepped out of the hotel lobby and 3 minutes later it was like you had been showering with your clothes on. It was always the same in the Philippines as well. So, but you've probably been there so long, so you have kind of acclimatized a little bit to it now.
Well, I sort of have. It doesn't stop me sweating. I mean, we went out to check the car other day. I come back absolutely. I had to take my shirt off. It was just soaked. It was like I just jumped in a swim.
Are you wearing is that a cotton T-shirt you have on there?
Yeah.
So
but now,
if you now just stepped outside the door for a few minutes outside your house, you wouldn't come in and feel drained already then, would you? You will have to go for a walk before you get drained.
No. I'd have to go for a walk. But as soon as I get out in the heat, the sweat is just running down my face. It's horrendous. But Mel, she sweats, but not like me. I mean,
Yeah, but we're Westerners. We didn't grow up in the heat.
I
They
mean,
grew up in the
a
heat.
little bit of shine to her face, and that's it. But me, she's continually wiping me with a. We took a towel out the day, and it was absolutely drenched when we got it back.
Yeah, Tim K, when he goes on his little jaunts, he has to bring a towel around with him as well. His little face cloth, because he's sweating like nobody's business.
Yeah. So Mel says she's going to go into Centro with me this time to help me with the video because I did it myself the last 2 days. So.
And it didn't quite work out.
No. Well, we've upgraded the firmware. Let's hope it works out this time.
Oh,
Otherwise,
for
I'll
fuck's
be
sake.
spitting the dummy out.
Hey,
I hope there's nothing wrong with the camera. I really do, because
how old is it? How old is it?
it's not that old. It's maybe 10. No, it's older than that. I got it just before the pandemic, so it's got to be 15, 16 months old now.
Jesus. I don't know why it's kicking up. Well, maybe the firmware. Maybe the firmware.
I mean, Garrett, can you switch back to normal screen so I can put something up for gear to watch? to explain what swamp butt actually is?
What do you
Hey,
mean put up
Robert.
the screen? You mean
No,
this?
you get there you go. No, I can't get to the private chat because we got the screen set up.
Wait, what do you want me to do? I don't understand.
No, I was going to post a link to a video concerning what we call swamp butt when you're in a hot, humid, subtropical environment. I figured Kira would get a kick out of it.
Well, just send it to the private chat.
I can't because there's no option to get the private chat because now the screen's set up on live stream.
Yeah, what's that German guy's name who once were all dead and wants to all to be renting and not have property anymore? What's his
I
name?
mean, I'll put it on the YouTube side, but you'll have to copy and paste.
Yeah, but put it this way: I don't know why you don't see the private thing because it's
I
just
can see
normal
it.
here.
Because the screen has gotten so enlarged. There it goes.
Then it must be your
There
It
browser.
isn't now. It must be yours. Just refresh. Do a refresh. It
No,
must
I
be
haven't
your
touched
side.
the screen. I just
No.
sat here and I haven't changed. Everything
No.
keeps going bigger, smaller, bigger, smaller.
You do a refresh. You know the little half
I got it
circle?
now. Robert, it's in the private chat now.
There it is.
Yeah, I just sent it. Not the 850 Norton Commando. That was something earlier, but there's one below it. Check it out, Gear. This is what we call swamp butt down here in the south.
Southerners in the summer, yeah.
You'll love it.
I'll
Robert,
watch that after.
I have an update on the student in Russia who got killed.
Yeah.
She was a former Marine.
No shit.
Yeah. That's what it says.
Chris, did you ask me about anything about the
Yeah,
German?
there's a German guy, and he's pretty well known. He's that well known, I can't think of his name. And he spoke about depopulation. I'm not going to get into it. Don't panic. I just want to.
Agenda 21.
No, let's not get into it. I've got a reason for asking. And he's talked about we're going to get to the point where everybody rents, nobody owns anything, and blah blah blah. And I can't remember what his name is. Well, basically, the reason I'm asking is I thought I'd sent Ronald the video where Trump's meeting him and shaking hands, and he's praising Trump. And it just, everything just all makes sense, you know, that Trump was full of it, absolutely full of it. He's one of them, you know, he's one of them.
Did you hear him go crazy the other day, Chris? He did so many of them. Yeah, Putin said I was a genius at every rally, and he never said that. He never called him a genius at all. He just kept making it up. Putin called me a genius. Why would I denounce that? Well, he called me a genius. I'm like, and then it says, no, Putin never said it at all, ever.
No, I don't believe that either.
He's a stable genius.
No, I don't remember watching anything like that. Anyway, I don't want to go down that road, but I just
no, but I'm just trying to figure out who you're talking about, and it's. You have to excuse me. It's 4:48 a.m. So I'm
lack of sleep. Yeah, make me crazy.
I was trying to find the video I saw because the one I sent Ronald wasn't the video I meant to send him. Because when I saw him with this guy and how he was praising Trump, I thought, Jesus, what bloody sheep we've been. You know, how stupid can you be?
Is that it, Chris? Craig? Klaus?
Klaus Schwab. Yeah, that's him. Thank you very much. He's there at some kind of on a stage, and this guy's praising Trump, and Trump sat there, and they're shaking hands, and he's making a speech about this, that, and the other. I mean, you can't get more deep state than that German guy, you know. And no disrespect to the German people, but you just can't, you know. And Trump being with him says a lot to me. It really does. You know, you're judged by the company you keep. Have you heard that one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you are judged by the company you keep. And I hate to say it.
Well, I'm ditching news guys.
Every one of them up there, regardless of what side of the fence they're on, are nothing but a bunch of lying bastards that played everybody for fools, and is what it is. You know,
Yeah.
you can't believe either side. Giant
No,
soap opera.
they all pee in the same pot, you know.
Yeah,
They all drink out of it
If you
too.
remember when I was forgetting myself and talking about this on my stream, I said, I don't know what how the conversation come up, but I said, do you think it's just one gangster gang trying to take over from the other? Do you know what I mean?
No, it's the same gang. It's called a two-headed snake.
Chris,
I don't care what
Chris,
mouth
have
you
you ever?
you feed the left mouth, or you feed the right mouth. It all goes back in the same body.
Chris, have you ever listened to that conspiracy theorist in the UK who drags on YouTube, who drags so many views all the time? The guy who thinks that you know that the Queen and the all the royal family come from lizards and all that stuff. Do you remember his name?
David Icke.
That's Simon somebody. Simon.
No, David Icke.
Simon
Who?
Parks?
David
You're
Icke.
not talking about Simon
David
Parks.
Icke. Yeah, David Icke.
Yeah, David Icke. Yeah, I mean, some of the
Yeah.
stuff. I mean, I've been listening to some of the stuff. Is quite funny to listen to, but then he goes off until some. You know, he kind of loses me when he gets into all these explanations about the lizards and this and that and everything. I mean, he could have got me on certain points he's talking about if he had just refrained from going loopy sometimes, if you know what I mean.
Right. Well, I've seen pictures of him when he's talking about. I used to follow him, his videos, and he goes into it where if you look at a regular picture of the news or anything, and you'll see the picture goes out of focus, that means they're saying that their hologram is breaking down because it's actually a lizard face and it's got a hologram in front of it, and it breaks down and all this. And I saw one of his pictures break down, so he might be one of them too.
I think
You know, if you're gonna perpetuate a lie, base it on fact. Fact does not mean truth. Fact is just a portion of truth. And so if you base your lie on it, you can get away with anything.
Yeah, I think it's just a stretch too far for me with this lizard crap.
Yeah, but I mean, in fairness, though, and I will say that, you know, I listened a few times to some of his longer rants on stage with you know, for 2-3 hours, and then there's another session of 2-3 hours, and a lot of the points he makes and he points to and whatever, if you just look at it with no other, you know, it's kind of plausible, like we were discussing earlier.
He
but
makes some really good points.
But he kind of loses me when he go that extra test. You know, when you get into the lizard shit and all that stuff, then I kind of think, you know, I kind of thought he made a bit of sense, but now I'm kind of, you know.
Yeah, they make that sharp left turn, and it's like, wait a minute, what did you just do?
He's made some very good points, very good arguments over the
Oh yeah, I mean, if we look at all the the symbolism and the different things that he speaks about and everything, and it's quite convincing, to be honest. But he kind of loses me, as I say, when he drags it a bit
I
too
take it.
far.
I listened to him too, and some of it's what he's saying it ain't 100% wrong, because I was watching the news broadcast when he talk about lizard, because the base of the brain has a reptilian part of the brain, fight or flight is at the base of your brain, and they created us to put that in there because technically, like he says, they live off fear, and fear is a great motivator. And this black guy, he was at some southern state in there doing a newscast, and there was a fly or a bee or something buzzing around his face, and you can see his lizard tongue reach out and grab it, and he went, "Ooh!" Something flew in my mouth. When you can see his tongue go out to get it, look it up.
You can. I've seen that, Ronald, as well. But you can manipulate a lot of things on the film as well. That's what I'm saying. That, but he's David Icke. He's obviously a very intelligent person. There is no doubt about that. He's intelligent.
He played football, right?
Huh?
He played football.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Till he got injured.
He did.
Yeah, but he did a time where he was going around telling everybody he was Jesus or something.
I don't remember that part.
Yeah.
Well, so did Jim Jones.
Yeah, if you Jesus,
he was very clever.
Like the comedian says, if you Jesus, this comedian Earthquake. Okay, if you Jesus, turn this water into wine or something. Give me the 6 numbers to the lottery.
All you gotta do is just know a few facts about history, and you can peg these guys out. But just don't jump on the bandwagon right in the beginning. You gotta listen. They'll give themselves up every single frickin' time.
Yeah, but there's some truth in it. There's some truth in it, Robert. When people use his phrases like, "Oh, that's so draconian," where did they get the phrase from if you've never seen a draconian? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You wouldn't use the term like you're talking about the alien species.
He makes me sit down and think on certain parts of his content, but he completely loses, in my humble opinion, credibility on other portions of his lecture. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he wrote a few books, but that don't make him an expert on it. But some of the stuff I believe.
In many ways, it's hard not to believe it.
I mean, you just go to a YouTube video and type it in there. All these different species of aliens they say that's out there. And you get draconian. You get the lizard. You get it. You find it. Now, who had time to make that?
You take the crossbreeding that's mentioned in the book of Enoch. Okay. It's very specific, and it's actually laid out very clear. But it was excluded thanks to the Catholic Church. But the book of Enoch, the only guy who lived 300 years, while everybody else was living 800 to 900 years, he just vanished. Anything and everything he said and put together, taken into the what do you call them? The Nephilim. Same thing. Tomato.
But
Nephilim.
Then, yeah. But you wouldn't call a Jew a Jew.
It actually made perfect freaking sense.
Metallurgy. Of course it does.
Combining of different elements. Another one, crossbreeding different animals and how to do it, genetic engineering. Now it's coming back.
I saw another thing. Which which was quite interesting, and they took, they had made a YouTube documentary about famous women who's actually men, and it was Michelle Obama and everything. And if you didn't knew any better and you saw in all the ways it was explained and everything, they saw the characteristics, everything, and if you didn't knew any better, you could fucking believe that Jennifer Aniston and Michelle Obama and all that, because the way it was put together in such a good way. I mean, it's incredible what people can portray with a good story and a good footage.
Well, we've been lied to for centuries. So, what's the truth?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know. I've never been in her trousers, so.
No, but there's certain things. There's certain things you might just have to investigate, because I saw those Michelle Obama jammies, and Obama slipped up and called him by his name. He said he was at some function with the generals and the dignitaries, and he was giving a speech, and he went, if it had been Chris, it would have said, Mel and I would like to thank you, Admiral Zumwalt. But he said, Michael and I.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. He slipped up.
He slipped up.
You had to
and
pull
said
a
Michael and
Crocodile
I.
Dundee and just do a package check and say, "What? Whoa!"
Oh, and did you see the video, Gare, when Michelle Obama was on Ellen DeGeneres show and they were dancing? And you can see the jump just bouncing in the white pants.
Yeah, I saw that. I remember that was the show there. Yeah. So I mean, it's like.
And what did Joan Rivers die for? We all know. Michelle's a tranny. Oh, we all know. That's what she said, and she never walked out of that doctor's office.
Exactly.
So, look at RuPaul. And who was that spy? It wasn't Mata Hari, but it was another spy that wasn't a female at all. She tricked the shit out of this dude back in the day. I saw it the other night because I told you I'm into that espionage spy stuff, and I think it may have been Mata Hari that he got tricked up with this Asian dude who got his face all dolled up to look like a woman, and he found out it was a man the whole time. They got caught for espionage.
Did you check out Ronald? I mean, I'm so fucking into it now. So I binged it the other day on Netflix, Colony, which is 4 seasons of it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you check it out? It's damn good. It's almost like 1984 John Orwell type thing, but it's good actors and stuff. I mean, and it's really, really good, that series, it's really, really good. It's called Colony.
I see Maria's got a premiere tonight at 8:30 Irish time, English time.
Yeah, but that must be the unpacking of her present from Simon, isn't it?
No, it's a job interview. Good news or bad news? Job
interview.
Okay.
That was because she was sitting in the garden in that, when I said to her the other day that she looked like she come off as an air stewardess.
Yeah. Wearing that striped blouse.
Yeah.
With the big bow, yeah.
Yeah, with the big bow, yeah. She looked like she come off some Arab Airlines or something.
Fly Lufthansa,
Yeah.
A Filipina.
Yeah, that I haven't caught that series, but I got it set up for tonight since it's Saturday night and Saturday Night Live ain't on. I missed Edith Puthie.
I tell you what, I don't know but if you start to watch that and you get through the first two episodes of series 1, it's gonna be hard not to binge watch it because It's very good.
Well, that's what I normally do. I don't have a job. I ain't got to be anywhere.
Yeah, your job is horizontal.
Sitting here looking cool. I done my time.
You are there just looking like a black brother.
I'm a black brother. Chilling. I want to see a white brother.
Brother from another mother.
I found that.
I am. I told you. I'm albino.
Albino?
Albino.
What'd you say, Chris?
I found that video, Ronald. It's the World Economic Forum.
Oh yeah.
And this guy Klaus is buttering ex-President Trump up, and he's lapping it all up. He loves a pat on the back, as we know.
Is that the video? Is that the video where Trump was sitting in the chair and he got up and went over to shake his hand?
Yeah, that's the one. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
That's 2019, isn't it?
No,
18.
2018.
No, this is 2020.
2020.
But in the pandemic, there wasn't, didn't they? That was only on Zoom. I don't think they had an economic forum in 2020.
I think it may have been 19.
It says special address by Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, Davos 2020.
Okay.
So
Davos.
Yeah.
Oh, it's always in Davos.
I'll send you the link, Ronald.
Oh, I've got it right here.
Hey, Chris, send it. Can you send the link to my messenger so I can check it out later?
This is the one where Klaus got the blue background, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. 2021, the Great Reset, new ways of living after, you know what?
Yeah, it just makes me want to throw up. Really does.
The Maxine.
Never heard of this guy.
We've been fooled again.
Got it.
Told you we've been lied to for centuries, and today and last year was no different.
It's just like the Democrats and the Republicans. You know, they're all the same party. They're not separate. They're all the same party. It's just a big.
They like to play the good cop, bad cop routine. And just when you start to like one side, they flip flop to make you to hate the other side that you used to like. I mean, it's criminal insanity.
What is that? What does that look like? Like a bird, right? You got the right wing and the left wing of the two parties, and all the crap they eat goes to one body.
Well, that's what I say when I mention the two-headed snake.
Right, same difference, but they have wings.
Most of them are satanic anyway. Not all of them, but most of them.
Why do you think we have the bald eagle, the bird?
Yeah, but then you have these programs as well about this secret place up in California somewhere or whatever, where all the president and they all gather together for like a long weekend type thing. I can't remember what that place is called. When there's like all this.
No. It starts with a B.
Yeah.
I want to say Bilderberg, but it's the same. Bilderberg is the big meeting over there too. But what you call that place? I'll get it for you, Gary. If you don't get it before me.
I saw a video yesterday. You know the house, Ronald, and the seats, how they're in like a half circle, and there's about 3 or 4 sets of seats. They're all in half circles, and then where you know Pelosi or whatever sits in front, they put this what do you call it? They put this deep state symbol over it, and it fitted exactly to these seats. How it was all, you know, sorted in there. I can't remember what they said the symbol was, but it's a deep state symbol. And when they put it over the chairs, the seats, I couldn't believe it. It fitted exactly, absolutely exactly. You know, There's
Yeah, I have it.
everywhere. Symbols everywhere, and we just don't see them. You know.
Right?
Well,
Yeah,
they can manipulate that to what they want, because in the beginning it was not like that. Now, if they wanted, they could do the same thing in England with the House of Commons. You can take what it personally exists, formulate something to perpetuate something different, create whatever scenario they want, and say, "Oh, look, it all fits." You know, it's like with Washington, D.C. They take all the buildings, they try to form this little bullshit Masonic, whatever, Freemason garbage, and they come up with
What
all
was it
the
called, Ronald?
compass
Huh?
directions.
What is that compound called again?
the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, where like all the presidents and Obama go to everybody, and it's just like 60 people or something, and they go for like a long weekend, and it's almost like a Freemason, supercharged Freemason type thing.
All
Yeah.
freaky type shit.
Yeah,
They have
And
the
so-
body up in there. Somebody snuck a camera into one of them. You seen that
Yeah.
yet?
yeah, I've seen that. Was the one I saw, and there was only men, no women.
And then the
Okay,
men got
why-
to put on dresses and dress up or some shit.
Yeah.
Why,
They
Mhm.
why
kind of-
do they, now ask yourself, why do they exclude Trump from these meetings? And they've never in the past or in history excluded any other president. Why do they exclude Trump?
because he was a part of the establishment.
I don't,
Nope.
I don't trust him. I don't trust him.
There's a big club, and
you
Trump
He
ain't in
ain't-
it.
We ain't part of it.
Trump is not
But
in the
yet-
big club.
I just
But
think
they
it's a
have
big
this big
style.
club with
I think this was
Gilbert
meant
Bush.
to happen.
Jimmy Carter, all the way up to the line, Obama, everybody, but then they exclude Trump. Why?
Well,
I mean, he's
doing
a
this.
billionaire. He's a billionaire, according to paper.
Where you get stuff
And
from?
we all know these other guys were globalists, but yet they say he's the globalist, but he's not included in the big club. Why
Nope.
is that? Is he playing a part? Is he playing the bad guy? What's really going on?
Well, who knows?
It's a big club, and you ain't in
We ain't the club, and we're never going to
You ain't
know.
in
A big club.
It's funny.
This is from the UK. No,
What is?
the extension. Huh? Well, I don't know because I haven't got a UK plug to plug in it.
Have
So,
you not
Chris, I hope yesterday on your live stream you were bloody kidding with me when Mel asked me where I'm from, and I said, as a joke, I said I'm Norwegian, not farming in the UK. So she was to understand I'm Norwegian but living in the UK. Yeah, and then you said something about that, and you said to her, "Well, Norway, isn't that in Sweden?" And I almost were coming through the screen to knock you out because that's like.
I was only messing. It's like I said a joke to her the other day, and it was just a stupid, crazy thing. I said, "What do you call a blind dinosaur, Mal?" So she gives me the look. I said, "Do you think he saw us?" She's looking at me. What? That was just stupid. I don't understand.
So Mel is now walking around and think that Norway is a place in Sweden. Thank you very much.
I keep asking her, "What's the capital of such and such?" I don't.
I guess you
It does
didn't take
passport.
geography in school.
Yeah,
Oh, funny.
this will be fine if you've got UK plugs to plug it in.
You need the adapter for the plug.
Chris,
Yeah.
President Trump is not a member of the Bohemian Club. They won't let him in.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what the hell to think, to be honest. Nah, Ronald, I've seen that much since he's before and after he's left, and especially when he was pushing the you know what. And for that fact alone, I just can't be doing. You know, as far as I'm concerned, he's in some kind of club that we're not in.
Oh,
He's in some kind of club.
Chris, I thought about the conspiracy theory earlier, and I forgot to mention it because it was such a heated debate or exchange of ideas. What about if the COVID was planned to come out there, and then everybody was scratching around saying they was going to find a vaccine or whatever, but actually that vaccine had already been created years ahead of it, and it was a part of the whole thing, and they were just saying that the vaccine took 7 months to make, but they already had it, and they just come up with all this bullshit to say that they had to try to find one.
Mate, I think you're absolutely 100% spot on. Absolutely spot on. This was planned a long time ago. Look, I mean, come on. How can somebody coordinate what actually went off when you remember how all this started? It worked like clockwork. Countries started shutting down and using the exact same model as China. Masks, social distancing, exact same model, shutting businesses down.
SARS.
And everybody started doing the same thing across the globe.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that what I'm trying to say so if that was a plan, couldn't it also be planned that they thought they were gonna eradicate it early because they already had the antidotes, the vaccine made up for it, and it's just a play for the gallery that it only took 7 months to make it because they already had it.
Right, but the push was to make it seem like it was bad as it was. That way they wouldn't get rid of it quick. They had to drag it out, so they were saying people dying all over the place.
So what I'm trying to say is that it kills the argument that nobody can make a vaccine in 7 months, because if they already had planned it and had that vaccine made up and tested 7, 8, 9 years ago, that's where I'm just getting at,
Yeah, but right. Then they would have had to have the crystal ball, wouldn't they? I mean, Fauci was talking about this so-called pandemic in 2017. I mean,
2012.
Was it 2012? How the hell did he know what was going to happen?
Well, what's with it, Chris? What's with the RNA shit? It's altering DNA.
It's a program.
Okay, so they're trying to change the human genome years ago. And the only way they can do it is with an RNA-based vaccine that they call a vaccine that isn't a vaccine.
Right.
You got to volunteer for it. You got to take it. Now it's going to screw up your chromosomes and your DNA. But the only way you can do it is to create a pandemic. Let's get everybody to do this. Oh, you got to do this.
Okay, but Robert, let's play with the thought now. You are mentioning this. What did you say? RN whatever.
RNA.
Yeah, RNA. So what about is that also is a smoke screen? Do you know that it's in the vaccine? Do I know it? Do whatever has been told it? If you're going to take the conspiracy or take the theory further, if you know how you can dig in theories, it might people say that it's in there, but it might not even be in there. I mean, we don't know anybody who have analyzed it and can say that it's in there or not in there. It's just an hearsay from somebody.
Okay, Garrett, we got known side effects. We've got a testing period that it never went through.
Yeah, but that's the whole point.
It does not meet the 10 categories of the Nuremberg Agreement from
But
1947.
Robert, what I try to say is that it could have been tested and developed 10 years ago already. So we don't know.
Well, where's the information? Why are you hiding it? Why
That's
have
what
you
I'm
not
saying. Because we are being lied to. According to a lot of people, we are being lied to for decades anyway. So why wouldn't this be a part of the lie as well? I mean, do you see?
Correct.
You can spin the story either way you want. I can spin it like other people are spinning it into. So I can continue and spin and come up with reasons of what could have happened. If you see what I mean. Because
To me,
at the end of the day, none of us know.
To me, Gear is nothing more than a carnival sideshow. Okay? You create an illusion, you create the solution, and then you suck people in to think they can beat the game. But the game's going to beat you because there is no solution. You know, it's like going to the carnival that comes into town, and you're over there shooting the crossbow. You're going to be dead center between 3 different targets. In order to win the Cupid prize, the hole from the arrow or the hole from the dart or bolt cannot touch any of the 3 circles. Well, if you took a compass and you divided an arc and created the center, you'd find that the bolt is a bigger diameter than what you could possibly have. So you can't win. And
that's what I'm saying is that we can be lied to left, right, and center, and none of us knows whatever information is coming out from either side or whatever is correct or not correct or misinformation, not misinformation. That's my whole point. That you can spin a story either way you want. Just by I spin the story now, saying that it's planned and the vaccine was already there, and maybe what people think it's in it is not in it. You see what I'm trying to say? It's so easy to twist and turn everything according to what you would like to believe or what you are told, if you know what I mean. That's my only point.
Well, I can tell you this. 46% of the human DNA is virus. Viruses are what help form our DNA that gives us the ability to survive from year to year to year. DNA adapts. But with this stupid vax crap, that's like saying sunscreen works if the 2 other people around you are wearing a shirt. It's ludicrous. What's a more common word? Lacherlicht. It's ridiculous. I mean, come on. If people would just use some common sense, you'd realize it's all a big freaking joke. And why are they trying to change the human?
Let me just spin that and say that you say it's common sense, but what is the common sense based on? What if the whole basis of your common sense is not correct?
Okay, why are you trying to change the human genome? For what purpose? Population control?
But is the human genome what we think it is? I mean, you see what I'm saying? You can. I'm not trying to make an argument or anything. I'm just saying that
No, I know where you're going here.
Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say.
I do appreciate your intelligence on it, but it's kind of like, when are you gonna keep fucking with shit?
Yeah, the only thing I know is that I'm not going to go into politics.
So I cannot manipulating germs. When are you going to manipulate shit that was never meant to cross the animal-human barrier, manipulate it so it will cross it and infect humans? Why? When are you going to mess with it? What is the purpose?
Well, somebody is, and this ain't anything we can do about it. Anyway, that wasn't the point on any particular, but what I was trying to just get across is how you can twist and turn and dig in and see into any story and apply any questions, and any question you applies to it, if that, this, and the other. You know how you can manipulate a story where you really want it to go. If you see what I'm saying, that was the only point I had to say.
What I can tell you is 2 plus 2 equals 4. However, through algebra and calculus, I can sit down and show you that 2 plus 2 equals 5. So who's right?
Exactly.
And so there you have the manipulation. As far as I'm concerned, 2 plus 2 still equals 4. I really don't give a rat's ass what formula you come up with. 2 of this plus 2 of that equals 4. Now, if I count all the legs in my pasture and I got a remainder, that tells me somebody's out there trying to steal my goddamn cows. And so through algebra and physics and all this other math, and yes, I went to college, I got my degrees, I got all that stupid fucking silly shit, it still does not solve anything. All it did was just complicate it. You know, I mean, get back to basic math. If it doesn't add up, it's bullshit. And what they're handing down, do all the advanced math, all the algebra, all the physics, all the calculus, all the trigonometry, it don't add up.
But you see, Robert, you know, we could have been lied to from day one. You know, somebody come up with the math and saying 2 plus 2 is 4. Maybe 2 plus 2 has always been 5. It's just that we have been taught that 2 plus 2 is 4 from day one.
All right, how many fingers do I have?
Yeah, but 2 is just a word. 1 is just a word. 3 is just a word.
No, how many fingers do I have?
Well, according to how we count that we have learned, that's 2 fingers there up, but you have 5 on each hand, the way we think.
Now, how many fingers do I have?
You don't need to go there. I know exactly what you're trying to do. I'm just saying that that's because we know we call it 2 and 2.
Okay, let's go to Germany. Wie viel ist das? Das sind 2. Ist das nicht 2? But if I'm in France, das ist nicht 2, aber das ist 2. 2 is 5. I mean, come on. I don't care what language you put it in. I could have calypso beans, pinto beans, bananas. I mean, you don't even have to put a title to it. I can take this much of something, this much of something else, and put it together. It is what it is. I mean, you know, yeah, exactly, Chris.
Right, but I feel both of y'all arguments, and they both valid points. But then to take it a little further, who taught us how to speak? Our parents. Who taught them? Who taught them? Now, further back, who taught Greek? Who taught Latin? This could mean 50. This could be 50. You know what I'm saying? This could be 50 somewhere.
Exactly. That was my whole point, Ronald.
Right. I hear both of y'all. I know what you're saying. I mean, we was taught this is 1. But is it really?
It could be.
I'm pretty sure the aliens got a more advanced mathematics than we do.
You know, it's like getting into the helix curve. You know,
I don't know. I almost crashed my car that day going through the helix curve.
You know, it's like, I'm sorry, Gary's down here asking if I'm holding out to get the bigger prize of getting a vaccine. It's like, come on, Gary. You know what, Gary? Just shut the hell up. Take your No, I'm done. Gary, you are like trying to talk or teach a wall to speak English. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? No. Come on, Gary, just knock it off, dude. You're driving me fucking insane.
That's what he's probably trying to do, Robert.
Gary, I'm gonna press my luck. Hopefully, I don't get the whammy. I'm gonna spin the wheel.
It's like, oh my God, Gary.
Gary's a character, boy.
I think he's just trying to push your buttons, Robert.
I think
Just being
he's
correct.
CIA. I think Gary is CIA.
That's not a good thing to do.
I think he might be
it's like,
CIA.
it's like poking a sleeping dog with a stick. Never
Yeah,
poke a
but
sleeping
Robert,
dog with a stick.
but
Because
Robert,
one
you don't
day
have
you're gonna get bit.
Robert.
Never poke a dog with a stick.
Yeah,
Come on.
look, Robert. He's just messing. Don't take it to heart.
Don't take it personal. I'm just saying, don't go poking a sleeping dog with a stick.
So you heard
Don't
it
know what I'm
from
talking about. Go find your neighbor, get a stick, go poke his dog, and see what the hell happens. Come on,
he's
man.
probably laughing his butt off at the moment.
There he is.
Yeah, well, so was that kid that was poking a sleeping dog. He was laughing his ass off till one day that dog said, "We're done."
That reminds me of that Richard Pryor joke when the German Shepherd told Richard Pryor, "Okay, now you know I'm gonna be chasing you again tomorrow."
Yeah, but with today's mentality, oh, you poor little boy, we know you're just having fun. Let's kill the dog. Dog was bad.
Hey, you know that African American actor, the short dude, the Hart, the comedian, which is so funny. Yeah, you know he just come out with a new movie based on a real story, Ronald, on Netflix today.
Yeah. You told me about that last week too, Kevin Hart. And who else is in it?
I don't know. He's playing a single dad, bringing up his daughter or something like that, and it's based on a true story. I haven't seen it yet because it just come out on Netflix today in England. But knowing that he's in it, and it's probably quite good.
Yeah, let's see. His name comes up.
Gear, if you've got it, then I have it.
Huh?
If it came out on Netflix today,
yeah, I did.
I'd have it the same time as you.
Yeah, I got a notification. It's Kevin Hart. It's the new. It's based on a real story.
Fatherhood.
Yeah, Fatherhood. Yeah, that's what it's called, Fatherhood.
Do you have Netflix through your Sky, or do you do it separately?
Separately.
You know, it's cheaper on Sky. It's only like €5 extra a month.
Yeah, but I don't have Sky.
Oh, do you not? Oh, I thought you did.
I have Sky through Now TV.
Ah, gotcha. That's who your main supplier is.
Yeah.
Now TV. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, I'm using Now TV.
Yeah.
I got apps for all of that stuff because I use it.
I have the Sky Go app anyway.
He's playing side by side with Alfred Woodward, the old chick.
Yeah, apparently it's based on a real or true story or something. I don't know. I just saw it come up with Fatherhood and him in it and a real story, so I thought it might be a good one.
Yeah, based on a memoir written by Matthew Levin. Or Logian. I can't pronounce this name. Whoever he is, let me run him down.
You changed the lights on the remote control in your room, Ronald.
How?
No, I just seen lights changing. It must be a screen thing.
It's the TV probably with reflecting onto the wall.
Right. Yeah.
When I go to Netflix, it gets dark.
Yeah. I see now.
And I don't have all that disco stuff like Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just the average man.
Like the average. What's that song? I'm the average man.
Oh,
And then there's
there's one lyric in that. What's that boy's name? He was Barry Gordy's son. Came out with a song with Michael Jackson on it. Somebody's watching me.
Yeah.
So how's your leg like these days, Ronald?
How's my leg?
Yeah, is it still painful or?
Oh no, I'm fine now. A couple of patches of that lidocaine and some heat pad and some elevation finally went away. But my physical therapist saying it might be my left hip joint where the arthritis is, demanding more muscle.
Each.
Apparently,
I think I might be getting arthritis in my left heel. The pain, I've got to walk on it for quite a way hop on it before I can actually start walking without looking like an idiot.
On your heel?
Yeah, I shattered my heel when I was about 25, and now I'm getting pain in it.
Yeah, you got arthur.
Yeah, I think I have. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, that mixture you told Tony to drink is helping him out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that olive oil, that extra virgin olive oil on an empty stomach, boom, and then the
ginger or something.
He hasn't tried the ginger yet,
garlic
but the
and
apple cider vinegar.
Yeah,
the vinegar. Yeah.
Extra virgin, lemon, and honey. And then you've got the garlic and honey you can take, the cayenne.
Oh, the cayenne. Oh, yeah.
Yes, the famous cayenne.
You've got to take cayenne.
I remember
got that from Chris.
Yeah.
Cool.
I remember that cayenne pepper with the big bag you got that time last year. And then months later, it hardens up like a brick.
Yeah. That wasn't the cayenne, that was cinnamon.
Ooh.
But you said there was cayenne pepper because you got a couple of...
No. It was, I spoke out of turn if that was...
You ordered it.
Yeah.
I gotta get a better grade of cayenne for the at least 4 million, heat units to make a real good tincture.
Well, I looked into
4 million heat units.
I looked into doing the capsules because Mom and Pa won't drink the cayenne. They just won't. They can't tolerate it. So I looked into the capsules, but they're so expensive. They're really expensive.
What you got there?
Cayenne.
What's the heat unit? Do you know?
No, it doesn't show it, but it does warn you to not take more than 2 a day. But if you take 1 3 times a day when you eat, your blood pressure does come way down. However,
no argument there. It definitely works.
However, I can tell you by personal experience, if you take 2 or 3 at one time with a meal, you're gonna wish you had some ice cream for dessert. And we'll just leave it at that.
I was taking 3 teaspoons a day, but I've cut that down to 2 because my blood pressure doesn't move. So I don't need to take 3 a day. So I take about 2, 1 in the morning, 1 at night.
If anyone is prone to cancer or afraid of getting cancer or whatever, there is one vitamin which is which a lot of people don't know about. If you take it, it kind of prevents almost over 90% of all forms of cancer in the body, and that's B17.
B17.
Ah,
Yeah.
You can't get
Oh, there you go,
B17
mate. You
here
have
in
it.
the
Yeah.
U.S. B17 is illegal in the U.S.
Because there's a bit of cyanide in it, but then, before you got it just by if you had,
Yeah.
you took the stones in the grapes, and if you chew on a few of those, that were plenty enough. But now all grapes are seedless. You know what I mean?
It's a different
you
kind
can
of cyanide. The cyanide only, oh God, here we go. The cyanide only comes out when it touches a cancer cell, and it kills the cancer cell. It doesn't kill the good cells. But
I'm
because
impressed, Chris. I'm impressed that you actually have a B17 and you take one or two of those every day, I guess. I'm impressed with that because very few people actually know about B17.
Oh, I've done loads of research and all this stuff, honestly.
B17, unfortunately, B17 is illegal in the U.S. Why? Who knows? But you can get it from a food source.
apricot.
Apricots.
Grapes, and you can get it from grapefruit.
You gotta grind up the apricot seeds.
Yeah,
apple seeds have it in. You can get it in apple seeds, but the apricot seeds are the most concentrated B17 you can get.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any more concentrated than that.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, however, there's another form in a fat soluble, which is vitamin D. Even though you may get some sunshine, and your body manufactures vitamin D from cholesterol, actually from LDL. So you got to get a lot of sunshine, and you got to expose your skin. But if you can take vitamin D3, which is fat soluble, say in the morning with your breakfast, so your body can metabolize it and use it throughout the day. Don't take it at night because D3 inhibits melatonin, which is what your body uses
will never
to sleep.
sleep.
Yeah, you're going to mess up your sleep cycle. So take your D3 early in the morning. But one of the things they leave out is the D3 requires K2, which you get from butter and dairy, to know where it has to go. So it all works together. You gotta have the entire thing as a combined ingredient, but you gotta know what to take at what time of the day to take it. Because if not, you're gonna screw yourself up.
A friend of mine, he owns a company in Norway called Pharmatech. You can look them up on the internet, Pharmatech. And his name is Geir Lund, and he is one of the outmost experts in the whole of EU or Europe on natural medicine and so forth. And he said that, listen, if you start to take B17 as you are doing now, Chris, if you do that preventively, it's about you have like a 90%. It will make sure that like 90% of cancer you will not get. I mean, it doesn't take all types, but most types, almost over 90% of all cancer types.
I found Amazon has it. I put the link in the private.
Yeah, I got these off Lazada.
What, the apricot?
Yeah, apricot seeds.
All right.
How many do you take? How many do you take a day, Chris? Do you take one or two?
I take 5 a day.
5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And have you been doing that for a long time?
Oh yeah. I'm not saying that's the dose. I'm just saying that's what I take a day.
Okay.
Now, if you can get the apricot seed, this is made of cast iron. Okay. It's a grinder. Okay. It's got a serrated bottom. All all right? Just a container. But if you get the apricot seed, put it in there and grind it fresh. But add it to like a salad or sprinkle it on your food, especially when it's fat soluble, you know, like fatty fish or fatty meat. Uh, Certain nuts like Brazil nuts. One or two Brazil nuts a day is probably one of the best things you could actually ever take. But you got to mix it with certain foods, or you're not going to absorb it. And that's one of the things they miss out on.
Yeah.
So
It comes in powder.
yeah, you can buy it in powder. You can buy the whole seed. The best thing is to buy the whole seed because it's intact and grind it yourself as you need it.
Oh, they also have a oil.
Yeah.
So what? How much on Amazon when you looked at it there, Ronald? How much is it for? I don't know. What's your pack, Chris? How many grams is your pack? 250 grams.
What do you have, powder, Chris, or seeds?
Chris have seeds.
Ah, okay. Here you go.
You're on mute, Chris. You're on mute.
It's actually half a pound.
Half a pound. Okay. And how much? How much is that? Was that in pesos on Lazada?
Oh, Jesus. It's not cheap, mate. It's not cheap. I bought
I know.
two
That's what I'm thinking because I know it's not cheap.
because it's organic. It's pure organic. That's what you've got to get. I mean, you can't
Yeah.
get anything that's been processed.
Now I know it's quite expensive. That was I was wondering what you paid because you cannot buy it legally in Norway, so we have to buy it in Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
How much is it on Amazon? I can't see 24 bucks. £1 package for 25 bucks. Okay.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Now, but was that organic?
It will cost a lot more here. I'm telling you now.
Ooh. Yeah, I gotta get me some.
But see, there's so many other things you got to have. Let's talk about selenium. You know,
I've got it.
you got selenium?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then you understand the dosage. It doesn't take much, but it's a trace mineral. And so all these things have to combine with each other to give you a balanced diet to keep you healthy. You got some things that are fat soluble, some that are water soluble. Selenium being water soluble, D3 fat soluble, the B17 is water soluble. Jesus Christ, man, it's like a freaking science course.
I mean, I've been looking into the pine needle tea, and if you look
Pine
into
needle
it,
tea is extremely good for your vitamin C and some basic nutrients. One, it will kill indigestion and irritable bowel syndrome or IBS because it's going to raise the acidity in your stomach and it kills it.
well,
2 seconds.
they're actually saying now that the pine needle tea will help. They're not saying totally sorted, but help prevent any damage from these vaccines. So that's why I've been looking into it. You know, starting get that down your neck before you have a vaccine. If you're going to have the vaccine,
Well, pine trees don't grow in the Philippines.
I thought you were going to say pine trees don't grow on trees.
No, they don't grow in the Philippines, dude.
Well, that's not quite true because I was talking to somebody. Who the hell was I talking to? There's a certain part of the Philippines that's got pine trees, believe it or not.
What type of pine tree? Is it a long needle? Sand
Yeah.
pine, long pine, short pine, pinyon pine?
White pine. It's got to be white pine needles or something. The good
No,
stuff.
it's long pine.
White. Is it white pine? I don't know.
The really long green pine needles. That's long pine. Okay. And you take the needles, you get a big handful, you crush them up and wrap them together and bind them, and you steep it. Don't bring it to a boil, but bring the water to a boil. Drop the pine needles in. Let it steep for 5-10 minutes. It's going to turn piss yellow. And add some honey. Add some raw honey. Or just drink it straight. You're good.
Here you go. Here you go. Let's have a look. Right, I got 2 packs, so that was £1. And it was 1,500 pesos.
So let's see. In the US, it was 25 times 47. So it's almost 325 peso more expensive of Lazada than Amazon.
It's just over £22. So it's around about $25. You're not far off. But of course, the postage on top of that as well, which is only 72 pesos.
I can walk 100 meters and get all I want for free.
So can I.
In fact, it's free delivery at the moment. In fact, I'm going to order another 2 actually because that'll be gone soon. What I do is I put them in the freezer. You can freeze them, you know, so they don't go off.
Chris, I put something in the private chat. Everybody can check it out.
Well, I hope it's new pictures. I need cheering up.
No, we ain't going there.
Hold on a minute. Let's have a look.
Tanglewood, pine, and
there you go.
There you go. Penis insularis. Penis insularis. Is that like a freaking condom?
Well, I mean, I don't. The pine needles tea is a certain pine. You can't just do it with any pine needles, apparently.
No, I'm just saying here in North America, Chris, pine needle tea was very common, but they made it from the long pine.
Pine trees in they're everywhere in the UK. You know, everywhere.
Well, you got what we call Scotch pine. In the UK, you got what we call Scotch pine, which is not good for anything other than, you know, it's a normally pine, kind of like a pinyon pine. It's good for pulp, but it's not good for anything else.
So, Chris, we have my brother is a partner and myself also in a company in Norway called Provectus Pharma, and we specializes in various type of patented supplements. Yeah, and we took a worldwide patent about 2 years ago on a product we call peptides, and it's for stabilizing the guts, because there is a lot of supplements and vitamins for all kinds of stuff, but there is nothing really made for the guts, and the guts are the most important, and intestines are the most important organ in the whole body, because if your intestines and if your guts is not correctly balanced, then it infects everything else. So we come up with a formula, and it was done together with Haukeland Hospital in University Hospital in Norway, with professors there, which is studying on it for almost 4 years, and we have got it now. It's approved by EU and all kinds of stuff. So the claims we make is the true claims and documented and everything. And the main ingredients in it is salmon peptides. Yeah. But it's not, but it's not collagen as you think. We have a specific process where we actually take the peptides out of the salmon bones, and we crush the bones, and that's where we get the peptides. It goes through a specific process. So don't be, you can buy, so sort of peptide products, but the problem is that they are taken from the skin of the salmon, not the meat and the bones of the salmon. And it's a fantastic product. I mean, people with IBS, high blood sugar, all kinds of other illnesses, when you get the guts regulated, you have to be on it, and it takes only like a couple of weeks after you start it. It really settles your whole system into a completely different gear. You get regular stools, always perfect. It's a really, really good product. We're going to launch it in the UK probably later on this autumn. But it's already selling extremely well in Norway and Sweden on subscription there. And then we're going to take it to other countries. But that's quite interesting. I understand you are into things like that. So if you research and see what actually Norwegian salmon peptide, which is made of not the skin, but of the meat and the bones, then you'll see it's a super thing for the guts. Obviously, there are certain other ingredients we have in there as well.
Here, the job of the pancreas is to produce pepsids or peptides.
Peptides.
I mean, the gallbladder gives you the bile to break down the fat. And once the bile breaks it down so far, then the pancreas produces pepsids that makes it even smaller so it can be absorbed and digested.
Yeah. I mean,
this requires the stomach to have a pH between 0 to 3 of acidity. Anything above that becomes too alkaline.
Listen, we have had researchers at Haukeland sykehus, Haukeland Hospital, University Hospital in Bergen. The professors the best professors in Norway have been through with us in the development and the study and the trial phases of the product. It's and we have patented this as well.
What can you eat or consume that's going to take care of the pancreas so that it can produce the pepsids that are required to break the fats down even smaller so they can be absorbed instead of replacing the purpose of the pancreas and dumping pepsids into the system. Because, I mean, your body will do what it needs. You just got to feed the body what it needs.
It does a lot of things, and one of them, it helps with weight loss as well.
Oh, weight loss. We have a weight loss. I'll show you the link. We have developed a weight loss product, which is also worldwide patented, which is called Weight Solution, W8 Solution. I only have the website in Norwegian now, but I can post a link in it for you here in the private chat. and it's a fantastic product as well, because it's one of the few weight loss products that we can actually say is a weight loss product, because we back up all the claims with it. So you lose weight, lose blood sugar. Another thing, which is what do you call it? Of the peptides, which is what's the English word for it? It's going to be the late for me now. It's another added value when you take the peptides and stuff is that, you know, when you train and walk and whatever, you get up to 17% more muscle mass and muscle strength of it as well. So we have had athletes which has gone on peptides, and they have been in the gyms and been measured properly over periods. And I remember myself when I went on it, I felt after about a month, I felt more strength in my leg muscles and arm muscles and everything. So that's another, call it positive side effect from it as well.
The site I'm looking at now, Gear, is Biomega Group. Obviously, that's not yours, but there's another group that's pushing this stuff.
Yeah, but the problem with that again is that they take the peptides. If they use salmon, they take it from the skin, more like the collagen, and you can take peptides from other fish as well, like cod and whatever, but it's not as good as the one who comes from the salmon.
Okay.
And we only take it. Why it becomes expensive is because we take it only from free-range salmon. So we don't take it from any salmon which has been artificially bred. Yeah,
artificially reared.
Hey,
yeah.
Gear, why are you paying somebody to refine something that you can just eat normally? All you gotta do is change your diet.
Yeah, but Robert, you have to understand something.
No.
The consumer, you want to take a tablet. The consumer would like to take a tablet, which gives them this added benefit. You know, it's like anybody who's gonna get slim, they want to do exactly the same shit they do every day and take something that makes them slim. We all know for slimming, the best thing you can do is that a normal body without any exercise, a male will burn about 2,200, 2,400 calories a day. So the simplest way in the world to lose weight, and it's not science at all, you just eat 1,600 calories a day, and then you, without even training, you're burning off 800 calories a day.
Sedimentary lifestyle burns only 700 to 850 calories a day. Okay, sedimentary, working behind a computer, doing blah 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 blah, fucking blah 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 blah, fucking blah. When you get your ass out and walk like you have a purpose, instead of walking like a cow grazing in the field. Now, as far as the dietary supplementation goes, what are you going to pop a freaking pill? What does everything got to be about?
Robert, you're missing the point.
At ease, Gear, at ease. Can I finish?
I can't discuss this with you because you
Robert,
no, Gear, at ease, and let me finish and stop talking over me. God damn it! You want to fucking silence me?
You don't have to shout. He doesn't have to shout.
Oh, God.
You got kicked out?
He kicked himself out.
I can't. You know, he has to realize that we can't train hundreds of thousands of people to eat correctly. I mean, he doesn't understand marketing. He doesn't understand how are you going to teach millions and millions of people which are lazy to get the added health benefit, which they can take a tablet to go and eat properly. It doesn't work. He comes from a completely different fucking planet. Oof. God. I mean, teaching me about selling diet products and these products, we run a professional fucking company about this and we know marketing. If I can teach 1 million people to eat correctly, okay, fantastic, I can do that, but you can't do it because people won't do it. They are too fucking lazy.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
I like to eat the crap I like to eat, and I'm not going to change. That's how they think.
Well, yeah, if it was that easy, you would be fat in the first place, would you?
No. It's well and good. It's well and good that you can teach people to eat, but Robert, why don't you go out and fucking teach people to do it then? Because that's not what we can make a product, which is a supplement that people can take, which are helping. Oi.
Okay, Garrett, take 3 deep breaths and return to
But
Earth.
it just fucking irritates me because whatever we discuss, he's an expert on every single thing from economy to tablets to this to that. There is nothing which he's not an expert in. Nothing. I have yet to come across anything that he's not an expert in.
Right. We get that one.
Oh,
what I tell him last time, I said, Robert, I mean, you see I have a blue hat. Don't give me the whole history of where the fabric comes from, the fiber, the color they use to dye it and all that. Is it a blue hat? Yes or no?
I love him to bits. Absolutely, but sometimes it drives me up the wall.
Yeah, he gets a little too rambunctious. Anyway, next.
Over enthusiastic.
Yeah, but he don't know everything, but he's got it. He got everything on everything. I'm not even that crazy enough to try it. No. I'm like Mikey. He won't try it. He hates everything.
Well, while you guys are thinking over that, I'm going for a cigarette. I'll be back.
Roger that.
I'll be back.
I see Spain. I see Spain tied the game up with who was that? Spain and who was that other team?
Poland.
Yeah, Poland. Yeah, draw.
Chris, and you see in the private chat there now, this is the website we have in Norway. It's not launched in English yet, whatever, but it gives you, this is the diet product, V8 Solutions, which is worldwide patented, which the main ingredients in it is the peptides.
Yeah, you're going to have to translate it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we are, it's coming out in several languages and so forth. It's just up in Swedish and Norwegian at the moment.
No, I mean, I can translate it here from the browser.
Yeah.
One of the problems is, as you probably know, getting items from Europe and stuff, other states into the Philippines is near on impossible. It nearly costs you as much to actually send it as what the product costs, or even more in some cases.
I mean, the Philippines is not the market for this product for us. The product is that the biggest health problem, foreseeable for the next 5, 6, 7 years and growing is obesity in Europe. I mean, we are taking after America big time, and by helping people with obesity. You eradicate so many other illnesses as well. By coming with a product that it won't help everybody, but 70-80% who takes it regularly will lose weight in a nice. Typically they lose the first month. They lose. Some people lose up to a stone the first month, and then you take another dose, so you reduce it, and then you have a steady weight loss of about 2.2 pounds per week until you gain the weight, and then you switch it over to another product, which just try to maintain the stability, if you know what I mean.
Wow. Yeah, it's a shame they won't ship to the Philippines. I'd quite like to try that.
This looks good. An egg baked in the avocado.
Oh.
I might try this.
Well, I went off my diet a little bit yesterday. I had some quick. I just love them.
Chicken egg or quail?
It's quail eggs. Kuya Chris, I've made your quick. I says, no, I'm on a diet. Next minute I was buying them. I just can't stick to my regime. You know, when I stuck to it before for like 5.5 months, I lost a crap load of weight. But I looked rough, man. I lose it off my face. I just look really bad. People kept saying, Chris, are you all right? You don't look well. Like, I feel fine. I feel great. Loads of energy because of the malungai, sorry. And everything else I take, you know, the okra and the B10 and all the other vitamins, vitamin D, vitamin C, all the different minerals. I mean, I've got the cordial silver I take as well. It's supposed to detox your body. Oh my God, don't say shit.
How long we been going now?
We are coming with another couple of pretty cool patented products soon also. One is for prostate, which has shown really, really good preventable. It's all natural. It's no pharmaceutical, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
What's 300 and what was the denomination? The price of it? I see it's 349.
Yeah. It's Norwegian krona.
What's that translate to dollar?
I think it's about, I don't know now, what the Norwegian krona is to the dollar, probably about 7 or 8.
Okay, I'm going to have to try that too. I got it already bookmarked. I'm not trying to lose weight. I don't need the weight. I need the other parts of it.
No, I need to lose weight. I'm just too big. And it's not helping me foot any either.
I'm being off the beer. I'm losing it.
I'm still on the wagon.
Me too.
Don't need it.
Except for that one day, as you know.
Yeah, how many you throw back? About 8?
Gareth,
probably. I'm not frozen up.
You are here. You're
frozen. You are frozen.
Frozen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll leave the studio. I'll come back.
Boy, is that guy relaxed. Look at this dude. He's relaxed all tests. Get out. If it wasn't for that Uber, I wouldn't have got out the house today.
Mm-hmm.
Or I should have said gotten out of the house. Sometimes my English is not English.
What does
that's
that mean?
That's because you was the Yankee.
But I like it that way. That's easy. Yeah, I mean, like Simon, he be cutting up words. Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah, I mean. We say
You know,
that in the hood.
I love y'all.
Yeah. Yeah, mate. Mate. I can't
Yeah,
even get the accent down right. The song keeps staying in his throat. All right.
no, I think, yeah.
Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Mm.
And see, Gary is just too damn smart.
Well, if you come from Sweden, you're smart as a.
He doesn't come from Sweden.
I know I'm trying to wind him up. Thank you.
I know. You're pushing the wrong buttons.
The button is already pushed. You're gonna have to release some of the pressure.
I'm not from Sweden. I'm from Norway.
Yeah, well, sorry. I mean, I didn't want to be rude or talk over him, but I mean, he talks over me as much as I just get, it's so much coming out, which is, you're talking about shit I'm working with on a daily basis.
Yeah, but
Don't you just miss the board meetings?
he was loud, and I muted him, and he didn't like that either.
Yeah, that was just over the top. He know better, but he can't help it.
Yep, but like he was shouting.
Yeah, sometimes he
I have to
get
I have to mute that.
he gets involved in it, every now and then.
I know. Sure, I've seen him doing it before, but like you don't have to shout. You can still express yourself without shouting down the mic.
He's a sergeant. That's what they do.
Yeah, but he's been.
Look, you all know my views on this. You're all grown men, and if you can't stop fucking talking when somebody, or you see somebody that wants to talk, that's not really put much into the conversation, and you still talk over that person. I mean, that's outrageous. It's just that it really pisses me off.
Yeah,
I get so angry. It's like while you're talking and he's talking and he's trying to talk, I can't hear any of you. So whatever the point is you're trying to get across, no fucking can hear it. So just when one person starts talking, just stop. Stop.
And you don't have to stretch out the answers so long.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about. I don't think it's good form to talk about Robert. When he's not here.
Yeah.
Look, we know what Robert's doing, but I think we should discuss it with him when he's on the panel and not.
I can wait.
Yeah,
I can wait.
I'm just saying.
It's here. I got the fatherhood now. It's in America. I might watch this tonight first.
Oh, Arnold, I'm having some problems with Pirate Bay. It's coming up with this. What's it called? Video. Oh, Jesus shit. My brain's just mush. Video codex. I need a video codex to watch the damn movies now. I don't know where the hell that comes from.
No, whatever that was, that's the download. You just get another one of the same download. Don't use that one. Because I never used codex. I used to do that long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And when they had that what was that stupid flash player? Used to ask.
We got problems here with Pirate Bay a long time ago. They were IP blocking it and everything. So my kids use now something which is similar to Pirate Bay, but it's called Popcorn.
Oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah, I know that one.
Popcorn, yeah.
Popcorn.
That's been out years.
Yeah, it's the same as Pirate Bay. It's very good.
Never
it has everything, all new stuff.
Is it .org or .net or what?
Just put in .com. It's
.com.
No, they switched it to .io or something .ch or something in Switzerland. I don't know. I think it's taken away from .com, but it might still be on .com as well.
Maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen it in years anyway, but I remember it.
My kids are using it all the time for new shit, which is not out yet. I think there is even an app for it now.
I'm gonna have to find
It's
it. I'm looking at
popcorn.
it. Getting
Yeah.
all kinds of craziness. No, I'm getting like you, Chris. I was going to say something on the lines of what we were talking about.
Popcorn, free downloading movies.
That's what I got.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I think I told Chris that Windows 11 is coming out on the 24th.
Yeah. Well, like
It's
every
not.
Windows release, Ronald, it's best to let other people spend stupid money and find the bugs rather than you doing it. Because that's what they do. They don't develop it properly. They just send it out before it's developed right. And then we find the bugs. They put the bugs right. And it saved them millions.
Mm-hmm. And this is not a beta, though. This is the actual piece of crap. And I downloaded it from Pirate Bay, and I couldn't get it to run. I got it on flash drive. I wasn't going to do it on my desktop, so I tried it on the laptop. It wouldn't go through. I'll figure it out. Because, and then they're not giving it away like they did Windows 10.
Uh-huh.
Not giving it away. I don't know how long I'm gonna be up. I just had another hit of coffee.
It wants to download onto my computer. I'm not having that.
Now, let me
See,
take a
Did
peek.
you did you access popcorn from the Philippines, Chris?
Yeah, but I've got a VPN. If something doesn't work, I just fire up the VPN, and that can be anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the VPN on all the time.
It's like I know that, but I don't.
Where is it?
Because
Austria.
the problem I'm having with using the VPN is bloody Microsoft keeps saying to just be sure it's you. Can you confirm your details? And then I've got to put another damn password in because it never accepts my password for some reason. And you've got to go through all that crap to actually be able to get back onto YouTube and stuff. So I've got to be careful when I use it. It's every time I use the VPN, I get this message, and they kick me off YouTube.
It's quite interesting now that there are certain websites has become so clever now that you can't even access them when you go on the VPN from the country where they are. They have found a way to actually block that, and I because I tried to get on to whoever the American TV channel is which shows Shark Tank in America because I love that program, and I tried to use a VPN to get onto it, but nah, they had found a way to detect that I was on a VPN, which I haven't seen many websites do, but I could not get onto it.
Well, you're right, yeah, because I played the National Lottery. I know I shouldn't. I'm outside the country. If I won a shitload of money, they'd just not give it me because you've got to be there in person to get the check, haven't you? But
Yeah, well, you just be on the first borrow money, get a flight home, fucking get the check.
Yeah, well, it's a bit difficult at the moment, isn't it?
You're on holidays. You're on holidays.
No, it wouldn't.
So,
Chris, I'd be asking everybody. I say, "Can I borrow? I'll pay you when I get back. I got to go. I need this." Man, shit.
You could tell your sister.
So anyway, I use the VPN to get into National Lottery because otherwise they detect you're outside the country. They won't let you into your account. Well, the last VPN I had, it just wouldn't work. The National Lottery was still detecting I was using a freaking VPN, whatever.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't let me in. But the new one, I get in every time without fail.
Okay.
The new
Which one are you? Which one are you using now?
I'm using IP Vanish.
I'm using Lord.
Gary, I found a website called popcorn-time.ch.
Yeah, popcorn time.
That's it.
.ch. Yeah, that's it's in Switzerland.
It
That's
wants
the
to
one.
download on your computer. That's the problem. I don't want it. I don't want anything on my computer. I have enough trouble as it is.
Well, you can save it, and I'm gonna test it now. I mean, I
You
got
could
nothing else.
put it onto a separate drive rather than have it on the computer, I
But
guess.
Chris, I don't know if you use a VPN on your. I think you can get the app down on the phone because I know my kids. I think are using an app for Popcorn Time.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have told you that. It's actually it used to be Popcorn. It's now popcorntime.ch. Yeah.
All right.
Got you.
Well, it's just going to download an app on my Windows anyway.
Yeah, I don't want anything downloaded.
Now people are using it all the time. I never heard about anybody who had a problem with it. But hey, if you don't feel comfortable with it, don't do it because I don't want you to blow up in my face and say that I got some.
I'm a big boy. If I download it, it's up to me, mate.
Some malware on your computer.
They have it for Android, Mac, Windows, Linux 64,
Linux,
32.
Yeah.
So it's safe.
It's all the newest shit. They're a very serious company.
And it's got a lot of endorsements.
Yeah, since we couldn't use the Pirate Bay and all that shit anymore over here, then everybody's using that popcorntime.ch.
It looks like they're having their 1 year anniversary. Oh, let's see. Go ahead, let me see. Well, I got the movie on Blu-ray. We were talking about Doom 1984 with Michael Fazio. And he was talking about spittle when the Baron Vladimir Harkonnen spit in the lady's face. He was talking about the 19 convicts that escaped from Wuhan.
Did you see this or hear about this gear in the UK? Some Irish guy escaped a prison in the UK, and they're looking for him over here, possibly.
What?
No.
Some Irish guy escaped some prison over in the UK yesterday.
No, I didn't. Yeah.
Probably wouldn't have a problem in the US. They're just letting them out anyway.
Yeah, well, this
You
guy
committed murder, that's fine. Go on, get yourself. We don't want you catching COVID. Get off. Go on.
Where's this?
Half of them need to stay in there, and the other half needs to come out. I mean, the whole place is owned by who? Corporations now?
Yeah. Manhunt for Irish man on the run from UK prison as police launch urgent appeal.
What was he in for?
I'm just getting it up here now on the page. Officers said Miles Morehouse has links to Dublin and is described to have as having an Irish accent. Police in the United Kingdom have appealed for help tracking down the Irishman who is on the run from prison. Officers said Miles Morehouse, who has links to Dublin and is described to as having an Irish accent, absconded from Her Majesty's Prison Sudbury open prison on Wednesday. Oh, it was Wednesday. There's a manhunt now for the 32-year-old who was jailed in Isleworth Crown Court in 2018 for aggravated vehicle taking, 3 burglary dwellings, and a criminal damage. So it's nothing major.
Irish with an Irish accent. Well, that's I guess he would have an Irish accent if he was Irish.
Mr. Morehouse is described as being white, around 6 foot tall, with blue eyes. sandy brown hair. But it definitely ain't me.
Yeah, he's a player. He's a player.
And he's got an Irish accent.
The funny part is that, if he's not in for anything serious, he probably, he gonna get added on to his sentence quite a lot more because of the embarrassment of the establishment that he actually managed to escape from a prison.
But it was an open prison, so he wasn't. He
Open,
was in an
okay.
open prison.
DIY or something then.
Yeah, so 2018 for aggravated vehicle taking and 3 burglary.
Okay.
What we call carjack.
So he's not exactly an IRA terrorist or anything like that.
No, he's not, or a murderer or rapist or
even a mastermind.
Yeah, he mastermind a breakout from an open prison. Ronald, he walked out the gate.
Yeah, that's all he did.
What was your plan? Well, it was real simple.
Yeah, they let me out. They let me out for work, and I decided not to return.
Yeah, it took me 6 months to figure the plan. Stupid criminals, boy! I tell you.
The co-conspirator who helped him to escape was a double-decker bus driver because he walked on Route 72.
And the prison guards who unlocked all the doors. Stupid.
Well, the thing is, they're going to catch him, aren't they? Because he's going to make his way to people he knows that's going to help him.
He knows people in Middlesex. So
it might take a while because he said he's 6 foot and blue eyes. He'll charm his way to some chick to let him shack up, and she won't know the difference.
Well, if he shaved his head and wore a mask, walking around, it's gonna be a hard time finding him.
Yeah, but the only reason why he probably left yesterday was he wanted to come home to his kids for Father's Day.
Probably. You never know. But the UK has great facial recognition, so they can pinpoint that mask and move it out the way.
Yeah,
but is that on every street corner?
Almost, yes. In major cities, yeah.
Facial recognition on every camera in London?
You can't get off the tube without them knowing.
Yeah.
Remember how they nailed and actually found the nail bomber of Admiral Duncan's gay pub in Soho? They managed to trace it back miles and miles and miles on cameras and pinpoint and actually caught him that way. It was amazing the amount of police work they did to find that nail bomber.
Did you see the movie with Denzel Washington called Deja Vu?
Yeah.
Almost the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, with the video cameras and all that, they scroll back. I mean,
I saw a YouTube of futuristic weapons, but they are not as futuristic as they wanted to be. It's like mega small drones, which almost like a swarm, and they so you can send them out and you can pinpoint 3 terrorists in a group of 1,000 people, and they will find them, land on their head, and explodes a bullet into their head.
It's about that big.
Yeah, exactly.
Look like little dragonflies.
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's targeted assassination, isn't it?
Yeah.
Diabolical, that's what I call it.
That's damn advanced, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and they got the same kind. They do surveillances. They can be right outside your door, right at your window. It can hear everything in the house, see in the house, everything.
Yeah. It was easier to be a crook in the 80s and 90s than it is today.
No, you can't get away with anything nowadays.
In the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the police was always 4 steps behind you, and now they are always 6 steps ahead of you.
Yep, they had a master ring of black crooks, and these guys, they only screwed up by using the phone.
Yeah.
They couldn't catch them. They didn't know who they were. They using that cell phone, boom,
That's
caught
how
them
they got Pablo Escobar, because he
on
was
his phone.
talking on the
The
phone.
problem is that it doesn't even help that you turn it off. You have to take the battery. Actually, you have to leave it you have to go somewhere without it.
Throw it away because it's got a backup battery in it.
Yeah.
It's got 2 batteries in that cell phone. You can't get to the other one unless you destroy it. But then that's what
I mean,
you're gonna
even
need to do.
remotely turn it on in listening mode, so people think that if people are planning something and they sit in a meeting and they turn off all their mobile phones, but if they are being listened to, Big Brother can listen to you even through. So that's why you see that people have to leave their mobile phones outside the meeting rooms and shit like that, because it doesn't matter if you have it on the table turned off; they can still be activated.
Reactivators.
Oh,
I heard something where they can reverse the picture on your TV and use it as a camera. You think it's just your TV.
On your laptop. When people which really are paranoid, the camera on your laptop, they put the black tape over it because it can remotely be turned on without you even knowing it. The light doesn't even come on.
Nope.
That's why I put my laptop, the part where the camera is, down.
Well, I'm not doing anything diabolical, so I don't care if they turn it on or
Me
not.
neither. I mean, are they going to arrest you for lying in bed 18 hours a day?
Probably.
Dusty says
I'm blocked.
What are you talking about, Dusty? Blocked from what? Chris, do you know what he's talking about?
No, I can see him. He's not blocked. If we can see his comments, not blocked.
Yeah.
You can see the head upside down.
So that was what he did first. And I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, he was talking to Ronald a bit earlier on.
Yeah, he said something about the legs.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. Don't know.
He says, "Boy, I was so drunk."
Oi, I was so drunk, I just wake back up. Okay.
Oh, am I blocked? No.
No, we did block you.
There, that one.
There wasn't anything to block.
No.
You were passed out. Dusty.
Blame Johnny Walker.
Mm-hmm. And his sister.
Coca-Cola.
Black. Oh, that's funny. He thought he was talking bad to the My Amigos there, so I can't remember.
The bad amigos.
Now, those blackouts are something else, boy. You don't even know you're blacked out. Your ego takes over, or the id takes over. One of the two takes, or one of the three take over.
No, you didn't say anything bad here, Dusty.
No.
Must have been some other channel.
Gary, what's those 3 parts of consciousness? The ego, the id, and something else?
Sorry?
What's those 3 parts of consciousness? I know there's the ego, there's the id, and then there's one more other one.
Of consciousness.
Yeah, because when you have a blackout, the ego takes over and your subconscious dips down, like that movie. and you're in the background. Your ego does everything. Sees for you, talks for you, everything. Drives your car for you. Scary stuff.
Don't know.
Why you think when you don't supposed to drink till you're intoxicated? Because at your level and you're in dimensional, your subconscious is so low. Any demonic demon or whatever can slip into your consciousness and
So
pop into your body.
Daryl says ID, ego.
Yeah, the ego. And there's something else. Oh, the id.
Id.
That's the ID, id.
Yeah.
And what's the other one? I thought that was 3.
What's the third one, Daryl?
Is there a third one?
Never heard of it.
Neither have I.
You guys ain't older than me.
Don't have a clue.
I'm about 106 years old.
Really?
I'm an old soul, yeah.
Wow. Got any pointers?
Don't die.
I walked into that one.
Super.
Super id, super ego, yeah. There you go. And one of those 3. Go ahead, Gary.
Is that the 3 things you were looking for?
Yeah, those are 3 levels of consciousness.
Dusty's got a hangover.
It's hurting. The only way to deal with that, Dusty, is to just fire up another bottle.
I'm telling you, get straight.
I don't know if Commander is here, but he was texting me earlier on my phone, and he was out last night on the piss over the friend's house because they're in some kind of lockdown as well or something. And he said he was on. What did he say he was on?
Was it on 5:30?
No, it wasn't
5:30
in the morning. No, he was texting me at 5 o'clock in the morning. I gotta figure.
There go my baby Jonah.
He could be there now. I don't know if he's here. But what was he on? Said he was on different 3 years. Rum. He was on the rum last night. And I said, Jesus. Stick with the beer, man. Stick with the beer.
So what happened with Tony tonight? He normally joins in.
He was on Christians. He was on Christians earlier.
Okay. Yeah, but Christian said it was only going to be on for a short while.
Christians was on for over 4 hours.
Oh, so the 15 minutes become 4 hours. Okay.
Never fails.
Hey, put it this way. How long have we been here? We've been here nearly 11 hours.
Thank you, Brother Gatter, for the live stream, because otherwise I'd be sitting up here watching some comedy or something.
No, do you know what? Do you know what Maria made a suggestion the other day? She said I should do 2 lives a week. So how's Wednesday for you guys? Wednesday night?
Are you talking to me in this position?
All of you.
You talking to me in this position?
What do you think Wednesday if I did a live on Wednesday?
Well, if I'm up early enough, I'll be on it. Or if you're on late enough, I'll be on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Gear, what do you think? I know you've got work.
Yeah, if it's the evening, I'm fine.
Yeah, 8 o'clock.
Yeah, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock.
Or should I do 7?
Your 7 would be what my time?
You're 6 hours. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
In the afternoon or in the morning?
In the afternoon, lunchtime.
Oh, phew, I'm up. Who's bringing the snacks?
Who's bringing the popcorn?
Just looking at a Rumble video where it says in Ohio, 9 children diagnosed with ALS, whatever that is, after taking the COVID injection.
Did they say which one they got? Because there's 3 of them.
It's not. It's a.
Five.
It's a.
You'd think they give the kids a diluted one, not as strong for adults. You know what I mean?
Well, they shouldn't even be giving it to kids. Kids don't catch this shit. I mean, I can't get my head around it.
My sister's kids caught it. All 3 of them.
Lou Gehrig's disease.
ALS is like a muscular thing, isn't it?
Yeah, weakens the muscles.
Yeah.
And the nervous system.
Jesus. Hey. Well, if they say unless your kids has this shot, they're not going to school, then I'm afraid they're not going to school. I'll teach them.
My sister hasn't said anything about them getting shots, but she's had it both, I think, and then my brother-in-law has had one. Shit, I'm always on live. Hell, I'm doing one right, not, and Ronnie, and cooking. What? Daryl? Shit, I'm always on live. Hell, I'm doing one right, not.
No, he means now. It's misspelled. He means now.
Oh, right, okay.
But boy, something.
Something. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean, so baboy is the name of the dish, and I don't remember what the other name of the baboy is, so that's why it's a baboy something.
Right, I never had baboy something.
It's like cooking pig or something.
Yeah, some kind of pork. Might be pork adobo. Who knows?
I like beef adobo. I must say I do like beef adobo.
Mm.
So it's like 6. It's nearly 2:00 in Philippines. It's lunchtime.
Mm-hmm. Jonah's on the way to the school with the boy. She's got to get pictures taken for graduation. Yep.
Aren't they in GCQ or whatever down in Alfonso? So kids under 18 and adults over 65 are not allowed out of the house?
No, they can go if they had a purpose.
Oh, okay.
No. The old people have to stay in the houses. 18 and below have to stay in the houses. It's only above 18 and below 60 that can go out, but you've got to have a reason. You can't just,
right.
Walk, that kind of thing.
Well, they taking the school was requesting all the kids come in to take pictures, so they have to be there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason why he's out.
I like beef and pork.
It's free.
Well, I mean, Chris, something is starting to move in the Philippines now because the girl I'm speaking with, which is the supervisor manager in Valenzuela in Manila for this big Chinese company. She was out. I mean, most of her staff have already had the first jab of the Chinese one, and she had it on Thursday. So things are starting to happen, at least up there with vaccination now.
Well, they're talking about letting foreign tourists in if they've had the jab, and it's something to do. They call it the green line. So if you have the jab, they're talking. I mean, there's nothing written in stone yet. Don't get me wrong, but they are actually talking about it. If you go onto the immigration website, you'll see what I'm talking about. And it's the green lane. So they're thinking of opening up, but you've got to have the jab. So You know,
They are only thinking about opening up certain tourist areas like Dumaguete, Cebu. I mean, just certain areas, isn't it?
yeah. Well, I can't have the Chinese jab. Well, one, I don't want the Chinese jab because
No,
I
exactly.
allegedly come from there anyway. But if I have the Chinese jab, it's not recognised in the EU.
No, it's not.
I couldn't fly home.
The Chinese one and the Russian one is, I don't think is approved either. I think it has to be Moderna, AstraZeneca, or Pfizer. I don't even think Johnson and Johnson is okay now in the EU. I might be wrong, but
I don't
I don't know.
Didn't they have to?
what I said that she was out. She had her vaccine, her first shot on Thursday, and the next one is scheduled for a month from now, so the 19th of July.
Which one did you have, Gareth?
Pfizer.
I had Pfizer too. I had both Pfizer.
And were you ill with it?
No, nothing. Zero.
Not even pain in the shoulder. Nothing.
I had pain in the shoulder for
I
about
have
2
pain in the
days.
shoulder anyway, but I didn't feel. I touched off it. Nothing.
A lot of people who had AstraZeneca, they got a bit because it's a different type of vaccine. It's not the same as Pfizer and Moderna. They use some of the virus or whatever in AstraZeneca. So a lot of people I know, they got like flu symptoms and ache for about 12 to 24 hours afterwards, and after that they were fine. But they said that's a good thing because it just shows that the body starts antibodies against it, because that's a different type. AstraZeneca is different from Moderna and Pfizer.
Darrell's curfew changed midnight, or so they're only closed 4 hours, so he can be open 20 hours now. So 4 in the morning to midnight, he's allowed to stay open.
In Davao, it's that advanced form of whatever. So
all the bars are clubs. That's what the commander was saying to me earlier. That's why he was at a mate's house last night.
Yeah, they are on the people under 18 and over 65 cannot go out, and also you should go out only if you have any reason to go out. Bullshit.
I never asked him about the situation. I know there's some sort of lockdown where Kyle Jennerman is, becoming Filipino, because a video that he put out yesterday, he was allowed to drive in his barangay up to the border, and then he was getting a guy doing a delivery of food just across the border. Now, from what Commander has told me, it's a couple of hour drive from Davao City to Katil. 2 or 3 hours, I can't remember what he said. But it's a fair bit of a distance. And I've seen it on the map anyway, so it looks far. But I can't remember, what did he say? Was it 2 hours or 3 hours? Commander, if you're there, can you text and tell from the compound, Kyle's compound, to your house, how long does it take you to do that drive? Well,
I heard something they said when they went into the GCQ or whatever, that it was 22 major cities and areas which got it first. So it doesn't seem like it's in Angeles or anything in Luzon or whatever, but mostly around. I know there is definitely the whole of Cebu and the whole of Dumaguete and those areas is on complete lockdown.
Well, it's it's only supposed to be till the 30th, but we've been here before, haven't we?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's by mommy.
Oh, well, where's the other piece to it?
I buy hot dog.
Well, yeah, it used to have a hot dog in it. Have you broke it? Huh?
Brought the hot dog.
Who's took the hot dog out?
He
Oh, I thought
probably-
it'd be somebody else. It's never you, is it?
He
Yeah.
he could have dropped the.
Yeah, she's pulled it out, the little monkey. She destroys everything.
The
And she
hot
always
dog.
blames Matthew. She always blames Matthew.
It's cute, very cute kids you have,
Yeah.
Chris.
Yeah,
Indeed.
they're beautiful. I can't believe it. Can't believe I got 2 kids and how they're turning out. They're just lovely kids.
I'd say, do you know what? Sophia, I'd say, is like her mother when she was a kid. I would not be surprised. Mischief.
Oh God, Mel makes faces. You know, when I'm talking to her sometimes,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
she makes faces, and she's copied the exact same face as what Mel does. So if I say something to her, she gives me this stupid face.
But you said she's a handsful, is she? She's a bit of a little monkey, is she?
Oh, she's yeah. I mean, she's into everything, and you give her anything, she'll break it. She touches anything, she'll break it. You know, she's Matthew. He's just content to sit there and watch TV when he's in the house, and you don't hear a peep out of him. Put something on the TV he likes. He doesn't move, not even to ask for a drink or anything. His mum's got to actually pull him away from the TV to eat and drink.
It's normally the other way around, though. That the girls are the ones who sit still, and the boys are the ones who want to explore everything.
Oh man, I tell you, from her opening her eyes to the shutting them, she's a nightmare. She's an absolute handful, but she's a little cutie, and she's as sharp as a pin. I mean, Matthew's a year older than her, but I would say she's a year more advanced than what Matthew is. She talks better than Matthew. She understands better than Matthew. You know.
Girls always are until, girls are always more mature and learn faster than boys up until the age of 18, 19, and then it's evens out.
Yeah.
Is there a chatterbox as well?
Oh yeah, she never shuts up. Again, you spend all this time trying to get them to talk. Now you spend the rest of your time trying to get them to shut up. I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't change anything because she's so funny. She, if you're feeling a little bit down and she comes to you, Daddy, you okay? Yes, baby. Do you want to drink? Do I want to drink of what? San Mig?
How old is she now?
She's 3, nearly 3, and he's nearly 4.
Okay.
I mean, look at that. It wasn't that long. Can you remember, Ronald, when they were babies? Well, no, you probably can't remember because you've not been around long. But
I was there when the water broke.
Were you?
Yeah.
Ah, I thought it was just the last maybe 15, 20 months you've been here.
No. I've been there when the water broke. I was there when you were sick and they took you in the hospital.
All right.
I tell you, Matthew is lucky though, because you always, I always wanted a sister which was like 1 or 2 years younger than me, because I always dreamt about she bringing home all the hotties around the house.
Yeah.
So Matthew is lucky have a sister which is only a year younger. He can just sit and be content when she starts to drag her mates around.
Well, I tell you what, she's going to be beating anybody up that goes near Matthew. She'll be beating them up because she hits everybody. And Matthew cries because he's been hit. She'll go and hit the person that's hit him. What, baby? What you got now?
Mommy.
That's mummy. That's not mummy.
Money.
It's a unicorn. It's Via. Right. Come and say hello. Come and say hello.
Hey, Sophia.
Hey, Tuppy.
Hello.
Say hello, Ronald. Can you say hello, Ronald?
I can't see the black guy. He's got his hands in the way.
Say hello, Ronald. Say
Hello.
Say hello,
He's the
Ronald.
nutty professor. He's the nutty professor.
All these girls want that unicorn, don't they?
Yeah. She wants
Oh, no.
everything. If somebody
All
else
right.
wants something, she'll just go and take it. Won't you?
Mhm.
Say bye.
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 Yay. Oh, she's so cute. I gotta give Jonah a daughter. Woohoo! It's gonna be fun.
She's gonna be a beauty. She is. You
It's
know,
only going to take a few years, Chris, before you need to have a baseball bat by the door.
Tell me about it.
You know when she was born, though, she was the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. She was massive cheeks, and I'm looking at her, and then I'm looking at her mother. I'm going, no.
You sure that's mine? You sure that's mine?
You see her face? She was like swole up.
Oh, I couldn't believe how she got her out. She was that big.
Did you see?
Go on, mate.
Did you see earlier on that Gary is looking to have kids when he moves to the Philippines? He actually made that statement.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's he going? The SNR?
I don't know, but he actually made that statement.
In all fairness,
he texted it here. He texted it here. I know.
In all fairness, Garrett, you know, 1 week is Thailand, then it's Indonesia, then there are Muslims, then there is Philippines, then there is Vietnam. And I still think he's probably sending the bloody money he promised to stop sending to that woman.
$300, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he's living on cans of tuna. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Well, he must have found the fountain of youth then. If he's going to start having kids at 70 something, I said to Mel when because believe it or not, we had this conversation. I said, look, you do understand I don't want any kids. I've brought my kids up and been there, got the T-shirt. And she says, yeah, that's okay. And then as soon as we got married, she starts playing on me and saying, well, I know you said you didn't want any, but, I'm young and could we just have one? And she went on and on and on. And eventually I said, all right, come on, I give in. Let's have. You got ice cream, you bought it. And Nana's got sausage. And my point was going to be that I felt very selfish that I was having a kid at my age because I'm not going to see them grow up. They're not going to have a dad. And I just felt really selfish about it. But Mel says, look, something happens to you, life goes on. I said, oh, thanks very much. She says, I'll bring the kids up, they'll be fine. The kids will be fine.
She had none before she met you, yeah?
No.
Put it this way: at least your kids can go and live in England if they ever want to.
That's the thing. I need to sort the passports out. I haven't done it yet, so I need to go online,
make that appointment.
Yeah,
I did my son when he was 3 months old, so he's only second passport. Well,
did you do it all online then, Gareth?
No, we had to go in. We had to wait. The first time. No, I think we did it online. Did we do it online? I can't remember.
Well, if I've got to go in, I'm stuffed. I think
I might be wrong, but I know in Norway it's like this that you can get dual. You have to do it before you are 18 or 20. So I think you have time because your kids are still young.
Yeah. Yeah, but I want to get them the passports in case.
Yeah, so it's all done. Yeah.
Just takes a
Because
bit
it'd be
longer if the
harder-
dad isn't around anymore.
It'd be harder for her to get passports if I'm not here.
Yeah. Well, that's why I got Michael's Irish passports. I think he was 3 months old, and they gave us a 3-year passport the first time, and then the second time they gave us a 5-year passport.
Like,
So that's 8.
Hello.
So he must be on his 3rd passport now.
say hello.
'Cause he's 12.
Hello.
Say hello, Ronald.
Hello.
So I've
What's
done
up,
I
mate?
remember I did the first.
Can you say hello, Ronald? Go
I
on
did
and
the
say hello,
second.
Ronald.
I did the third.
Hello, Matthew.
Yeah, he's on his 3rd passport. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I gotta get Jonah her passport because I'm not getting poked.
Mhm.
No, I did 2 passports. 2 passports.
And
I
that
don't-
whole birth certificate is a joke over there. Never seen such disorganization for a birth certificate.
We had to do an interview
There was
for the
one
birth
letter
certificate.
on Mel's birth certificate. It put us back nearly 4 months to get my visa, my 13A. No, sorry, 6 months. Put us back 6 months to get my 13A visa. And my passport was about ready to run out as well. And they said if the passport runs out, you've got to go through the whole thing again. Money, everything. Oh, baby.
Fuck
Oh, who's this then?
Mommy.
It's not mommy. This isn't mommy.
Well, it might.
Mr. Fox. Mr.
It
Fox.
might pass. Don't tell Mel.
Hey, Ronald, she might hear you. Just
Oh,
say,
yeah.
Chris is not.
Well, she is
using
here.
earphones.
Every time you ask her, who's that? It's always mommy.
I mean, since you're British, Chris, can you get child benefits from the UK?
Oh,
No.
No.
The law changed a few years ago where now you can have up to 2 kids and you get your child benefit, but after that there's no more child benefit. So they only give you benefit up to 2 kids anyway. And that was
No, I read that, Chris, the other day because somebody was asking about it because she's getting stuffed from her English husband, and you get I can't remember exactly how much it was, but you get like 26 or 27 quid a week for the first one, and for every child after that you get 17 or 18 pounds per week. There is no limit. There was no limit on the amount of children, but you get less for child 2, 3, and 4 than you get for the first one. I just read it on the. I just read it the other day actually on the government site of child support.
all right. That wasn't my understanding. I thought, you get.
You can check it out. Just look at child support or child benefits.
Yeah, I've got to go on the Gov website anyway for these passports, so I'll check it out.
Because when I read it, it said you got one amount you got a higher amount for the first child, and then the second child, and every child thereafter, you got a few quid less than for the first one. And I couldn't read anywhere it said anything about limitations of how many kids.
I'll have a look at that.
Yeah. Because I guess if you are not if you haven't moved, in quote, moved out of the UK, but still have a UK address, then you should be able to claim.
and you do have an address over there. You own a property.
Yeah, I own it, but I'm not living in it.
Yeah. You could have mail sent there.
Mm. it's worth. I guess it's worth looking into, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's end of the day, it's like for your two kids, if my numbers are correct, it's like 24 plus 18 times 4, 168 quid a month.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have. You'd have to be in the UK to get that, though. I don't think you'd get it outside the UK, especially if they're not born in the UK.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Show the passport. That's proof enough.
It's 11,000, almost 12,000 pesos.
Can you remember how much it cost to get the passport, Gareth?
I think it was €100.
€100.
I think in England the passports are about 70 quid or £65 or something.
Okay. I know. I was quite impressed. You know, my passport was going to run out when I was doing the 13A. It took literally just 2 weeks from sending it to getting it back, because I said it was really important. I explained what was going to happen if they didn't, and I got it back within 2 weeks. I couldn't believe it. You know what they're like.
You can do that. You can renew yours at the embassy and get the children ones at the embassy in Manila, can't you?
Yes, you can do that.
I don't want to go to Manila. I hate Manila. Don't make me go to Manila.
Is there a consulate? Is there a consulate down your way? No, it's too close to Manila.
You've got to go to Manila to the embassy.
Well, that's where you have to go, Chris.
Well, if you have to go, you have to go. There's a guy said I could use his condo in Makati if I ever went back to Manila.
Well, there you go. You got accommodation sorted.
But Mel,
what?
She threw up that many times on the bus. The bus was going that fast and going around corners and just, oh, I'm going to be sick again.
Well, isn't there different types of buses you can get? You pay a little bit extra.
Well, yeah, I mean, aircon, she doesn't do well in aircon, and there's a toilet on the buses and that kind of stuff. And it's always best to go overnight so you avoid all the traffic and blah, blah, blah. And it gets you there a bit quicker. But it doesn't matter what she's on, movement of anything, she's sick. She was sick 10 times, and she got on the bus and she looked grey. And her eyes.
She doesn't get sick in the car?
No, don't ask me why. It just doesn't.
But how much does it cost? It's like a 45-minute flight or 50-minute flight. How much does it cost to fly from Naga to Manila and back?
I think it's about 3,000 pesos or 3,000.
I mean, the girl I'm talking to in Manila now, she's from about an hour north of Davao originally, and she's going home to see her daughter and mother and whatever in a place called Luna, which the barangay is Luna. It's just literally just an hour in Davao del Norte. And she had have a return ticket from Manila to Davao in August for 2 weeks. Staying 2 weeks and fly back for 997 pesos.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. That's what I thought that.
Yeah, he probably could get.
Be as much as 3,000 from Naga to
Cebu Airlines.
The reason I come up with that figure was somebody asked me the other day. And I said it was, I think that the last person that come to Naga said it was 2,200 or something like that.
Okay.
And then when I said 2,000, this guy says, no, I've been to Naga, it cost me 3,000.
Okay.
So I guess.
And it can be on different, I think that the prices can fluctuate depending on what time of the day and what time of the week you are flying, probably as well.
Yeah, plus it's going to be more expensive at the minute because of the you-know-what.
Yeah.
Because there's loads of internal flights. If you go onto the website, You can see all the internal flights going around. It's the external. There's not much.
Do you know what Ryanair are showing to fly from Dublin to Paphos in Cyprus for €7.99.
One way, yeah.
One way.
Yeah.
£8. That's cheaper than a fucking taxi. Jesus Christ.
Crazy.
I mean, if I could go there, I would buy a ticket one way for £8. No problem.
Yeah.
But I can't.
You'd be there, 6 months or something, Gareth, if you want.
Well, if I could go there in September, I'll be there till January.
Mm-hmm.
3 months is really my maximum per trip, insurance-wise.
Right.
So even though I'm in the EU, I have the EU medical card as well as my private.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I have enough backup medication to bring with me to go for 7-8 months.
Has this leaving the European Union not affected stuff like that, then, Gareth?
What?
You said you've got a European health card.
Yeah, but
that's
it's just for the EU. But I have my travel insurance, which is separate, but it's attached to my private medical insurance for using private hospitals here. It covers me for anywhere worldwide.
Right.
It's not just Europe. I have it. Well, I don't have it. I stopped it. I didn't pay. My renewal was finished last February of last year, and I just bought separate insurance just for one trip for a month.
But when United Kingdom was before Brexit, I got a EU medical card free of charge, and it worked in the whole of EU. So if I had any needed anything in Spain or Italy, Portugal, wherever, you just presented that card, you would get full treatment, and they would send the bill back to NHS in UK.
Changing the subject again. See my back scratcher?
Yeah.
See how it's broke? Yeah.
Wait.
Practically snapped in half. Not quite, but practically snapped in half. Guess who did that?
Your daughter.
Sophia.
Yeah.
Like this?
She just went. It had a little bit of a kink in it already, and she just snapped it.
I thought it was a tool for raking the garden or something.
Well, I can only use it for scratching my head now because it's not long enough for me back. I need another one.
I thought you had Mel.
Yeah, well, Mel's not always around, is she? And if I call her up, she gets a bit annoyed. You've called me up here to scratch your back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the blue European Union.
Yeah, that's the one I had.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You got it for like 5 years at a time or something. Or
3 years, I think.
Yeah, maybe 3 years. Yeah.
So
this easy, free of charge. Got the mail.
I just showed that card in the hospital.
Thanks, Dusty. Sorry, I didn't see your comment. If you're still there, thank you very much.
Dusty needs a cheap yaya in the West. No chance.
I'll tell you,
if you could get a cheap.
Go on, mate. Sorry.
You could get a cheap yaya in Cyprus if you were to live in Cyprus. I know you can get a Filipina maid for about €400 a month because that's the wages over in Cyprus.
In Naga, if you're really mean, you can get one for about 4,000 pesos a month. I mean, they stay with you, you feed them.
€400 a month. Yeah, it's live in. It's crap money. 6 days a week. Ugh.
Yeah. But I mean, with hindsight and being in a better financial position, If I was single, I'd just come over here, I'd rent, I'd get a housekeeper, and just cook. You know, I wouldn't get excited about being with any particular. I'm not saying be a male slag. I don't mean it like that. But I mean it's giving you more options to find the right girl because you're not under any pressure. Whereas if you come over here to meet somebody specific and me love you a long time, and you know you get
No
them.
chance.
Do you know what I mean? So
No
that's
chance.
what I do. That's what I do. Have a housekeeper, do your washing, look after you.
So, Chris, I heard, I don't know, I know some people down in the Magetta, in Cebu, girls, and they used to work as nanny or housekeepers up in Manila. And typically, from all of them, I heard they were paid 3,500 peso a month. That was the salary in cash, plus accommodation and food. But it seems like the 3,500 mark lately was the going rate, including and then on top of that, obviously, food and accommodation.
Well, the going rate around Naga is about 4,000. I did know Edward's auntie knew somebody in Naga who was, and it was her. Now I better not mention that, but they were only paying them 2,500 a month.
Mm.
That's all they were paying them, and food, of course, and you know somewhere to sleep. But the going rate, I mean, to me, if you're a foreigner, you're only paying 4,000. That's pretty bloody mean anyway. But
Sure.
the going rate's about 4,000 pesos a month.
Yeah. Which is about 90 quid.
Yeah, it's not a king's ransom, is it?
No. And I mean, let's face it. I mean, you know, we used to feed when we had an office in Stelpa 100 in Makati. Sorry, in Ortigas. We used to give all the staff one free meal a day, which was basically either it was rice and chicken or rice and vegetables. And I think we worked out that each meal was something like 7-8 peso or something. So it's nothing money, you know.
Nothing.
I have an observation and a question. Shoot Gary from the hip.
Well, Gary, it must be a long question.
It'd be quicker to come on the panel and explain it.
Yeah. Unless he's afraid.
Yeah.
No, is he Gary Seinfeld now? He has an observation.
So I got a feeling this is going to be a long one because the question would have come up by now.
Yeah, I'm getting my boots out now.
That
I might as
tonight's gonna be a good night.
I might as well go for a cigarette. I'll be back.
I don't have to go far.
Yeah, you're all right. You're all right. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Okay, Anna.
Is that menstrual?
Of course. I need to quit. Menthol fucks with your testosterone.
Okay. All right. I was starting to type it out, but let me ask you here. Okay, let me ask you. Geez, I don't know where to mount this thing here. Okay. Here's my question now. don't judge me about sending money to my Filipina. That's already established. I send her money. But my question is this, and I got frustrated about this because I noticed that I noticed, and then I was watching also uh, Mia from Paul's Asian Adventure. She has a channel, Mia's, and she talks about her name is Filipina Life with Mia, and she discusses this stuff too. She was discussing this, and I said, "Oh, that's exactly my Filipina." Okay, I notice that when I send her money, and it's enough for her for the month, she seems to spend it very quickly.
Of course
And then
they do.
late, and I told her, I said, "Don't you budget your money a little bit, so you have it like that?" And Mia was saying that when they get money, they're like a 1 day millionaire. Although I don't send that much money, but they're like a 1 day millionaire, and they don't save for tomorrow. They just think about today.
Yeah.
They live for today.
There's a hole in the pocket.
So, and I noticed that she spends the money very quickly and doesn't seem to save it any. So then at the end of the month, she wants to do something and she has to like borrow money. And I'm saying,
But
well, borrowing money.
Gary, you said you were going to stop this month for doing
Well,
it. And
yeah,
then,
don't judge me about that. So this is a question about that. Okay.
okay.
So I'm saying, is that true? Is that what they spend it right away?
Not
Sure.
all of them.
Oh, but
Most
it's
of them.
free. It's free. It's free money, mate. I mean, same in Thailand. It comes in, goes out. Worry tomorrow. Tomorrow is tomorrow. We worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow, if you see what I mean.
So they spend it pretty quickly. I also have a girl in Thailand, and oh, Chris, you'll be happy about this one. I know you're not too much for the girl I have in the Philippines because she's quite a bit younger, but you'll like the one in Thailand because she's a little older.
Who, me? I like it.
You like it for me, I'm saying, because I remember that I mentioned about the one in the Philippines is quite young. So, but the one in the Thailand is 45 years old. So yeah, it's a good age,
Yeah.
Is that the Muslim one?
45, and I'm 72. So it's not bad. So, but she was rushing things, and she said that I'll take care of you and all this stuff, and I'm saying, and I'll take care of you, and I'm a good cook, you know, and I said, well, I don't want to rush this thing. I just want to like be friends and things. I want to get this so I'm looking straight at it, not over to the side here. This camera looks like I'm looking away. Let me move it over here. Like straighter. Okay, maybe there. Better, I guess. So, but I said, oh, she said, well, how much pension do you have? She asked me.
Oh God.
I know it. I know.
No,
So,
she didn't.
yeah, she did. The one in the Thailand did. But
I would have said I have no pension. I have zero pension.
I know. So I wanted to say something low. So I have actually two in Thailand, but one calls me dad. Um, and but she's told me.
Nothing wrong with that, mate. I've been trying to get Mel to call me daddy for ages.
But it's quite interesting.
Daddy.
She said that you could live on quite a low amount. But yeah, here's what she said that this is the one that calls me dad. She said, I can teach you to go to the market, and here it's very cheap. She said the kids and I live on like 40,000 baht per month.
How much?
That's 4 people.
How much?
40,000 baht.
Yeah.
40?
And she said that.
Sorry, Gary.
Huh?
Gary, sorry. How much did she say she was living on a month? 40,000 baht?
Where's my check?
She said her apartment is like 5,000 baht.
Okay, call me back.
Okay. She said her apartment's like 5,000 baht. And she said you can buy food for 400 baht per day. And that means it's like 12,000 baht per month. That's pretty low, really, 12,000. So I don't know what she meant by 40,000 baht per month.
Are you kidding me? You know how much 40,000 baht is? It's like $1,200. I mean, a Thai person living out in the, where does she live? Does she live in Bangkok?
No, she doesn't live in Bangkok.
Okay, well, 40,000. I mean,
But that's for 4 people.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because 40,000 is a lot of money.
But then right after that, she said the apartment is 5,000 baht and the food is 400 per day. And she said that means 12,000 per month. So what I'm under, why she meant 40,000. Now she's saying 12,000.
Okay, give you an example. If you go to a Thai soup kitchen or Thai restaurant on the side of the road, like these Thais go to, you get free water and a meal for like 20 baht, 25 baht.
That's over $1,200 a month.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's ridiculous. There is no, you need to be not even a supermarket manager is making 40,000 baht a month in salary.
Nope.
So that's.
I mean, I remember this a few years ago now, but we had a super educated English-speaking, educated in America, speaking office manager at my office in Sunbury, and we paid her I think it was 18,000 or 20,000 baht per month.
Okay, so that's about I didn't know what the going thing was in Thailand. I hardly know it in the Philippines. Now I'm just thrown into Thailand,
31 to the dollar.
See, look at it, Gary. And I don't know, and I can only say this because I think Chris said it himself on another live stream earlier. Chris lives with wife, and they are 4 people, and he lives for about $900. So this is a Thai person with 3 other, and she spends 1,200. Doesn't ring up. But she's really 40,000 for a month.
Is Thailand a little is Thailand more expensive than Philippines?
No, not if you live as a Thai.
Huh?
Do you eat bananas? Why? Because here in the Philippines.
Listen to this.
Wait, you can't do that.
Let me show you this.
You can't, Gary, you can't put somebody else's YouTube on my YouTube. I had to mute you there, so we can't hear what you're saying. I can't put somebody else's YouTube on my YouTube. Sorry about that, but can't do it.
I didn't know that. Okay, let me tell you. It was a joke she sent me. It goes like this. Somebody says, okay, they say that to me. Let's see. This person says to me, "Do you eat apple?" And I said, "Yeah." And then the person says, only the poor people in America eat apple. And then I say to her, do you eat banana? And she said, yeah, of course. And I say, oh, only monkeys in in our country eat bananas.
Oh no, you didn't.
That's a good one, isn't it?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I don't know about. I was wondering about Thailand, but
It's about the same, depending on where you live. It's like, it's more expensive to live central Bangkok than Makati. Well, it's about the same. And living in the province in Thailand is not any more expensive than the province in the Philippines.
all right, okay. Well, she
It
lives.
becomes the only way it becomes a little bit more expensive in Thailand is because the Thai baht is very strong versus the Philippine peso. But that doesn't really matter exchange rate wise because she is in a baht is a baht. If she makes baht, it doesn't matter what the exchange rate is. But for you, it will be slightly more expensive in Thailand because the Thai baht is very strong versus what you get exchange rate versus peso.
Right. Currently, right now, it's only 31 to the dollar.
Yeah, so that's very bad.
Bad.
Very
Worse than
bad.
the Philippines.
You get 47 peso in the Philippines, and in Thailand, yeah, 31.
Yeah, 41 in the 47 in the Philippines with Remitly. Um, so here's my strategy on the spending thing. All right, I'm already going to send the money. Okay, I'm sending like 5,000 pesos.
100 bucks.
Yeah, $100. So instead of sending 5,000 pesos, which she spends real quick, I'll send 2,500 pesos. And then about 15 days later, I'll send another 2,500.
I tell you something interesting, Gary, just for your information. And this is the same in the Philippines, mentality-wise, as in Thailand. When we had a company in Thailand,
Yeah.
we paid our workers daily. And the only reason was because if we paid them weekly, they would have so much money that will go out and party the whole weekend and and don't come to work on Monday because they have a hangover. So when we paid them daily, they never had enough, excess money to waste it. So we actually paid all the workers in our warehouse daily. End of the day, cash every day. We tried weekly, and in the beginning it was stupid. We paid them monthly, and then you didn't see them for a week after the month when they got the paycheck because they went to the province on the piss.
Wow.
So we ended up actually paying them daily because they only think about the next day.
The next day, yeah. That's
No,
good.
sorry, they think about the day when they have the money, and they don't think about the next day. It's like let's worry about that tomorrow. There's no planning, no nothing for the simple. Obviously, very well educated people have a different, but I'm talking simple people. And I mean, Chris, I think you can agree that that's the mentality. Thailand, Philippines is. I think I'm pretty much correct in what I'm saying.
Yeah, simple, not worldly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm noticing this. I'm noticing it right there that spends all the money, and I'm saying, "Geez, whiz." But
Easy come, easy go, Gary.
I am reducing it though, Gear.
You give it, they'll take it away.
To 5,000.
Or
I would
5,000.
I would test it out, Gary. You said you were gonna do, you were sending $300, and I
Yeah.
said, we all said that, try to go 2 or 3 months without sending anything, and if she's still there, then it's a good way to test it out. I mean, you're a bit too quick up with the bucks, if you know what I mean. With all due respect.
I'm pretty sure she'll still be there.
Well, you should try it out.
I'll try it out after this month because I already promised the money. So.
Okay.
You can unpromise it.
No, I hate to go back on my promises. Oh, that's one thing I noticed too in the Philippines. When you say something, it automatically becomes a promise.
No.
I didn't even say the word promise.
No, so it's not. I didn't promise it. That came out of your mouth.
They'll take it as a promise, and they say, "Oh, you promised."
Well, she can take it any way she wants.
Use that word promise,
Right. You can't let them dictate how you speak. If you providing the financial,
that's how they take it, though. Is that
that's true? Right? But but you're holding yourself to it.
I know, because I'm kind of a person of my word,
It was not your promise.
I know, but since they interpret it as a promise,
you'll also find, Gary, that you can make all the promises you want, but if they make a promise, they don't have to keep it.
No.
Oh, really? I never seen that.
No.
I didn't know that.
Nope. Because they promise is only as good as what Gary said the next day.
Yeah, like this one, she said, "You can't stop me. I'm going to send you a message every day." You can't.
Oh, you can stop
it.
Block.
No, I
Gary.
But she doesn't send it every day. She sends it like 2 or 3 times a week.
She can be blocked.
But you can
Gary,
block the
remember we said when you were sending her $300 a month times 47, that was 14,100 peso, yeah?
Yeah, I figure. Oh, I actually figure on it by 15,000.
Okay, so listen, so 15,000, okay? Now you're sending $100, which is about 4,000 or 5,000 peso. Then you can ask Chris. You ask Chris what the going rate is for a live-in nanny in Naga who works probably 10 hours every day, 6 days a week. How much is she getting paid, Chris?
4,000.
Yeah. So you are already now sending her 1,000 peso more for doing jack shit.
And sitting on her ass.
Somebody who works
this
6
one
days
does
a week
message me every single day. In fact, she gets upset when I don't respond.
Yeah, but
she's using your money to respond.
You are her ATM. Listen, she can text you 5 hours every day, 6 hours every day, and make more money than having to stress around and be a maid with hard labor. And still she's making more money. So even if she dedicated 6 hours to you every day, it will be better for her than being a maid.
Yeah,
still overpaid maid.
Look for a job. She had a job when I first met her. She was making 8,000 pesos a month.
Gary, she could be doing this to 2 other guys. 3 other guys.
Well,
Hey, Gary, do what you want, because you know what, Gary?
This one only has me.
Gary, you're gonna, I don't really understand, with all the respect, sometimes why you ask for these advices, because you go against them all the time anyway. So it doesn't really matter what we say, because you do what you want.
I don't go against them. It just takes me a little time to. It's like slowing down. I don't stop real quick. I slow down. I'm slowing down. It's like a choo-choo train slowing down. Eventually, I'm going to stop. And I'm slowing down. I'm fast right now.
So you should have started.
I took your advice. I put the brakes on, and now I'm just slowing down.
You should have started the other way around. You should have developed a relationship, not send any money, and then when you were comfortable with it, you should have started slowly to give a little bit of money. You went straight in, and now you have to try to put the brakes on, and you're afraid that you're going to find out that if you're not an ATM, she's going to fuck off.
Well, actually, I want her to. This one, I want to have her fuck off.
Yeah, that's
So
easy.
why?
Stop
so
sending
why-
money.
You
Just
need a
stop
choo-choo
money.
train with a whistle. That'll make you fuck off.
Gary, I got a joke for you.
Okay.
How do you stop an elephant from stampeding?
I don't know how.
You cut off his stampeder.
Hold on, I'm doing a mouth.
Oh
You're
my
just
God.
stupid. That's what I get. You're just stupid.
I love that one. You know where you add that little thing when you throw the ball in your B-roll, as they say, where you throw the ball thing when Mel doesn't
Gary,
get something.
Big brother
Oh,
Gary,
funny.
did you know if you have a flat tire, you have a hole in it?
I wet my pants. I absolutely wet. I had to go out, so I didn't offend him. But I was actually my pants. I was.
What a plonker.
Big brother Gary, eventually.
I turned round and my body must have been giving it away.
No, Chris. This was in reference to Chris. You know, his motorcycle had a slow leak, and the guy who came to repair the tire says, "Oh, I see.
It was my car, Ronald. It was my car."
Oh, the car. Yeah, go ahead and tell it.
Yeah, well,
go on, tell it.
I've been to a couple of tire places to ask if they'd repair my tire. Now it's a tubeless tire, so it's not a case of taking the tube out and repairing the tube. Anyway, so I went to these two places. The first one said, "I can't replace your wheel, sir. We haven't got them type of tires." I said, "I don't want a tire. I want you to repair it. Can you repair it?" Now they've got all the repair things. You know how they've got half a tire that they put water in to look for the bubbles and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
So anyway, long story short, I passed them two places and then I go to a place that did the electrics on my car. I said, "Do you repair tires?" He says, "I don't think we've got that tire again. We had to go through all that crap." I said, "No, can you take it off and repair the hole in the tire?" So he crouches down and he's looking at the tire and he says, "I think it's got a hole in it, sir." I'm not joking. "I think it's got a hole in it." And it's like, no shit.
No shit, Sherlock.
I mean, you know, he's a prime candidate for Mensa, isn't he?
Yeah, Mensa. Yeah, top of the class.
I think it's got a hole in it, sir.
You know, I didn't mean to upset Robert earlier when I was telling him about me working in the city when I was a teenager, you know?
Right. Well, that's Robert, you know.
Don't you worry that I managed to upset him as well. So the two of us.
Don't you worry about Robert. He'll be fine next day.
I am thick-skinned. He is very thick-skinned as well. So that blows over in a heartbeat.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
This is the thing you said.
When I was working there in the city in North Square, I was working for the church,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a mixed neighborhood in North Square Church, but the Kensington boys came over. They would have fights all the time in the park, which is right across the street from the church, which is where we played wiffle ball, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But that neighborhood just made me nervous all the time when I'm going to work. And I had to actually in the morning, I could just have a half a cup of tea and dry cereal because every morning I'd get to work, I'd throw up. I was just nervous.
Your nerves. Yeah.
Garrett, Yeah, Gary, can you take the previous comment back up again? Because I have to ask Gary something. Gary, when you wrote that message on screen here right now, did you just do that to rub Robert up?
Yeah, actually,
Or were you serious?
I did on that one because that one they are starting to give gift. They are starting to give gift cards now. They are starting to give gift cards now, and if you hold out, your prize will be even bigger. You know.
That was a dry sense of humor from your end. Yeah, that was sarcasm from your end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you just for confirming it, because I started to get worried.
Robert didn't like that.
If you hold out, you might get a free car or something at the end there. You know.
And you won't be around long enough to drive it.
The way he was.
Yeah, they are giving out gift cards now.
Yeah, but he was ready to knock your block off. Jesus.
They don't do that for a flu shot. Why would they do that for this?
I know it. It's ridiculous, really.
Right? Because they're trying to force you to do something that you don't need to do.
Yeah.
Anyway, next. Back to the girlfriend. If you want to get rid of this one,
stop.
Just cut her off.
I told her I'm not going to move to the Philippines. I'm going to move to my brother's in Texas because I haven't seen my brother in like 9 years. I'm going to visit him in November, in fact. He just called me, in fact, about the ticket. And I said I'm going to move there instead to be close to my brother.
That's a good one.
So she said, I'll move to Texas to be with you.
Oh, hell no.
I know it. I said, no, they don't accept the age gap that much in Texas, you know?
No, you'll be Woody Allen all over again.
Yeah, right.
I don't really understand why you're coming out with these stories rather than say I don't think that me and you gonna have a future together. I wish you all the best for the future and goodbye. I mean, instead of coming up with Texas and brother and a sister who has a giraffe in the garden and she maybe like giraffes, so she's gonna come over and look after it. And I mean, why going into all these explanations? It's not like you owe them anything.
You don't owe them crap. Now, another thing you can do, if you want to make your own promise, tell her, look, I promise not to send you any more money.
Yeah, very simple.
Well, I am going to say that I'm going to follow your advice on that. I'm going to break off, but I'm going to say also that I'm not moving at all. I'm staying where I'm at.
That'll work.
Actually, you know what? I was actually moving for the cost of living. That was my main thing. Mm-hmm. But you know, where I'm living right now is cheaper than if I was living in the Philippines.
But Gary, what concerns me is you shouldn't really start off a dishonest relationship by being dishonest.
But that's the best start. But you know there's a hole in the tire, right?
No shit, Sherlock.
You know, Chris, I would have been a nervous wreck if I only had like 150 pesos, like you said you had there, and you were so far away from your home with your motorbike, and even your motorbike conked out sometime. I would have been.
On a brave face. I wasn't very happy. Again, I should have looked at my wallet. I shouldn't have just took it. The money I thought was in it was in it. Yeah. And she said, well, I didn't realize I was going to put it back.
What about, doesn't it have a fuel gauge on the clocks?
Oh, yeah, sorry, it does, yeah.
So, well, then you would have known there was half a tank in it.
Well, I would, but I ran off more fuel because it was further away than I thought it was. Because I was told once you leave the main road, it's like 10 minutes away.
Oh.
getting on for like 30 minutes, and like, where is it?
I know
And-
you were on that little road for a long way, and I'm thinking to myself,
Hell yeah.
I had to keep the choke on halfway, otherwise the bike just stopped. It wouldn't run.
oh,
So it's
geez.
using more fuel because of the choke being on. It wasn't running very well because of the choke being on. Well, it wasn't running very well anyway. But everything conspired against me. If the bike had conked, I'd have been screwed. I didn't
Yeah,
have
you
a
would have
phone,
been
nothing.
But
You
that
didn't
fresh
have your
petrol you
phone?
put in helped out.
Oh yeah, it started running a little bit better when I put that fuel in it. But of course, the fuel had been stolen. It was red fuel. So
Oh, damn.
Jeez.
no, I'm joking. It wasn't. It was green. It wasn't stolen.
I would have said myself right then, I said, I only have that much. I'm heading straight home right now.
Hey, do you know what? There's nothing more that I love than being on that motorbike and just going into the wilds like what I did. And I mean, not so good if you're coming back in the dark, of course. You
Oh,
don't
yeah,
do stupid
right.
things like that. But it could have ended up where I broke down, and what the hell do I do?
You're fucked.
When I saw that movie, Chris, I did realize that it probably was very wise of you to turn around with your car when you turned around, because it looked tough enough just on the bike to get down to that beautiful beach.
The camera didn't do the how bad the road was justice. It didn't, when I was editing it, it didn't look as bad as what it actually was. All them three different places the car grounded out. In fact, I've damaged my car on the left-hand side where it hit a big rock. It moved
wow.
and it smacked the rock. So I've gone and damaged where the back wheel is.
I guess you more or less. I mean, there was one thing I saw when you were coming closer to the beach. You actually met quite,